artillery at distances beyond a mile, that we are actually, like compensating for both spin and Earth curve, which would mean that apparently we're shooting over an Earth hump, right? The Earth curve's in the way, so we can't see the targets behind them. We have to compensate for that. Is that what those manuals are telling us? And if so, then can you show me that in reality?
To answer your question, yes, that's what the yes, that's what the manuals are showing me. No, I have no way of showing you that because I don't have a ship with big guns on it.
Okay, so then it's kind of a nothing burger, right? So the manual says it, but we don't see the Earth curve in reality and definitely no spin. So I guess the manuals are wrong.
I mean, so far the manuals have worked, and you have not been able to provide anything against it, and the thing that you've provided doesn't have anything on it. So
you're just it's kind of a baseless assertion. I have a manual. Why, dude? You don't have to go. You don't have to. The baseless assertion by the manual and you is that there is spin and Earth curve, and you don't have to reverse the burden on me to prove that neither one of those exists because you haven't shown that they exist in the first place. Apparently, you in the military now are failing to provide evidence for your claims.
Oh, shit. Says who? Are you a dad? You're in dad mode right now.
Yeah.
I'm getting dad vibes right now. You don't have to yell. W.
Yeah, it's kind of like I was saying, all this is just hypothetical at this point.
Yeah.
None of us are using these things. So try and stick to being able to prove those assumptions of curvature and motion in the first place.
Yep.
I've brought that evidence before, and you guys have said that those systems don't work. So I don't know what you want me to tell you, buddy.
Tell the jury.
Hearing any measurements or that?
Yes, you have. We did the whole thing about. Fuck. Hold on. I forget it was IVLB. I forget what that stands for. Hold on, I'll find it.
I bet. Round 2. Fight.
Oh yeah, very long baseline interferometry. And the measurements using ring laser, well, not specifically ring lasers, there's one of a type of rotation sensor. And that plus very long baseline interferometry, gold standard of real-time measurements of the spin and tilt of the planet.
Spin and tilt. Wow. Always wondered how they claimed they were measuring that tilt.
Hello.
What's up?
So, it's only flat earthers feels like a silly question.
What's your question?
I just want your take on the videos I posted. I'm not here to debate. I just want to know your thoughts on them.
The GoPro ones?
Yeah, what do you think about them?
Well, GoPros use a fisheye lens, right?
Yeah.
Which curves an image.
What, the whole thing?
Well, yeah, if you use a GoPro from high altitude and you start moving it around, you can see the horizon going convex, like a globe, or flat, like a flat Earth, or concave, like a concave Earth, because of the lens.
So
when they show you high altitude imagery of a curved horizon, you need to be careful about what lens they're using.
So it's the lens is causing.
For some of them, yeah, some of the high altitude imagery that they show, they just use the fisheye lens and it curves the image to make it look like curve of the Earth. You heard of the Felix Baumgartner Red Bull jump? You remember that?
Yeah.
Yeah. So you can hear Neil deGrasse Tyson about it talking about it because people were asking him, "Hey, did you see this guy? He saw curve of the Earth." And Neil deGrasse Tyson is talking about how he's not seeing curvature of the Earth because at the height he's at, 120 plus thousand feet, you're not high enough off the planed ball to be able to see the curve, and it's actually a fisheye lens. So.
Oh, okay. Is that the same thing that's going on with the other two then?
I mean, I can't say I've watched every single one, and I'm out walking at the moment, so I've not watched it. But I'm assuming because the one of them said GoPro
I think
in the title.
GoPros as well. I don't know about. I know the other one is from GoPro Awards, the first one I posted. I don't know about the other one though.
See, my position would be generally, and this is what I say: high altitude imagery is not good evidence for either side because you just can't eliminate distortion from a lens, even if it's not a GoPro. You're always going to have barrel distortion of some degree. So, very difficult to say that is physical curvature, that's lens distortion, which is why what we do and what we think is a better method is to test line of sight across the surface. Like you go to a big lake or something, right? Or the seaside, there's a set distance that you're supposed to be able to see due to the curvature of the Earth, right?
Okay.
So people are testing that and finding that they can see much further than that geometric limit that's claimed by the globe model.
Okay.
So like we're seeing beyond the curve, essentially.
I'll watch that video that Quad tagged me in.
If you're interested,
couldn't that easily just be hand waved away by light refraction?
No. I mean, you can say the words refraction, but as soon as we get into the details of refraction, we find that Snell's law requires two mediums. Standard atmospheric refraction that's assumed for the globe is 7/6R, which isn't enough to get you the distances that we see.
Standard of what area of the atmosphere? Because the atmosphere changes significantly as you go and as you change altitude.
Well, that's just the model that they've come up with for standard atmospheric refraction. So that's a general application using, I guess, what they would say is not outrageous conditions. So, but it's just a mathematical function where you increase the size of the radius, right? It's not actually dealing with the bending of the light rays. It's just changing the size of the claimed Earth. But to the other guy who was new with the GoPro videos, if you're not on the 24/7 Flat Earth Discord, I recommend you join that and check out the additional information sections.
Yep.
If you're interested, we can send you a link.
You're right there, Timbo.
Timbo's working out. He's working out right now. Timbo, just somebody.
That's some dude getting hit on Street Fighter or something.
I just seen that Neil deGrasse Tyson video, and that's fair enough. He was not high enough to see anything there.
Oh, you're just gonna trust what Neil deGrasse Tyson said?
Yeah.
No, Jew, are you really doing this again? You're doing exactly what I called you out for earlier.
What's
that? You
that?
said you didn't do. We're not.
Do you think that was what I just said was serious? Do you think what I just said was serious?
Because you said it earlier. Yes.
No, I didn't say it earlier.
You did. Well, it was on recording. No.
Yeah, so the recording is bro. Are we gonna have this fucking argument again?
No, I can't listen to Jude shouting over the mic again. I can't. So that would be using a hostile witness. So Neil deGrasse Tyson would be a hostile witness because he's supposed to be an expert on the globe side. So if he's saying that's not globe evidence, then we have to point that out to the globe side, whether you agree with him or not.
Stupid.
Exactly. It's not that like, oh, so you just trust this guy? It's like, no, you do, and this is what he's saying.
I mean, he's the guy hanging out with astronauts and that, right? So I expect he's supposed to have a bit of a better idea than the average globe believer.
I don't know if you guys hear that phone ringing, but we called it earlier. We would appeal to these experts, and then we actually address what the experts say. You throw them bus. Ring, ring. We called it a long time ago. We already know how y'all move.
Just like no camera we could use with like if we shot it up in this sort of space where it would always succumb to like distortion effects.
Well, again, I mean, people have done it, right? People have put up their own balloons with non-GoPro camera lenses, and you can see examples where people are observing a flat horizon from 120 plus thousand feet. But like we point out, barrel distortion generally, it's not too difficult for someone on the opposing side just to say, well, I think that's some kind of distortion making it look flat. And at that point, you're just arguing back and forth.
Yeah.
So, again, line of sight on the surface is a more conclusive test, I would say. Like distance to horizon.
You'd have to put a flat earther and a globe believer on a rocket and both send them up and see what they say.
Bruh.
Yeah, bro. You're going to trust the government to put you in a tin can and fire you off into the sky? Be my guest. Not me. Those guys can't lay a road.
I can't even trust them to build a fucking school properly.
Yeah, right, exactly. We're going to trust them with our entire worldview and blasting us off into the sky? No, thank you.
I feel that would be a funny comedy.
This is what's interesting though is like you probably genuinely believe that it's a globe, and you haven't been on a rocket, you didn't launch yourself into the sky. That wasn't even a requirement for you to have this worldview. So why is it that I have to do that to have the same worldview as you? And I already had that worldview too. I used to believe in the globe as well. So why is it that I need to get on a rocket when you didn't do that? You know what I'm saying? What's with the double standards?
Well, are you including yourself in that now? You would need to be shot off in the rocket to see for yourself if it's a
Me?
globe. Yeah.
If I wanted to see, I mean, I'd give it a go. I mean, I've always wanted to go to space anyways, but likelihood of blowing up is probably quite high, but I'd love to give it a go one day.
Do you think they've given you good evidence that the Earth is a globe?
I think I've been given good evidence.
Nope.
What would you say is the best evidence that they've given you?
Well, apart from what I just discussed now, like it's just what I've been taught from a young age. Yeah, like.
But what evidence did they give you when they were teaching you that?
Stuff like the moon and the stars and stuff like
Bruh.
GPS and
Stuff like a bunch of stuff, just stuff. No evidence.
Do you think
Just-
the moon and the stars tell you that the Earth is a spinning ball?
Yeah, because like you shouldn't be able to like come up in one direction and then go down in another if it was flat, right?
Well, this is what you need to really think about, because you need to really think about those questions. Like, why are you seeing the world the way that you do?
Yeah.
Does it definitely mean that it's a curved surface that you're on that's spinning? Or is there other possible explanations? For example, we see the sun, moon, and stars moving above our heads, yeah?
Yeah.
And they tell you that you see those moving because the ground is moving, yeah?
Because
like the Earth is spinning, yeah?
Yeah.
But the other alternative possibility for that is that the ground isn't spinning and those things are moving just as you observe them. Right?
So like the whole universe is moving sort of thing.
Well, yeah, but again, your concept of the universe, i.e. this massive vacuum with these balls of gas and rocks spinning around in it, this is a concept that we are given as children Yeah. But it's not something that we know. We don't know that that's the case.
You know,
That's something that we're told.
I'd have, if like, apart from what I've known.
So really, you're observing those things, but it's possible that they're not balls of gas or rock in a vacuum, and that they're not the distances you've been told, right? Because you can't really tell how far away or how big they are just by looking at them, even with a telescope.
So would I have to like research that myself? I'd have to figure out on my own how far they are away.
Well, you could, but then you'd run into the fact that this is something you can't really know, because the only way to verify it would be to travel to them, basically, and know how far you've traveled to get their distance, right? So what you come up against, well, not really. I mean, what you come up against is that there's a physical limit to what we can test and confirm out this system that we're in, this Earth system, right? Which includes the luminaries, the sun, moon, stars. When you really think about it practically and logically, you'll come face to face with the fact that basically the only things you think you know about these things are coming from a source, like multiple government agencies or whatever, who claim to be doing something that you can't, me and you can't do, the public can't do, right? We can't send a probe to one of these lights like they say. So you kind of have to come up with the harsh reality that these are things that you can't actually confirm, even if you wanted to, even if you believe them.
Yep.
So like government agencies and stuff, like I'm going out on a limb here, but like say every I don't know, but like it's like every scientific organization like in the loop then, like, or they all under the same sort of like agency sort of thing.
Well, this is the thing. I mean, most of the space agencies, even the private commercial ones, they all tie into their respective government equivalent, or NASA specifically, right? They all tie into NASA, use NASA facilities, NASA data. And that's not to say that everyone working in these organizations is lying, right?
Yeah.
Most of these people are told to do a job, like build this specific part. Might be a screw or something, a plate. And then they're told this is what the plate will be used for. But in reality, they just make the plate and it goes off somewhere that they don't see. And it's used for whatever reason, right? So these people don't necessarily know that it's not true. They're just doing their job and believing that it's doing the same thing. So no, it's not like everyone in the organizations would have to be in on it, quote unquote. Certainly a few at the very top would have to know. Those claiming to be astronauts in the videos floating around on the ISS, Hollywood, they would have to know. But the people, the vast majority of the people, there's no reason that they would have to know. Understand?
Yeah, I see what you're saying. So there's no, as you said, it's like no way for us as people, and I think it'd be very hard to like near impossible to do these sorts of things because people don't have the money or resources to do it on their own. But like,
yeah, a lot of these things that you'll come up against require crazy resources, right? Even like folk are like, oh, well, make a map of the Earth. It's like even cartography on any kind of significant scale would require millions, if not billions of dollars in funding and technology and equipment. You essentially need the power of a modern navy or military to do these things. So we are just keeping it very simple, right? We're speaking about the claimed curvature of the globe, which is a known value or a dissonance. I don't know if you have looked into the curvature much. Do you know about that?
What's that?
The curvature of the globe, right? So the drop over a distance due to the curve.
It's like less than a degree, something like that.
Yeah, well, they say like a degree every 69 miles, but that's based on the position of the stars, not actual curvature of the Earth. But so they'd say it's about 8 inches per mile squared as a shorthand for a drop in feet from point A to point B. So because we have this idea that curvature is so negligible that you couldn't possibly test it. You don't observe it, right? They say you don't observe the curvature because the Earth is too big, right? So they're basically saying we observe a flat Earth in reality, but it's just because it's a big ball, yeah?
Yeah.
But there are certain things, like the horizon and the claimed hidden height, that would be obstructed physically by this curvature that you can test quite easily. So I don't know if you've got Google open right now, but you can type in distance to horizon calculator and it will show you a calculator where you just put in your observer height, say 6 feet, and it will tell you that the curvature, that horizon line, should be maximum about 3 miles away from you. You understand that? So
oh, go on, mate. Sorry.
So this is what people are testing. So the globe model says, for example, the horizon should be 3 miles away because that's where the curve begins and would stop you from seeing like a boat that starts disappearing bottom up on it, right? 3 miles. But then when we go down to the beach and we test this, we can see the horizon 10, 15, 20, 30 miles, right? So way further away than 3 miles. And this might not sound like much, but when we're dealing with these kind of observations and you do the math, you start to realize that they tell us the radius is 3,959 miles of a globe. But with these observations, it would be making the radius something like 250,000 miles. Right, so orders of magnitude off.
How do we know what How do we know what the radius of the Earth is?
Very good question. Very good question. One that we ask a lot, right? So this is another thing that's worthwhile for you to look into. I mean, they've got their stories, right? I don't know if you've heard of the Greeks measured the Earth to be a ball.
Was that Galileo, wasn't it?
Nah, that's a guy called Eratosthenes is the guy that they say.
Yeah.
They say he put 2 sticks down or a stick in a well, depending on who's telling the story. And he looked at shadows that were cast to determine circumference of a ball. But the problem is he was assuming that it was a ball. And he was assuming that the sun's rays were parallel and things like that. Whereas if you assume it's not a ball and that it's a flat Earth, and that the sun's rays are not parallel but divergent, you can get the same shadows, right? So it works on both flat Earth and a globe Earth. It's not actually a measurement of curvature or a radius, but they've assumed a ball and calculated for it. So yeah, to answer your question, no one has measured a radius of a ball Earth. But that's our question, right? Where did you get a 3,959 mile radius from? Just a model. It doesn't match with reality in terms of the curvature observations, which is why we're here talking about all this. But that's it, right? The radius is key to the whole model, yeah? The cosmic distance ladders, so the claimed distances and sizes to the sun, moon, stars, all this stuff, the orbits that NASA claim to be using, that all requires that specific radius. So your question, how did they get that radius, is a very good one. Because if you start looking for that, you're going to start realizing that no one's actually measured that. And when you think about it again, you think, of course they couldn't actually measure it.
You have no clue at all.
Alright.
Who are you talking to?
Cyclone. So I'm talking to you.
No clue about what?
That they have a radius. How do you know that no one has found out the radius?
Okay, who measured the radius?
No, it's not my question. Answer my question. How do you know that?
Well, that's his question. Who measured the radius? That's what I was saying. No one's measured it.
I'm asking you, how do you know that no one's done it before?
Well, because who has done it?
Let's start the investigation.
Yeah.
All right. The answer's
if they've
so
done it, then
simple,
you would
and you
be...
just use your head.
Yeah, they say Eratosthenes if you Google it.
So we're just not going to use our heads here? Okay. It's fucking pointless.
Dude, what are you spiraling about?
What do you mean? No one, what?
Yeah, no one's measured the radius, which is why you
How do
haven't
you know?
said this guy
How do
measured
you?
the
How do
radius.
you? How do you think someone who says they've measured the radius measured the radius?
Who said they'd measured the radius?
Anybody who says they've measured the radius, how do you think they
Well,
would
no
do
one
that?
says they've measured the radius.
That's false because there's you can bro you can like
Okay.
you can like look it up.
Okay, that's false. That's false. Who said they measured it?
I don't know the fuck.
Okay, so you don't know.
You're
So why are
denying.
you saying that's
You're
false?
going to no. You're going to
You
deny
just
that
said you don't
anybody who
know.
says there's a radius to the Earth is wrong. So
Well,
how do
you're
you
not showing
propose they're
me.
going to go
You're not
by it?
showing me that. You're not showing me that anyone's even said it or claimed it.
Guess I look on YouTube. There's probably a few people.
Okay, so then
Google.
All right. So first step, someone has to claim it. Second step, they have to perform some kind of measurement. So who's done that?
all right. Hold on.
Yeah, don't
I
spiral out
frantic-
before you even look, bro.
Yeah, frantic googling of all to command.
What about you said like we can't measure distances to like other planets and stuff? Is like radio waves? Is that like something we can use, or is that not possible?
Nah, because you'd have to be making assumptions about what those radio waves are passing through. And also, they say that the radio waves, well, I suppose it depends what radio waves you're talking about, but, you know, for long distance over horizon radar shots, they'll tell us that there's some kind of barrier, which they'll call the ionosphere, which is making the radio waves bounce back down to the Earth so that we can send radio waves over this assumed curvature. Because there was a debate for a long time about how far you could actually send radar signals, because they would say, well, it's just going to go off into space or whatever, it's not going to get around the curvature. But they were finding that they could. They were somehow managing to, I mean, who was it? We've Marconi, was it? Who's sending
Cyclone, can I say
sending
something?
signals. No. We're speaking to the chill guy now. Juice, you just have to chill.
It is Marconi. Cyclone.
Is it Marconi? He was he was sending signals from the UK to Australia or something, right? So the top of the ball to the bottom of the ball, this guy was sending signals, and they were like, "How's that happening?" Because we're supposed to be on a ball, and that's when they pretty much invented this thing called the ionosphere, which is saying that you can bounce the signals off this invisible barrier around the Earth to get to the other side. So yeah, but they'll tell you that people in NASA or the government or NOAA or whatever are shooting radar off into the distant galaxies and figuring out their sizes and distances. But you ask me, that's just pseudoscience.
Bounces off of ionosphere. Okay, I think that makes sense.
That's not how you measure the distance between stars. I'm just going to butt in right there.
Isn't it LiDAR they use, though?
I think LiDAR's for kind of ground surveying and
I should do a quick
scanning.
Like what?
What is it?
They don't use radio waves to measure the stars. I will tell you, I don't know. It's very complicated how they do it. I'm like unsure of like how, but I think it's called something like the parallax or some shit like that. But it's a lot more complicated than just sending out radio waves and then measuring that doesn't even make any sense. Because like, how are you supposed to like pinpoint a star in space? What do you put like a tracker on a star, fucking shoot a radio wave at it and measure the length? Like that would be impossible.
Yeah, it is. I mean, it's kind of ridiculous, but they do make claims that they're sending signals out into.
They do, but that's not to measure distances between celestial objects.
No, well, I think this guy is just vaguely asking the question. I don't know if he's making an argument.
Okay.
Nah, I'm just asking questions.
But yeah, I mean,
I'm too tired.
This is just something that when you think about it, like you need to sort in your head, what have you been told and what do you know? What can you verify, right? Because there's a difference between what you experience and what you observe and what you can know versus the stories that you're given. And when you start to pull this apart and say, well, how can I confirm this aspect of the story? For a lot of it, you're just going to be coming up against, well, I can't. I'm just going to trust in the word of this third party.
I have a
NASA,
question.
Whatever.
Do flat earthers, do they believe in like space? Like you know what I mean by space, just in general.
Like the vacuum of space.
Yeah, like space and what it's full of. Like it's just a curious question.
No, because our position would be that in order for us to have gas pressure here on Earth that we breathe, the air, we need to be in a contained system, like a closed system. We can't be adjacent to a low pressure space like a vacuum and still have a gas pressure atmo here on the Earth.
What if like the edge of the universe was like not saying that it is, but if you were to imagine it, what if that was the containing factor and it's just...
Well, that would make more sense than there being no container, because as far as we can observe, a vacuum in reality requires a container. We can't see any vacuums that don't have a container.
It can still be a vacuum.
Down the road. But then you're just kicking the can down the road. Well, this is the claim, but when we observe gas pressure in reality, we can't get an example of maintaining a gas pressure system in the middle of a large vacuum and have it not expand into the wider vacuum. It just always does.
How? What?
Because that's what gas does in a vacuum. It's just natural law. Gas expands in a vacuum.
Yeah, but like, what about like gravity and stuff? Like mass?
Yeah. So that's the claim. That's the claim that comes in, and then we're left with, okay, how do we prove that claim? And we're told we can't, because you would have to get a mass the size of X, a planet, to be able to demonstrate it. But that's not our problem.
We already do that.
That's not our problem. That's their problem, making the claim, because they can't demonstrate it.
Wait, but if they are demonstrating it, so you're just gonna, because they do demonstrate.
They're not demonstrating it. No, they don't demonstrate.
It's so
you can't demonstrate gas pressure without a container next to a vacuum, without it filling the vacuum. It just fills the vacuum.
It's kind of asking the impossible a little bit, though, isn't it? Because
this is it. But if we're asking the
because
impossible,
you can't isolate gravity,
how are they?
Innit?
Well, then they
how
should
are we not
claim. Hold on.
Because you can't isolate gravity.
Wait a minute. You're saying we're asking the impossible. Well, they're claiming the impossible. That's the problem. See, we have to say, show us your demonstration of gas pressure without a container adjacent to a vacuum, without physical separation. That's a wild claim. Us asking for the evidence of that and being told you need planet-sized mass to demonstrate it is not an argument. That's just saying we can't demonstrate our impossible claim.
But we do.
No,
it's like literally, the evidence is literally just sitting out there. Take Jupiter, for instance. That's a fun topic to go about, isn't it?
No, because then you're assuming that that's a ball of gas in a vacuum. You're not proving it.
What do you mean?
Well, your argument would be, look at Jupiter. It's a ball of gas in a vacuum. Therefore, you can't have a ball of gas in a vacuum. But you don't know what Jupiter is. You don't know it's a ball of gas in a vacuum. That's just what you've been told. That's the whole point.
So we're just denying everything
from ignorance
at this point.
No, we're denying unverifiable claims that contradict laws of nature.
You know what flat earthers do? They deny anything that has to do with Earth and space.
No, I don't want your commentary.
They don't deny like science here on Earth, which is what boggles my mind.
Science in reality is what we like. Because we like we don't like
this is just pointless,
light in the sky.
Sure you do.
Oh, you don't like science? Okay, that's fine. We do.
It's all the like. Okay. Wow. I think I get how you operate now. I understand now.
It's called empiricism.
Deception and text.
If you want a term, empiricism.
So we're just gonna. So we're putting like Earth and we're putting space, and we're just putting it like we're just cutting it in half and throwing it out the window because that's not part of science, correct?
No. Earth is where we live. That's reality. So
Okay,
that's what
but like space and like that kind of stuff.
space
Like
is a story you've been told. That's not reality that you've experienced.
Okay.
You literally see it every night, man.
What about?
What?
Wait, hold on.
You see the sky. You see the sky, bro. Let's not get it
Yeah,
twisted.
what's the universe, man? It's the same thing.
What's the universe? Well, you think it's a giant infinite gate vacuum?
Yeah, it's
adjacent to
definitely
gas pressure
a giant
system?
like dome. Yeah, that makes more sense. Yes.
Well, who said that? Don't be
You
triggered,
guys
bro.
said that. Oh, you guys.
Don't be triggered. I didn't say anything about a
Don't
dome.
triggered, bro. I'm here chilling.
Cyclone, do you know that ants
Don't
have
tell
like this special like pheromone inside of them that like
Pheromone.
communicate, or I forgot, I don't know how to pronounce it,
Pheromone.
but pheromone
Oh
that
my
they use
gosh.
that they use to
What?
communicate with others. But you're not an ant, and you will never experience
Pheromones.
that. So does that mean
No,
that that's not true?
The Earth's a ball in a vacuum? No, it doesn't mean that.
No, that's not what I asked.
Yeah, well, I mean, you can observe ants in reality. You can see how they behave.
How do
I
you
guess
do
you
that?
can dissect them with
Okay,
your
you
eyeballs.
dissect them.
Yeah, people respond to pheromones. You need to look it up again.
You dissect them, and then you look through shit at a telescope. You fucking experiment with it, correct?
No, you can't. You can't dissect Jupiter. I'm afraid, my friend.
Oh, you can send probes.
You can send, yeah.
No, can you?
Who sent a
When did you
probe?
do that?
You really think they haven't done this shit before?
See,
You really think they haven't done it?
This again takes me back to your reliance on stories from third parties that you can't verify.
Documented stories.
Dude, a story about
Documented stories.
Oh my God.
Like Narnia was documented quite thoroughly.
Not as in scientifically
I've just
documented.
got one.
You
more
want to call them
question,
stories?
Michael.
I'm just following your
Cyclone, a story about how
Hold on. I'm speaking to the chill guy. Who's the chill guy?
I gotta go in a minute, but I just got one question, and then I'm only asking for responses. So, like, when we look at the moon, which we can see every night, and you can look at it through a telescope, you can look at it from what we call the northern hemisphere, and then we've got the southern hemisphere planet. And when you look at it, correct me if I'm wrong, when you look at it from the north and the south, it looks different. It flips upside down.
Looks like it's upside down. Yeah.
So yeah, why is that?
I would say generally, and this would apply to all the luminaries, I wouldn't make a claim specifically as to what they are, and therefore how we should be observing them. But for that example, you could think about it like if you're in the middle of a big room and you're standing on one side of the room and your friend's standing on the other side of the room, and you go and draw a big number 6 on the ceiling from your side, you're going to see a 6 and your friend's going to see a 9, right?
Yeah.
Based on their positions. So if we call one side of the room north and the other side south, depending where we're observing that thing, we might see it in a different orientation. Now, again, is that me saying that's definitely what's occurring? I don't know, but it's a possibility, something like that.
By that suggestion, would you? I mean, from that analogy, picking it apart, would that mean the Earth and the Moon is also flat? Because wouldn't that have to be?
Well, again, like I said, I wouldn't make any hard claims as to what it is in a 3D sense, because technically I would need to travel to it and around it to confirm any 3D sphericity of it. Now, I would say when we observe it, when we zoom into it, it does give the appearance of having maybe like an oval or ball-like shape to the face that we can see. But does that mean that it's a 3D ball object? I don't know.
It doesn't.
And even if it was,
it would lean towards the idea, because I know it's not seen isn't always believing, but
well, yeah, I mean, but there's a gift that we share that you can have the presentation of something that looks like a spherical object, which isn't actually, in a number of different ways. It can be like a bowl rather than a sphere, or like an oval, like an M&M shape, a Skittle shape. Who knows? So again, I wouldn't make any hard claims to it. But whatever it is, right? Even if it was a ball, that wouldn't mean that the ground beneath our feet is a ball, any more than if you've got a spherical light in your bedroom ceiling doesn't mean your floor is a sphere, right?
Yeah. So, I wouldn't be making anything claims or statements about anything you said. I'm not trying to put words in your mouth, but so we know we see the moon or orbit. We know we see it moving, basically.
Yeah.
So if it was flat, and we're using the analogy you use where one person's looking at one side and one's looking at the other, would we expect to see it to flip if it's sort of traveling around a flat disk? Is the perspective would
Well,
change?
again, it depends kind of how you're conceptualizing
Yeah,
what it is as an object, and not just that, but what medium you're looking at it through. Like whether it's just air, whether it's air and something else, whether there's a physical lens of some kind.
If we'd,
you know,
I guess if we were both just stood, we're looking at it, we're looking at the moon, say through a telescope, so that you're on one side, I'm on the other. And if it spun around, we'd expect to see it from my perspective for looking at it upwards. And then if it swapped around your side, wouldn't I expect to see it downwards if we were flat?
What do you mean by it spins around like as a ball to
I mean,
see one face or another face? Or?
I don't know how it would orbit a disk. I don't know how we'd be thinking of it the same way. I don't know how.
Well, again, for me, I just think of it like I observe a moving light in the sky that's circular in shape that I can tell, appears to have some markings on it, and moves in repeated patterns, and it tracks the months of the year. Beyond that, I mean, I haven't observed it from the south. We do have people in the south who are flat earthers, and they've spoken about it. But again, staring at the moon, people have speculated on it for thousands of years. Don't know what it is, and it doesn't really tell you what the ground is. We keep the ground to the ground, and the speculation of the luminaries is speculation, really. But whatever the moon's doing, the ground is measuring and observing flat.
Enough, mate.
By the way, I just sent you in your DMs a link to our Discord channel, and if you join that and you scroll down the server page, you'll see the additional information section, all alphabetized, and you should have a look at all that, because this stuff is kind of hard to find online by yourself because Google and YouTube censor it in the algorithms. So it's all alphabetized. It's got channels on the moon, the sun, stars, gravity, NASA, curvature, motion, all these things. So I'd recommend, if you're interested, that you take some time and research those pages.
And I'll see what conclusion I come to.
Yeah, that's it, right? Just, you're under no obligation to believe anything anyone's telling you. Just, it's between you and Earth. Have a look, be honest, think.
I just like
come and
either
ask
way.
questions.
I don't like
either way.
I don't like just like people are entitled to believe whatever they want. I don't like the disingenuousness of people when they
yeah, I mean, it's really between you and the Earth as to what you think about it. I mean, a lot of people will kind of just believe in the globe because it's what most people believe. But, I mean, if you're interested in what's true, you should
it makes sense.
Really dig into it.
Nice. I'm gonna shoot off anyways. That was pretty chill.
Yeah, no, good to speak to you. Come back and ask some more questions sometime.
Yeah, ciao, mate. Ciao.
All right, peace.
Oh, am I unmuted? Chat, we're back. No, I'm playing. Yeah.
I know you were probably chomping at the bit there, Jew.
Huh?
I'm saying I know you were probably chomping at the bit there.
Feel
free to jump in.
I wish I could be calm like that, but people like
I know
you
he's
ruin
chill,
it.
yeah. See, when folk is chill, you have a chill conversation.
Yo,
I can.
Albert, do you recognize or understood what I said, that the bending and warping of space-time is pushing you down today according to your heliocentric cult belief system?
No, because that has nothing to do with what I asked you. I asked you how that applies to a flat Earth theory.
Well, it doesn't, because it's not what I believe. I believe
So then
that the bending and warping of a conception is pushing me down today.
So are you for or against gravity? I can't tell here.
Oh golly, man. For, against the belief?
Can you just answer?
Precise.
Can you just answer?
So with all
it'll be another high energy night.
With all due to respect, can you realize that this is a silly question? Are you for or against gravity? Why should I be for a belief where a human being says that the reason why they are sitting in their chair today is because a concept such as time and space is pushing them down tonight?
Correct.
Why should I believe something like that?
You could have just said no. You could have just said no. Okay.
Well, then you just gotta probably think in your mind, oh, this guy is just very, very ignorant, you know, but you gotta understand what my position is. Then I can say no.
Which is
okay,
why
now I can say no. No.
After 12 years, yes, but I asked you, why are we specifically attracted to the ground then and not anything that's above us? Which was my question.
Well,
so I need an explanation.
I told you the explanation is, regarding your cult belief system, that a concept is pushing you down.
No, this isn't about what I go by. I'm asking your explanation for what you believe, because you obviously don't believe in gravity. You just admitted that you didn't. So I'm asking that you explain how this applies to your theory.
What I believe? Okay, I can tell you what I believe. Because God made it that way.
God damn it! You're gonna be religious and a flat earther at the same time.
God damn it! You gotta be consistent.
Yo.
You gotta be consistent instead of taking the most highest name in vain. You gotta be consistent and realize that you're not in any higher position. You blindly believe that a concept, a bending and warping of a concept, is pushing you down today. This is what you need to accept in your core belief system. And then I say, and you start mocking and laughing, and then I say, you know, what do you believe, Clay? And I say what I believe, because in this case, I'm accordingly answering to the question of a belief, and you make fun of someone else's belief. That doesn't make any sense, man.
No.
Yeah, to be fair,
you are contradicting yourself.
The claim of bending and warping space-time is a religious claim in itself, just like Clay talking about God. So
yeah, so that's why exactly. That's why I can, without saying that I'm saying the truth, I can just clarify that I believe, because I'm sitting in my chair today, is because of God. He made it that way. He made it possible. Everything, in fact.
Wow.
The reason I can put words inside of your ears right now is because of Him.
This is beautiful.
It is.
Wow. So you think that the Bible holds more trustworthy information,
of course,
than
the U.S. government?
Wow.
100%.
You see how that doesn't work?
For the wisdom of this world is foolishness in God's sight.
Prove God.
He takes the wise and the foolish.
We're not getting into the religion.
You can prove anything. You can prove anything and everything besides the Earth being round. So why can't you prove the reason for that?
I don't need to prove
the Earth
it to you.
Round.
So this is where the conversation ends, because you're just going to go in a big circle here.
Oh no, it doesn't have to end. You can just tell us or show us who proved that the Earth was a ball.
No one created the Earth.
Look into the mirror, man. Look into the mirror.
You guys are full of yourself. You guys are selfish.
Listen, don't
full of yourself.
The spiral comes.
don't insert this upon anyone else. You have been talking to Clay. Now you can't use me for what I believe or I say in order to put it upon every other person in here. Everyone else have different beliefs, man.
Listen. I can respect your
Let me
position,
address something,
but
because you're saying that we're full of ourselves.
Talking over me.
Listen,
okay.
Auburn, you're the guy who would claim that you know the distance to the size and the material makeup of the sun, the moon, and the stars. We're not making claims like that. You are the one who is holding an arrogant position of knowledge that you do not have. So for you to say you're full of yourselves when we don't make those kind of outrageous claims, but you do, is ridiculous.
Dude, that's so dumb. We're arguing. We are arguing facts. Listen, you can stand by your belief, and I will respect that position. But when it comes to science, that's not even a question.
Bro, do you know what science is?
Yes, bro. If you're gonna, science is the shit that we can test and redo and prove and be able to explain our world. You cannot test
the scientific
you cannot
method.
prove God exists. Correct?
We're not talking about God. We're talking about the Earth.
No, this. What?
Yeah, you want to talk about God? There's religious species. This is about the physical reality of the nature of the Earth.
Okay.
Yeah. Okay. So you're talking about science. Could you give me one scientific experiment that proved the globe?
I can give you an easy scientific experience. Let's just say humanity spends like fucking 100 years learning how to launch shit into space. Eventually, they make a fucking satellite and they shoot it up into space, and that's your first
you said
experiment.
a scientific experiment.
That is an experiment.
Okay, so you don't know what scientific experiment.
Yes, I do know what I'm not a fucking. Do not treat me like I'm an idiot. Do not treat me like I'm an idiot.
Tell me what the scientific.
An experiment is something that you test and you redo so you can make sure that your result is correct.
What are you testing?
Anything. Anything you want to.
No.
That's a scientific experiment.
Incorrect.
Really? Then what is it?
Well, for the scientific method, you're making an observation of a phenomena in the natural world, and you're designing an experiment with an independent and dependent variable, where you manipulate the independent variable and see if that causes the effect.
So we're just repeating my words now.
No, that's not what you said. You said anything. I just gave you a very specific natural phenomena tested with cause and effect.
Anything is what? Anything can be an observation. Your point?
In the natural world.
This is the natural. What is not natural?
Like what? Do you get a rocket? Do you get a rocket in nature? Big metal rocket.
Do I get a rocket in nature?
Yeah. Is that a natural
phenomenon? No. But you use that as a control. You use that in a controlled experiment, don't you?
Well, do you? Is that a scientific
and yes, you
experiment?
technically you do get it in nature because it comes from nature. We put shit together in nature.
A rocket tree. Natural phenomena. What's your observed natural phenomena?
What does that have to do with anything? Can we please stick to the topic?
Well, that's what a scientific experiment is, adjudicating the cause of the natural phenomena.
What are you saying?
See, you don't know what science is.
You lost me because we were talking about 4 different things.
Yeah, because we were talking about science, and you don't know what the scientific method or a scientific experiment is.
Dude, I literally have the biggest science book sitting in front of me right now. You think I don't know what science is?
Well, obviously not, because when I asked you for a scientific experiment that proved the globe, you started talking about rocket.
You restated it. Listen, I'll be honest. You restated it in a much more specific way, but that you just restated what I said.
Well,
that's all you did. You're not cool.
What it is precludes you saying a rocket launch that I saw.
No,
on
it
YouTube.
doesn't,
That's
because you said the exact same thing.
That's not a scientific experiment, bro.
Yes, it is. That because, like you said, remember if there's an independent variable and a dependent variable,
what's
and
the independent variable of the rocket launch?
The dependent variable would wait. Hold on, fuck, my brain's not working. The dependent variable would be the Earth, and the independent would be the fucking rocket, or vice versa. My brain's not working.
So your
point?
Dependent variable is the Earth.
Yes.
So your cause of the dependent variable, the Earth,
Wait. Hold on. Wait. Pause. Wait, I have to think about this. It's one or the other. So how is that? How is the rocket not part of an experiment?
Well, because an experiment is where you're trying to manipulate a variable that's supposed to be causing an effect, which is your observed natural phenomena.
Correct. And what do you do to control an experiment? You use shit.
So the rocket launch thing isn't dealing with cause and effect of a natural phenomenon, is it?
No, but you're using it to
right.
test something.
So it's not
correct?
it's not a scientific experiment then.
Yes, it is. Oh my god.
Oh boy. Okay, so what's your independent and dependent variables?
I've just fucking told you. I just told you.
Yeah, you said the dependent variable was the Earth.
Dude, why does that matter? Why does that matter? One of them is the controlling of the experiment. The controlling of the experiment is a rocket, correct?
It's not an experiment. You're launching a rocket, bro.
You're launching the experiment is as simple as we're talking about how to prove the Earth is round. I'm giving you a simple experiment. You shoot a rocket into space.
You're in a category error.
Dude, a fucking baby could understand this. Oh my god, bro. This is hilarious.
Well, if a baby could, then I don't know why you're struggling.
I'm not, because I just told you it like 12 times.
Yeah, you said the cause. You said the effect you're looking at is the Earth, the dependent variable, and your cause of the Earth is a rocket launch, the independent variable, which is obviously
the cause of the observation where we come to a conclusion that the Earth is round.
Let me try to rephrase it for him. Does rocket cause Earth, or does Earth cause rocket?
Dude, guys, we're arguing like, dude, that is like, you're like changing the subject. That's not what this is about. What this is about is proving that the Earth is round by launching a rocket into space and fucking looking at it. That's how you prove it. That's how you prove it's round. It's not the fact that we shoot the rocket into space and because of that the Earth is round. That's not what this is about. This is about proving it's round.
So rocket causes Earth.
Okay, so I literally just said the exact opposite of that, Crit. So
yeah, you shoot rocket up, now Earth globe. No rocket.
I actually
rockets up
didn't
with a camera. You look behind you, and
there you go. There you go. That's a more.
And I give you more. You place something.
So camera.
Over there. One sec. You place something on top, floating over there with a camera, stationary, and you're gonna see shit turning and going back at the same point.
Television production.
That's your experiment,
and that's how you prove shit.
So when did you guys do this?
I have seen Superman in space.
Yeah. So when did you guys launch a rocket into space and see?
Did you listen? Did you listen to anything he just said?
Yeah, he said
he's
camera.
about...
Oh, go ahead.
No, you go on, Chris.
I would say camera, therefore globe. Camera causes.
No.
You're not paying attention here, okay? You said science. You said that you're in the framework of science, cause and effect. That you got a fact. Okay, what's the cause?
YouTube video science.
What's the cause here? What's your cause? What are you gonna?
He said you look through it. That just because the camera is there, the camera is not why the Earth is round. Did anybody ever say that?
Okay, so looking through the camera is science.
Sure, because that's what you guys do all the time, right?
So you look through a camera, then globe.
Correct, because you look through it, you see the globe. Just as you and I, we go outside, we look, and we see the Earth is flat. That is what you're observing.
What if you don't look? Is it still a globe?
And guess what? You don't see the globe.
So it's not a globe then.
That doesn't mean it's not a... Steve, that's where you're wrong. That doesn't mean it's not a globe.
So the problem is you said stay inside science.
You just said the same thing 10 times that I've turned down 10 times.
So he's saying it's a globe if you watch globe videos on TV or YouTube. But when you go outside in reality...
We're talking about we're in space and we're looking through a camera, we're looking through the goddamn window and we see it's a globe.
Just watching YouTube videos, though.
That's not what I said. We're talking about...
Because you've not been to space.
Do you want me to explain an experiment or not? Because this is what we're talking about.
You're not explaining an experiment. You're explaining that you've watched videos that you've been told are rockets going into space.
When did I ever say anything about a video here? This is not about a video.
Oh, so you've been on a rocket yourself, have you?
I don't know. Have I? Can you disprove that or prove that?
Yeah, you have.
Can't. So shut up. We're talking about the experiment here.
Don't try and half lie.
Oh, really? Can you prove that I haven't? Can you prove that I haven't?
Well,
no,
you obviously
you can't.
So.
You can't.
So, are you an astronaut? Are you an astronaut now?
I don't know. Am I? Yeah. Guess what I am.
No, you're not. You're a triggered.
You don't know that. Prove it. Prove it. Prove it then.
You're a triggered high school kid on Discord. So come on, bro.
So you can't prove it. Okay.
Let's not play dumb. It would be on you to prove if you claim to have done that, my friend.
Why are you assuming that? Why are you making the assumption that I haven't?
Because none of you have.
Okay, so you're making
TV and YouTube.
Okay, you just made a claim about how my life is.
Let's clarify. Are you claiming that you have done this?
Cyclone, you're making a claim about my life and what I've done.
Are you claiming that you have done this? Okay, are you claiming it or not?
Yes, I am. Yes, I am.
You went to space.
Yes, I did.
When did you go to space?
Like last year.
With who?
Totally, dude.
NASA or SpaceX.
Okay, who were you?
Oh my lord!
What's their name?
It was just me. I flew it myself.
You just
totally, dude.
Yep.
See, this is what happens, Auburn. If you get to the stage where you just have to blatantly lie for your argument, it means you don't have an argument.
Prove me wrong.
Well, what's your evidence?
Because you are making assumptions that I haven't, which is the exact same as assuming.
Show us the video of you in space. Show us the video of you in space, Auburn.
And if I did, what would you do? Say it's fake? Yeah, you probably would.
When you show us it, we'll see. When
show us your space patch.
I don't want to.
Let's show us your evidence. Okay, well then we can dismiss your claim. Easy. Wow.
How about tell us what it would mean? So you went to space, you saw the Earth, and what was the effect of that?
Well, Crit, you and I both know that. Oh, the fuck? Why'd you mute me? Anyways, you, Crit, you and I, we both know this. It was something called the overview effect.
Oh, wow.
You and I both know.
Yeah, so why were you... Yeah, I posted this stuff to him and another friend of his earlier. So why are you immune? So you went to space, and you didn't get this instant cognitive shift.
I did. What are you talking about?
But you didn't. But the instant cognitive shift, you were immune to it. So why were you immune to it?
It changed me. What are you talking about? It changed me as a person. It's why I'm here with you guys right now.
That's a lie.
To try and bring the word that you guys are just retarded as fuck and you don't know what you're talking about.
So no instant cognitive shift. Where it says in the overview, it's effect. It says you gain an awareness that you're all interconnected.
Great, you're taking this over. You're taking the meaning of over effect and you're like literal
overview effect.
Yeah, overview effect. You're taking it and then you're just like. Looking at it literally. It's literally the most simple thing. It's like an epiphany.
So you're telling us that your way to make us look retarded, quote unquote, is to come in here and blatantly lie in your arguments, and you think that makes us look dumb?
Yeah, because apparently we're lying to you about the Earth being a globe. No. How am I lying? You can't prove me wrong. You're not proving me wrong.
Well, it's not for me to prove you wrong. It's for you to provide evidence for your claim.
So do you believe that I'm lying right now?
Yeah, obviously.
I'm lying.
You provided zero evidence.
Okay.
If you're not lying, then you're immune to the overview effect.
Dude, the overview effect isn't that big of a deal. Trust me, it's not that literal.
Here's NASA.gov.
It's not that. Trust me.
It's actually literal. A transcending, extremely emotional reaction.
You're taking it
that causes an instant cognitive shift. You can see Frank White breaking it down. He interviewed all the Apollo astronauts. They say, is there something you want to say? What can I tie? It said an instant cognitive shift.
Dude, it's not called you look at the Earth and then there's like a switch. It's an epiphany.
No,
it's an epiphany.
You're overcome by emotion that you realize you're all interconnected.
Not everyone. Like
everyone.
No, that's not how that works. Because where in there does it say everyone does that?
Everyone but you.
Where does it say? Where does it say in there that everyone does it? Where does it say in there that everyone gets that?
Yeah, everyone gets it.
Nowhere. It says it nowhere. And you
Why
know
would you
this.
lie, Auburn? Why would you lie?
Oh, but am I lying?
Oh well, what's your evidence?
You're lying to me right.
Well, what's your evidence?
Your evidence.
You're making the claim. You said you'd gone to space.
Correct. I've gone to space.
Yeah, what's your evidence?
Point?
What's your evidence?
Evidence is enough. My evidence is enough as telling you, just telling you and assuming that the Earth is just flat, just by saying that.
You're just saying it.
I went to space. I saw the Earth was round. That's my evidence.
Your evidence. What's your evidence?
Just like your evidence is, I walked outside.
That's your claim, not evidence.
I walked outside. I saw the Earth is flat. That's my claim.
That's an observation. Yeah.
Well, then me going to space and observing that the Earth is round is my observation. That is my evidence.
To the overview effect.
But
why?
you didn't do that.
Dude, Crit, you're acting like a little kid with this overview.
Yeah, hear this.
Thing.
Look at here, physics.org. Your brain on space.
It's not
overview effect.
Dude,
space
it's so simple.
travel is like a drug. It could save the rest of us down here on planet Earth.
No, that's not, dude. It's just because people go to space and like.
The person who claimed to go on a solo space flight like last year is the one who's going to tell other person that they're being childish. Dude, snap out of it.
Yeah, here, this is the way they describe it. They said a profound change as incapable of being fully captured in words. Seen looking down our little green world, sheltered by a paper-thin atmosphere, comes with an awareness. The incredible fragility of the planet and the pettiness of human borders become clear when looking at Earth and space. But you came back from space with the exact opposite. Not only did you saw the pettiness of borders, you added more borders to it. You had there was almost like an inverse reaction. They fed you after midnight.
Notice how you never said there were any side effects.
When you're on your own, manning
we're talking about a philosophical epiphany.
Yeah,
this is the point where you're in space and you look at Earth and you're like,
in the cool room.
That's where we live. That's literally what an overview effect is. That's just it's an
instant cognitive shift. It blows your mind. It's beyond words. What happens when you see this cosmic awareness of Earth is a life-altering event that is beyond words to explain.
Dude, that just depends on who you are as a person. Like some
you are immune.
It's like he's actually trying to convince himself.
A hard ass motherfucker can go to space. Say like Andrew Tate, bro. What if he doesn't give a shit? If he doesn't care, then he doesn't care. There's no overview effect for him.
He's on a solo space flight. This is amazing.
All right, Auburn. We're not gonna continue to entertain your childish lie. So if you want to have a serious discussion, let us know. But we're not gonna
role play it out. Why are you went to space? So why are you immune to this instant cognitive shift?
How jaded are you, sir?
Amazingly,
this is the best entertainment I've ever had in my life.
Yeah, it's hilarious, isn't it? The unraveling of the waterball mythos in real time. Denial of reality. I hear you laughing. The forced chuckles. I think the last guy was hysterically laughing uncontrollably as a cope, and you did the forced chuckle drought. That's what I think.
Here's Carl Sagan. Here's Carl Sagan doing his level of poetry to describe the overview effect. He says, "It has been said that astronomy is a humbling and character-building experience. There is perhaps no better demonstration of the folly of human conceits than this distant image of our tiny world. To me, it underscores our responsibility to deal more kindly with one another and preserve and cherish the pale blue dot, the only home you'll ever know." So the globalist, the anti-flat earth globalist, who also says they've been to space, they are the exact opposite of humbling and character building. They see like no folly with like being a scrupulous and despicable person, they do not have an underscore to deal more kindly with one another. They see that as quite the opposite. Deal more harshly with other people. And they don't realize that this is the only place they'll ever live. They are not going to leave the Earth. They think there's thousands of Earths out there that they can just go to whenever they want. They just I haven't been bothered to do it yet. Like, these are where you guys could listen to the experts and actually try to soak something in. And this is why Carl Sagan got real pissed at atheists, mind you, because he had said a lot of these same concepts, but the atheists sort of saw themselves as the center of the universe, so they were not, even with an optical view from Earth from space, they still were unable to have some sort of humbling or character building experience. Here's another one, Carl Sagan. National boundaries are not evident when we view the Earth from space. Fanatical, ethical, and religious or national chauvinisms are very difficult to maintain when we see our planet as a fragile blue crescent fading to become an unscrupulous point of light against a bastion citadel of stars. See, the globalists will go see the Earth from space and not only double down on boundaries, add more and more and more boundaries. They become more fanatical. They become more chauvinistic. That's the best part of this conversation. Is like you have people who are like the bird, like that show Bird Box or Bird, I think it was called, Bird Box, where some people go crazy when they see the supernatural creature, but other people who are already crazy kind of like they become infatuated with it. This is like what's going on with these globalists. Like, they see the Earth and they have quite the opposite reaction. Completely opposite of what the experts said it should mean. So what they got here is basically a fake, a vacuous statement. The Earth is a globe, now what? Now you flip out on social media, shit your pants over flat Earth, day in, day out, no change, nothing new under the sun.
Bird Box was a great movie.
That's your takeaway from that?
I mean, the other guy that claimed he went to space, obviously he didn't go to space, so I don't know why you're still talking about him.
No, yeah, obviously he did. If he went to space, I doubt he'd even get this overview effect because he's so broken, mentally, physically, and spiritually, that he would bird box it. He would literally bird box the Earth from space, or NPC it, like either one of them. Someone dragged him by the neck. Here, Apollo 14 astronaut Edgar Mitchell. They literally drag him out into space and say, "Look at it, you son of a bitch," and he would bird box it.
Interesting prediction.
You can see it. You can show them. I thought that I would want to do a social experiment where you see people arguing and beefing. The Karen, the rise of the Karen. So this Karen white woman's upset that this African American family's barbecuing in their front yard, so she calls the police. Instead of like hold a picture of Pale Blue Dot, or hold a picture of Blue Marble, or Blue Marble 2.0, or something from Scamawari, and say, "Look at it. Look at this, you son of a bitch. Show me on this model of creation, on this world, why you are upset that somebody's doing something that has nothing to do with you to begin with." See, what you got here is a rise of the Karen. And it kind of explains Florida Man, too. Because everyone sees that the Earth is flat and stationary. That's what they observe. In Florida, people especially, Florida is one of the flattest places on Earth. So they're being told that they're shooting rockets up into space. And this is having that bird box effect. People are literally going crazy because they see like the Earth is flat and stationary and constant rockets going up in the air. It's it's causing this very deep rooted cognitive dissonance. It's also oddly enough that even without the rockets, you've got Florida Man in Europe, Denmark, the Netherlands. That's where that's their version of Florida Man. You all like in the news, like Denmark man did something fucking weird. You're like, wow, like what is in the water in Florida and Denmark? It's flat. That's what it is. The water is really flat. Yeah, Auburn. The topic is cause and effect in terms of science. If the globe is a causal agent, then the effect would be the overview effect. I don't think you can speak right now. You seem very triggered. You've been posting some TOS violations. I don't think we're not going to risk the YouTube channel right now. Hey, Crypto, you there?
Yes, I am. Yeah, I didn't realize I was unmiked actually. Yeah, what's up?
Oh, hey, I just saw this funny video today about some sort of cultural war going on in Games Workshop.
Okay.
Okay, so just tongue in cheek, okay? Like when they did that video where the Necrons were talking, but all the voice actors were British. That part for me was kind of hilarious, you know, because like in your mind, okay, like when you like your interpretation, like in your head, you're gonna hear a Necron talk. I did not expect some Londonier British accent to come out of Necron's mouth. Okay, but now I guess the culture war is that there's something to do with like the Emperor Big E is now transgendered, and there's female custodies.
What? Are you serious?
Yeah, and the Sisters of Silence are actually not silent anymore. They talk. They just don't talk in front of other people. Because I guess that's problematic to have a bunch of religious fanatic women who are bound to silence, you know? Like,
yeah. But it's like, fucking, the whole point of Warhammer 40,000 is to have these divergent worlds where the way people act is so different because of the different worlds. Like, you don't then just go, oh, well, let's make it, let's make it not offend the sensibilities of modern day Earth leftists. Like, for fuck's sake, the point is that it's so divergent that it would be weird to us. That's the point.
Yeah, it's like a nightmare scenario. It's like this is when people imagine what would an Earth-based intergalactic or intergalactic like civilization look like. It could look like Warhammer 40K, an extremely religious, xenophobic, bigotry. Just the worst thing you can think of. Imagine people who live in the Hive City. They'll never see the light of day. You know, like all the other crap that goes on in those cities.
But I mean, in 40, xenophobic literally means aliens. So it's like,
oh yeah, they right. are also humans who have a divergent evolutionary path, like what they call the mutant. If you're not like it, if you don't look like humans do, you'll four appendages. Like if you got a tail, or if your eyes change to adapt to whatever, any sort of genetic variation from the baseline is called a mutant, and they have to cleanse the mutant, the heretic, and the alien. I was wondering maybe you caught it. So we're gonna see what happens. I guess I don't know what's gonna go down, or how much stuff is gonna get retconned, but it might be it might go pretty bad here. I mean, one thing I guess with Warhammer too is like you've got people, the fan base, people who collect the miniatures, paint the miniatures, and just display. You got people who collect the miniatures, do like a table level painting, and play the game. And you got people who are like into the books, into the lore. They don't really bother with miniatures and painting and all that stuff. So it's like you've got those three different level of hobbyists who are now competing with what they want Warhammer to be. The collectors, the miniatures, say, "Yay, more female models to paint." Like not just Astra Minitarum, but female custodes and whatever. The people who play like the board game itself have this, I would say, romantic, idea just how crazy good each one of these factions are, which I've always thought was kind of hilarious because I've only played Space Marines, and you think about how badass they are in the literature, and they're not that great tabletop wise. Like they kind of get blown up. I mean, they're good because you get to use every phase, but I mean, there's some other, whatever. Okay, and then the lore people, they seem to be really upset by retconning things inside the game. Like, there's already a book written about that. There's already these stories have been told. This is the way the world is. They've got a concrete concept of what life is like in the far future.
Of course. Again, that's the whole point of the game, right?
Yeah.
So it's funny because you said Sisters of Silence, but Sisters of Battle, I wonder if they're going to fuck with them as well, like, because the whole point of Sisters of Battle is that they're all women, but now is that offensive? Like, can we have? One sec. That was weird. Yeah, like, can we have Sisters of Battle now? Do they have to be like LGBTQs of battle? I don't know.
Yeah, especially some of the weapons that they use are pretty like I would say not family friendly.
Yeah, they love just burning stuff, don't they?
Yeah, death by fire, and also their war machines basically have somebody inside it who's being tortured, and the psychic pain is what fuels them.
Well, I always thought as well that, like, if you wanted to have some kind of weird LGBT thing, then that's kind of that's what Slanesh is about as well. Anyway, like the whole of Slanesh is that it's to deal with all of those weirdnesses. It's like you want to have like a warlord with tits and a whip, and you can do that with Slanesh. That's the whole point. But it's not meant to be. It's not meant to be sexual. It's just meant to be like chaotic. It's meant to be disfigured and morphed and disrupted. Like that's if you want that weird stuff in that universe, it's already catered to. You don't have to ruin every other army.
Yeah, they have that sort of stuff where like body horror, old god type things, where it's so horrific. The actual nature of the universe is kind of, it's like we're global. It's interesting how we're better fans of this sort of space sci-fi and space opera stuff than they are.
Right, I'll be back in 5.
Any flat earther want to talk?
What do you got, man?
What do you guys think about the black space that we see high up in the sky?
Black.
Black. What else do you think?
The dark ceiling.
What about in the high altitude balloon videos? What do you think about the black space then? Thoughts?
Yeah, pretty strange considering the sun's 93 million miles away.
What's strange?
Dude, is that your new tactic? Just to, what's strange? Ask a question. The black space.
The black space is
Your
strange.
dying star. Why isn't your dying star lighting up the whole sky? What's up with that black space? Good point.
What's up with the
How is
black
that
space?
93 million mile distant dying star allowing that black space?
Because it's really far away.
Dude, have you short circuited?
No.
Okay.
How big do you think the Earth is compared to that? The sun. Well, I mean, you don't believe any of that.
The black space. What's up with that black space?
That's my question to you.
Well, it sounds like you've got the same question.
That's a question for you. I don't know if you want to answer it.
Yeah, what's up with it? It's funny it would even exist considering the 93 million mile distant dying star. Shouldn't it just fill that up?
Why do you keep mentioning that it's dying, dude? What's your problem with it? Our dying star. Not just my
it's
dying
funny.
star,
It's
dude.
funny that you've bought that hook, line, and sinker still. Is it
It's okay,
inborn gullibility or is it just willing gullibility at this point? You can laugh.
Man, you make me laugh. That's great, dude. That's great. I don't know, man. People send high altitude balloons up there and we see some black space. Some would refer to it as space, but I don't know, you guys wouldn't refer to it as space, but I'm just curious on what you guys think it is. Surely the air pressure up there is not very high. Just as we see 100,000 feet, the air pressure isn't much either.
Yeah, it's funny that it exists at all, considering shouldn't the sun, the 93 million mile distant dying star, cover that black space? Shouldn't it light that right up? Weird.
Well, the star is pretty far away, so. I mean, if the sun was like right in front of us, then I'd assume so.
As far away as it is, or whatever you say, it's still lighting up the Earth. So what's up with that black space?
What do you mean?
That black space is in between. That black space is in between the Earth and the dying star.
Light illuminates things that it hits. If there's nothing to hit, what is there to illuminate?
Oh, so you're not confused about it?
You illuminate black space. That's what you do.
Yeah, but it's not illuminated. It's black, and it's in between something that's being illuminated. So what's up with it?
It makes no sense. The Earth is a physical thing. So
yeah, so maybe the cartoon, maybe the water ball cartoon in your black space and the high altitude things, they don't equate. It's not the same space.
It's not, because the sun is not illuminating nothing. There isn't to illuminate, or what?
But it's illuminating, isn't it? If it's illuminating the Earth, but it's not taking care of that black space, that's weird. Because the black space is in between the dying star and the Earth.
Yeah, sure. I mean, it's everywhere. But why would the sun illuminate something that there isn't anything to illuminate? Makes no sense. To illuminate nothing? I mean, it's not like the black space is like a black wall.
Well, what's the blue space? What's the blue space under the black space?
Blue space.
The sky? From black to blue to Earth? Oh, dude.
It illuminates the Earth. The Earth is physical. There's something to illuminate there. It wouldn't be illuminating something that there isn't to illuminate. I mean, that makes perfect sense.
So why did you have a question about it?
I'm curious about what you guys think about it. We have different worldviews. I want to understand your
You've got the last 30. Yeah, you're lost in the outer space mythos. And every time you see something black, you say, "Yeah, see, guys, outer space."
Well, I mean, we're talking.
Dude,
You don't.
who are you appealing to at this time? Those who are as equally as confused as you, or what? What is this?
You're just as confused as me, or what? Are we both as?
I'm asking you. Who are you appealing to at this point?
I'm not appealing to anybody. I'm just asking you questions, man.
Oh, so you're just playing stupid for fun, huh?
No, I'm not actually. I'm asking you your worldview, but you don't want to seem to answer anything.
My worldview? You were asking about a high altitude picture.
Yeah, why can't you tell me that? What can you tell me what you
I
think?
did. We talked about it for the last 15 minutes. What's up with it?
I already answered some of your questions, actually. You didn't know that? You didn't know that light illuminates things that it hits? If you have an empty vacuum.
No, I've never thought to flip on the switch on the wall when I've entered the room that was not illuminated.
Oh yeah, the wall is a physical object, right? So empty vacuum of space is also a physical object.
No, I'm talking about the light switch, not the wall.
Yeah, when you turn on the light switch, the light illuminates the wall, correct? The wall is a physical object
room.
there.
Yeah, the whole room, shadows and all.
Yeah. Now, how do you illuminate a big vacuum? How do you do that?
Well, yeah, shouldn't a 93 million mile distant star take care of that black area? What's up with that?
What do you mean, take care of that black area? The sun's
why is it black?
It's supposed to be illuminating. It's not supposed to be illuminating things that there aren't anything to illuminate. It illuminates the Earth because the Earth is a physical thing that it can illuminate. Seems fairly obvious to me.
Okay.
How far do you think the sun is?
I'm happy you've rationalized it away.
Good.
How far do
you think the sun is? How far do you think the sun is?
Oh, no idea. But that would explain your confusion of why there's black if it weren't a 93 million mile distant dying star, wouldn't it?
Pretty sure we already rationalized that. Well, I rationalized
You rationalized it. So this is something new. If it weren't the 93 million mile distant dying star, then that would explain the black stuff.
So
are you following along here? What is this? Is this the playing stupid for fun part, or are you following along, or what?
So you just can't tell me your worldview when I'm asking you for your worldview? Is it just
what worldview? I could speculate until the cows come home. I'm not, dude. Listen, my worldview doesn't include me being omniscient.
Great. So what do you think about the sun? How far do you think it is?
What do I think about it? You can get a nice tan.
How far do you think it is?
No idea. It's not 93 million. I'll take the under on 93 million mile all day.
How come? Why?
You asked. That's the line. I take the under. No idea.
Just no reason.
I wish I had. I wish I had the time and lived 500 years ago. Take my tools down to the beach and just live there for several years and diagram it, compare it to this, to that, to see what's different. I wish I had that time, but I don't have a time machine, and I don't have unlimited time. Yes, it's. What are you trying to get me to say? That it's local? If I say 93 million miles is the line, I take the under. So it's local compared to that, sir. I mean, tell me the last day. Dude, think about it. You're
think it's bigger
convinced
than a
that
city?
it's 93 million mile distant a city. Some cities are like a house.
I think
Dude,
it's bigger than New
check
York
yourself.
City.
Check your. No idea. No idea.
Come on, dude. If it's giving us, come on. If it's illuminating,
Have you ever heard of
that
Eric
much,
Dollard?
it must be.
Since hold on. Since you're trying to be real here for a second, I think. Since you're bigoted against anything, you are the nouveau wave of anti-flat earther. Have you ever heard of a guy named Eric Dollard?
Haven't heard of him.
Yeah, no. Okay. Well, he's a guy who's studied a lot of different things, is an expert in a lot of different things. And he is, even though Robert Bassano has spoken with him when Robert Bassano was speaking without being prompted to gatekeep something. My point is, Eric Dollard himself will say, we don't know what the sun is. And to act as if this is just a flurferism, it just shows that you haven't taken... Dude, you've got like the cliff notes of some bastardized old script. It's not a good look. That's why I asked who you're appealing to. But anyways, to act as if you know with a certainty that you're living on a water ball, spinning, chasing a dying star, it's absurd. To act like you're speaking from some position of authority when that's what the claim is. It's absurd, dude.
Okay. I mean, I'm just asking you what you think, man. It's not really that big of a deal. You just tell me what you think.
Well, no, it's not a big deal.
Why are you acting like it is?
Well, I did it already, didn't I? What do you want me to act like? You want to act like I'm... Oh, yeah, bro. Oh, bro. I mean, do you want me to speak your language or what's going on?
That's my language.
Matt, you ask these questions all the time. You already know the answers. I don't know why you continue. It seems silly.
Not really. I never really get a solid answer, to be honest with you.
No, you get plenty of solid answers by people who are telling you in honesty that they don't know what it is.
I don't think I've been here when you've been here, and I've been asking some questions about the sun. So I don't know how you'd know what happens, but maybe you
specifically what the sun is. Oh yeah,
yeah.
I'll tell you right now, the black spot, in the high altitude balloon footage, no idea. The sun, don't know what it is, don't know how far it is, not going to make claims about it. It seems fairly close, but that's relative, right? So, don't know.
Interesting. Do you think it's bigger than New York City?
Why would I even make a guess?
It's giving us so much light. Lighting up your world so you can read.
Off of it. It seems like maybe it's an object, maybe it's a reflection of an object, maybe it's a hole in the sky, maybe it's a creature.
Doesn't look like a creature.
Huh? To you it doesn't. Maybe somebody else looks like a giant glowing beetle or something. Hard to say.
I would assume that it's bigger than a city if we can still see it from here and can't just go up and go see it from a closer distance. Really?
Yeah, you can't go see it. Isn't that weird?
Probably say it's probably bigger than New York City. Probably.
Okay.
If it's able to illuminate half the Earth at once, I'd say that, this thing's probably very strong.
How do you know it's illuminating half the Earth at once?
Is it not?
I don't know. How big is the Earth?
Pretty big.
Pretty big. Yeah,
Pretty big.
This is when he highlights that he doesn't realize how embedded this whole thing is in his psyche because he can't see it any other way than the diagram that is on the textbook.
Mm-hmm.
It's wild.
I mean, I'm trying to see it the other way, but
What's the other way?
the flat Earth way.
So daylight's
How's that?
so daylight's 12 hours and 12 hours. Day and night's 12 hours and 12 hours.
Day and night.
Dude, do you just repeat everything? Are you stuck?
What do you consider daylight? You consider like the sun at 5 a.m. daylight, or
Depending on what time of year.
Yeah, it is light out. I mean, even when as soon as you see that solar disk.
You're the one who said, listen, you're the one who just said that half the Earth is illuminated at any given time. That was you.
Is it not?
What is daylight? What is illumination? What does that mean to you?
Well, it means to me that the sun is illuminating the surface of the Earth.
So day and night would be 12 and 12.
I mean, I'd say it depends on the time of the year as well.
Yeah, okay.
Depends on multiple factors. Depends on where you are. For you, I mean, what's a sunset for you? Is this going away to the point where it's illuminating the other part, but it's like it looks like it's beneath the Earth? It's some weird stuff is going on, man.
Oh my God, it's not that weird, dude. You just said it.
Yeah, you just described it. It's going away, and it's illuminating on another part of the land that you can't see.
But if the sun
looks like going underneath, but the sun is always above somewhere else, dude. This is why I don't think you've been outside.
Yeah.
Okay, so the one problem I have with this, right, is the Earth is supposed to be a flat horizontal plane in your worldview, right? So when the sun is going away from you to go illuminate the other spot, right, like it's on clockwise or something, it's just, it knows where to go. It's going away from you to go illuminate the other part, but it's not going like it's rising up, like, okay, I'm gonna go here now. But it's like it's below. It looks like it's very, very low, and it's going away from you, but it's like below the horizon. Isn't that weird?
So now it sounds like you're claiming a geometric edge. So that the sun's going below. What distance is that occurring at?
I'm not sure what distance that's occurring.
Okay, well then what's weird is you're claiming that's the Earth's curve. That's what's weird.
I'm not claiming that's the Earth curve. I'm not claiming that's the Earth curve.
Well,
I'm
what's
saying, how
weird
does that even
then?
make sense on a horizontal surface? Does that make any sense on a horizontal surface? The Earth is just...
How is it weird that every time we use perspective effects, even on, flat hallways, let's say, the lights are always above you, yet they seem to descend, but they're always above you. It's perspective, dude.
Can you show me where that happens, where I can see the something going away?
You ever been in a long corridor? You ever been on a long corridor, Matt? You ever been in a long hallway with fluorescent lights above it? You ever been on a long street where there's street lights?
Fine. That's fine, dude.
Great.
But
they're always above you, yet they appear to be lower in perspective view.
How weird.
They can appear lower, but they still are high. Like if you see the sun,
they're still high. Yeah, there you go.
Welcome to local sun flat Earth. All your belly aches come to an end.
Like it's burning.
Welcome to Perspective Earth.
The sun looks like it's so low that it's burning some spot to bits, and then it just goes up.
I've never seen that. I don't know what you're talking about.
If you look at a sunset, because if you look at a sunset, the sun looks like it's really low on Earth, or it's like below Earth, right? So it's like burning that area or something on a sunset.
Yeah, it looks like
really high up. It's really, really low.
Like, from your perspective, it looks like that, but it's not indeed doing that, is it?
So it's up, but it's down.
Yeah, our explanation is perspective. Yours is a geometric edge, right?
Yeah.
Perspective.
Yes, there is perspective involved. It exists. Perspective exists. Things taller than you will appear to move downward when they move away from you.
Yeah, you're gonna have to explain that.
Holy cow! How long have you been in this topic, and you're just now learning this? Have you ever been in like an art class where they show you perspective and vanishing points?
Yeah, how parallel lines converge.
Sure, this is something different. We're looking at the sun here. It's supposed to be hovering over the Earth and giving everyone sunlight. It looks sweet.
But if you can take the analogy to things on the Earth, and it's even an airplane, a cloud, when it goes away from you, it's not really going downward over a geometric edge. It's moving downward because it's an apparent vision. You're seeing perspective at play. That it's just going off in the distance, and things will converge with parallel lines. You understand that, right? Now just take that and rise it up. Take it to the celestial lights. Go up even higher.
I mean, none of that stuff makes any sense. None of the stuff that you're saying
when
really
you
does make any sense.
when you see clouds go across the horizon, where do you think they go?
I mean, go across the horizon. They don't look below and up at the same time.
What I'm saying is, you watch a cloud above you, right, and it's moving across. If you've been in the ocean, I've seen hundreds of them. There's first they're above me at the zenith, at my zenith, whatever, 90 degrees right above me. Then they start moving away from me. And what happens? They move downward on the horizon, converging into the horizon at the 0 degree. I know they're not literally going downward.
They look like they're down and up at the same time.
No, they are appearing down, but I know they're on a consistent layer. The clouds are on a layer above you, right?
Yeah, I don't see what you're talking about.
Well, then you need to go to the ocean, man. You need to go to the ocean and observe clouds. It's
never appear down.
It's obvious.
Clouds never go away from me and appear really, really low, like it's really, really low and up at the same time, like the sun does.
No. What I'm saying is the clouds are physically the clouds are physically at a layer, an altitude, right? But when they're going away from you, they're not decreasing in altitude. They're not doing anything. I mean, they might a little bit if they're getting hit by wind, but perspective-wise, they're just converging at the horizon because they're going away from you. And things higher above you will appear to move downward when they move away from you. That's perspective. It is. I mean, this is how your eyes work. You know?
You don't know, man. What? You do know. You do
how
know
much sunlight? Does everyone get objective amount of sunlight in your Earth bottle? Or
what are you talking about?
Can you
does
respond
everyone
to
get the same amount of sunlight?
Can you respond to what he actually said?
I already gave him like plenty of responses that what he's saying does not make any fucking sense. I've told him that many times, over and over again. When I see clouds, they're always up. They're not down and up at the same time like the sun. What I'm referring to is the sun. So
right,
he's making no sense talking
about the cloud doesn't. It's all right. You're just not making the connection. It's. I understand. It's a.
Maybe you can post what you're talking about so I can visualize it since it's something visual. But other than that,
well, yeah, you just got to You got to look up images of clouds. Look up a time lapse. There you go. Look up time lapses of clouds moving across the horizon. Yeah.
This is silly. I'm outside right now, and I see the clouds on the horizon, and they are converging.
What do you think happens to clouds in your perspective, Matt, when you're not seeing them anymore? Where do you think they are visually?
Mm-hmm.
What? When it's following the inverse square law and going away from me?
So the cloud goes away from you, and it goes down in your perspective, right? But it's still the same.
You guys just stare at clouds for too long, or am I not seeing what you guys saying? Because you're gonna have to.
That's a weird red herring.
I've never seen clouds from what you guys were saying.
It's a weird red herring. It's a weird red herring, Matt, but I hadn't finished. So maybe listen to the whole point before trying to interject with your red herring.
If you're not going to visualize your point, what's the point? I'm not going to know what you're saying.
Yeah, but you're not going to visualize it if you talk over it either. So you've got a cloud, and every single cloud that you can see in the sky is exactly the same height above the ground, right? But as the cloud goes far away from you, it appears to be dipping down based on your angle of view to that cloud, right? So as the yes, that's what happens. So as the cloud gets,
I see what you're saying. I look at I see the way someone just posted, so I kind of see what you're saying now.
I haven't made my point yet. I haven't made my point.
I understand what you're. Holy shit!
No, you haven't. You can't understand something I haven't said yet. Just wait.
You already said what your point was. Okay, go ahead.
No, I haven't. I know that because I know my point. And I've made it yet.
Did. What are you talking about?
Yeah, I heard that shit too.
Go ahead.
Right,
well, okay, what was the point? What was the point then? And if it's wrong, then I'm going to ban you.
You said that clouds look like they're diverging down when they go away from you. That's your entire point.
Yeah, do you see the picture of the lights?
Was that not what you just said?
Yeah, but I hadn't made my point yet. Just wait.
Okay, go ahead.
Why are you so impatient, dude? You've been doing the same with the other two as well. Just you can't be bothered to wait for the point to be. And it's why your responses don't make any sense. So listen, you've got clouds going away from you, and as they go away from you, they appear to sink down in your perspective. At a certain point, they get to the horizon line, and in terms of your perspective, if that cloud keeps going in that direction, then it's just going to be appearing to sink lower and lower. But of course, the horizon's there. So your eyes can't see, your eyes can't resolve both. So it resolves the horizon and not the cloud. That's what's going on.
I understand what you're saying now, but I already understood it before. That's fine. Glad that you made your point. I would say that that's really more due to the inverse square law. I mean, it is some optical effects there, but something does get smaller as it gets away from you, and you can't really resolve it that much. But I mean,
And it
I don't
appears
know.
to go down.
Something else.
That isn't the inverse square law. The inverse square law is a mathematical function. It's got nothing to do with what you see, which is an optical function.
You see
you
that?
Say the inverse square law has nothing to do with what you see.
Because it's maths.
Do you see that lovely picture Flatsy posted with the lights going down the hallway? I mean, if you just imagine those lights are like the clouds, right? You see how they're going off in the distance and they're appearing to move downward and converging into the horizon. It's the same analogy. Just it's just scale it up, scale it down. You know, if you were to lower your eyes all the way down to the sidewalk, think about how much would be blocked in the distance because of the convergence of the parallel lines into the horizon.
I see what you meant. What about you inverse square laws? What do you think about? How do you explain like the sunset? You know when you like zoom in with a P1000 or whatever, and you see the sun. Why does the sun look a lot larger on a sunset in your model?
Well, we're dealing with a medium too here. That sometimes there's looming effects. The moon sometimes looks gigantic as well. So I mean, there could be atmospheric lensing as well. But that seems more like a local phenomenon, not something from a light far away. But as far as at least my model, I don't speak for any of these guys, and they don't speak for any of me, but it's just, what I'm observing is celestial lights moving above me, and when I raise higher, that light moves higher in the sky, and eventually it'll lower again because I can't raise high enough to see the entire system. We can't raise high enough yet to see it all. You understand?
Sort of.
Well, you can't. We can't raise high. Weather balloons, 28 miles, 30 miles, you still can't see it. You do see it's when I watch weather balloons, it looks as though there's a local light right up. It's really just right there, and it's and you can see some of the spots on the Earth being shined and illuminated. And if you go any higher, what more can you see? And there's times you see the moon and the sun together. You seen those?
Moon and the sun together?
Yeah. Have you seen any weather balloon footage where you see the moon and sun both up together?
Oh man, didn't we see that on April 9th?
There's some good ones. Well, no, not an eclipse. Come on, buddy boo. I'm talking from far distances away from each other. I don't know how much weather balloon footage you've watched in your life.
I've seen a decent amount of ones. I've seen one where I've seen one where it shows the moon also far away.
Yeah. Right,
it's just in some black. What do you think about that?
Well, to me it looks like we're seeing these two objects above an Earth that star trails. This guy's obsessed with star trails. Do you see star trails if you leave Earth though? I mean, when eventually would you not see star trails? Stay a minute. What altitude would you not see star trails though? Because if you're on a rotating ball, that's what's causing your star trails. So when you leave the ball, when would you not see star trails? To respond to that guy.
I wasn't talking.
Ask Flatties.
I wasn't talking. What?
This guy's bringing up star trails. Yeah. Some of the high altitude footage, though, of some of these weather balloons, it's showing a horizontal horizon. It's showing a massive amount of Earth, like you said. Earth is gigantic. I agree. And it's so big that it seems like the horizon's still converging to a point where there's limitations even at 28 miles high. But eventually, you rise high enough on a ball, you're not going to see a sunset. You know, because you know what I mean? Because the ball would be
You'd
rotating.
just have a different perspective.
Well, and I was thinking about on the moon. Think about it. On the moon, they didn't see any sunsets when they went on the moon landing mission. They didn't see any sunsets.
Well, even on the globe model, the sun setting is also just something that's happening optically. It's not like the sun is literally dipping below you, and it's just there dipping below the horizon. It's not. It's occurring even on the globe model.
That's not true. The globers say that the sunset is caused by physical Earth curve.
Yeah.
What are you talking about?
Oh yeah, that's exactly what I'm saying. It's still not like it's dipping below. It's not like the sun is actually there, just dipping below you. It's not like the sun is ever at an angular size where it's below you and above you also. That's also due to Earth curvature. That's exactly what I was saying.
Well, if you raise high enough, you'll see the sun again. So you can see multiple sunsets. That works on how a flat parallel, how perspective works. So if you're low, you know, the horizon will block it, and then you raise high, and you'll see the solar disk again.
Speaking of perspective, I wanted to show you an image since you're talking about perspective. I don't know if I've showed a few flat earthers this. They didn't really give me an explanation other than obfuscate, to be honest. But maybe you can explain this.
It's the worst.
Just send something in. But it's the moon appearing upside down or more upside down. As further you go south, right? 90 degrees north. See the moon and this size and same size basically, but you see it with those patterns and then looks upside down in the South Pole. What are your thoughts on that?
Yeah, I think to me, it's again, you can still apply it to something, you know, hanging above you. If you moved in different directions from, you know, what you're looking at above you, you can make it look upside down, right side up.
What are you talking about? That makes no sense.
Well, yeah, it just depends on where you're looking at that object, you know, in relation to the ground.
Because a lot of flat earthers say, well, you're on an upside down space ball, right? But if you're, upside down, there's really no up on a ball. But let's just say upside down in the context of like your feet are antipodal to someone else in the southern hemisphere or the northern hemisphere if you're in the southern hemisphere. It makes sense that the moon would appear like this, right? Unless the moon is just doing some funny stuff in the southern hemisphere that we're not getting in the northern hemisphere, right?
Oh no, on the globe model, that perspective fits just fine. I mean, I got no dispute with that.
I would assume on a flat Earth, on a flat Earth, you assume that the moon is just hovering above the Earth.
That's a good question. I'm not positive, and that's why I'm like, I don't know what to claim, because when I watch these weather balloons, you know, you're seeing these two lights above the plane. Locally, it looks like a plane. Observably, it looks like a plane. Even from 28 miles, it looks like these balloons are hovering above a stationary plane. And when I see two celestial objects above that plane, you know, and it looks like they're moving, not that the Earth is turning with the balloon above the Earth, separated from the ground. You know, can you envision that? When the balloon's up 28 miles away from the surface of the Earth, are you still believing the celestial lights are the ones moving now? Or are you saying that the Earth is turning and the balloon is attached to the turn? Does that make sense? Causing the sunset.
I see what you're saying. It still doesn't really explain the images that I posted with the moon.
Well, you understand what I'm saying. Well, yeah, I told you with the moon. Yes, if you believe that you can be pulled to the center of a sphere, and you can walk across that sphere in all directions and go to the poles, then yeah, you can believe that the moon, you're seeing it from, you know, going up and down a ball. Sure, but you also have to believe in other things to make that.
Sure, I have to believe in those other things, but
okay, guys, just let me interject here. Can I get a unanimous vote on drunk driving? I think we should legalize it, right?
Only if you have a Tesla and it's automated.
No, I think drunk driving should be legalized, and low speed limits in front of school zones. And
I drive better when I'm drunk.
I feel like the speed limit in school zones should be completely removed. And what do you think about that, guys?
Yeah, take out the lane dividers too, all the lines in the freeways.
Yes, remove it all.
Yep. Oh, and make all the red lights blue and all the green lights see-through.
No, just remove lights in general. Just remove them.
Oh, right, and no more emergency
Total
brakes.
fucking anarchy.
How about no more oh shit handles?
Total fucking road anarchy.
You want Mad Max out there, dude? What's your problem?
Interesting. They muted him. But yeah, how do you picture that on a flat Earth, Rubber? Because a lot of people, a lot of flat earthers, and we were talking about the moon and stuff. Like a lot of flat earthers would say that the moon is above the surface of the Earth at any given time. It's not in like some other medium, and that it kind of like moves around the Earth because the Earth is stationary. So even say you go to where the southern hemisphere. I don't know if you guys don't have a southern hemisphere, but like you go around the disk or whatever. You'd see the moon.
That's the thing is you're claiming you're kind of putting a model into people's minds, and like I said before,
that's usually what you guys say though is like that the Earth is like.
That you're generalizing. That's a poor taste.
You already know that this is not true.
Yeah, that's
why you're bringing it up, Matt.
Here to the disk Earth because it makes the most sense.
No, I don't know where. I don't know what poll or what survey you took personally of all these.
You believe the Earth
is? People have their own beliefs that they're kind of learning as they go. But what's happening is you're questioning the heliocentric model more. You're questioning the globe model more instead, because that might give you answers more than just claiming this is what this is, this is what that is.
Fine. I'm asking you personally, what shape do you think the Earth is?
So far, I don't have a physical solid shape of any of the Platonic shapes, out of the 5. It might be just a plane. It might just, it's who knows? It's a good question. If anything, what?
It couldn't be just a flat plane, like a square. It couldn't be.
Well, that's where I'm open to it. Like and because you don't know how the sky works. The Earth could be a plane, but the sky could be something different even.
How could it be something different?
I don't know. I'm just open to the possibility, but just like you're open to the possibility of the countless planets and exoplanets and the quasars and the nebulas that they bring to you in the heliocentric model and the dark matter, just like you're open to everything they give you, we are open to everything that we uncover. Does that make sense?
I mean, I don't. Maybe you guys just aren't mainstream.
Sorry, go ahead.
Well, the main reason I'm probably open to the heliocentric model more is like there's mainstream, like more scientists around it, more people with PhDs, more people that study in these fields. I don't know if you guys have any of those people that like make YouTube videos that kind of explain the flat Earth stuff. You guys don't really adhere to a model yet, so it's like, what is there to really learn what you think in your view? But
yeah, I mean, you gotta. Have you looked into any history of geocentrism? Of how long it lasted?
Not
actually,
much, but
yeah. Well, it's not a new thing. I mean, this isn't new. It's just kind of recycling, and we're going through a phase now where the space programs aren't really delivering anymore, and so people are debating science with math and saying, okay, is there a possibility that science can be corrupted? Have we gotten to a point where science is doing things for their self-interest and not for the Earth's self-interest? Does that make sense? Like, do you think science can be corruptible?
Or, I mean, I think anything can be corruptible and manipulated in some sort of way.
Exactly. And some of these people, you're saying science, I mean, they might be given a model, they might be given the maths where they don't give another option that, okay, they're only going to focus on these formulas. So for 20 years, there's nothing else for them to consider. So they're going to stay with the model they know. It doesn't mean they're lying. It just means that's all they know. It's just like.
Well, I would assume at the least of this, just from logical reasoning, that they would be lying if I don't think this is just like a big mistake. I would say that if they are lying or if something is wrong about the Earth shape, then this is probably a lie, right?
Well, if you do talk to some of these people, I mean, a lot of them end up saying it's the best we know. It's place fillers, it's placeholders. There's some stuff that we can say that, yeah, to us it's a theory and a law, but as we look more into it, it starts to unravel. If you look at the quantum realm and you look at, how big the universe is, they say it unravels on large scale and on a small scale. So, it's in the middle of what they believe is the best they can understand. I don't know if that made sense, but, not everything of what is told to us. Yeah. Okay.
So when it comes to like the Earth's shape, that would have to be a lie. If that can't be a mistake, right? I think like everything else in terms of like the universe, the size of the universe, like when the universe, first,
Yeah, I mean, depending on your scale of lie, like when you're saying how many scientists and all that, I think it's compartmentalized where people on very small scale, like high school science teachers, they're not going to, they're not going to believe it, right? They can be just as conditioned as the student in the education system. They don't know that they're lying. They're just giving an education that they were taught. And so that's all they consider. That's all they know. But I think people that deal in space programs, even they wouldn't all have to be lying if they're working in the space programs. Do you understand how?
Yeah.
You understand how not everybody has to lie, right? To know.
Yeah. I understand that a lot of people can be obviously easily compartmentalized into like different fields, and they don't really get to see this sort of thing. It's like really important to know the truth and whatnot.
Yeah.
Why do you? I know this is like a cliche questions that flat earthers get asked a lot. It's just never been like answered logically to me. Like, why do you think they would lie, and what good reason do you think they would lie?
Matt, you ever lie?
Go ahead.
You ever lie in your life, Matt?
Did I ever lie in my life? Yes, of course.
Yeah. Right. Why'd you do it?
Well, I can't give you to one lie, but if I lied, I would probably have a good reason to lie, unless like I was a kid or something. Really,
Can there be any good reason to distort the truth?
Yeah, there's always. I think especially in a bigger lie like this one there would have to be a big reason to distort the truth. I think, because like the problem with a lie is you tell a lie, but if you get caught in the lie, it's like, well, was it worth it? Like you always lie when it's worth it, unless you're like a pathological liar that just lies for no reason, right? And that just ruins your reputation. So if the government's making up a big lie for this globe, then it would have to be something very important that they would have to lie about. That it's worth risking the exposure and the, reputation ruining of NASA, right?
Well, I think you're projecting maybe perhaps your motivations for lying or why you would justify it on the government. The reality is if the Earth is not curving, it can't be measured anywhere to be curving, and yet the claim is that it is. Then why do you think they would, perpetuate something like that?
Well, I don't know. That's the true. That's the thing. If they're lying, which I don't believe they are, I just don't know why they would lie about the Earth being a ball or anything like this. I don't understand what good reason they'd have, unless they found some like secret land that they don't want anyone else to go to.
What would be the interest of lying about a secret land, though, for people that were in power back then? Why would they hide that?
Maybe it has like, I don't know. Maybe it has like some minerals or something that they want to like do some weird things with. I don't know. It just seems weird. I want to lie about. It just seems weird. Everything seems.
But if other land was available, wouldn't that change the maps of Earth? So it's like,
well, not if it's a lie. Not if it's a lie. If they're just giving you this map because it's a lie map.
Well, that's what I'm saying. If they're only giving us a fragment of what they actually know about how much land is there, is available, because like you're saying, if they found land, something that changes the entire maps, and it changes the resources, it changes, pretty much everything. Do you think that's something they would want the public to know about too?
It depends. It depends on like economical like things with it. I mean, unless it's weird, because I would assume that they'd have people working there if there's like some minerals or something important to lie about there. And wouldn't you want to industrialize a place like that so you could use it? Or would you just have a lot of agents that work there that go home to their families as well, and then they could get caught up? So it's like, it just seems like way too far fetched and way too sophisticated. But also, there isn't really any limits. I mean, there's some limits to where you can't go on Earth, but like human beings have basically been everywhere on Earth almost, on the surface at least. So it's like
you can't go to the poles legally without permission. So
you have to have like some sort of permission, but when you're there, you can explore. There's people there.
Yeah, who gets permission to do that? And I guess the question would be is why are there private entities that own it? Like the Rothschilds do own a part of it. Like, and that's just like a fact of reality. The Rothschilds partitioned it. They're part of the partitioners that had a hand in that. Same thing with the creation of Israel. Like, it doesn't seem that far fetched to me. There's a.
I mean, it seems pretty far fetched because like
it seems far fetched when
beginning of
we
humanity
historically know they partitioned it. Like, why is that?
Throughout humanity, you'd have to find a time like where people knew that there was land to hide, and then they had the technology to start hiding the land. And then
well, I mean, isn't that the role of like mysticism, right? Like, talk about like something like Atlantis, like. What would be the answer to that, right? Like, it seems as if we do have like stories throughout society of lands that seemingly have vanished, and then we do historically know that like there are certain areas of the earth that are partitioned by world governments and by private entities of extreme wealth to make it so that you don't have permission to go there. It's like, well, it seems like a pretty interesting case. It's like, well, there's stories of stuff, there's stories of entire continents that cease to exist that people literally claim it sinks into the ocean because it just ceases to exist. And then there are private entities that partition the existence and acceptance of states. Like the Rothschilds had the political power in the 1900s to literally change the agreements that the British had made with the world after the fall of the Ottoman Empire. And so why is it, if it's conceivable that people have enough power to create states that go against the legal bindings of the entire world, why is it inconceivable to say that they also have the ability to partition the secrecy of certain states? That doesn't seem that unlikely to me.
This is nothing new either. Soviet Union has hidden maps, colonial powers hidden maps, China hid maps. You know, they've been hiding maps for centuries.
Yeah, there are islands that the Soviets don't even acknowledge exist, simply because if they don't acknowledge they exist, that they don't get put onto the world map that we use. You know, because they're a select member. There's only a select couple members of the world system that recognize territory, right? And so if it's not agreed upon by like all parties involved, then it just doesn't go on the map, right? And there's a lot of them that we know about that they're willing to like say do exist because we know about them, but there are hundreds of islands off the coast of like Russia that continue to not be recognized by the world or the world government simply because the people that have to agree upon it are the Russians, and they refuse to put their vote in to acknowledge the existence of these like geological structures because it benefits them to keep them veiled to some extent. And so it doesn't seem like unrealistic to me that there are larger
it's just
land
geopolitical
masses.
things, man.
Well,
It's
yeah,
just geopolitical.
Well, yeah,
but so take it on a mass scale then.
Yeah, but think about it. Like China claims that they have a lot more territory in the South China Sea than they actually have. That
yeah, but that's different than what we agree.
But on a larger scale, I mean, first of all, I don't want to make any assumptions. So, do you agree? Do you think about the giant ice wall or something? Do you think that we're blockaded by that, or?
Yeah, I believe in the ice wall.
I mean, it is weird that no matter what direction from any of those continents you take, you do hit ice. So yes, you do hit ice, but on your model, you have an explanation, but you also need a tilt.
Why wouldn't you just sail out to sea? Why wouldn't you just sail out to sea? Because the ice wall would have to be everywhere. So why don't you just sail out to sea and then you just keep going, or
but you're saying sail out to sea like it's crossing a small river. It's not. I don't think you understand the endeavor of just sailing to an ice to an ice continent and then sailing around that continent. I don't think you understand what that would take.
Yeah, sure. I know. It's easier said than done. But like with the globe model, you have the North Pole and the South Pole, and they're both at distinct locations. So in the middle of that, you have the equator. So like wherever your equator is, you just sail. You can sail anywhere. With the globe, you have to go to the North Pole or South Pole. You can go anywhere, and you're going to hit the ice wall eventually.
Yeah, on the globe model, yes, you will hit ice. And on the flat Earth model, in that model, whatever, don't say model, but in reality, you will hit ice. I guess in reality,
everywhere.
As far as we know,
that means
you've never seen a giant ice wall big though.
Can I ask a question? And
well, it is. And ice walls do exist. There, you see sheets of ice that look like walls. There's huge walls of ice in the south.
There are, but there aren't to the magnitude that you guys say that they.
Yeah, you do.
There are.
Really,
the nuances about the height of the ice wall from the motive.
There's gigantic
this is true, but really quickly, just to show that these ice walls are like huge. What
They are massive. They are massive for sure.
Yeah, I mean, what continent do you think has the highest altitude? I mean, it's the poles have an average altitude of like 6,000 feet, right? Like I live in Florida, for example. I'm like 60 foot above seawater, right? If you put a wall 6,000 feet above seawater next to the coast of Florida, it would. Could you imagine that? That'd be taller than any skyscraper that like could exist on the ground in Florida to reach at. Like. It's unbelievably massive. It'd be taller than a 600-story building made of complete rock and ice.
How long is?
Say again?
How long is?
Oh, it's probably huge. I mean, it's just. I mean, it's also one of the secondary biggest continents in the world.
Is it 1,000 miles, 2,000 miles, 3,000 miles?
I'm unsure about the diameter of what they claim the South Pole to be, but I do know that the average altitude of the South Pole is supposed to be something like 6,000 feet above sea level on average. That would be like if you were to put if you were to put a 6,000 foot skyscraper on the coast of Florida, it would like touch the sky. You know what I mean? It would literally like. You couldn't even lay on your back and see the top of it, right? Like those things are very real. But like, but what's also very important is that like, what's also extremely sorry to interrupt, but what's also extremely important to recognize is that for the guy, what's his guy? Denial of reality. You've obviously everyone knows about like Operation Paperclip, right? Like you know what that is. Everyone accepts.
Sure, everyone knows what that is.
Yeah, right. Correct. But have you ever heard about the one where it was an operation that was declassified where in 1952, we sent a team of Navy vessels and scientists to the South Pole for 3 years straight because we believed that there was a secret Nazi base down there. And after 3 years of them being down there and researching, they weren't able to find it, if the thing that they had believed was there, which was the base. And they went down there for 3 years and found nothing, right? And one of the people who went down there, and this is, like I said, if you say, well, this is like conspiracy, it's like believing that Operation Paperclip is conspiracy. These are like the same documents, essentially.
Not really,
right?
but it's a little different. But sure, go ahead.
Well, I mean, it's not really that different, right? Like Operation Paperclip sounds absurd to like if you were to say the U.S. government literally like divided up the Nazi scientists with the Soviets and then put them into our space program, which got us to the moon. That sounds pretty absurd, but like we know that to be true. Well, it sounds a little absurd, right? It sounds a little fictional, but it's true, right?
It's like, really not that absurd.
Really, it's really not that profound to think that we took a bunch of Nazi scientists and they got us to the moon. Like that isn't somewhat of a story to you. If you don't think that's
absurd.
Really,
a lot of people don't know that. A lot of people actually are surprised that Nazis helped with the space program, and they actually make a wincing face when I tell them that.
Yeah, it's not absurd. It's just kind of profound. Like what a profound story. Like we kicked their asses and then we bought them all and put them in our space program, and those people got us to the moon. You know what I mean? Like that's pretty crazy. But the point that's being made is that like if you believe that is not absurd enough to be false, and I agree with you, me and you both agree that Operation Paperclip happened and they got us to the moon. What's also not really absurd is the idea that at the time the US government and a bunch of other governments believed that the Nazis had secret bases all over the world, and that one of those bases was located in the South Pole. And that after World War II, we were still kind of on the search for Nazis. Like that had gone on for a long time, whether it be the Nuremberg trials or anything of the sorts. But we believe that there were actually still SS members operating governmentally in the South Pole. And so we went down there for 3 years and you can Google it. It tells you what vessels went down there, how many and who, right? And we sent a team down there to look for possible Nazis down there. And they found nothing after 3 years. But like the point being though is that part of the world is still partitioned by governments for you not to go there. And another thing is that, and if you don't believe me, this is true. Just like you can look up just like you can research into NASA and figure out which of the scientists were born in Germany and probably Nazis, right? You can also research the members of this team, the search party that went down there. And one of the members of the search party was the father of Klaus Schwab, who's now one of the heads of the WEF. So it's pretty interesting. I mean, that's kind of interesting public knowledge. Like one of the guys.
It's more just speaking about the involvement within our government, but that's just it's not.
Well, the point is that the apparatus is huge, right? Like, talk about the
Yeah, sure, I mean,
apparatus. It's like, dude, they got us to the moon. They were paid by the state. NASA employees or federal employees. Like, Nazi scientists were picked up from Nazi Germany and added to the governmental apparatus and paid for by U.S. tax dollars. And then simultaneously, the people who we sent down to the South Pole to see if there was SS officers operating down there, those people, some of them are now like were the fathers of people that literally govern the world government. Like, and this is just public knowledge. Klaus Schwab's dad was a scientist who went down to the South Pole to find SS guys. And it's just like, well, what a convenient thing, right? Like, the apparatus is huge. There's Nazis in our apparatus. We pay them with U.S. tax dollars. That's accepted fact. But it's somehow not accepted fact that the government and the apparatus had a reason to believe that they were down there, stayed there for 3 years in a desert, found quotations nothing. But all the people that went down there, not all of them, but a large number of them, ended up being large world government figures with immense amount of powers and are capable, and their children are capable of influencing the global apparatus. It's just like, and it's at the same time, this goes hand in hand with the fact that there are literally private entities that partition the state of Israel's existence, and they're also the same partitioners of the South Pole literally before the Holocaust. Like, these people, there are people who have been in play as players for a very long time. They created Israel, they partitioned the South Pole, and these same people and these same apparatuses therefore then claim that there are government Nazi bases in the South Pole. Go down there for 3 years and find nothing. Like, well, why do they believe that, and how come they found nothing? Like, it's very obvious that these key players have an apparatus that includes knowledgeable sources. If anyone was to say where there were secret bases, I imagine it would be the Nazis. Right?
Correct me if I'm wrong, but weren't the Nazis already in the South Pole before, or am I tripping?
Yeah, no, of course.
Well, then they'd have some sort of a reason to be there.
And they were in India as well, and that's why we also did operations in India to see where these guys were. Goebbels and a lot of those other guys went to India to see where the origins of the Aryans were, quotation. And we for a long time believed that there were a lot of Nazis operating out of Nepal. And there are operations that the U.S. government has held to see if they're still in play. Because there was a lot of them down there. And we had reason to believe they were in the South Pole as well. And it turns out that the people that we picked up from Paperclip 6 years later would say, yeah, a lot of scientists are down there doing things. And they went down there and supposedly found nothing, but now those people who went down there, their sons are the heads of the world government. That's quite interesting.
Mm-hmm. I would feel bad.
How do we tie this back into the initial subject?
Well, when he claims that there's an absurdity to believing that the world is well, I guess the best way to put it, suppressing the existence of other continents. It's like, well, I don't know how you could not reach that conclusion to some extent. Like, why is that not possible? We see it geopolitically.
It's not that it's not possible. It's just that it's very sophisticated, which wouldn't make it not possible. It is pretty far-fetched, which doesn't make it not possible. It's not an objective critique, but it's something that you'd need a lot of evidence to believe. I would say, at least for me, because people have different levels of evidence. Yeah. For me, it would have to be a lot
critique. We can't just go past that.
No, I agree with him. I believe that he's fair in saying that he needs epistemic closure for these issues. And I can't provide to you the map of these objects, but what I can say to you is that for hundreds of years, places have kept locations in secret, and even geopolitically today we see that. And we also do see that there are people that are so powerful. There are people that are so powerful that are not part of the government that are capable of influencing the actions of governments. And so you don't...
Absolutely. Corporations do that all the time.
Correct, right? And the Rothschilds do it as well, right? Like, in a very historical, legal sense. Like, they literally created the state of Israel. They changed the map. And so there are private entities that are so powerful that they're even capable of manipulating the strings of, the state actors in geopolitics. And so if there's states that can do it, and if there's individuals who are so powerful that they can supersede the state and do it, I don't see why it's far-fetched to believe that there already are some that aren't recognized. Why is it far-fetched to believe that some people whether it be state or private actors, have partitioned land in order to prevent people from knowing about the geographical features of some other parts of the world. That seems rather believable. And it's not just that it's believable, it's been done by both states and private entities in secret and in public.
It's been sort of done even now, sort of in a very small way, right? You'd agree with this, right? Where we see this happen, it's like in a very small way, like where Russia
I
or
think
China
Israel is quite large.
There's a nebulous subjective rhetoric that's playing down the fact that he's just
having
allowed to.
geopolitical factors. It's very low. I mean, Israel became a step, like the land was always there, right? Land was
Correct.
always
Yeah,
there.
yeah, correct. It's not as if they created the island, but it's just
Yeah, the land was always there.
being able having the power as a private individual to remove 4 million people from a territory just because you told the government to do so is pretty crazy. It
is. It's pretty crazy.
It's pretty crazy. Like they have there are individuals with the power to make millions of people move out of the way just because they decree it. It's like, well,
the father
why
of
couldn't that
Yeshuv.
happen somewhere else?
He's the father of Yeshuv.
You're asking
Yeah, no, for sure.
what you know what I mean? Like, wouldn't we know why? And the point that I'm making about that in particular is say, well, don't these people have isn't there people these places? Did they just go home to their families and stay quiet? It's like, well, what if they're just all gone? what if they just moved them all and we all just cope? And
How sad would it be to be born into that too? And you have to abide by your family bloodline's rules, or else. Oh my God! So glad I wasn't born into a Rothschild bloodline.
Yeah, I mean, even with this, with the other undiscovered continents that are that you believe that could exist, I would try to logically reason it to see okay, even if there were these continents, how would it work? Wouldn't you want to industrialize these continents? Do they have materials of some sort that you would want? Something like that.
Well, how big is the continent? And like we were saying, it changes the maps. So if it changes the maps, then where are we really living?
Yeah, it might not be that. Well, the thing is, it might not be that large, and that's a perfectly fine. I agree with you that maybe these things are not that large. I feel like we would all know if there was an Australia sitting around, right? But I don't. It doesn't. Considering that the U.S. government literally said out loud that they have reason to believe that the Nazis had been operating some type of secret base somewhere in the southern, hemisphere of the world and couldn't find it, but that was just the word around town. It's like, well, I mean, I don't know. It's like, well, they didn't find it. I don't think they didn't believe it for no reason, right? You're asking me, well, who lives there? It's like, well,
yeah, they had a reason.
They had a reason, right? And these reasons because we took all these fucking guys from Operation Paperclip, and we asked them, where the fuck are you guys all hiding? What are you guys all doing? What have you guys been working on? Show us your science. And they go, oh, we've been all over the place. Germany, Argentina, Nepal. Sometimes the South Pole, and the US go, whoa, what do you mean the South Pole? And we went down there and apparently found nothing. But it's like, well, that suspicion came about from somewhere, and I don't think it's unbelievable to think that there's 20,000 Nazis that live on an island somewhere past the ice wall. You know what I mean? Might not have to be a lot of them, but it might be a couple of them.
Or they went to Argentina.
And that's fine too.
Which is close to Antarctica.
Or they live in Nepal now for some reason.
Both end and start with A.
That's true. Yeah, I mean, there's just.
Would you say that two things? You think the Earth is disc shaped as well, or?
I mean, I'm not necessarily a flat earther. I'm actually more inclined to believe that this base is under the ice sheets, which is actually possible. They do say that under 5 miles of the ice there is a hollow opening under Antarctica, and that's well, I don't know. That seems kind of believable to me. That we already say that's an already accepted fact. It's hollow.
There's no way the public could handle that.
It's hollow. That's just.
I would assume. I know on the globe model, it's not like the what's it called? Poles are wrapped around the globe. It's like a North Pole, South Pole, right? But I would assume on the flat Earth, it's you're gonna find the disk eventually. You go out, you're gonna find it eventually because it's blocking. It's got to be.
Well, we do see a 360-degree circle. The higher you rise, the circle just keeps expanding. So, I mean, that's true, but we can't get high enough to see all of the Earth. So, amateurs can't do it, and the space programs, they cut to cartoons 100% of the time. So we can't see it, but we do see 360-degree circles from every altitude.
What about a high altitude balloon on Australia? Is Australia, would it be close to, I don't know on the flat Earth model, but or on the flat, like the azimuthal projection? Wouldn't Australia be close to like the edge, or is it not? I don't know.
I don't know. That's the.
I don't. But where do you think you'd have to send the balloon off? Because I'm thinking, hundreds of miles off the coast of Australia. No one's going out into the middle of the ocean.
Like that. I mean, you go 100,000 feet up, you can see a lot more, and maybe you could see the what's it called, ice wall there. I don't know. Maybe.
Well, eventually you'll see ice, maybe, but yeah, it's. I like the experiment, but it's so conceptual that it probably never happened.
I mean, people have sent balloons up the sky 105,000 feet, 120,000.
But not off of the coast of Australia, like hundreds of miles. Because even if you set it right off the coast, I don't even think you'd see ice. You'd see more. You'd just see water still. You'd see ocean.
Depends. So, you think the government would be operating? Would you say the government would be operating hundreds of miles across Australia? But this the one issue I've always had with the ice wall is like first someone would have to discover it, right? And something like first someone would have to go hundreds of miles out to the coast.
I think
of water.
Though. I mean,
and then find it, and then they govern, and from that, hold on, and then
they
from
govern
that,
the skies though. They govern the skies. They map the skies, and they don't give us the full maps. I mean, they've got weather balloons up there that can stay aloft for months. We know that, like weather balloons that have satellites on them that just go on the currents, or some of them just stay aloft in their somewhat relative position. But they definitely can govern the skies. They know exactly what's going on up there. They've been doing it for years.
I'm just saying, yeah.
I mean, weather modification's been around since the 40s. So they know exactly what's going on in the skies.
What is the logical error, Matt?
The logical error for what?
What you were about to say.
Oh, no, I was just saying, yeah, he did kind of like interrupt me a little bit, but what I was saying is like, when you sail out, like I'd assume like for the start of like the ice wall and something, that like eventually someone would have had to continue to travel beyond Australia, continue to travel, find the ice wall, and then be like, okay, there's land above this ice wall that's really, really large. You know what I mean? It just seems a little bit, it's not like a logical error, I would say. It just seems like, okay, this is pretty sophisticated and weird. How do you plan this? How do you make this make sense? You know, that's really what I was saying.
But just because something is possible doesn't mean that it is likely to happen.
Yeah,
yeah, that's what I'm saying. It's possible in this perspective, maybe. I don't think that's likely, right? That's basically what I'm saying.
Yeah, but if it's possible, human endeavor tries to make it possible and explore it.
Oh, you're an old soul. Thank you, Bane.
And if you go south from Australia, you will hit Antarctica, which is ice over a landmass.
You seem like a narrator, like one of those narrators on National Geographic.
You need to apply to like play Bane in the next movie.
Like David Attenborough playing Bane.
Yeah.
Like the Lion documentaries I used to watch. You sound like the narrator.
Wow, old soul.
And if you go north, you hit the Arctic, which is an ice field.
How old are you? And it's not disrespectful. I do genuinely want to know.
I'm 87.
Holy shit!
Damn.
Are you serious?
Yeah, I was born in 1936.
Oh my!
87-year-old using Discord.
Why not? Why not?
That's crazy.
You learn, I learn things. You learn things.
And what are we going to use when we're 87?
The old hat, man. I'm going to be honest with you. My grandpa couldn't figure out how to download the app. How? Holy moly!
So there's no logical error in saying that there is a conspiracy. Why does anyone lie about anything? Because they want to prevent the recipient from knowing the truth. So when you lie about
I don't think it's a logical error. Just to make sure, Gregory, I don't think it's a logical error. I never said that. I don't believe it's a logical error.
Sure.
Well, no, there's always conspiracy theories, no matter what any theory is. There's someone invent a conspiracy for it for some unknown reason, which they only know themselves and try and convince other people.
Holy
yeah, so there's no logical error, and it's not at all unlikely either, as difficult as it may be, as difficult as it may be for you, for a commoner. It's not all that difficult, evidently, for those who are able and willing. So You lie because you want to prevent the recipient from knowing the truth. And you lie about the world overall, the cosmos, and cosmogonic truths, and higher philosophical truths because you don't want the recipient to know them, and you want them to believe a lie, and you want them to behave according to that lie so that it benefits you, and so that you don't suffer any repercussions if the truth is revealed. When the truth is revealed.
Is that not human nature?
That's exactly why I said what I said in my paragraph in the open chat. That gentleman who just said that poignant question. The human proclivity to sin, self-deception. This computer is disrupting me. The human proclivity to sin, self-deception, lying, pride, cowardice, apathy, complacency, lack of curiosity, failure to be critically considerate and self-scrutinizing, failure to think with logical soundness, direct and or indirect institutional coercion. This computer is trying to interrupt me. Sunken cost fallacy, herd mentality.
It's just a description. It's just a description of the average human being.
See, hierarchical compartmentalization, etc., all factor into human society, especially the highest echelons of the hierarchy of the world.
Unfortunately, we're the ones who elect them to that position.
Who it applies to, not all of them.
Yeah, so that's why, I mean, the agreement of, okay, we believe if they can hide land, you can take that further to a model, the model of where you live. So you understand that? Why do you think they could lie? They're capable of it, at least on a large scale. They've done it before.
All the wickedness that happens in the world, all the wickedness that we are thoroughly aware of, from the perspective of the person that's trying to critically consider what someone like me is arguing, all the wickedness that happens in the world, why all of a sudden is lying about the cosmos off limits? It's just not consistent.
Mm-hmm.
These people will lie about whatsoever they please, so long as they believe that it's worthwhile doing and that they won't suffer the repercussions of their wickedness. So when you have a people that believe a worldview that provokes them and emboldens them and strengthens them to defy even the worst of tyrants, you need something to take that away from them. You need to be able to take that away from them. You need to be able to disempower them, to render them impotent. And everyone inevitably behaves according to their beliefs. Everyone. And so if you don't believe that, for instance, there's a God whose jurisdiction you cannot escape, that encompasses the entire world, and whose wrath you cannot escape if you are not forgiven by him, if you don't believe in that God, then what do you believe in that will strengthen you to resist any and all wickedness, even the most heinous and ravenous wickedness? And what will embolden you and strengthen you to endure any and all suffering, no matter how bad the situation is?
And it might be for greater good thing, I mean, rulers hide, economic secrets to gain stability, in the market. They don't want to talk about inflation, so they hide certain things. So maybe this is what this is. They're hiding it because they think, we can't handle it. They won't even give us aliens. They don't think that we can handle extraterrestrials. Why would they give us the true model of where we live?
They recently added that to the canon, as I call it. They recently added ET's aliens to the canon of the general public cult, as I call it.
Yeah, that's not.
I just think the alien shit must be bull. I don't know about you guys, but I think the alien shit is a little bit of bullshit. I don't think aliens.
Oh, yeah.
I mean, unless the aliens' plans were to just spy in like this weird way with these like little materials or something, or these little just objects of technology that they have. It just doesn't make any sense for aliens to arrive here somehow in some weird way, unless they're just spying on us. I don't think.
Well, then it makes you wonder, why wouldn't the government come out and say, "Okay, it's us, you guys. Look, here's the." I mean, I guess they can't because maybe they're working on technology and they want you to, it's better off if they think it's aliens rather than government.
Well, the government, I don't believe that the government would tell us about aliens unless they had to, unless like it was a national security issue. Like at the moment, aliens are invading everybody. Here are the aliens. Like, unless, like if they could, like if some aliens actually crashed, which would never happen, somewhere off the coast of like wherever, right? Then the government could keep that a secret, investigate the aliens, keep the public at bay and just calm, and then just figure out what they're going to do from there. At that point, they don't need to do it. They can just classify that information and just go from there. If it's like a public safety risk, then they have to, basically. Forced to.
The other thing is when someone sneaks out a photograph, they say is of an alien craft. It could well be that it's an experimental aircraft developed by one of the defense companies, which they don't want anyone to know about it. So it's put out. Possibly it's an alien one, but it's not. It's British. It's Earth human invention, but they don't want to say that it's a new type of stealth craft to keep it hidden from their commercial enemies. That has also got to be thought about.
Here's another peculiar detail about the so-called aliens. Why is it that pretty much all of these aliens, so-called, never preach the gospel or anything similar to Abrahamic philosophy, and usually preach a pantheistic, monistic, apotheosis doctrine, similar to the serpent in the garden? Why is that?
Possibly their mind structure doesn't work in the same way ours does.
Yeah,
we have the power of thought and intuition, and we're the only species on the planet that has that. We can diverse, and we can recognize the fact that for someone to be illogical is for them a logical thing to be. We can understand that, but we're the only human species that can at the moment. It's possible there is life out there on distant stars, but if you think of the distance they've got to cover, they'd have to have some form of advanced, should we say, transportation means of preserving the human body in a trance for that distance of time. Because Alpha Centauri is, how long would it take to travel from here to the sun, which is 6-odd million miles? You'd have to be in suspended animation to get there and back. So think of the thing of getting to a distant planet situation or whatever. The nearest one, as I said, is Alpha Centauri to us, Polaris star. But how many thousands of millions of miles away is that?
Well, the way they're delaying all the moon land. Go ahead.
Be that as it may, with the distinctives of the lore of this worldview, the question was rhetorical. Because what they also refuse to publish, even though those who know these things and study these things do go out of the way to publish these things, that especially in the hostile instances when humans supposedly make direct contact with these aliens, and they're rather hostile to the humans, the incident immediately discontinues once they cry out the name Jesus, once they call to the distinct God that is Jesus, Yahusha. And those who are not disciples of Jesus, those who don't worship him to be the God, they just hide it because they don't know what to do with it at best, or they don't like the obvious implications of that instance, these instances, which are rather numerous. Alien encounters just discontinue because the victim cries out the name Jesus, because they intentionally call out to the God who is Jesus.
think,
There's-
Gregory, it depends on your worldview of what aliens would do. Because if aliens exist in this, the heliocentric model that science and everything presents, then it would be weird if aliens knew about Jesus and that concept. I think it really depends on your worldview, how you look at it, right? Really.
Of course, there's a
But there
difference in
again,
interpretation of the
when
phenomenon to the worldview. That's
Yeah,
why
but-
worldview analysis is so critical.
Yeah, but if you look at our history, when the white man first went to South America, to the natives there and to Africa, we were white, they were black. So we to them were an alien because we looked totally different.
Yeah.
That's the thing. And also, if you look at it, Africa has truly black people. But if you go to South America, there's no black there. They're dark brown, but they're not black. So there is a genetic mutation.
But do you think there's more of a similarity, as opposed to a contrast where we envision what aliens are? Because I think most people envision like a lobster-like creature.
Yeah, well, it could be anything. It would evolve, if you look at it, to the type of place where they live. The human being adapts to its where it lives. The way the Eskimos live up in the north, or the native African lives in the jungle, or those of us who live in a contemporary climate where we grow our own food, Europe and America. Your body adapts, and your species adapts to your environment, so you survive in that environment. The same as if the equator, the people are dark. Why? Because it resists sunburn more than the white people in North Europe or North America. It depends entirely on where you live, your surrounding.
Someone told me once in a bar, he was drunk. He's like, the reason why there's white people is they came from the ground. And I was like, what do you mean they came? He was convinced that there were underground people living in the world, and that's why they didn't get sunlight. It's because they came from underground and they were less pigmentized. It's like, wow. I mean, that's kind of interesting. I mean, I didn't get into it much, but
that's weird. But
it's like Hollow Earth theory.
Yeah.
But the point being, as it concerns the aliens aspect of the worldview.
Well, and some aliens are
peculiar.
being. Oh, go ahead. Sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt.
No, you're all right. There's a peculiar pattern which is suspicious as it concerns these so-called aliens. In the general public lore, and even in the more niche subcultures that are really enthusiastic with the lore about so-called aliens, there's a suspicious pattern that is common to all of them, to all these different stories, is that it is an apotheosis. I want to be God, I can become God, or some type of demigod worldview, where you're not really obligated to a higher law. You don't have to face any judgment. It's just this endless progression of various types of living beings trying to attain some sort of sublimity by their own intentions and efforts.
I think that's what. Yeah, I think that's kind of
Yeah, but every race has its own gods. If you look at people who live in the jungle, their gods aren't Jesus Christ or whatever the scriptures. Their gods are the gods of sunlight and rain that bring them the fruit for the forest to live. That's their gods.
And
you ever
the same as, if you were to transport yourself to Australia, could you live as an Aborigine? No, you couldn't, because you don't know how to survive. But there again, would an Aborigine know how to survive if he came to live in a European city?
Be that as it may, so what?
As I said, the human being adapts to the environment that they're born into, so they learn to survive in that environment. It's human nature.
What is interesting though is they still used some sort of spirituality with it. It might not be God, and religious, but they're applying a spirituality to nature. And even the Native Americans, or whatever you want to call them in America, they all. So it was still something godly in a way. It was still ineffable. It was still a phenomena in a way. So the only thing they could attribute to it was
David,
it's just a question of being tolerant and accepting the fact that people who live in different places to you have their own gods and way of life, and that's the only way that they can survive. But some people in other areas can't accept that. They'll say, oh no, they shouldn't do this. It's not natural. It's not natural to where they live, but it's natural to where they live because it's essential for their survival.
Mm-hmm. And they were still
But it doesn't work
surrendering.
like that.
They were still
That's
surrendering
not
to
how
a power.
theological truths work. That's not the nature of philosophical truths, including theology. It's not relegated or only applicable to a fraction of the world. That's not how it works.
Yeah.
I think it's incredible
Right,
that
so it doesn't matter where they're located. It isn't as though every theology is only applicable or only true about one particular location. That's not how that works. It's fallacious.
Yeah. But one advice I always give to everyone that I talk to is if they get the chance, no matter what country you live in, get out and go and visit other countries and see how they live.
Mm-hmm.
So it can be an eye-opener, believe me.
That's the best drug. I mean, if people say take psychedelics, no, take a trip, take a real trip, and go submerge yourself in a culture that you have no idea what they're saying.
you should know the best, David Attenborough. You've done a lot of nature documentaries, right?
No. No, the reason I talk like this is because in England there's so many different dialects that I developed this way of proper speech so that no matter where I went in England or in the world, I could be properly understood when I spoke to people. That's why I've developed this way of speech. But otherwise, I'd have a strong regional accent.
Have people said that you sound like David Attenborough many times?
Yeah, yes, they have.
Man, I swear you could be like the AI.
There again, if you listen to him, you can understand every word he says.
Yeah,
that's the thing. You know, there's some accents in England that unless you know them, you wouldn't understand what they were saying, like Geordie or Scouse Liverpoolian or the Cockney rhyming slang. You know, in the West Country, they speak rather slowly. On the East Coast, they speak a lot quicker. That sort of thing. You've got the Scottish dialect, which you wouldn't understand unless you lived up there and became used to it. It's that's why, as I said, that's why I developed the mode of speech which I use so that I'm understandable to everybody. And I can understand more or less other accents from other English-speaking people in the world because you get used to it. You know, you take the Southern drawl in America, then you've got the New York way of speech, which is totally different. Then you've got the West Coast.
And that's because of different Europeans coming over from earlier, and that settled there.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, but New York speech is short and concise. South America, well, down the southern states, it's slower and more of a drawl. And you've got your Midwestern. You do have a certain amount of accent in America, but not all that pronounced.
It depends where you are.
Oh yeah.
Are you able to distinguish between Canadian and American English? Some people can't.
And French Canadian.
Yeah, normally.
No, okay.
You can definitely tell.
Are there any new users in here?
What do you mean by a new user?
That's a good question. Anyone in here who's in here for the first time?
Just looking for some fresh meat.
No. No, I usually browse through all the rooms to see what's going on and maybe have a little word if someone's being verbally abusive to somebody else. But otherwise, I just come in and listen first to get the gist of the conversation before I either say anything or go. And I'll tell you for why. If you look at my profile, I am a mod. So.
What was it like seeing the moon landings? Do you remember when the moon landings happened? I mean, you saw 6 of them in your lifetime. Did people care less and less as it progressed?
No, it's for some cults. They're a religious thing. The Druids, that sort of thing, and other basic cults. We have strong Druidism in this country. It's on Stonehenge and things like that. There are those who do it, and you'll find other cults throughout the world, I should imagine.
I've heard Stonehenge was. I've heard Stonehenge.
Wait, what was your question, brother?
Well, I asked him about the moon landings, and I let him just divert.
Sorry, the moon landing. I thought you said the lunar eclipse.
I was like, all right, let's talk about Stonehenge.
Oh yeah, they
I was about to ask, the Druids revere the moon landings?
I know. I was going, man. There's some deep occult knowledge that I didn't know the Druids were a part of.
Yeah, there's some people think they didn't happen, but they did. They brought back the rock surfaces and proved it was nothing like on Earth.
Yeah, probably Stonehenge rocks or something. Probably rocks from Stonehenge they brought.
No, not necessarily. They reckon the rocks from Stonehenge were quarried in South Wales.
I've heard people say that's just like there's these fake tourist traps of archaeological sites, and they just put them up. They put them up like a long time ago, and they just get people to come and pay money to come see them. I don't know if it's true. I hope it's not. But
oh yeah, they were ancient follies. Some the old estate sometimes put up a folly just as a retreat, so they could get out there and have their picnic out in the country in the woods. But that sort of thing. And mystical stories came about because of them. It's just as folks are fancy.
I'll go along with each story though, but I have a dose of skepticism, but I will still listen to the story, and I'll
Oh yeah, you have to listen to make up your mind up. Oh yes, that's part of human nature.
And I can still believe it in a way. It's not firm belief where I'm going to live my life off it and tell people that you should look into this. This is a huge discovery. I can't do all that. But if you want to be a tour guide and talk about the story too, I'm not going to judge you for it either. If you
have you been in this channel before?
Pardon?
Have you been in this channel before?
Oh yes.
Okay.
Yeah, it's I sometimes raise a bit of controversy.
Do you believe the Earth is a ball?
I am a globalist, yes. But let me ask you a thing. Let me ask you something. You are standing on a bit of ground. How big is it? How many miles or kilometers long, wide? Is it circular? Is it square? Is it irregularly shaped? Have you ever measured it?
Have I ever done an operation to measure the entire Earth? No.
Well, have you ever measured the area of the land that you live on? As I said, is it round, square, irregularly shaped?
Within my vicinity, as far as the eye can see, it's level.
Yeah, but how far is it to the sea? Have you measured it?
How far is it to what?
The sea, the water, the edge of the water.
I don't know.
How the bit of land you live on? There must be a measurement. Otherwise, if you didn't have measurement, you wouldn't know how big your furniture was to fit through your front door. So surely there's measurement to tell you how wide the area of land that you live on is. Is it long, short? Is it big? Round, irregular shaped? What's its size? How many miles? Is it wide or long? No measured. How many miles is it from where you live to the next town?
Well, would you agree we don't actually see the shape from any altitude? Every time you rise in altitude, you don't see shape. You just kind of see surface area, topography, features, but you don't actually ever see shape.
I know, but if you're looking to the distance and you see a mountain, have you ever measured the distance from where you are to that mountain?
No, I never measured it. But when I see the distance, I mean, I'm looking at topography, I'm looking at slope. I can see a mountain range, change in elevation from left to right, an entire range. And so when I see that, I'm saying it doesn't. I don't see curvature as when I think of a globe model. If that
No,
makes sense.
but you're seeing a boundary, but you've never measured the distance from where you are to that boundary.
Well, concerning measurement, since you mentioned it, has anyone measured the Earth to be a ball?
They reckon it's just over 24,000 miles round at the equator. It's a bit flatter on the top because of centrifugal force.
But isn't that
just measured?
Isn't that just a measurement of a circle over Earth? That doesn't necessarily prove a shape.
Well, if you get in a plane and you start flying in one direction, eventually you come back to where you started.
Well,
no one's ever done that.
Yeah, have you seen some of the routes going north to south as opposed to east to west? Because you can visualize, a plane going in a circle going east to west. But for, like you said, how big the Earth is, you would eventually be turning your plane to go in that giant circle to go back to where you came from. But no one's actually going straight and then not turning the plane left or right.
No, well, how do you explain the sun's orbit? Rises in the east, sets in the west, and comes back in the east. Surely that must go in some form of circle.
Yeah, a circular path is in reference to a flat plane again, so that's another flat Earth proof.
Yeah, the celestial bodies are moving. That's obvious. That's what we see. What we don't see is the Earth moving. It's not moving like a ball through the air, nor is it spinning around. We've never seen that.
But how do you get the seasons?
Motion,
equinoxes,
dynamism of all the various atmospheric phenomena.
And the sun does go up and down on the sky. It rises higher in the sky and lower in the sky. So there is something with an angle, I think, of where the sun is.
Whoa. We have no evidence that the sun goes higher in the sky at any point.
Well, so if you look at the what's it called? What is it called? The figure 8 pattern in the sky over a year. Solar analemma.
Yeah, the analemma.
What I'm saying is the analemma goes up and down, and it's definitely over time you're seeing that light go up and down.
That's an angular relationship. That is not altitude above the surface.
Well, I didn't mean altitude, but it's definitely looks like it's going through it's going from the ecliptic plane, like it's going up to the Tropic of Cancer and it's Tropic of Capricorn, right?
Yeah. So between the tropics, we have differing weathers on Earth. That's consistent with a flat plane. All these things that are backwards engineered, that the story was given to the people who believe in the globe currently, have never really actually thought about them and only believe they can work one way on a ball. So until they choose to remove that fallacious idea from their mind, they're not going to be able to see anything else. They only believe that everything exists on a ball, yet no ball exists.
It has to be a rotating ball on an axis. And what's wild is the size of our Earth, they say, and the circumference, 25,000 miles, is making one revolution in 24 hours. But the ball that is 235,000 miles away is 81 times less in size and 4 times less size in circumference, is spinning 29 days in one. You know what I mean? Like that thing spins 29 days on its axis. We spin 1 day, and the tidal lock thing is really opening me up to how to think about what's moving, Earth or the moon. And I don't know if you've looked into tidal. Obviously, you have, but just think about how a sphere is rotating on an axis, the same exact speed it's orbiting around the Earth. Have you thought about that? I know that was a lot, and I might have rambled, but.
So, Henry, in a sentence or two, as it concerns your mention of the seasons don't require the Earth to be a ball, nor to be spinning, nor to be moving through free space like a ball being tossed in the air. It's just the motion of the celestial bodies and the atmospheric dynamism.
Yeah, but to get the seasons and low and high sun, the flat Earth must be at an angle to the sun as it rotates round the sun. Otherwise, you wouldn't have high sun and low sun.
You're going to have to describe high and low.
You think the flat Earth rotates around the sun?
Oh yes,
like
but it's at a slight
no,
angle,
no,
so it gets
no.
a higher sun
no,
in
no, no,
sometime
no.
in the
That's
winter.
not our model. We don't picture a disc, third disc from the sun. Whose model is that? Who
Remember, I just told you it doesn't require, nor is it the case that we live on an object that's
So
flying
you,
around in a cosmic vacuum that's
so
moving
you,
through
so
free
you believe
space.
the sun orbits the flat Earth then?
Yeah, all the celestial bodies, that's what we observed our entire lives. They move in a circular orbit above the face of the Earth.
Yeah, we see it. You look at the weather balloon footage. When the balloon's up above 28 miles, you see the two lights in the sky. Are you seeing the lights move away from the balloon? Or are you saying the balloon and the Earth are attached and they're moving, which is causing the apparent motion? You know, I don't know if you've looked at weather balloon footage.
Yeah, weather balloons move with the winds.
No, well, okay, but these are up to a point where they're staying aloft. They're not really moving anymore because the winds are lower than them. But we see a moon and a sun in the sky above the horizon. The balloon's above the horizon. What's moving? You know, in your model and in your mind, you're saying the balloon is actually rotating with the surface 28 miles below it, which is going to cause a sunset. But from reality and what you see, it looks just like the sun is moving from one point of the sky to the next. It's not that the balloon is rotating with the surface.
Now, after being involved in these discourses for several years now, there's patterns that you begin to detect if you're sufficiently paying attention. One of the patterns is that the common person who is still deceived by the common cosmological paradigm, they have the habit of directing or digressing attention to the celestial phenomenon. But of course, as it concerns the premise that the Earth is not a ball, and rather its surface is horizontal rather than convex or concave, of course, the determining factor to decide which premise is true or false is measurement, right? To empirically verify the horizontalness or curvature of the surface of the Earth. So as it concerns the surface of the Earth, how did they, whoever did it, how did they measure the Earth to be convex, the Earth's surface? Another pattern is that the vast majority of the time, the common person has no idea how to answer that question. I didn't know how to answer that question when someone first posited it to me.
No.
So
it's not a question people usually posit.
Yeah, it's a very obvious question that's naturally provoked when you think about, when you contemplate and try to scrutinize the truthfulness of the premise that the Earth is a ball. Well, how did they measure it? Because we just take for granted that a arcane and esoteric, very small amount of humans throughout all history up to that point in time in the mid-20th century, that they left the Earth in a fantastic aero spacecraft, far enough away from the Earth to then take a snapshot and come back and show and tell the world. However, that is physically and metaphysically absurd, and I'll explain later if we ever progress to that point well enough. But of course, before that event, it was taught that the Earth was a ball for supposedly at least 2 millennia. So how, for 2 millennia, did we know the Earth was a ball?
Yeah, that's really irrelevant. The thing is, though, the globalists say they've measured the Earth, but there again, nobody has come up to say they've measured flat Earth. How big is it? Is it finite or infinite? How wide is it?
Well, that's actually false. But before we get to flat Earth, because the big boy in the block, of course, is the globe Earth. The institution of the world institution, takes it as a common dogma that the Earth is a ball. But of course, we come along and we scrutinize that, especially in contrast to our observations and the measurements that we have done. Someone's going to post some images and or links for you to study for your critical consideration. So for 2 millennia, can you tell me what process was performed to measure the Earth to be a ball?
Yeah, it's completely irrelevant.
Let me go back to tidal locking. Go ahead.
Now, if you don't know, then
No, I
that's
know,
that.
but it's completely irrelevant.
What, no,
What's the
hang
point
on,
of that
hang on,
discussion?
hang on. I'm talking to Henry. Hang on. So if you don't know, then of course that is what it is. And if we care about attaining knowledge, we should just acknowledge that and then progress forward past that point and attempt to attain knowledge. So supposedly, the Earth is supposedly measured to be a ball for 2 millennia, at least, if not more, supposedly, when you listen to whatever given historian that still believes the common cosmic paradigm. That a Grecian by the name of Eratosthenes did a measurement using sticks and measuring the shadows and the angular relationship between the shadows and the sticks and the sunlight. However, this is not logically sufficient to prove the Earth is a ball. Why? Because this operation performed by Eratosthenes was not to verify that the Earth is a ball. It was simply to ascertain the supposed specific circumference of the ball that he already believed existed, the Earth. He wasn't trying to verify that the Earth was a ball. He was trying to simply ascertain what is the size of the ball that he already believed he lived on before he began the operation.
Yeah, the ancient Egyptians did the same thing with floating sticks on water on a flat surface of a canal.
Mm-hmm. Not only that, another presupposition is the supposed principal infinitude of the distance between the Earth and the Sun, and the supposed parallel light rays from the Sun. However, when we observe the Sun, especially on the clearest of days, the light rays are obviously not parallel. They're divergent, converging to a point. So he had a number of presuppositions, the worst of them being that the Earth is a ball. The reason it's the worst of them is because when people appealed to his operation as an instance of trying to verify that the Earth is a ball, he wasn't trying to verify that the Earth is a ball, he just presupposed that it was. And then even if he didn't presuppose that the Earth was a ball, even if, right, at best he didn't presuppose the Earth is a ball, and he just did this operation, it's still not logically sufficient to indicate the Earth is a ball, because this is entirely the phenomenon of the shadows being at different lengths, the further or closer away the sticks are from the sun, from the light source, is possible on a flat plane with divergent light rays, as opposed to being on the ball with parallel light rays. So it's a weak inductive argument.
Part of the reason the Greeks assumed a sphere is because they considered it to be one of the perfect shapes. You know, circles and spheres are like a model of perfection in the Platonic ideals.
Bruh. But a lot of them believe geocentrism too. So that's a big I think distinguishment is geocentrism is I think a bigger model of being closer to a godly source than heliocentric. I mean that's just my opinion. But so it worked for geocentrism.
So those 2 points from Matthew, they didn't choose to believe the Earth is a ball based on empirical verification. They chose to believe the Earth is a ball primarily because of aesthetic taste. And also as it concerns, they chose to believe heliocentrism, that the sun is at the center of the universe, because they were idolaters, worshipping the creature rather than the creator. And the sun is the deities that they falsely worship to be one of the gods.
And they worship perfect
the
orbits.
Sun be the
too.
center of the universe.
Worship perfect circular orbits and all that.
What you're saying? You're saying the Greeks thought the sun was the center, or who?
I think it went back and forth. It depended on which Greek you asked.
Oh, I see. Some Greeks thought
Yeah,
the Earth
I
was
mean, the heliocentric became more popular around the early modern era. It wasn't very popular before then,
Yeah, one of the
but they
Greeks
had
believed
the
that.
cosmic pluralist worldview.
Mhm. I don't remember which one, but one of them believed it was a tube, like we were in some sort of tube. So it goes. They all believed in the elements, the ether, I think. But yeah, it goes back and forth: stationary, non-stationary.
Yeah, the great philosophers.
So the point being, right now, go ahead. I'm sorry. Go ahead.
No, I just made the point that the Greeks were great. They produced a lot of great philosophers.
Stop the cap.
Now, again, if you look at some back into Chinese history, they produced a lot of philosophers as well. Chinese history.
True.
All right, and same with the Arabic.
So the point being is millennia, the primary arguments for believing the Earth to be a ball were aesthetic preferences, theological predispositions, and worst of all, just presupposing that the Earth is a ball and interpreting all the phenomena that we do observe through those presuppositions.
Yeah.
What's not true?
What you're saying about.
But there again, if you look at religion, by describing the Earth as a ball, it made the easiest way to describe the fact of sunrise and sunset, because that made it a simple explanation for the masses who weren't educated. They didn't know how to read or write, so they depended on the priests and things to interpret things for them. That's how that came about, to believe that, because it was a simple, believable explanation.
Be that as it may, simple doesn't equal true.
I agree.
It's simple and false.
But the point is, simple, a lot of people only understand simple.
Well, the digression from the point. The point is about verifying or falsifying this premise. So, I mean, people say that it's false, but I haven't heard an argument to refute what I said. Right? When you study Eratosthenes, when you study history, when you study his work,
it was measured in the Middle Ages, and then again in the 1700s.
Okay,
but they still had assumptions in each time they did it.
Yeah. So let's try this again.
Stop the cap.
What they perform.
Right. So I will discredit everything you guys show because of the assumption of flat Earth. So don't bother showing anything because it just confirms your flat Earth presuppositions.
That's not a
hang on. That's not what I just asked you. You have the floor. Demonstrate to us that you know my premise is false, because in order to falsify, you have to know the truth, which refutes my premise to be false. So, what process did they perform?
Yeah, right. So there was two different attempts to measure the curvature. There's actually three, but let's go with two. One was by L. Brunini. He was a scholar that measured the Earth's radius by measuring the angle of the mountain, right, and the dip off the mountain. And then there was a French geodesic mission to Ecuador in the 1730s that attempted to measure the shape of the Earth, right? And then there was Magellan. I won't include this, but because you guys will discredit it. But Magellan's circumnavigation of the globe was another one.
No, he went in a circle. Actually, he did. He actually died too. He didn't actually return.
Yeah, I know he died during the trip, but
he didn't. But if you look at the route, it's actually a circle. It's not a complete circumnavigation. I thought so too, and I was a little upset, and it kind of shattered my reality, just like the toilet spinning in opposite directions. So Magellan needs to be out of people's minds of circumnavigation. That is just like gravity not being a force. It didn't happen.
So let's address the first one he mentioned, right? The angle measurements to the mountains. You said.
Gotcha, bitch.
Yeah.
Okay, so correct me if I'm wrong. This man, what's his name?
Oh, I'm going to pronounce it wrong.
Bruni?
Bruni. Yeah, Bruni.
Okay.
Oh, Al Bruni, him. Okay.
Yep,
so Al Bruni did a angle measurement from the surface of the Earth up to a peak of a mountain. Is that correct?
Yeah. Yep. That's around. Yeah, I did it. I think around the first century or so. The first millennia.
Okay, explain to me what he did and how that indicates the Earth is a ball.
Right. So he, from what I understand, he climbed. He took. I don't know what mountain it was. I can try and find out. But he climbed a mountain. I think it was somewhere in Asia. Right. Climbs a mountain, and he has a device called. I think it's equivalent to a sextant, but don't call it. It's like I think something like that. And they measure the dip to the horizon. Right. Right. And I think you need to know the height of the mountain, and then you can measure that the horizon. Once you measure the height of the mountain, you can measure that the apparent horizon would be different from what you actually observe at the height of the mountain.
So, okay. Now, if the Earth is a ball,
right,
then the horizon would be fixed because
it would be fixed either way.
Okay, yeah. So if the Earth was a ball,
right,
especially concerning the apparent surface of the oceans would be wrapped around the ball, and when you look out to the horizon at the
oceans, we're just talking
oceans,
about this. Yeah, we're talking about this observation. Sure. Okay.
I know.
Okay.
So if the Earth is a ball,
right,
then the oceans are wrapped around the ball, and if the oceans are wrapped around the ball, then the horizon would be the concrete leading edge of a sphere, the peak of a water hill that's wrapped around a ball. So,
it doesn't have to be a water hill.
In this case,
hold on. In this case, there's no water, just land. But okay,
I understand. But you mentioned the water as it concerns.
I didn't mention the water. You mentioned the water. I said nothing about water.
Okay.
And if you stand on a high cliff,
hang on a moment. You mentioned the horizon.
Yes.
That includes especially the water, especially if the mountain is near.
Yeah, I think this is in Asia. There's no water around as far as I know.
You don't need to interrupt. You don't need to interrupt. Okay, what I'm saying is coherent if you let it be completed. Okay, so whether there be water near or not, what I'm saying is true geometrically, in principle at least, right? And in fact, in observation. So, if the Earth is a ball, then the oceans are wrapped around the ball. If the oceans are wrapped around the ball, then the horizon is the peak of a water hill on the concrete leading edge of a sphere. And if that's the case, then no matter how high or low you go, the horizon will remain at a fixed distance. It will not decrease or with height. But it does increase or decrease its distance, its apparent distance from the observer. Therefore, it's not the peak of a water hill wrapped around the ball. And secondly, just be patient. Secondly, you need two straight lines to get an angle. And if you're trying to get an angle measurement up from the surface of the Earth to the peak of a hill, to the peak of a mountain, or to anything, that necessarily implies that one of the two straight lines, horizontal lines, is the surface of the Earth up from which you measured up to the angle of the celestial body or the peak of a mountain. So the appeal to angular measurements is self-defeating and necessarily indicates the Earth's surface is horizontal.
No, you just use a tangent. No problem.
Right. So there's that tangent retort. The tangent, you only have two options. You only have two logical options. Either that baseline out of the two horizontal lines to make an angle is the surface of the Earth and or oceans, or it's not. If it is, then that necessarily implies that the surface of the oceans and Earth is horizontal. If it's not, then you got an elevation angle not up from the surface of the Earth or oceans, but up from an imaginary plane or line. and therefore have not successfully got the elevation angle up to the peak of the mountain or to anything up from the Earth or oceans.
Right. Okay. Let's address your points. I think because I think I'm confused about the whole water concrete thing. It doesn't make any sense to me. But so here's what the deal is, right? So he measures the height of the mountain, I presume, from the base of the mountain, right? So he measures the height, close to the base, right? Now there would be some small error if the Earth is curved. It's true, right? Right. There'll be some if the surface is curved, he'll get a small amount of error based on that height of the mountain. But he goes up to the top of the mountain and he calculates if the mountain was sitting on a plane, what the angle should be to the horizon, right? And then he calculates if the Earth was a sphere, what the angle should be to the horizon, or that it would not be at the same place as if it were a plane, right? And he can see that the angle does not match up. And he can calculate using trigonometry what the actual size is, and it matches within error some of the other observed sizes, right? So that's it.
Okay, so you repeated the argument. You didn't add any additional. I'm sorry.
Yeah, there's enough information. There's enough information there to understand it. Sorry if it doesn't make sense to you. Yeah.
Hang on. We're not listening. You just repeated the. Hang on, Henry. You just repeated the argument. You didn't add additional information. You didn't.
There's
say
enough information. How is what I said?
Why are you interrupting? Why are you interrupting? Why?
Because you're claiming I didn't address the argument.
That's not a genuine question. It's a rhetorical question.
Okay, mine was a rhetorical response. You have not.
So
you've not demonstrated anything.
You're just being rude now. You just repeated the argument. You just repeated your initial argument, your initial appeal with this angular measurement up from the Earth surface to the peak of a mountain. You just repeated the argument. So why would I say any other reply other than my refutation that I just said?
Because your refutation made no sense.
Okay, your failure to interpret and comprehend my argument does not refute it. It's logically sound, deductively. Regardless of your failure to comprehend it, I'd be glad to help you understand.
Sure. Why did you bring up water and concrete? What was the concrete water wall or whatever that was? What is that?
Okay. Before we get to that, let's concentrate on exactly what you said. Forget the water. Forget the water. I'll mention the water in just a moment to make my earlier reply make sense. As it concerns the angular measurements up from the Earth, because that's what Al-Biruni was doing. And if he wasn't, again, the only other option you have is, as I said earlier, and I'll explain again. So you have only two options in an absolute dichotomy. It's an absolute logical dichotomy that is irrefutable and beyond controversy. You are either measuring the angle of elevation up from the Earth surface or not. If you are, then that necessarily implies that the Earth's surface is horizontal and not convex nor concave, because you cannot get an angle with only one straight line. You need at least two. So if it's not the Earth, then he didn't get an elevation angle up from the Earth and just merely got an elevation angle in his imagination from an imaginary horizontal line and or plane. But of course, the peak of the mountain isn't above an imaginary horizontal line and plane. It's above the concretely real surface of the Earth.
Yeah, I addressed that in my argument. Obviously, you weren't paying attention.
No, I was paying attention. Your argument wasn't addressing my critique. You repeated the initial argument that I refuted.
Yeah, my argument addressed your point.
No, it wasn't addressing my point. Your initial argument is your initial argument before I ever said anything. It's not a rebuttal to my critique of you. It was the initial argument that I refuted.
Your critique is nonsensical because it was already addressed in the argument. It means you didn't understand what I was saying.
Okay, so either you will have a bad memory in spite of your best efforts, or you're being dishonest. What happened is you began...
Or you didn't understand what I said.
Stop interrupting. You began with your initial...
I'm going to keep interrupting.
Stop interrupting.
You're saying things I didn't say.
Stop being disruptive. Moderators, please handle this.
They will not.
You began with your initial argument. It's not a rebuttal to me and my refutation to you. It was your initial argument before I ever said anything. And then I replied to your initial argument. So no, you never addressed my refutation. You're just saying that you did, in spite of the fact that we could wind back the YouTube live stream and see the record shows that you didn't say a rebuttal to my refutation to your initial argument. You're just saying that you said a rebuttal without ever actually saying a rebuttal to my refutation.
Okay, are you done?
If you have a vertical line from where it starts from, it is flat depending on the width of the vertical line. But if you stand on a high cliff looking out to sea, to eye level straight ahead of you, sea is below each end. That makes it concave, not convex. Concave bulges outwards, convex bulges inwards.
I think you have it reversed. Convex is when you're on the outside of the ball, as it were. Concave is when you're on the inside of the ball, as it were. So when we increase our altitude, what would happen, what would be observed if we lived on a convex surface? It doesn't. Because what doesn't happen is a equal decrease or declination of the surface below your field of view, below the center line of your field of view. That doesn't happen. The surface remains level to the highest point that we can traverse, to the highest point that we can ascend up to. That's not consistent with a convex surface. So, back to the point, as it concerns Al-Biruni's angle measurements, any appeals to angular measurements up from the surface of the Earth and or oceans is self-defeating for the globalist, because you cannot get an angle of elevation up from the surface of a ball.
Sure you can. Just use the tangent.
Matthew is toying with me. He already knows that I've already said the reductio ad absurdum argumentum, the reduction to absurdity argument, against that appeal.
Yeah,
because
I find it
the appeal to
insufficient.
so-called tangent is just not an angular measurement up from the surface of the supposed convex surface of the Earth and or oceans, but a horizontal line that is imaginary, that is intersecting with that point along the surface of the circle of the sphere.
Bingo.
And you cannot get an angle of
Tangents are
elevation,
imaginary.
an angle with a curved line.
Yeah,
Sorry.
the tangent is the angle that would be represented in this case if you measure. Let's say you measure on the globe, right? If Biruni is standing at the top of the mountain, which he was, he's standing at the top of the mountain. The tangent formed by the intersection between the bottom of the mountain and this globe sphere, that tangent line would actually represent what he would expect to see from a flat Earth, right? So that would be where he would expect to see the horizon, right? But that's not where you actually see the horizon. The horizon is further down. There's a greater angle than he would expect to see the horizon if it were just a horizontal plane represented by that tangent, right? That's how he determined.
No.
Yes. Yes.
No, I'm about to follow up. No, not just contradict me. Obviously, come on, dude. I've already said the refutation to this. I'm just going to say.
No, you haven't. He measured the height of the mountain.
He measured the height of the mountain, dude. It's just annoying.
Because you're just repeating yourself. And it doesn't make any sense.
No, I'm not just repeating myself. I'm repeating my reply to your initial argument. You're just repeating your initial argument. I'm not the one just repeating myself. I'm repeating my reply to you because you haven't said in a distinct follow-up. Because you haven't said a distinct follow-up to my refutation. You're just repeating your initial argument.
Yes,
So,
he measured the
again,
mountain. He measured the height of the mountain. Can he measure the height of the mountain on a globe?
Dude.
He can measure the height of the mountain on a globe. There will be a okay. No, I'm going to keep talking because obviously you don't understand. So I'll say it again.
Yeah, you're just
right?
trying to dominate the voice channel because you're trying to suppress my voice.
I'm not trying to
either the
suppress your
moderators are
voice.
going
You've
to
repeated
moderate
yourself
this,
several times.
or they
Obviously, I'm
won't.
not making sense, so I'm going to try to explain it again. Right?
Yeah, you're
So
just trying to dominate the voice channel. I'm not going to let you.
Well, okay. I mean, I guess somebody could mute me, but so I'll ask you a question, then I'll shut up. Can he measure the height of the mountain on a globe?
The height, sure, which is a different issue from what you appeal to, which is the angle of elevation. So as I was saying, you only have two options. The bottom
Don't
baseline.
tell them yes. That was no. You can't get the height of a mountain off of the globe because the tool that you're going to use is trigonometry.
And there's also no globe.
I stand
Sorry,
corrected. I stand corrected. It's all right.
Yeah, you can get the height.
Well,
You
rather,
can
I'm
get the height
saying
of
right
the
now,
globe.
so.
Sure, you can get the height of the globe, or
that's a different issue. That's a different issue. That's stop. It's a different issue. We'll get to that in just a moment. As it concerns your initial appeal, which you have yet to follow up with any distinct reply, you just keep repeating your initial argument. My refutation that I've already said in the first place, because I anticipated this retort. Matthew is toying with me because he knows the sufficient is not. He knows the appeal is not sufficient, but he's going to keep saying it anyway for whatever irrational reason. The tangent, the appeal to the tangent is not sufficient. That is simply amounting to you saying that the surface of the earth is not the bottom baseline up from which I'm measuring the angle. So you are not getting an angle up from the surface of the earth in that instance, nor can you get an angle up from a curved line.
yeah, you can get an angle up from a curved line by assuming the tangent, right? That's how you do it.
That's not an instance of getting an angle of elevation up from the curved line. I'll say it again. That's not an instance of getting the angle of elevation up from a curved line, especially
When you
given
say
that it's
angle,
not
hold on.
possible. I'll say again.
When you say angle, we're not talking. Hold on. We're not talking about. Hold on. I want to get a definition.
No, not
I want
hold
to get a
on.
definition.
No, not hold on.
No, you said angle of elevation. I want to know what that is.
Hold on. No. You
No, I
are
want to know what
not
angle
and
of elevation
cannot
is.
get it.
Can you define that?
No. You are not and cannot get an elevation angle or any angle with a curved line. You need two straight lines, period.
That's correct.
Yeah, one would be an assumed tangent.
Which is not the surface of the earth in that instance, and therefore have failed to get an elevation angle up from a curved surface of the earth and or oceans.
He would not be standing on the surface of the earth at that point.
I know that, and therefore have failed to get the elevation angle up from the supposed curved surface of the earth and oceans.
So he was not standing on the ground when he measured the height.
He was, and the ground was not curving in any way. It's horizontal.
The ground was curving. He measured it with respect to the center of gravity of the earth, what was down, right? That's the plumb line.
It isn't, because you cannot get an elevation angle up from a curved line. So if he got an elevation angle up from the surface of the earth, that necessarily implies, deductively, that the surface of the earth is horizontal, not curving.
No, it doesn't if you assume a tangent.
Which is not an instance of getting an angle of elevation up from a curved surface.
It absolutely is. Why is it not?
Because the tangent is supposedly on a curved surface, and you cannot get an angle with a curved line.
A tangent is an instant angle, or I forget the term, but it's an angle from a curve at that instantaneous, a single point.
No, it's not
single
an
point
angle.
of intersection.
An angle is an angle. A tangent is a tangent. Tangent is not an angle.
Right.
An angle is not a tangent. The tangent is a particular point on the surface of the ball and or circle. And you
That's
cannot
right.
get an angle of elevation up from a curved line, which would be
The angle
on the surface of the ball.
The angle of the tangent approaches zero as it approaches the curvature, right? That's what happens.
No, not the angle of the tangent. The angle.
Yeah, no. I'm talking about the angle of the tangent approaches zero asymptotically as it approaches the circle, right? So at the point of intersection,
him, or he's just speaking garbage.
Mark, I have a
No.
question. Do you see the math problem in the chat? 14 past the hour.
So the reason you can't use the tangent is because it doesn't involve the Earth. Greg, is that what
Yes. They are trying to appeal to a tangent. They're conflating categories. It is a point. It is not a line. It's a point along the surface of the sphere and or circle.
No, it's a line that intersects exactly at one point on a circle.
Right.
Either way, go ahead and say that also. Let's include that in there. That's an imaginary line and not the surface of the Earth.
Right.
Which is an imaginary line as far as you know, because it's not actually flat, right?
No, that reply is dumb. You're not being logically consistent. You're just cavilling.
No.
You're being logically consistent.
It's an imaginary line.
No.
It's an imaginary.
No.
It's an imaginary line.
Excellent point.
It just matches your angles are imaginary.
You're just being disruptive. No. The implication of your premise appealing to the tangent line intersecting that point along the surface of the circle and or sphere is not the surface of the Earth, and therefore is not an instance of getting an elevation angle up from the surface of the Earth.
Why doesn't that apply to the flat Earth also? Because there's topology.
It doesn't apply to the flat Earth because the flat Earth is the horizontal baseline. Because you can get an elevation angle up from a horizontal surface.
Yeah, but that's just an imaginary line because in reality there's hills and things. Even like
no, it's not an imaginary line. You're not getting an elevation angle up from a fiction on the flat Earth. You're getting an elevation angle up from the Earth.
Gregory, why do you do this?
Yeah, it's the same thing. I don't.
Good for the goose, good for the gander. You talked yourself in this corner.
Yeah, it's an imaginary plane. It's an imaginary plane that you can never actually instantiate.
It can't even be acknowledged. Like, that's crazy.
Elijah, your mic is super low. You got to turn up your speak louder. You got to speak louder, man. We can't hear you.
I don't know. Maybe there's dust in. I'm on the speaker right now.
Why is it always you that has the worst mic? I don't understand it.
Yeah, it's really low, bro. You gotta do something.
Yeah, I've been in rooms where he's okay, but yeah, it's not good today.
Better?
No, the same.
A little. Just try yelling.
Better?
Yes.
That is better.
Yeah, that's
all right. Well, so Matthew, you're talking about topography changes in elevation. That's non sequitur to orientation. So when we say horizontal, we're talking about orientation.
Yeah, but the horizontal line is just an imaginary construct along a lumpy sort of topographical plane, and I think that's fine.
Absolutely, but there's still going to be an intersection between you and the geographic location on the Earth. So the thing is, if the Earth were a curving surface and there was no orientation, you're not getting an angle. But if the Earth is planar, you're getting an angle, which is why you can get an angle from the ground, from the sky, because that horizontal line is going to be parallel to the surface of the Earth, which is horizontal, aka flat.
Right. So that horizontal line on a flat Earth is this imaginary line that doesn't match exactly the topography beneath it.
You didn't hear what I just said.
Matthew, you're being dishonest, dude.
I am not being dishonest. Don't tell me that.
You have no idea. You are whistling past
I am not.
That has been clearly articulated to you. You're just repeating the very cavil that he already directly addressed and that I already directly addressed before him.
Yep. And you're ignoring the hypocrisy of your argument.
Bingo.
There is no hypocrisy in the argument. We've addressed the cavil.
I think they don't see
You're just
it. Mark.
repeating
They
the
just
cavil
don't
again.
understand it.
No, they really don't see the
No, not
analogy.
talk about me and him in the third person like we're not here and like you're intellectually superior. You're
We are.
being dishonest. You're repeating the very argument that we've already replied to. You said the initial argument, and then we replied, and then you just repeat the initial argument. That's your pattern of argumentation. You think it's valid. It is not.
I don't know, man. All right, Mark's out of here. I'm out of here too. You guys are beyond help.
You guys are bitches. Like that's what they're doing. They're bouncing.
Not all. I think some of them, maybe Matthew, but I don't know. Is the other guy still there? Are you still there?
They came in here together and then left together because what? They couldn't be dishonest. For real?
That is funny. That's funny as hell.
At first, at least for like the first minute, it was pretty good. Pretty good conversation.
That's how the cookie crumbles when someone. I mean, you saw how they tried to build the narrative that I'm being backed into a corner and I'm just like screaming and kicking helplessly. No. That's why I argue the way I argue. With people like that, with people like that, they destroy the possibility of a cordial discourse. They make it into, not me, they make it into an adversarial interrogation. Because with that sophistry, where they just repeat the same reply over and over again, and they build this narrative as though I'm the one just repeating myself, rather than repeating the logically relevant refutation to their reply, and then just continuing to just build the narrative with no argument, just building this narrative, just narrative building, that I'm the one that's losing, they're the one that's winning.
I just told him that topography was irrelevant to the argument. It was non sequitur to orientation, and he just straight up ignored that.
He just straight up ignored it. He just repeated the very thing I addressed before Eli spoke, and that Eli also just addressed. He just repeated the argument. That's why I keep naming their fallacies by name. If you don't want to hear my mouth about it, then don't commit the fallacy. If you just go out of your way to just repeat the arguments that's already been refuted, I will call it as it is, which is a appeal to repetition fallacy.
It could have been
a matter.
It could have been said, "Oh no, your rebuttal is wrong, and here's why." But that's never, what happens. Like, it's never actually a sequitur rebuttal to the premise or the counter to the premise that's being laid forth. It's very interesting because that's what Globers have been doing for years. That's what the Glober did on the debate with Whitsitt. Didn't really stick to any particular point, said that he was ignorant, however, could just, speak endlessly about how it's definitely a globe. And it's like, well, here's the refutation to that. And it's like, well, I hear what you're saying, but look, check this other thing out. I don't know why you guys don't think that's weird. It's not, I mean, to just say we're wrong and then just speak down about us in front of us to someone else, knowing that you didn't actually counter the rebuttal, is crazy.
Like, for instance, here's an exemplar again today. Look at Echoplex in the open chat. The people in the YouTube live stream cannot see this. I'll read it in a moment, I suppose, if I want. But the just myopic and unbalanced ridicule. Those words are chosen deliberately. Myopic meaning your vision is so severely limited to a fault, and unbalanced where you can only see the fault of the person that you see holding a position you don't want to be true, but you don't see that same fault in those who share your position concerning this debate. And then not only that, but falsely perceive me to be committing the error and don't see them when they're committing the error. To really ridicule me as the one that's being belligerent and irrational and a bully when I am resisting sophistry and disruptiveness to a dialogue in a forum that is about discourse and edification, not vain repetition and disruptiveness. That is not an instance of me being a bully. That is an instance of me resisting, trying to terminate the disruption to save the worthiness of the discourse. It's ridiculous. So you want to go out of your way to falsely perceive me to be disruptive, but you don't see the obvious and patent disruptiveness of the sophists in the forum. That's foolish.
Yeah, I've noticed recently. I was listening to one of my favorite bands. It's a Tool, and the song is "The Pot." And when you read the lyrics and you think about these anti-flat earthers, it just syncs up flawlessly. And of course, this has nothing to do with each other, but it's the type of person that he's talking about. And this typology just syncs right up with the anti-flat earthers. You know, they come in here and they're like, "Where's your model?" Well, they don't have a model. And they're like, "Well, we got science. You flat earthers are anti-science." And then we have to teach them about science. So I would just challenge anybody to read that song lyric and get back with me and tell me what they think.
It's to be expected. Look, just acknowledge it. Acknowledge what, Gregory? People believe what they want to believe. And sometimes people are very devoted to the beliefs that they want to believe. That includes everyone, including the one saying that right now. But the key that makes the difference to resolve or to terminate that obstacle is to be introspective, is to actually acknowledge that. See, the reason I'm saying that is because one of the prevailing preferred evaluations that the scientist has about themselves is that they don't have any traditions. They don't have anything that is distorting their perception and their pattern of inference. They're just benign truth seekers. They're just benign zetetic truth seekers. No, you're not. No, you're not. And you've demonstrated that for the past several years, especially as it concerns this cosmological construct. No, you are not.
So, just to be clear, the reason that Alberuni needed to use the Earth and not an imaginary tangent is because they're claiming to measure the Earth, so they have to use the surface of the Earth. Or I'm not understanding.
Yeah, the point is, in a sentence or two, Alberuni or whoever other, human or non-human, that wants to get an elevation angle, an angle between anything, there's going to be the angle between any two concretely real entities, right?
Yeah.
Especially up from a surface. Up from a surface. Notice my emphasis. The elevation angle up from a surface. That necessarily implies that you have one line pointing upward to something, be the peak of a mountain or a celestial body, whatever, what have you, and up from the other line, which is the surface. The surface of what? The surface of the earth and or oceans in this instance. The surface of the oceans and earth is parallel to a horizontal line. You're not getting an angle with only one straight line. Neither are you getting an angle from a curved line. It's not possible.
I mean, it's disgustingly obvious. Can you hear me?
You got quiet, but we can hear you.
It's
You're really quiet, man.
If you Google how to measure the height of a mountain, there's nothing to do with the globe in here. Zero. Click images.
Can I remember what the other appeal was? Because Brudder smacked down the appeal to circumnavigation very quickly. So that was immediately off out of the three. And then I and then Eli together demolished their appeal to elevation angles, let alone whatever it may be, up from the surface of the earth to whatever, to the peak of a mountain, whatever. And the last one was something I cannot remember. I hope someone else can. What was the other thing that Mark mentioned? To wind back the shirt, to wind back the live stream to say.
Yeah, he kind of just. I wish he would just stick to one, one at a time. I don't know why he just makes that life.
And again, there's that also. Like you just said, I wish he'd just stick to one at a time. Again, that's how the cookie crumbles. When you find yourself, at least when someone perceives that they are in the presence of a threat, they're going to try and intensify and maximize their self-defense. So I'm not going to just say one argument to defend me. I'm going to say all the arguments. I'm going to make all the appeals, right? But of course, that's an instance when you find yourself in an adversarial interrogation rather than a cooperative discourse.
Yeah.
And why do I keep mentioning that? Because I'm sorry, Eli, are you talking?
No.
Oh, okay. I'm trying to be sensitive. Your mic is weak right now. But the reason I keep mentioning that is because the best approach is a cooperation of everyone unto the truth. But we don't have that.
Imagine
far more than anything. Go ahead.
Imagine if we had that.
Imagine, if we all persevere to attain knowledge of the truth. But no, we don't have that. No, what we have is adversarial approaches. But we have our adversaries. I mean, it may sting their pride. They may deny it. I don't care. That's what it is. That's what it obviously is. Look, contentions do not arise because everyone is behaving friendly. I mean, do I need to spell that out to adults? No, I hope not. So it's patently obvious. It's patently obvious. They are adversarial. Not all. To what applies to. To what applies to.
Who's adversarial?
I just want to read this here. It's like, yeah, this is we're just like reading stuff and we're like, yeah, there it is. And they're like, well, see, you're misunderstanding. Like, no, like, let me hold on, post in the chat so you guys can follow along with what I'm talking about. Okay, it should be in the chat. See it? To estimate the height of a mountain, two students decide to measure the angle of elevation to the top of the mountain from two different ground level locations in the diagram below. Note that the base of the mountain is not the location of the right angle. From A to B equals 700 meters from the base of the mountain. The angle of elevation to the top of the mountain is 60 degrees. The students then walk 1,200 meters further away from the base of the mountain and measure the angle of elevation to now be 35 degrees. If we assume that the ground is level, estimate the height of the mountain.
This is why I keep saying it is not the concepts that is causing the confusion. Not really. The basic concepts that are relevant and essential to discerning the truth of the matter, right? You can wander into all sorts of mathematical prestidigitation if you want to. Of course, that's not an instance of focus on the major premise. That's wandering. It's not the concepts that are the primary cause of the contention. It's desire. Why do I keep mentioning this? Because the dialogue does not have to degenerate into an adversarial impasse. It doesn't have to be that way. but there's a cause to make it become that way. And it's not because of the concepts of the items of knowledge itself. It's because of people's desires, contradictory desires.
So they have
You
ulterior
explain the flat Earth religion perfectly there, Gregory.
Now, you see, I could waste my breath trying to reason with him that that's false. But of course, if he desires, and he evidently does, given all the time that he's talked in his voice channel, to believe that, then there's nothing that can be said to persuade him away from that erroneous opinion.
Same goes for you.
Yeah, he completely ignored why we're saying what we're saying. He didn't respond to what I read.
Yeah, he sure didn't do that. There's no refutation of that. Unless, Matt, you would like to say an argument?
I just liked what you said about the Globers. Is it really shows the cognitive position you guys are at?
No.
So nothing about what he also
And by the way, Elijah, you're really
nothing
low, so I
about what he
barely ever
also
understand
said
what you're
about
saying.
concepts that are simple to understand. Nothing about that at all, right?
Pretty sure Matthew and what's it called were trying to reason with you guys, and they couldn't. So if they couldn't, I probably won't either. So I don't care about any of that.
Yeah, we're done with him on that point. Moving on. He doesn't have any informative, substantive replies to the arguments. He just wants to have a ad nauseum exchange of complaints.
There's no complaints there. I'm just saying I like what you said. It
You want
goes
to
good
do it
for you
again.
and your
Like,
clan.
rather than not doing it, they continue to do it. We obviously concluded that, but he just persevered to resume it. So now I'm going to give the meta commentary over that. I'm more than glad to.
I think the key argument or the key point here was one person believes that you can use an imaginary tangent line, and then they have reasons, but then the other
That's not an
person...
elevation angle. It's as simple as that, like Gregory said a million times.
Oh, okay. So it doesn't need, it's a category error?
It's not an elevation angle up from the earth or oceans. It's a fictitious line.
It doesn't even matter fictitious. Like we use a horizontal. Let's face it, it's not fictitious. Horizontal is an orientation. That is something. Now a tangent to a circle, that's not something. Unless we really lived on a globe. But again, a tangent to a circle is not a fucking elevation angle.
Gotcha.
So, like, that's why I said the dichotomy that really clears it up. In fact, let me correct myself and readjust my rhetoric when I call that a fictitious line. My point with saying that phrase in the sentence is to say that it's not at all parallel with the surface of the earth, right? That is an imaginary line or plane that is intersecting with some given point on the surface of the sphere and is not at all parallel with the surface of the sphere. You see, it's divergent.
Right. Yeah. Can I explain it again? Maybe better. Okay.
Oh, he returned.
Yeah. Sorry, dropped my phone, and then I had a thing I had to do. All right. So here's the thing. So L. Bruni is measuring this line, which could either be, let's say, for example, I agree to your.
What did you say at the beginning?
Dichotomy.
Can I explain again?
So
repeat your initial argument.
Hold on. He's establishing the baseline, right? So the
right.
Height
just no etiquette, right?
You skipped.
Sorry,
step.
Just none.
There's no baseline in that.
Sorry.
You skipped a step.
If Les for real talking, I couldn't hear him. He's really low.
Yeah, you skipped a step. There's no baseline in what you're talking about. Like the baseline is what happens before he's on the mountain.
Okay, just let me finish my argument, and then you can critique it, right?
Mark, why should we subject ourselves to hearing you repeat yourself ad nauseum? We shouldn't.
Because it's fine. I'm going to explain it differently, right?
60 seconds or less. Go on.
Right. L. Bruni is measuring the height of the L. Bruni is measuring the height of the mountain, right? And the height is either determined by the tangent in the case of a globe, or it's determined by the horizontal in the case of a plane, right? Right. So either way, he's got the height of the mountain, right? So he knows the height of the mountain. If the flat plane is correct, and you're correct, he knows the height of the mountain, and he knows the angle to the flat plane. But that's not what he observes, right? He observes something that shouldn't exist. The angle to the flat plane doesn't match as if it were a flat. Excuse me. The angle to the horizon does not match if it were a flat plane. It is lower, right? The angle actually matches the globe observations. That's it.
Okay, so since that's it,
So what?
this will be the it.
Gregory.
Go ahead.
So you mix two things up. His view of the horizon on the top of the mountain and the horizontal baseline that he'll use to measure the height of the mountain, or to calculate the height of the mountain.
You mean I mixed each of those things? Explain that again.
Yeah, because you said that the tangent to the horizon would be different. It would match up on a plane if we're planar, but doesn't, and that's how we know that there's a deviation. But you're talking about when he's on the mountain, not how he gets the height of the mountain.
Right. The height of the mountain would be pretty much the same, and it's either globe model or flat Earth model, because he's measuring it near the base.
So that wasn't a prompt for you to repeat what you said. Number one, I'm pointing out that you mixed two things up. Okay, so you understand. Okay, we're gonna go to your point about there not being a difference whether there's a curve or whether there's a horizontal. No. This is exactly how it's done, and I'm gonna read again from what I just read from. To estimate the height of a mountain, two students decide to measure the angle of elevation to the top of the mountain from two different ground level locations in the diagram below. Note that the base of the mountain is not the location of the right angle from point B equals, from point A to point B, 700 meters from the base of the mountain. The angle of elevation to the top of the mountain is 60 degrees. The students then walk 1,200 meters further away from the base of the mountain, from point A, and measure the angle of elevation to now be 35 degrees. We assume that the ground is level. If we assume that the ground is level, estimate the height of the mountain. There's nothing about any curved surface anywhere because they need to do trigonometry.
Yeah, and when I originally described it, I didn't do it not just now. When I originally described his experiment, I said there might be a small discrepancy because he would be measuring, there would be a small curve between, let's say, wherever, even if you measured it correctly from one position, right? There would be a very small.
Can you cite that within?
There'd be a very small. I'm going to finish. There'd be a.
No,
you're obviously just want to overtalk because you don't want me to complete my point because it would be embarrassing.
No, I'm asking you a question. No, I'm asking you.
Yeah, but I wasn't finishing answering your other question. But okay.
Yeah, well, you can do both. You can walk and chew bubble gum, can't you?
Well, I can't.
So, I'm not
talk.
disrupting. I'm not disrupting
your question.
your
You're asking me another question. I'm answering your first one.
I'm not trying to disrupt your message, bro. So I really hope that you stop getting insecure about this. I want you to finish your reply, but I also want a citation for exactly what you're saying right now to go with your reply when you're done.
Yeah, he already gave up.
I hope asking you for that is not a problem.
Elijah, hold on. Look, Elijah already gave up his time to speak to let you talk once, and you're talking about being over talking, but you're not affording him the opportunity to speak like he is you.
He made a criticism. I was responding to criticism. Then he was adding a second criticism on top of that. So I was saying
it's not a criticism. Did you hear what I just said? What I just said was not a criticism. So the only thing that would make you say that is because you insecure in the conversation
No,
right now.
no. I meant an argument, like a critique, right?
It's
I don't
not,
mean.
I didn't critique or argue. Again, you're only saying that because you
Yeah.
felt insecure about me interrupting you. So I tried to get it back
But
on
why
track
would you
by
interrupt
saying,
me if it wasn't a
But here we
critique?
are caught in the circle now.
I already told
Yep.
you why. I already told you why. I'm not trying to
'Cause you're-
disrupt your I'm not trying to disrupt your message. I want you to get the full message out, but I
Sure.
want this message to reflect the citation at the end of it as well. So I'm telling you that my expectation is that you get a citation for what you're saying. That's all I'm saying.
Sure.
That's
The only
not a- that's
citation
not
is
an-
high
that's
school
not an objection.
trigonometry, right? It's high school trigonometry, right? That's all it is, right?
Yeah,
So
you
if
saying
the
the
Earth,
phrase high school trigonometry is not a citation.
sure it is.
No.
If you didn't take high school trigonometry, we could have a separate lecture on that. But
All
that's all it
let's
is. Like,
slow him
look,
down.
if you're going to be,
We need to
So
slow
now
him
here comes the
down so that
disruptiveness.
we need to
you're going to let me
slow
answer. I'm
him
going to keep
down so
talking
that
because you promised
we
me
need to
time
slow
to
we need
answer.
the
I will
moderators to
explain
slow
it
him
in more.
down.
I will
We
explain it in more
need the
detail if you want me
moderators
to
to slow
explain it.
him
But
down
obviously, you're
because
not
he's
interested in
really
that. You're
not
interested in going
listening.
meta and
But
asking me to provide
we're
a
not
detail
going meta.
for
That
common
wasn't a
mathematics, right?
citation. We can't move forward because
Sure.
it wasn't a citation. That's the problem. It wasn't a citation. So you saying simple trigonometry, let's look up what citation is. Okay? So because we're not going to allow you to just continue to talk and ignore, because from man to man, right? You're ignoring what I'm saying to you, and I'm having a conversation with you. That's disrespectful. So a citation is a reference to a source that is used in an intellectual work. It is an abbreviated alphanumeric expression that appears in the body of the work. In the body of a paper, an in-text citation acknowledges the source of the information used. So right now, you're the source of information. I'm trying to figure out where you got your information. So while you're saying what you're saying about Al-Biruni trying to figure out the difference between a sphere and a plane, is this ultimately what you're saying? I'm only asking for a citation of that.
Okay. I'll find a citation for the calculation of a tangent if you want me to, right? But that's all
That's
it
not
is.
what I asked for.
So
That's not what I asked for.
that's exactly what you asked for.
No, I'm gonna tell you again. Don't tell me what I asked you for. I'm gonna tell you what I asked you for. So I asked you because you referenced Al-Biruni trying to do something mathematical to tell the difference between a curve and a horizontal. Because when I read my citation, I said there's nothing about curves in here. When you said what you said about Al-Biruni, you mentioned something about a curve. So I want you to cite in any of Al-Biruni's work where that is. Not just randomly about tangents and circles. No, Al-Biruni's work.
Okay. When you asked me that question, it was in response to me saying that his calculations could be a little bit off.
You could just go do the task instead of trying to repeat history that we all heard. That you're
I'm
about to
telling you, all
distort.
right. That's all right. That's an ad hom. Thank you for letting me to win the argument.
Yeah, you could just
it's
go.
not. It's not an add-on. You just do.
No,
You just
he accused me of trying to
go
discredit
ahead and
history.
give me a citation for what you're saying, because I don't want to dismiss it, and I don't want you to be disrupted. I'm trying to help.
Okay, so
everyone
you want
in
me
the
to
room.
You want me to explain? Just to be clear, you want me to
Explaining
explain?
is not an explanation. Is not a citation.
No.
Citation
Oh,
again.
sure.
Definition of a citation is a reference to a source that is used in an intellectual work. That's what I'm asking for.
But the crux.
That's what I'm asking for specifically from something with that's referencing Al-Biruni. That's what I want.
But the crux of the thing you want me to establish is that he established.
Not establish. I just want a citation of what you said. That's it.
That he measured and had evidence for a globe Earth.
No, that I said that when he's measuring the height of the mountain, it has nothing to do with the globe. He's using trigonometry. If it were a globe, that wouldn't be possible. You're saying, well, he did some things to calculate the difference so I want the citation of that.
Okay.
No,
Again, I think you misunderstood me.
You're not saying that?
I think so. You're moving the goalposts again, right? So
No, I'm not moving the goalpost.
you're asking how he used trigonometry to calculate the height of the mountain.
No, I'm not. I already read my citation. I already told you how he's going to get the height of the mountain. It has nothing to do with the curved surface. That's what I said.
They measured. So the people that measured the example you gave, did it say it was? Did it say it was on a horizontal plane?
It's yeah, assuming that the ground is level. Level is a horizontal orientation. They're both synonymous.
No, it's not.
Level is synonymous with horizontal in this context. Yes, it is.
When you're talking about topography on the Earth, it's
No,
with
we're not
respect to
talking
the center
about
of mass.
topography. We're not talking about we're not talking about topography. We're talking about assuming that the surface is level.
And level and topography, which is exactly what you're describing, is
Level meaning an even plane.
How do you measure an even plane? Like physically, how do you measure it?
Well, they assumed it, assuming that it was even and it was level. They just calculated the height of the mountain, assuming that it was level.
So they didn't know whether they're on a globe or on a flat plane.
Assuming it was level, that's how they got the height to all of the mountains that we have heights to.
So your reference doesn't specify horizontal versus globe measurement. So if you're using that as a reference, that means the globe measurement works.
Trigonometry references a horizontal baseline, a level baseline.
Yeah, trigonometry can use a plane tangent plane.
No.
Yeah,
elevation angle is not a plane tangent.
I posted a link in the chat or
elevation
in the
angle is not a plane tangent.
The elevation angle is not a plane tangent, but you measure from a plane tangent.
So he is measuring elevation angles to the mountain to get the height. It has nothing to do with the tangent.
It does, right?
No, it doesn't.
Tangent would
So
be
so I want a citation. So I want a citation for that, my man. That's what I'm asking for. That's all.
Right.
I don't want to argue with you. You said what you said already. It was very clear. You said what you said already. It was very clear. Yeah,
I don't need
if you're gonna say
citation for a plane, I've already put a citation.
Then he needs to be stopped because the people need to recognize that he's just wrong here. Because that's just what it is.
I think you need to recognize that you've been exposed.
And he sounds like Brenda too, so it's annoying.
I don't like Brenda.
I don't like your voice, Elijah. That's pretty annoying, but I'm not really saying anything.
I don't like my voice either, to keep it a buck. But ugly people usually call ugly people ugly, so whatever.
I'm a little hoarse tonight, sorry. But hey, look, it's I'll post it in the chat, but it's basically a plane tangent, a tangent plane.
No, we're not engaged. We're not engaging anymore, sir, because you failed to. You refused.
Refused to do what? Explain it to what a plane tangent is.
Why are you interrupting? You said refused to do what, and then you just repeated what you're already saying. Like, why would I be responding to?
A while ago.
How did this? This is why you're a bitch. Like it's very hard.
And another ad hom. Awesome.
It's very hard talking to bitches because this is what happens. I don't understand.
When the bitches
and I don't
let you
understand
win.
it. Like he's claiming that it's an ad hom, but at the end of the day, I already responded to him. He refuses to engage with what I'm saying. I don't have anything more for him, but he wants to ask me about a tangent after he straight up ignored everything that I said. Well, like
I didn't ignore everything you said. I placed an explanation of a plane tangent was in the chat a while ago.
And I said, give me a citation from Al-Biruni. Not from Al-Biruni, but from the source of Al-Biruni. Or maybe from whatever. But again, if you refuse to do that, then you don't have to force us to continue a dialogue. You just can't do what I'm asking you to do.
Yeah, because it's okay. So what you're asking me to do is
get to the orgasm, man. It's all right. Have a glass of milk.
What you're asking me to do is establish that Al-Biruni used trigonometry, which you would not have had access to, right? But he had access to geometry, and the geometry was
No,
good enough.
no, that's
Actually,
not
we
what
have
I
that
asked.
extra trigonometry.
No,
Yeah.
that's not what I asked. I'm sorry. You can talk all you. That's not what I asked though.
Okay. What did you just be specific about what you want me to
I'm
just
not
demonstrate?
talking to you. Like I'm
No,
talking
because
to
you've been
you, but I'm
talking.
not. There's no way to engage with you. It's like me saying, "Bitch, go home." Like you're not getting it.
No, I know. It's really embarrassing for you. I'm sorry.
Mm-hmm.
All right, I'll take the lead. All right, so he's asking you
Don't
for
tell him
a.
what I'm asking. He knows what I'm asking him for.
Oh, he's all over the place. And when he was
And yet
asking, he moved the goalpost several times.
out of his own mouth, he has not once in 30 minutes been able to repeat exactly what I told him I'm asking for. Don't you dare tell him what I'm asking for, because he's not going to engage it. Move on.
Be clear. No, but if you're clear about what you're asking for, I'll try and if it's not like some type of stupid rhetorical trick, I'll try and figure it out.
No, it's over.
Okay.
I know it's over
you
because you couldn't figure out what you're actually asking for. I think I don't know. I don't know that you know what
okay,
you're asking
okay,
for.
but it's still over though.
Yeah. Sorry. Yeah. Kind of got lost there.
All right, we can move on. It's fine. That was very funny.
Annoying.
Interesting.
And gay.
Whom
Doesn't
gay?
know what an elevation angle is, doesn't know what a citation is based on his demonstration. It's fucking annoying.
How
Wait
did
a
you
minute,
get
you're
gay from
saying
that?
it's like incorrect to say that Google is my citation? Or
Well,
just X fill in the blank?
Yes.
I was letting you go at it, Gregory, but my whole issue with the argument for this tangent line, and correct me if I'm wrong, because I may be, is that they would actually need the geometric horizon to have a tangent too.
No, there's
Otherwise,
no such
tangent.
thing. They're measuring the height of a mountain. That doesn't. None of that is relevant. They're just elevation angles to the height of a mountain, bro.
To the mountain. Sorry. Yeah, I got you. Yeah, sweet. No worries. But am I right in saying that in, say, normal
Yeah, he
instances of,
wants to
say,
talk
celestial
about what happens
navigation?
after they've measured a flat Earth. That's what he wants to do, and it's like, no, we're not doing that.
Yeah, right. Yeah, I don't know. I've been looking into this for a while because they claim these tangent lines with celestial navigation as well. However, from what I've understood, that they would still need.
There's no tangent line. There's you on the ocean getting an elevation angle, same as a mountain, except it's celestial navigation and no longer trigonometry in the same
Correct.
sense. So it's
Yes, correct.
but
I understand that.
the same. It's an elevation angle. That's it.
Yes, but in regards to their claim of tangents, because this is what we get regularly, in that instance, they would still need a geometric horizon or the known distance due to the geometry of the Earth to have that tangent. And if they didn't, they wouldn't have an accurate tangent line because they don't have a geometric horizon for a tangent to intersect.
I got
Well,
you,
that
but
actually
none of
that's
that
actually not how
comes
it.
in. None of that comes into play at all whatsoever. The horizon is merely used as a reference to get a horizontal position so that you can get an appropriate elevation angle. That's it.
Correct. Yes, I understand that. I'm
So
just trying to
I don't care
argument
about
apart from the
these
inside.
tangents and geometric horizon. None of that even matters. It has no place in this conversation.
So their appeal to a tangent line is simply a red herring. That necessarily implies that they're not getting an elevation angle up from the oceans or Earth, and rather just from a fiction.
So it's all imaginary.
Well, first we're gonna have a line of sight to the horizon
Then we're going to computerize it, pretend that that person is going to get an elevation angle. No, no, dog. You're on the ocean. You're taking an elevation angle up from the fucking surface of the ocean. That's it. That's literally it.
Yes,
You're not
correct.
getting a tangent to a tangent point. None of that's happening. None of that is a part of or involved in the language of celestial navigation in practice.
Oh, correct. I understand that. I was just looking into tangent lines and things the other day, just because they always claim that first measurement to the horizon is in fact a tangent. However, like I said, I don't think
you
it.
think you need
I
to
never.
deal with, you think
Sorry?
you need to deal with it to. You think you need to know that to kind of have a conversation with someone about it, because it's not doing them a service to talk about what celestial navigation isn't.
No, I always stick to the main facts, yeah, that, they're on the flat surface of the Earth, they're adjusting eye level down to the surface of the Earth, exactly as you've stated. I just hear this all the time, so I thought I'd look further into it, and from what I found, yeah, they still need a geometric horizon to do what they're claiming, something that they don't have. So that's another point against them in that instance.
Fair enough.
Asmos. Right, Gregory?
Why can't I hear Gregory? Is he talking? Has he been talking?
He's just not talking.
I'm talking now.
Oh.
His fellow flurfers put him in jail. Put him in flurf jail. Right, Gregory?
Now, you see,
I'm sharing
gonna
my
give
screen.
meta
We're just
commentary
going to do
now.
a random. My bad. Go ahead, Greg.
Someone's going out of their way to mock me for what? Because I did a sin? Because I did a crime? Because I did something that's worthy of contempt? No. Because I stung their pride. Plain and simple. I didn't actually commit an error of any kind. I'm being mocked because I stung their pride with poignant and strong, steadfast questions and or critiques. And that's why the dialogues degenerate into these stupid, annoying, cyclical, nauseous bickering matches.
Wow. Somebody thinks highly of himself.
Yeah, he does.
See right there. He could have chosen to not say that.
I
But he
could
chose
have,
to.
but I chose to. Yes, this
Because
is correct,
he
Gregory.
just despises me for no good reason.
No, there's good
So if
reason.
anyone has the right to come into the voice channel or to any forum, in any form at all, and just ridicule me for no good reason, I'm well within my right to give the meta commentary that rebukes and admonishes that stupid shit.
You are. No one stopped you, did they?
So from this point forward, either this stupid ass contentiousness is going to be moderated or it won't.
Really? It will or it won't? Wow. That's a deep insight. It will or it won't. Wow. I guess he's right.
Look, you said you had good reason not to like him?
Yeah, I think so.
What is it?
Why?
Because he's always yelling at everybody.
Yelling?
Yeah. All the time.
To be honest, he is.
Yeah, he does.
He's being clear though. He's like, it's very.
I don't think you know what yelling is. Like, I could yell right now, but I would damage your ears because, I can do the roar like Shrek. But we're not yelling.
Yeah, I was going to say, please don't, Larry.
Yeah, I mean, I could. Like, I'm really good at it. I can get really, really loud.
And the other thing he always does, he always is the judge of his own arguments. And, just like he said here, he gives in his mind, he gives devastating critiques. Doesn't matter if anybody else thinks they're devastating. He's decided they are.
He's
Yeah,
the judge.
What has he done? What has he done?
Why is he taking the time? Why is this grown man who's supposedly so affluent in his life outside of a Discord phone call, going out of his way to berate and ridicule some obscure, stupid person, at least in his perspective. Why is he doing that? Why is he going out of his way? Why is he not trying to focus on something that's worthwhile talking about? You know, like the facts as it concerns the subject that this voice channel is designated for.
I'm here talking about the facts all the time.
Right. So now he's going to pretend like he didn't just go out of his way to ridicule me. There is no honesty or piety in these people.
You're right. There's no piety in me. That's for sure.
You are currently the subject matter, Gregory. That's why we're critiquing you now.
I'm not the subject this voice channel is designated for.
I know.
No,
Grow
not
up.
what it's designated for, but you are
Grow
now
up.
the subject currently.
Grow up.
I don't think he actually despises you. I think he's lying.
Well, I don't I mean, Scott Mackey might. I don't despise Gregory. He's like more of like one of the clowns here that I just sit back here and laugh at. So
right.
So
now there's more of this
if we're
bullshit.
talking about Gregory, I have to be able to chime in, right? Like that's only
Yeah,
fair.
more bullshit.
Okay, go ahead. Okay, let's get back to flat Earth.
Yeah, we really should stop talking about Gregory. I agree.
Yeah.
Flat Earth.
All right.
Well, I just remember.
On topic.
Let's
Scott, I just got here. You can't have a Gregory thing and then I get here and you turn it off.
Shut the fuck up with your bullshit.
Yeah, if I could get in just for a second. I remember one time Scott says, "You don't trust people?" And I was like, "No, like I can't even trust myself, like to do a New Year's resolution." Like, he's like, "Oh, I feel really bad for you." It's like, well, I feel bad for people who dislike people because they think they're yelling when they're just talking. Like, I may not trust Gregory, but I like him. Or I may not, trust Scott, but I don't hate him. It's really weird to me that people would think this way. It's just foreign to me, absolutely foreign.
And even
it's really weird to me that people continue to just berate me no matter what I say. Even when in the midst of doing the very thing that they're being admonished for, they continue doing it.
Well, I just wanted to chime in there and say, I don't hate Gregory. I hate his arguments.
All right, name one argument. Go ahead.
The transcendental argument for God that begs the question.
What is it? What's the argument?
Do we want to digress to that? I can embarrass him on that point.
Go for it.
You're not a tag guy,
Gregory.
are you?
Let's watch this. Please entertain me,
guy.
please.
He's a pre-supper. He's full-blown pre-sup.
I know. Van Til, Bonson. I know it all.
But you don't know it all. I can prove you don't.
Sorry, Gregory. Did you want to explain how you assume God exists?
What is presuppositionalism? Since we're digressing to this, let's see how long the moderators tolerate this.
Are you talking to me or?
Yeah, you,
so
Mark.
God is.
I've already thoroughly refuted Rich. Why would I waste my time again? You, Mark.
Hold on. One thing I do want to say. Look, we were arguing. It was quite spirited, angry, whatever you want to call it. You didn't ad hom me, as far as I can tell or remember, right? So I don't have any reason to dislike you, right? We disagree vehemently or stridently, let's say. So I'm fine. I don't have a problem with you, right? It's fine. But okay, so it's a tag argument. God is.
No.
You don't get it, buddy. You have to let Gregory.
No, not that. No, not that.
Yeah, let Gregory the judge go at it.
Gregory
got muted. He just got muted. Gregory.
10-minute rant. That's how this works.
So do you want me to tag argument or not?
Mark, whatever you wanted to say, go ahead.
Sure. I was just going to lay out what I understand the tag argument to be. Gregory could tell I'm wrong. That's fine. And there are lots of different versions of this, right? But the basic Van Til Bonson argument is that, well, first of all, they don't really give the argument as the evidence. They argue with the atheist. They prove him beholding an unsupported viewpoint. But anyway, so God is a necessary precondition for intelligibility, right? That we can't even have anything in terms of intelligibility, and there would be nothing actually discernible if we didn't have God as the precondition for any of that, right? That's the basic precept argument, originated from Kant, right? in the 1700s, more recently with Van Til in the 60s, and then Bonson in the 70s. I think he died in the early 90s, Bonson did, but he was the one who really weaponized the argument and really made it like a nuclear bomb for some of these apologists, at least so they think. Anyway, and that's it. That's the basic argument, and you could argue that anyone who tries to refute it would have no standing because they can't prove their intelligibility, right? That's it.
So can I engage him the way I want to?
Yes, go ahead.
Go ahead. Sure.
Yes, I permit it.
There's a purpose for me saying no to him because I didn't want him to go on with his diatribe without scrutiny. There are poignant questions that I deliberately ask because I know the subject. I've debated this matter several dozen times before. So, Mark, what is presuppositionalism?
Sure. Well, okay, so there's lots of presuppositionalisms, right? You presuppose, if you look at the Munchausen trilemma, you have to presuppose something to establish epistemology, right? So do you mean the tag argument? That's a specific version of presuppositionalism.
No. So your answer is incorrect. There is a definition of presuppositionalism.
It is a presupposing as a metaphysic or an ontology that supports epistemology.
Again, wrong. So when you actually look up the definition of presuppositionalism, as I'm going to paraphrase, I'm not going to quote anything verbatim right now. Presuppositionalism is simply an address of the given presuppositions of a given position. It's very simple.
Yeah, didn't I say that? There's lots of things you have to establish before you can even make a point.
No, you did not say what I said.
Okay. Well, that's fine. Okay. All right, fine.
That's
it's your starting point.
Fun.
It's your starting point for a worldview.
Actually,
right?
not fun.
No, that's fine. I'll let him go with that.
It's not fun.
It isn't fine. That's presuppositionalism first and foremost. So everyone who is so determined to be condescendingly unimpressed and belittle the so-called presup, as they say, as a term of derision, is simply being hypocritical. And there's nothing more to it, because they have presuppositions inevitably and necessarily. If they wish to make anything at all intelligible, they have a worldview with all the categories of philosophy. There's no way around it. It's inevitable for a reason, and it's necessary for knowledge about anything at all. So that's why it's called presuppositionalism. It isn't as though there are some humans who don't have presuppositions. That isn't possible so long as they are alive and especially involved in the debate.
I think I covered that very quick. Hold on. I think I covered that when I was talking about the Munchausen trilemma and needing presuppositions for epistemology. Right? That's what I said. Right? So,
but the Munchausen trilemma is not the same category. So no. Now,
how do you
concerning
the
do you see how I'm stuttering and stammering because you keep interrupting me?
Go ahead.
Concerning the Munchausen trilemma, that is a self-defeating false trilemma. Very simply, it is trying to support the premise that knowledge is impossible. You only have two options. The premise is true or it's false. If it's true, then it couldn't be known to be true. If it's false, then it couldn't be known to be true either. Therefore, it could not be true, it cannot be known to be true, and it can only be false. It's very simple. It's a false trilemma.
Okay. Let me know if I can respond to that.
Go ahead.
Okay. It's the Munchausen trilemma, named for Baron von Munchausen, who told fantastic tales. Anyway, that's not important. The idea is the Munchausen trilemma is that you can't really justify knowledge, right? So, we cannot establish anything, including the Munchausen trilemma, as being justified in terms of absolute certainty, right? And it's not that when we say presuppers as a derision, right? It's not that we don't have presuppositions. Everyone has to, right? That's the point of the Munchausen trilemma. Is there are three sources of presuppositions, three categories of presuppositions that people engage in, right? And it's not that we don't. If you force people to go down to that thing, they have to say, I have no justification, but here's where I start, right? Or here's the assumption I make, right? The problem with what we call presuppers is that they think that they are justified in being certain. I'm not saying you, but most presuppers I meet use this as a justification that they are certain, and that everyone else doesn't have means to or cause to be certain. I'll end there.
You keep repeating the things that are already addressed. That's not a valid tactic. So if you keep doing it, I'm going to keep highlighting it. So I've already,
yeah, you haven't.
we've already covered what the Munchausen tried. Can you stop that?
No. Because you had said something about it doesn't mean you addressed it.
Can you stop that? In other words, stop that. The Munchausen trilemma is a false trilemma. I refuted it. So you repeating what it is after we already established what it is not and cannot be a refutation to anything, let alone the refutation to it. The Munchausen trilemma is falsely asserting that knowledge is not possible. If we go with the implications of the premise,
hold on. That's not what it's saying.
No, not hold on.
That's not what it's saying.
Hold
I'm
on.
going to stop you there because you're wrong. Not what it's saying.
Hold on. No.
I'm going to say hold on because anything you say from here is going to be wrong because that's not what it says.
Not hold on.
Let Gregory finish. Why don't we let Mark finish?
Look,
that's not what the Munchausen
trilemma is
hold on, moderating. Just we're letting everybody speak. We're going to let Gregory go, and then we're going to let Mark go. Please continue.
The Munchausen trilemma. Do not lock us in a circle. We need to move forward past this. I've already said the argument, the deductive argument, that exposes the absurd implications of it and that it cannot be known. The Munchausen trilemma is supposed as though it's true. If it were true, in principle, it necessarily implies that it could not be known to be true. Because if knowledge isn't possible, then you can't know anything. So if they want to suppose that knowledge isn't possible because of supposed circularity or dogma or arbitrarity or whatever reason they say to say that knowledge is not possible, they cannot know that because it's true or it's false and they know it to be true or they don't. If it is true, then knowledge isn't possible, and so they couldn't know anything to be true, including the premise. And if it's false, and it is, they couldn't know it to be true. It's dead in the water.
All right, go and respond.
Okay, all right. Couple things here. Two things. Number one, you misunderstand the Munchausen trilemma at its core. It does not say that knowledge is impossible.
Stop.
Right.
Okay. Oh my God. Instead of talking about what he knows, why don't you talk about the argument rather than the person? Please.
I'm explaining. Well, I'm saying he misunderstands the argument of the Munchausen trilemma. It is not that
you don't
knowledge
understand.
is.
No, you don't understand. Do you see how dumb that is? Just talk about the argument. Let the audience decide whether or not he understands. For fuck's sake, man.
And you're calling it dumb, and you're saying that's dumb when I said something about his argument. You're doing exactly what you just complained about me doing. Fine. The Munchausen
to show you how dumb it is.
Exactly. Hypocrite. Okay. So anyway, the Munchausen trilemma does not say anything about knowledge being impossible. It just says it's not, that claiming certainty is not justified, right? It makes no claim to. So his defeater as of the Munchausen trilemma being self-refuting is nonsensical because it doesn't make that claim, right? Number one. Number two, this is one of the core.
Well, can I respond problems. To number one before you go to number two?
Well, no, number two is real easy. Just real quick. No,
okay,
it's just this is one of the core problems. This is one of the core things in Western philosophy. If anyone had a solution to this,
10 seconds.
It would be famous.
Number two.
Done.
Okay. So you said that it's really that you can't have certainty, but we are certain of things. So that's why it's just patently false.
What are you certain of?
That I'm 6'2".
Yeah. Can your senses be fallible?
2 or more? Not likely.
Not likely. Is it impossible for your senses to be fooled? Like
if I've experienced something and I'm using 2 senses, no.
So you've defeated any of the Cartesian scenarios?
If I've experienced something in reality already with 2 or more senses, no.
But your senses are fallible.
I just told you no.
Oh, okay. That's a pretty strong claim
I
that your
just
senses
told
are
you, given
infallible.
an experience where you use 2 or more senses, no.
Really? So people have never been wrong about using 2 or more senses, or did
Well,
you?
give me an example in which someone has experienced something and then used 2 or more senses and gotten it wrong.
Any eyewitness account of a robbery or
What are the 2 senses?
where they've gotten any eyewitness account that's
what are the 2 senses?
Well, it'd be like, say, sight and hearing, right?
Okay, what did they see and what did they hear?
So this is, these cases are all over the place where people come in and they testify that they heard and saw something, and then it contradicts, for example, video evidence, right?
Okay, so that means they didn't see and hear what they said they saw and heard.
Right. It's one of the core principles of Western philosophy that and neuroscience.
Knowledge in the sense of if I measured myself, like no, I'm not wrong about that. That's not something that I could be incorrect about in eyewitness testimony. No, things that I'm talking about things that you can know, and you're talking about things that could be murky. I don't care about that. You just asked me what I can be certain about. Measurements.
Okay.
This is Mark's error. He switched from the premise you cannot justify being certain about anything to the issue of fallibility or infallibility. Those are 2 different issues.
Right, but
one is the issue of the possibility of being certain, which is simply to have maximum confidence. That's what certainty is. Certainty does not equal knowledge. And then the other issue is fallibility. It's not possible to commit an error. So the fact that it's possible to commit an error does not therefore follow that it's impossible to have maximum confidence, aka certainty. So you're the one that's confusing. You're the one that's confusing the issue. I got the Munchausen trilemma correct. I cited it there in the open chat. I can cite other sources if you please, but the Wikipedia article will do just fine. The Munchausen trilemma clearly says in the very first sentence of the beginning of the article on Wikipedia, in Epistemology, the Munchausen trilemma is a thought experiment intended to demonstrate the theoretical impossibility of proving any truth. In other words, the impossibility of knowledge. What I said was correct.
No, that's not. No, you're confused. You're confused now. There's
What's the difference between proving a proposition is true versus knowledge? What's the difference?
So that's irredeemably false. That's irredeemably false because of one of our methods of inquiry known as the scientific method. So,
hold on. It's the problem of
in the scientific method, you do have an objective truth.
No, you don't.
No, you can't. You can't say no. You can't say no. You don't. When you do,
scientific methods based on.
You can't say no. You don't. You can't say no. You don't. When the method is specifically for establishing an empirical result by the nature of your inquiry. So the method is as follows: you observe a natural phenomena, and then you make an assumption as to what is causing it. So the hypothesis is going to be if this, then that. Now, here's where the empiricism comes in. There's a null hypothesis. So it either is or it isn't what you supposed it to be.
Yeah, that's fine. Are you familiar with David Hume?
So if it's fine, then I guess I'm going to stop hearing you speak, right? Because it's fine means you concede.
No.
Because you're saying that the premise behind Munchausen's is that actually what Gregory cited is that you can't you can't know something to be true. And
yes, it doesn't mean that it isn't. It doesn't mean that it isn't true.
No, that's just not true because of what I outlined.
No. Okay, first of all, if you study like David Hume...
No, you're a girl. You need to go debate on some podcast somewhere where there are 16-year-olds who care.
Anyway, so again, because you can't win, study David Hume.
Munchausen, focus on my refutation of you, please.
Okay, so I did. I explained why your refutation was not. Well, I guess I got distracted. But okay, the problem with I'll just cover the scientific method real quick. Scientific method relies on induction. Induction has limits, right? Because it does rely at the end. Relies on our senses.
Let him finish. Let him finish.
Okay. It does. The induction has limits, right? Go study David Hume, right? It's one of the core principles of scientific method. So scientific method can establish things to a very high degree of certainty, but not absolute certainty. Again, we're getting back to the Munchausen trilemma, right? So the Munchausen trilemma says that we cannot establish things to absolute certainty, right? That's true, right? We always have to make presuppositions, right? And and there's a different choice of presuppositions.
No, it's not true.
Yeah,
so
let
me say this because this is underlying the contention. Mark is too prideful to recognize that he's been refuted. I just cited the Wikipedia article. He's just speaking. He hasn't given any citation. I just cited the Wikipedia article, which of course there are references. Okay. And so the Munchausen trilemma is not talking about the impossibility of certainty. You keep conflating the two. You are confused. Number one, knowledge is not certainty. They're two different categories. Knowledge is one thing. Certainty is another.
How do you
Certainty
define
is
knowledge?
simply maximum confidence. That's all it is. It's
No, it's
maximum confidence as you disrupt the reply for no good reason. You are confused. Not just incessantly presume that I don't know what I'm talking about, right? And that you're going to lecture me. No, you are wrong. It is not concerned with certainty. It is concerned with knowledge. That's why the sentence at the beginning of the article says the theoretical impossibility of proving any truth, proof, argument, the type of thing that you use to support a premise to be true or false. Knowledge.
A proof. And hold on. A proof is an absolute.
No, he needs to stop. Now he's about to quibble with this. He really needs to stop.
What is it? What is a proof? A proof is a deductive argument.
He really needs to stop because he's still not.
I know
He's going off on yet another tangent. Like so, he said that.
I'm addressing
he said
the
that
Munchausen's
Munchausen's was one thing. Gregory refuted him and said, "No, it's not."
He did not refute me.
He said, "Well, actually, Gregory,
Munchausen.
Gregory, you're wrong." And then Gregory said, "Well, here's a citation." This is where someone stops him from speaking.
No, this is where I explain why he's
now he's just going to suck us into this ad nauseum, cyclical, stupid dickering match where he's been obviously refuted as it concerns what is the trilemma. So he thinks he's so clever that he's going to throw the trilemma in my face, which is a false trilemma that I already refuted deductively twice. And he thinks he refuted my refutation because he thinks I got the trilemma wrong when I didn't get the trilemma wrong. I got it correct and I proved I got it correct with the citation. And he's just contradicting me with sheer fiat and no argument.
Okay.
Yeah. So in other words, he's swimming in a pool of shit and saying, "Come on in, guys, it's great."
No,
he doesn't know what the trilemma even is, and I've already refuted it twice over. And his supposed refutation of my refutation was simply to say that I got the trilemma wrong, so as to say that I said a straw man fallacy when I didn't say a straw man fallacy. So his latest refutation, his latest critique of my refutation, is refuted, and my refutation stands unrefuted. I rest my case. So now either he's going to move on and accept that he's been refuted about this issue, or he's going to continue to suck us into this stupid ass cyclical ad nauseum bickering match.
Lost so much meta commentary, dude. It's ridiculous.
Yeah, you want to stop the conversation because I think you know you're wrong. So here's the problem.
I didn't say stop the conversation. I said you're either going to move on
beyond
this point, which has been
Are you giving him an ultimatum? You're not a moderator.
Or you're going to continue to perpetuate this stupid dickering match.
Yep, I'm going to continue proving you wrong about the Munchausen trilemma because you are, right? Here's the problem, right? It's the idea of proof, right? And the idea of proof, like a mathematical or deductive proof, is it has to be true, right? If you talk like a syllogism, right? It has to be true if you accept the premises, right? There's no like convincing, there's no confidence. It is deductively, synthetically true, right? So there's no wiggle room. That's what the Munchausen trilemma is referring to, right? Where something cannot be established.
So you didn't refute me. You reiterated what I said to you.
Right. It doesn't mean that knowledge is. It doesn't mean that the actual thing doesn't exist or that knowledge can't be had. It's we cannot be certain of it. Right? That's all.
No, that's not the issue.
That
is not his point with the trilemma. You're not being consistent with the citation. The issue is not being certain. There are plenty of people who are certain and don't know what they're certain about to be true. That's the point. Stop trying to lecture me. You don't got it.
You said the Munchausen trilemma said that knowledge is impossible.
Yeah, the impossibility, read the screenshot in the open chat. The impossibility of proving any truth.
Right, proving knowledge.
Not just being certain.
What is your definition
is not being
of knowledge?
certain. Proof is not certainty. Proof is proof. Certainty is certainty. Proof is not certainty. Certainty is not proof.
What is your definition of knowledge?
No, not whistle past this point. Acknowledge it. The trilemma is acknowledge it. The issue is the impossibility of proving.
You're using it.
Stop.
If we're talking about proving knowledge, I need to know what your definition of knowledge is.
Point.
What's
the issue
Gregory?
Is the impossibility of knowledge, supposedly, from Munchausen. Not it's impossible to be certain.
No, it's impossible to be certain. It's not the impossibility
You are just
of knowledge.
invincibly ignorant. You cannot handle this discussion.
What is knowledge to you?
I'm done with you. I'm done with you.
What is knowledge
Stop talking to me. Stop talking to me.
You don't know what knowledge is.
Stop talking to me.
I want to get in for
Justify
a
true
second.
belief.
Yeah, I want to get in just for a
justify
second.
true belief.
Oh, sorry. I was going to hop in there, Larry, but go ahead.
Well, what do you got to say? Go ahead.
Oh, I just want to put this is just coming to my mind, but I am starting to become convinced that Gregory is actually a straw man.
Gregory is a straw man.
Yeah, shut the fuck up. Anyways, Larry, please.
Okay.
If I only had a brain.
Yeah, that was weird. Okay, so now that we're past all that, so what I don't understand about this whole conversation is we can know things, right, Mark? Is it possible?
I believe we can be very certain about something. Okay, so there's only one thing, Western philosophy, right? Cognito ergo sum, right? There's only one thing we can know. There's a thinker or there's something thinking, right? That's the only thing we can know for certain. Everything else we have to have confidence in, right? And that's the point of the Munchausen trilemma.
No.
So confidence is. Did you want to go ahead and get in for a second?
No, you can go.
So confidence means doubt, right? And everybody says, no, confidence means the opposite of doubt. But if I know something, there is no doubt, right? Like I know that I have 2 testicles. So there's no doubt whatsoever. If you have confidence in something, then you have doubt. So, sir, do you doubt that you have testicles between your legs?
At some level, I have to acknowledge that there's a however remote possibility that I could be deceived about everything that I've experienced.
Not what he asked you.
Oh my goodness.
That's exactly what you asked me.
What's the point of having that mentality? I don't understand.
No, but do you actually doubt that you have 2 tests?
It's a solipsism. Okay, so it's referred to as solipsism or nihilism, whatever you
I
call
don't care
it.
what
I don't
you
believe
call
in
it, bro. Do you got testicles?
Wait, hold on.
hold on. I happen to.
Wait. He's not gonna answer. So I
This
really.
guy is just a disruption.
What? But Gregory,
Look, this is a room full of people who have never studied philosophy. I'm trying to explain some basic
we talking
concepts.
about Munchausen's, like where you're lying about how sick you are. What are we talking about?
Okay. They're named.
Mark,
There's named.
don't pull the haven't
He
studied
can't even get
philosophy
the
thing.
issue correct. He doesn't know what he's talking about. He's just trying to masturbate his pride. Munchausen
I'm
trilemma is
asking
trying
you.
to
I'm
say
trying to
that
ignore
you cannot
him.
know things.
I'm going to get Munchausen by proxy from this conversation.
That is what the trilemma is talking about. He's trying to make it seem as though you can't be certain. That's not the issue. That's not what Munchausen's point was. Munchausen's point with the supposed trilemma, false trilemma that I've already reviewed, is that you cannot know things, that you cannot prove any truth, that the proposition very well may be true, but you cannot prove it, you cannot know it. Not that you can't be certain.
Well, I just want to know, does the guy have balls between his legs?
Why the fuck do you want to know that, Larry?
Yeah.
Because
kind of gross, man.
Hold on. Yeah, this is really
Yeah.
interesting, right? Because if you don't, look, this is purely academic. I don't really care. I want to know whether he knows that or not. Do you know, or are you certain that you are a male in possession of testicles?
Am I under oath?
Ask something else. Like that's kind of a weird question.
I don't care.
Oh
Well,
my
then,
you know that you have a voice, or I don't know, let's say an arm. You know that you have two arms. Two arms.
I
You know
have
that you have
justified beliefs and a lot of confidence that everything that I experience is some version of the truth. It's pretty close to
You didn't
reality.
answer Lara's question.
Is that a
Do you
yes
have
or no?
testes?
But I don't have
Do
absolute
you
certainty,
know,
right?
or are you certain you have two arms?
I am very confident I have two arms, but I cannot
So you
be
don't
certain.
know.
So
I may have
So you
justified.
doubt your own manhood.
Do you know?
Is what it boils down
What is
to.
the definition of knowledge for you?
Oh my god!
What is the definition of knowledge? Have you
Justify
studied the
true
definitions of
belief.
knowledge?
Move on.
That's an attempt to digress. That's an attempt to
No, it's not
digress.
digress. It's very
It's
important.
already a
There's a whole
digression from the.
field of
I originally,
philosophy.
Gregory,
It's
I
justified
originally
true
tried
belief,
to
Mark.
address you and ignore
Yes.
him about
Right. It's
40
justified true
minutes ago
belief.
when I was playing
Yes. And what rises to the level of justification?
And you took the bait too. Like we're
the level of
taking,
justification
we
is that
don't
you
have
think
to
that
take
something
the
is
bait.
more
We
than
really
50%
don't.
likely to be
We
true.
really don't have to take the bait. I agree with you. He's just being disruptive.
We could
Let's
move
just
the
give this guy
conversation
instructions on
along.
how to tie
It's fine. If
shoelaces, give him a helmet, and move on.
Yeah.
Yeah.
All right.
So given that he's bricked on the issue of the trilemma, which is a false trilemma that I've already refuted, and I've already refuted his critique of my refutation twice,
and I've
he
refuted your
cannot
critique that you don't understand
engage
the
on the issue
trilemma.
of presuppositionalism nor the transcendental argument. He doesn't know what knowledge is, and he refuses to actually critically consider the
You can't
corrections
give
of
me a
his errors.
definition of knowledge.
He
Somebody out there
cannot
did.
continue
You don't even know what
until
knowledge
the
is.
matter
To
with
claim that
him.
you have it.
It's over
Gregory, you don't
already.
even know what knowledge is. To claim that you have it.
Over. You are obviously
It's already over because Gregory refuted you. I refuted you as well. Because again here,
I hate to correct you there. Be real.
Again here. No, just stop.
Okay, no problem.
It's over. The Munchausen trilemma is a philosophical problem that demonstrates the theoretical impossibility of proving any truth without relying on accepted assumptions. Now, the problem with that is in the epistemology for the scientific method, you aren't accepting an assumption, you are testing an assumption. And with that test, you are validating whether your assumption is true or false, therefore gaining knowledge, truth. And
So
100%
sorry, I was just. Oh, I thought that was a break. I was just gonna cut in to say, if what I'm hearing is correct, right? We had
you're not
statement.
hearing anything correct. One person is saying
I didn't even say what I heard. How could you know?
Because all we've been talking about is Gregory says the trilemma is this. The other guy says, no, you're wrong. And then he repeats what Gregory said, but he also says that it's an acceptable avenue of argument. And Gregory's saying no, because it's not
That's
really
funny.
true.
That's funny because what I heard is there was the trilemma put forward, and then Gregory said he made a refutation, and then there was a response to the refutation, and then there has not been a refutation to the response to the refutation.
I just made a refutation just now when you cut in, when you were like, sorry, but I want to cut in.
Sorry. I interrupted you. Please continue with the refutation.
Well, I was done, but clearly
I didn't hear a refutation in there.
Clearly, you were too busy trying to talk.
Did you not hear
Rick is obviously just trying to make this more difficult than it needs to be. So no one has refuted my refutation of the supposed trilemma yet. No one.
I heard one.
It's already over. No, because he's also trying to take us further into nowhere land.
Right. So if you guys are done talking about this topic, you don't have to talk about it anymore.
Like coyotes, like that's what Globers are. They're just like coyotes, where one coyote is desperate to, be playful and lure an unsuspecting, dog in the yard off away from his home in order to be jumped by a pack of fucking coyotes.
Well, I would say that the room of flurfs is pretty much like a pack of hyenas, where you have one of them go out and try and take out the slowest and the weakest of the group, and then as they take down the slowest and the weakest of the group, everyone else just laughs.
Yeah, shut up. We don't care. So moving on.
Yeah. Predators.
That was an apt analogy, right? Can I get an amen?
Yeah, good. Moving on.
Amen, brother.
Moving on.
Hold on, just to be
no one's refuted or justified. No one's refuted my refutation of the Munchausen trilemma. No one's justified it, and it's unjustifiable.
Okay, watch the video. Hold on.
Do you hold on, Gregory? Do you agree with what I said?
No, Gregory doesn't agree with anyone.
I do agree with what you said.
Why?
So, given that I do agree with what Eli said,
what did I say, and why is it correct? Like, just so everyone else knows that it wasn't just word salad.
That we shouldn't continue with them about this issue like so many others before.
No, not that. My refutation of when I read what Munchausen's is about the theoretical impossibility of proving any truth, and then going into the scientific method epistemology.
Well, concerning that is an instance. That's one of the types of argument that is sufficient logically, which is what argument is concerned with, to verify or falsify that a given hypothesis is true or false. So,
but see, what I said specifically was that says it without relying on accepted assumptions. Well, what I'm saying is, it's basically, if I'm reading this, then I'm to say, well, the scientific method isn't. It's okay. This flies in the face of the scientific method because the scientific method doesn't use accepted assumptions. It's trying to validate an assumption.
It flies in the face of all argument, Eli, not just inductive reasoning.
Wait, are you guys tracking each other?
No. Look, it does.
They're not. You're right.
The scientific method relies on some assumptions, like there's a natural world that we can observe it, and that sort of thing, right? Once you have those assumptions, then you can make claims, right? But it is limited, right? There is a limit. You cannot prove anything with the scientific method. You can only establish to a very high degree of certainty. That's it.
So
so once again, certainty is the problem. So now
certainty is down. Yeah, but see, we know
so right there, Larry, right there.
That's not even.
So you try to play on
that.
You're hot micing, Gregory. You're hot micing. You were speaking over someone
earlier. So Larry again acknowledged the fact that they are conflating knowledge with certainty. They're not the same.
Exactly, because
you give us your definition
first of all, the scientific method deals with the quality of a truth claim. It has nothing to do with certainty.
Yeah, instead of just going around in circles between you two, someone just raised a very good. That was the denial, right? You asked what was the definition of knowledge and certainty. Yeah, I'd love to hear that too.
All right, Gregory.
So here we go. Knowledge, justified true belief. Certainty, maximum confidence. I'll explain. Justification in the sense of logically sound argumentation, meaning specific objective true premises and a logically valid argument. True, a proposition that is internally coherent and or corresponding to the given referent that it refers to. Belief, accepting or affirming the proposition to be true or false, but in this case, true just to make it more simple. Justified true belief. As it concerns certainty, it's just maximum confidence. It's the strongest intensity of believing, the strongest strength of believing the given proposition to be true or false. Let's just say true in this instance. So certainty is just a quality, a type of belief. It's a part of knowledge. It is not identical with knowledge.
Okay, so within your definition of knowledge there, you had that there had to be a logically sound argument. So is that saying that any proposition that you assert to know, you have a logically sound argument in order to present?
Yeah.
See, that's funny. Because last time I asked you for the logically sound premise for something you knew, you gave me the same argument you always give, which was not related to the argument.
Yeah, but it is related to the argument. And every time you try to vindictively challenge me, as you get demolished and embarrassed every time you do, you can't even successfully identify the concluding premise. You can't accuse the argument of being circular if it doesn't repeat its concluding premise in its supporting premises. So I didn't repeat my concluding premise in my supporting premises. Therefore, I did not beg the question. You've been refuted on this before, but you just repeat the same critique that's been refuted. And you're about to do it again unless you like to prove me wrong tonight.
What's the logically sound argument that I did that?
It's the logically sound argument that you accuse me of a straw man fallacy, the instances
you're changing the fallacy that you're saying. You said it was circular, and now you're saying it's straw man.
Interrupt the answer. No, not interrupt the answer. Right? It's a logically sound argument for what, Rich?
For what you know. You said you know, right? That I did this thing.
Yeah, that's not what you said.
And in order
earlier,
to know it, you have to have a logically sound argument for it if you would like to remain consistent.
Yeah, you already said that, Rich, but that's not what you just said. So now you're confused. So you can't repeat the thing that I was about to contend that you interrupted. I forgot it. You evidently forgot it, especially deliberately, probably. And so here we are in this confusion because of you. So
you said you said that you knew that you refuted me. So what is the argument that I was refuted?
Yeah, you accused me of straw man. You accused me of not straw man. Excuse me, begging the question. I didn't beg the question.
Oh my God.
Just let me refute this and we can move on. I know it's irritating. Rich, you know what you did. I know what you did. What you did is accuse me of committing a circular argument, begging the question. I didn't beg the question because begging the question is to repeat the concluding premise in the supporting premises to support the concluding premise. I didn't repeat the concluding premise in the supporting premises. Therefore, I didn't beg the question. Stop saying that critique has been refuted.
Well, see, you're wrong because my actual critique was that the first premise of your argument was unjustified, for which you said you knew that your first premise is justified, yet you did not provide an argument for the first premise. I asked you if the Christian God is the only necessary God that could exist and instantiate and secure the world that we live in. And you said, yes, I know that, Rich. You pedantic asshole. And I said, well, let's hear the argument for it then. And then you proceeded to post your same old transcendental argument with the first premise just as it was, as opposed to actually substantiating your knowledge claim to the first premise. Do you understand now, Gregory?
Again, you keep getting this wrong. You keep getting this wrong every time we talk about it.
I keep getting my critique wrong?
Yeah, you keep getting the argument wrong that you're trying to critique and failing. So I'm going to refute it again tonight. The premise, which I'm appealing to, is justified given the coherency of the argument, because as it concerns logical arguments concerning possibility, it is a matter of cogency, period. And then the other fold in the twofold argument is to expose the impossibility and or absurdity of the contrary. So I didn't fail to justify the first premise, Rich. The
what you just said.
A supporting premise. The first premise is a supporting premise in that two-step deductive transcendental argument, further supported by the absurdity and or impossibility of the contrary.
That's just a black swan fallacy. That just means you haven't seen an option that would fulfill this same thing that you feel is fulfilled.
No, it's not a black swan fallacy.
Yes, it is. To say that there are no other sorry, Gregory is honestly he's not even letting me speak anymore, so I'm just gonna.
Yeah, he needs to be muted when he does that. He needs to allow a response.
You've already said the critique. You're just trying to repeat yourself and prevent me from applying.
Yeah, if Gregory had read the Munchausen trilemma, he'd understand that appeals to coherentism is one of the legs of the trilemma that people choose, but it's unjustified.
How is it unjustified? I'll ask
because
you.
It relies on circularity.
Why don't you do this, Gregory? Why don't you do this, Gregory? Why don't you? I'm going to speak because it's my turn to speak.
I can clarify.
You were just speaking the entire time.
Stop trying to prevent me from
talking.
Guys,
can you share the dance floor, please?
I'm really trying to, old dude, but he's really hogging it.
No, stop doing that.
It's so ridiculous. These people are just. Oh my God!
So why don't you just state the first premise and then state the justification for it,
dude?
There you go. He's
You're just disruptive.
If you can't share the dance floor, guys, we're going to have to start muting you one at a time, and then you will only be able to speak one at a time. Please, play nice, eh?
Well, I mean, if that's how we get to speaking one at a time, I'm fine with doing that. All I want is to speak it one at a time.
Okay. Go ahead with your answer.
Okay, so I was just merely saying that if Gregory
from applying,
the interruption, see the interruption.
All right, so if Gregory were to just present the first premise of the argument and then present the justification for it, then we would be fine. But obviously, he wants to weasel around and say that the Christian God is the only coherent argument by which we can make and have knowledge. That is an affirmative case that still requires justification. We would need to work through all of the different options to show that they're incoherent in order to do so. Yet, Gregory would love nothing more than to just hand wave this the same way he is every time. So I reiterate, my entire critique that he wanted to say I was calling him over circular logic and straw man, like every fallacy he knew, he tried to say that's what I said he was doing. No, I was merely saying that the first premise of tag remains unsubstantiated and unjustified as it has since it was created. Go ahead, Gregory.
All right, go ahead, Gregory. You can whoever mod, you can unmute him.
Yeah, he's still muted.
He's still in jail. Yeah, he's still in surf jail. Yeah.
How dare y'all mute Gregory?
Can I actually have the chance to finish my replies?
Are you going to answer what I asked for?
That's what I'm trying to do. I need to. All
right. Let's hear it.
Y'all muted Gregory. Mute him so that Gregory can speak unmuted.
I'll mute myself.
He's not being
mute him like you muted Gregory.
No, you're not the boss.
Dude, just go ahead instead of being. Just go.
I'll mute him if he needs muted. Everybody, shut the fuck up and let Gregory say his thing.
He does need muting. That's what I'm saying.
Yeah, when he shows that to be the case, he'll get muted. Don't worry about it. Let Gregory say his thing.
So, for the fifth time in my attempt to answer this stupid critique, it's a twofold argument. The transcendental argument is coherent, given the coherency, the lack of incogency in the argument. That is a support. The coherent position is at least valid, in contrast to the incoherent position. Furthermore, given the absurdity, the incoherency, and the impossibility of the contrary, given the premises of the other alternatives, is further justification for the argument. It's a twofold argument. Now, Rich is going to either acknowledge it or is going to not acknowledge it and continue pretending that that's not the case. And because he cannot identify the incoherency in the argument, and because he cannot show an alternative, he cannot do what is logically required to refute my position.
Who wants to bet me that Gregory did not hear a fucking word I said? No one wants to take the bet, eh? I know. I would win.
Hear that non-argument? My argument still stands unrefuted, so I'm waiting for him to refute it.
That's not an argument, you idiot.
So just deny that my argument is an argument, which is not an argument.
Just claim that your bullshit is an argument. That's not an argument.
Yeah, so just continue to quibble, right? So he hasn't said an argument.
And you haven't addressed what I said. So what does that make you?
Yeah, but I have.
You have not. If you had been listening and not in a trance when I was speaking, apparently, you would have heard exactly what I said.
Yeah, so now
and you would have known that I literally called the shot of what you said.
Shot over the VC.
I called the shot. I said, this is what Gregory's going to do, and you went and did it. And if you would have listened to me, if you listened to what I was saying, you would have known that.
How about you guys steelman each other's argument, just so we know?
I didn't support my first premise, and my argument is his critique. I did support. Then I said the support for the argument, which includes the first premise. So I refuted his critique that I didn't support the first premise. My position is coherent, and given the absurdity and impossibility of the contrary, my position is the only one left that's coherent to justify the metaphysical presupposition that knowledge is possible.
Okay, now him steelman. The other guy steelman Gregory's argument now. Go for
Wait, did you think that was a steelman for my position? He was just doing his same old rambling.
Okay,
but no. I'll be the good faith. I'll be the good faith interlocutor. I'll be the one of us that is good faith.
So Gregory said that he said.
No, it's not your turn. Let's be real. You're not engaged in this. I need to steelman him.
Did not support. That's what
I'm going to
said. You said that is what you said.
Yeah,
I'm going to steelman Gregory's argument in good faith.
Before you steelman Gregory's argument, like because you said that he couldn't steelman yours, and then you said he didn't. But all you said was that his premise wasn't justified. He didn't actually go forth with any justification for his premise. That's what you said.
Yes,
and he said,
and other than him saying everything else is dumb, so this is the only thing that can be right. That's all he said.
Yeah, that's not the argument.
Absurdity.
Okay, so let me steelman your argument there, Gregory. Let me steelman your argument there, Gregory.
Yeah,
your position is
so he's disrupting the room.
Bro.
I correctly reiterated his critique of me.
It's literally my turn.
Argument.
Like, what are you doing? Okay,
I reiterated his critique of my position, and I refuted his critique. So now he needs to steelman my argument.
Go ahead.
With the assumption that the Christian God is the only thing that can instantiate and secure knowledge.
Nope.
And we have knowledge.
You got it wrong.
We have God.
Already got it wrong.
One more time. Repeat it again. Repeat it, the steelman again.
You know what?
Or not.
Why the fuck should I steelman someone who already interrupted me 3 times in my steelman for him the first time? Like, if I'm sitting here, I'm trying to do this in good faith, and he's gonna overtalk me and spout his nonsense. Like, I have so much better I could be doing with my time right now. But the whole point here being that he did exactly as I said he would. He would appeal to the incoherency of my argument without showing that my argument was incoherent, and he wouldn't justify it whatsoever.
So what's your justification to believe that knowledge is possible? So I can repeat it again?
The universe exists.
Okay, the universe exists, therefore knowledge is possible?
The universe is the necessary prerequisite to knowledge.
So everything is a necessary precondition for knowledge?
The universe is the set of everything.
I'm aware. I'm repeating your argument. So I'm correctly steelmanning it. Your argument is everything exists, therefore knowledge is possible.
No, I said premise 1. The universe is the necessary prerequisite for knowledge. The universe exists, therefore knowledge is possible.
Okay. So all things, including falsehood?
What do you mean by, how does falsehood exist?
Falsehood is not a thing. There's no such thing as falsehood.
Can you get me a pound of falsehood?
Obviously not.
Then you answered your own fucking question, didn't you?
Yeah, you're missing the point as you try to condescend to me. All things. Falsehood is a thing, correct?
In what sense? It's not a physical thing. It's a concept.
Yeah, stop talking. An entity, correct?
A concept.
It's just a description.
Yeah, it's a concept. So it's a thing, right?
Not a physical entity, not a physical thing, but a concept.
Stop.
It is an abstract concept.
Stop.
Don't ask me questions if you want me to stop.
Falsehood is an actual thing. If falsehood wasn't an actual thing, we wouldn't be arguing.
It depends on what your position on truth is, right? If truth,
I'm giving him poignant scrutinizing questions to critique his position.
Why am I being interrupted then? Why is that?
Zodiac, I can just say this very quickly. Falsehood.
Zodiac, no, somebody gonna throw me a bone. Like,
go ahead. Sorry, I won't interrupt. Go ahead.
So that's the thing. Like, you're trying to trivialize it as like, well, you can't put it in a cup. Yeah, no shit. But falsehood is a thing in the sense that if it wasn't, we wouldn't be arguing. A lie wouldn't be a thing. That wouldn't exist. It wouldn't be a word.
Need not cannot.
Why is Matt talking?
Like, you don't get to soak up like the very end of my point. when that happens? Like, because it's like I'm waiting for somebody to respond to it, but it's just like watered down.
I didn't know if I was still muted.
So why would you be talking?
I didn't talk. That wasn't me. I'm not Matt.
Oh, okay. So then why the fuck did you say I didn't know I wasn't muted?
Because I'm unmuted now, and I was the person in the fucking conversation.
Okay, so back to my scrutiny of his argument.
No, we're not going to circle back to that. Why is it your turn again? It's my fucking turn.
Do you even understand the critique? Yes or no?
Not after the fucking rigmarole we've been through.
Right, so let me repeat it so that you can understand, because you want to understand the critique, don't you?
No, I don't. You want to ask more dumb questions? You want to ask more dumb questions?
So what are the mods? So what are the mods going to do in the face of him saying that? Like, good luck. I've been trying to move it on. I'm not a mod though, so I can't do that.
Is the best way to move it on asking stupid questions?
He doesn't want to listen to my critiques. He doesn't want to understand them.
Is the best way to continue? Is the best way to continue asking stupid questions that we already know the answer to?
He was clearly being sarcastic. Do you guys not understand sarcasm?
To be fair, if you're going to be a good faith interlocutor, you shouldn't say that you don't want to understand, Rich.
My point being, you guys, like, honestly, would I be here right now if I didn't want to fucking hear his response?
If Matt stops, Scott Mackey is going to talk. Like, there isn't real moderation to stop the disruptive.
Oh, stop crying about moderation. Jesus Christ, grow a pair.
And then we won't say it.
Eli, the moderation's in hand, bro. We're all here. People are going to get.
Yeah, overtalk a mod. Good choice.
Thank you. And if I can just say something, an object is a thing, must be a thing. Falsehood is not.
Hello. I was still talking. I'm Scottish. I speak slowly. We're getting sick of people trying to mod the room by fundy muting others talking over them, and the cyclical argument thing that keeps going back to somebody wanting a win. It needs to stop. You're all too adult to be doing this, and we're sick fed up of it. Share the dance floor. You'll get your space. Stop trying to mod if you ain't got a mod tag. If you're cool, you'll end up with a mod tag. You know that. Now play nice, children, please.
I doubt that. I'm pretty cool, dude, but I doubt I'll get a mod tag.
He's not even addressing me in that part of what you're saying. My response was, an hour ago, I was talking about elevation angles. I was talking about how to measure the height of a mountain. I was talked over. I then entered the conversation to be a good faith interlocutor multiple times, where the conversation just kept getting circumvented. And then the dude, and then the shit just happened the way it happened. Don't address me about addressing something that's happening in real time, because I'm not fucking complaining about shit that happened 10 minutes ago, 15 minutes ago, or an hour ago. If I'm saying something, it's relevant right now.
Okay, Felicia.
Thank you. To resume.
We're trying to sort this, bro. We're all listening right now.
So the point is moving on, right? Because he said he doesn't give a fuck about what Gregory has to say. So we want to move on.
Yes, sir, we do. Yes, please.
Yeah. Let's get back to flat Earth. Yeah. There's no point.
Yeah, that was a long digressing point, because you wanted to challenge me again, so you got embarrassed again tonight. So
fair enough.
Why is it important to talk about these things? Because if we're talking about flat Earth, if we're talking about geodesy, and the person we're talking to believes that knowledge isn't possible, in the back of their head or explicitly out loud, that is a concession to defeat. There's no debating. Like, stop continuing to engage in the debate if you're going to sit there in the back of your mind or explicitly out loud and say that knowledge is impossible. If you say that, if you affirm that, you don't know, thank you, that the Earth is a ball or anything else.
That's a good point. If you have a disputation in the epistemology, then it's very hard to move on in the conversation. So,
self-defeating. We're talking to people who are globers who think that the Munchausen trilemma is a true trilemma. It's self-defeating.
I think it's really important to understand that, like, when someone says they have certainty, well, that begs, the question, so you also have doubt, right? Because if you're 100% certain, you would just say knowledge. So that's why I was asking the man earlier, does he have 2 testicles? Does he have 2 arms? I don't really care if he has them or not. I just want to know, does he know it, or is he certain with a hint of doubt?
So you would say that knowledge is only 100% certainty?
No.
Gregory literally said that those 2 things are non sequitur. Like he explained it.
Just refute something Gregory said.
Well, I mean, can we appreciate the answer to your question? They're non sequitur. Do you agree?
Wow, Larry, your voice changed. That was weird.
Well, do you agree or disagree? Like whether you're talking to Larry or whoever, like you asked him a question. Is Larry, is your response any different from mine?
We will never know because you won't let him answer.
Well,
you're not helping.
I think I am. I think that's going to lead to an answer.
Larry, is your answer any different from mine?
No, I just want to know, like, do you guys know that you have 2 arms?
But it sounds like you're using no as in 100% certainty.
Can we concentrate the question?
Yes.
Was that to Matt?
Yeah, I wanted to say something I couldn't say for a while. When Gregory, when you said isn't falsehood a thing, it's not a thing. A
Why don't you
thing
answer Larry's
by
question? Why are you
definition
coming to
must
me?
be an
I'll get
object.
to you in a moment.
So Evan was right in on that point. A thing must be an object.
Answer
so
Larry.
falsehood
Stop
is not
talking to
a
me. I'll get to you in a moment.
Yeah, geez, Matt. Gregory's trying to run from that question. You can't just bring it up again.
Okay, so do you have 2 arms? Yes or no?
Do you know, or are
you
you
know
certain?
that you have 2 arms?
Which means 100% sure, right?
No means you're 100% sure. There's no doubt.
Okay.
Do you have no doubt that you have 2 arms? Yes or no?
Is that for Rich Evans? Yeah, you can go ahead and.
What? Yeah. Whoever, I don't know. Larry, who were you asking?
It was Matt who asked. Or Matt was asking Gregory. Yeah. No, Matt was asking Gregory. I'm not sure who was being asked that one.
If there's anybody in the room,
Rich is not helping.
Do you have 2 arms? Let's have 5-minute conversation where that simple question
Yes,
cannot be.
I would say I have 2 arms. I would say I have 2 arms with the presupposition that my senses is giving me the true reality. I would say so.
Okay, so you don't know.
No, I know I have 2 arms.
He said yes initially, and then he added on.
Well, how is that presuppositional? How is
Larry, I know I have 2 arms. What's the point of this?
That are not being censored.
Is my.
I'm with Rich. I know too.
Oh, I mean, at least I'm interrupting with, like, he said it's a presupposition to know that he has 2 arms. How?
I'm pretty sure that's not what he said, but Scott and I both.
All right. Like, so is this going to be a fun time where we go back to the live stream? Because that would be fun,
Holy
right?
Shit, dude. Holy shit. I literally said I'm presupposing my senses, but yes, I have 2 arms.
Anyone else
we have auditory chaos.
Hold on. Did you just admit that you did say that it's a presup?
What do you mean? No, I'm not saying it's... Okay, listen. This is what I said exactly, so you don't strawman me. I said with the presupposition of my senses that it's giving me the base reality, yes, I have 2 arms.
Okay, so it's a presupposition that you have 2 arms. That's crazy.
Of my reality.
Did you not hear what he just said? He just refuted that.
That to say of my reality is a dumb caveat, because that's
of
like
my reality. That's not the only thing he said. That may be all you remember, but that's not all he said.
But why can't we just let Matt answer Larry? That's what we're still trying to do.
Real, and this is not some sort of simulation. Then yes, I have 2 arms. It's such a meaningless caveat.
Why? How do you know it's not a simulation? How do you know it's not a simulation? How do you know that?
Just to be clear, he said that his sensory organs is what he presupposes.
He's presupposing the reliability of his sense perception.
Yeah.
Can we please get order? We're just going in circles.
Randomly shouting for order does not help.
Oh my god. It's not going to happen until we're being too ornery. It's never going to happen if it's just y'all. So I don't know. I don't have the energy to do it again.
I'm just astounded that there are people in this world that don't know if their senses are reliable enough to detect two fucking arms.
No, you're fueling the fire because I said an hour and a half ago that they're just trying to continue talking. There isn't a point that's actually trying to be addressed, and that is still happening.
Well, to address to address a point there, Larry, at least Scott Mackey and I know we both have arms.
If you can't rely on your senses, then how would you know you can't rely on your senses? That's stupid.
The conversation kind of
let's move on. Is there anybody that isn't
T-Dub, did you want me to answer your question, or was it rhetorical?
No, I don't. It's fucking stupid.
Why would you ask a stupid question,
their head in
though?
a jar? Is there anybody that doesn't think they're in a fucking tube, like in the Matrix, that we can talk to?
Hey, you're the buddy with pressure requires a container.
It's like the conversation becomes, is it really that's
the truth? Oh, it's easy.
The conversation becomes, well, can we really presuppose that life is real? Like, and it's like, no, it's not about if you want to call it a presupposition, then yeah, well, in the sense that we're already past that, we still have reality and we still have our senses that deliver objective truth.
Exactly.
I don't think anybody in the conversation
around
still
what's
holds
reality.
that position, man. I think that person is gone. You're arguing against a ghost right now.
Go figure.
Just while we do have, while I am able to speak without being overtalked, I did just want to point out the fact that when we were discussing tag, and Gregory did claim to know that the first premise of tag was the truth, he still failed to provide the argument that he said he would have for it if he knew it. So I would just love everyone to hold that in their head, that Gregory says that he has arguments for everything he knows, but he fails to provide them. Thank you very much. My name is Rich Evans. I hope you all have a great night.
Okay.
Thank you for your
truth
service.
is not truth, right?
Truth is that which comports with reality.
You always have to have proof of the truth. Is that what you're saying?
No, truth is that which
have evidence of the truth.
Truth is that which comports the reality.
Even if it's a liable source.
Can we move on to another point, please, guys?
Anything with that theory.
Can we move on to another point, please?
Nothing's real. Everything's a lie.
Yes, old dude. Yes, old dude, and I appreciate you.
Who's in the background?
Everything's a lie.
Yeah, you. Who are you?
He's muted. It's a lot calmer now.
Right. Can we move things on, gentlemen, please? Can someone bring up a new topic and can we move forward?
Well, I mean, I'm here to prove the
let's move
globe,
on from
so
this.
Go for it.
All right. Let me just get that good old GIF from the desktop.
As we're also an AMA, if there's anyone out there would like to ask us anything about flat Earth, we're not here to argue or have fights with you all the time, guys. There's just certain people on the forum that want to do that. So, like, if there's anyone would like a normal, calm conversation about flat Earth and why we think Earth isn't a globe, feel free.
You can take my spot.
And it almost, I think it should be a prerequisite to know that you can know things.
Well, how do you know that?
How do I know that I know things?
How do you know that you can know things?
That's retarded, bro.
You just said a prerequisite to being in this room is being able to account how you know for something, and I just asked you how you know, and you don't have an answer. Unfortunately, you do not meet the prerequisite for this room.
Well, assuming that the presupposition of our senses filtered the reality to us that we live, then we know what we know. When we know.
That's exactly what I was saying. You had an issue with it earlier. That's funny.
I think that's why he tried to say it to be funny.
Yeah, but that doesn't mean anything.
Well, what you said doesn't mean anything.
It just means reality. It just means that I could just leave the first half and still say it doesn't make a difference. But that's not an argument.
See, you sidetracked it so much I forgot what I asked.
No, it's not really an argument because we're not talking. Why would we be arguing about if we know we know? That's so stupid.
No. All I asked was how you know.
I'm not talking to you. I'm talking to the other guy now. There's so many people to be addressed at the same time, I guess. I don't know how else we would do it other than pure chaos.
It doesn't sound like chaos to me.
Well, the Munchausen's trilemma is not really a trilemma.
That wasn't my point at all. I was here to prove the globe.
Yeah, I know. That's what I'm saying. Like, it's that.
Can we get back to just the
globe
now?
The only reason we're talking about that.
If he's going to bring up the Munchausen again, I'll bring up Gregory's arguments if you want.
What about it you want to talk about, the globe?
How it's a globe. The thing we're living on.
Well, okay.
Isn't it great? Doesn't it make you so happy? Being on this spinning water ball through space? We're all just spinning space monkeys making our own way.
Other people's thoughts don't really make me happy unless they share them. And then,
but do you like music?
Sometimes it's like, I don't really agree with that.
But do you like music?
What does that have to do with me?
Well, you said
the last thing you said
in your most recent response. You said that other people's thoughts don't. Was it affect you the same way that your own thoughts do? And I was just asking if you like music.
That's not what I said.
That's a way to convey thoughts.
I said, though.
Oh, sorry. I was just finishing up the explanation you asked for.
No, it's not what I said. Now you're saying you're explaining when you just said that you were asking me, or you were saying what I was asking, and I'm like, no, it's not what I said. You weren't explaining anything, and no, you didn't know what I asked or what I said or whatever it was.
What did you say?
I was saying if someone else has an imagination, like, doesn't really affect me unless they share it, and then I may enjoy their imagination or I may not, but it doesn't really make a difference.
Yeah, usually you don't get privilege to other people's thoughts unless they speak. You are correct.
Yeah, so when you tell me how you imagine that you live on a ball and everything, like
it's not how I know we live on a ball.
Right, but you asked me how I feel about you knowing. I don't. That's what I'm saying. Like,
no, I asked how you felt about you living on a ball.
Well, I don't live on a ball.
Where do you live?
So,
not on a ball. So,
but
you don't live on Earth.
Where is that?
Not on a ball.
Where? You're telling me where it's not. That's not telling me where you are.
No, I'm not.
If I said I'm not in a McDonald's right now, is that very helpful?
Where I am is at my house, but you said, "Am I happy that I live on a ball?" I don't live on a ball, so.
You live in a house.
Is that obvious? It's like
is your house?
How do you enjoy your Lamborghini? And I'm just saying.
Oh, you don't have a Lamborghini.
So it's like, what? Doesn't the conversation end there? It's like,
not really,
because now you're being funny, but you
no. I'm always funny, for the record. Is your house built on the ground?
But I don't live on a ball, though.
Is your house built on the ground?
I don't have happy thoughts about a ball because I don't live on one, so I don't imagine that I do.
Have you never gone to New York for the New Year's Eve?
Why? Well, I don't know. I'm just answering your very first question over.
You live on Earth? You live on Earth, though, or
I'm just answering his very first question over.
Okay, yeah. So can we get a little? Sorry, let's just get a little attendance. I live on Earth. Does anyone else live on Earth?
I do too.
I live on a globe.
I do.
Yep.
Okay, we got a lot of Earth folks here. Thanks for coming out tonight.
Yes.
Thank you. All right. So we got a lot of Earth people here. Have we gone? Are you on Mars right now? Be real.
No, but I'm on Devon Island.
That doesn't count. You're not on the ball.
Am I on Mars? Okay. So again, he asked me how I feel about living on a water ball. I don't live on a water.
Why are you obfuscating? Are you on Mars?
That's the first thing he asked.
We're not talking about the first thing anymore, are we?
Are you happy about living on a water ball? And I don't live on a water ball, so I don't have any thoughts about it or any feelings about it.
Thank you for answering the same question 20 times over. But you live on Mars?
Something that I don't actually live on.
Wait, sorry guys, I think we're getting somewhere. Do you not live on a planet?
So I don't live on a ball.
But do you live on a planet?
So I don't live on a ball.
One more time.
So
do you live on a planet?
The conversation was about how I feel about a water ball. I don't, because I don't imagine that I live on a ball. Therefore, I don't have feelings about living on a ball.
I think we got him, guys. I think he's very hesitant to answer that because he knows if he says no, we know he's on Pluto because of the dwarf planet status, right? Like, it's pretty obvious to all of us.
Except that I don't live on a ball. It's pretty simple stuff.
Yeah, and so Pluto, one of the criteria in order to be a planet is having that spherical shape, right? And its shape is kind of wonky. It was close enough to a circle to kind of make the definition, but the thing that kicked Pluto out of the solar system was its orbit. Yeah, its orbit.
I
actually think he might be on Asgard.
That's an interesting tidbit of information that nobody asked for.
You are correct. No one asked for it, but thank you for saying it was interesting.
It's incorrect information too, by the way.
What was wrong about that, Larry?
Well,
The reason,
go ahead, Larry.
Yeah, just real fast. The reason it's not a planet is because the light intensity decreased, and the amateur astronomers and everybody noticed it. So they degraded it from a planet because of its size, not just because of its orbit. So how we get the size is the brightness. And they didn't kick it out of the solar system. It's still in the solar system model. They just don't recognize it as a planet.
No, I didn't think someone actually went and kicked Pluto, Larry.
Then why'd you say that?
Because it's a turn of phrase.
Well, he's trying to be funny, but it's
a turn of phrase to say kick out.
Completely non sequitur to anything relevant in the conversation, especially him addressing me.
Okay, well, you want to be really focused on flat Earth? Why don't you present me those photos you said you had with 10-mile shots of no obstruction from
to do anything really.
Okay, so you don't want to defend the flurf. What do you want to do?
Well, you asked me a question. I answered that question, but other than that,
and I just asked you another one, didn't I?
So
you're not going to answer the second one? You're going to answer the second question by saying I answered the first?
Well, I'm not going to answer the second question.
Well, at least you're honest. Oh man, I like this mod team.
All right. Is there any
dare anyone challenge me? Sorry, go ahead.
Is there any new people that want to ask flat Earth or globe Earth related question before we keep talking to the
before we allow Rich to keep going?
Okay, never mind. Continue.
Yeah, before we allow the staunch globe Earth to take over.
I have a question.
Yes,
go
ahead.
So do you believe that Neil Armstrong touched the moon?
Not with his physical body. With a spacesuit, yes.
No, he didn't.
Is the moon round?
Looks that way.
It looks pretty round, yeah.
So how did you think Neil Armstrong became an astronaut?
I don't. I think that he's an actor.
Yeah, I guess he's the most gullible.
Astronauts are like an actual profession.
So are actors. They pretend to be like
those are two different professions.
Door salesmen, drug reps, army guys.
So he's an actor, so he didn't actually land on the moon.
But like the analytical truth of calling him an actor versus
he's not an actor.
This is not going well.
He flew a plane.
Yeah, I know, but he could have been in a play once too.
He's
you don't
also
know.
a pilot, right?
Yeah, he's a pilot.
A lot of astronauts are.
I'm sure he would have made a fine Macbeth too. Like, I don't know what you guys are on about.
But do you think the moon is round?
Well, can
and
we
the
just
Earth
talk to
isn't?
the new guy without you guys interrupting? So, new guy, what's your name that you asked a question?
Me, Isaac.
Isaac, cool. So you asked, did he touch the moon rocks?
Yeah.
Well, You can believe it if you like, but those astronauts did pass out moon rocks that turned out to be petrified wood. So if you like to believe that sort of thing, you get the freedom of religion to believe whatever you like.
Okay. So you don't believe in Apollo 11?
Well, I mean, there was a operation by the government called Apollo 11 to trick people into thinking that, we can turn around halfway to the moon and look at the Earth as an object in space, sure. But is it verifiable? How do you know if it's counterfeit? Can you compare it to something in reality to see if it's counterfeit? Or do you have to just believe what you see on TV?
Well, I know the spaceship he flew in flew directly to the moon. Are you aware?
You know that, huh? Did you watch it happen?
No, not me.
Wait, how do you
They
know
landed
something?
6 times too. It wasn't just Apollo 11.
Can we just?
I
Go ahead,
asked like 10 minutes ago. I'm gonna ask again. Can y'all unmute Gregory?
Oh, I don't know who's muted. Where's he at?
Is there a moderator that can say yes or
Yes,
so that?
yes, I'm looking for him.
Oh,
Please,
okay.
God. Please, God.
Have you ever heard of the
Please,
Apollo
merciful
retro
God.
He's at the
reflectors?
bottom.
That one's kind of cool. You ever heard of
Merciful
those?
God, please have his mic not mute.
So
Anyone ever heard of the retro reflectors from the Apollo program?
Yep.
God's not real.
Those are decent proof that's easily verifiable for people that
that's
doubt what happened.
proof.
But they flew on
that
a.
they were. Hold on. We were bouncing light off of the moon in
But
1963 before the retroreflectors were ever put there.
Not at the accuracy that the retroreflectors afford you.
So the accuracy.
Yeah, because when you
So
shine a
we did
laser at an opaque surface like the moon, because there is some quartz in the regolith, but
So
it's
tell me
pretty
about the
opaque.
accuracy.
So yeah, before we had the Apollo retroreflectors, they didn't have as accurate readings of the Earth
So
moon
how
distance.
are they more accurate now?
Because the lasers can shine directly at the mirror, and it's just more accurate than if you were to shine it at the dull regolith.
Wait a second. Can someone explain to me what retro reflectors are?
I can. It's just like a mirror, pretty much, that they left on the surface. And universities to this day ping it with their laser beams, and they can get accurate readings of the Earth moon distance based. And that wouldn't be possible if there wasn't a physical object that they had left. Or there's just something on the moon that's really shiny. But there's something on the moon that's really shiny, and that allows them to take really accurate readings.
So let me know when you're done, bro.
Yeah, I'm done.
Okay, cool. So this is a baseless assertion that he's making that it's more accurate now than it was before, when really he has nothing to verify anything like that. He's just saying it because it has to go with, the narrative that he was told. But we were bouncing light off the moon in the 60s. And the thing about it is that when I watched this thing on TV, right? And it said when they get like a handful, meaning like 5 or 8 photons back, they consider that a success. So have you guys ever smoked out your truck and then totally shined a laser through the smoke? And you could see the laser beam going through the air?
Yeah, actually, I have. Let me look it up. I have a video. Give me 1 minute. I'm going to post this. It's very curious.
So when I get the light bouncing off of the smoke in my room, does that prove that the smoke has retroreflectors?
Yeah, actually, I have a video of me hotboxing my car as well. I will post that.
That's totally up to you if you'd like to do that.
So the video I posted is not a laser, but just a flashlight. But what it does is very curious to look upon.
Oh, I see that. Yeah, you got some fog going, right?
Yeah, this is the problem. We do not know actually if it's fog per se, because it doesn't look like it. Because why would be a shadow cast just a few meters or something like that behind a tree line. It's like,
could the density of the water in the air not be different at the 2 points? It does look very stark. I do understand why that would look jarring for sure. I'm there, but it could just be different amounts, right?
yeah, but it looks like it would be at least a few miles away from it, but it's according to this, it would just hover over the tree points.
Well, that's the answer
not
I got for
actually
you is
going
aliens.
and not actually going down in order to actually see or determine this is fog.
Maybe they were building another Tower of Babel there, so God put a little sheet around it and dealt with it silently this time.
It's something like a blue beam, it's like just hide it.
Did other questions about Flat Earth besides Neil being an actor or whatever?
Well, if you guys don't believe in Neil Armstrong, I mean, I do, because he was basically in the command module CM, which was a shape aircraft that cost more than $75 million. And so I don't think that was a hoax, but explain that aircraft that scientists constructed.
The reason it cost so much is because they couldn't have it fly too high to hit the firmament.
What?
Was that sarcasm?
This whole limb thing, have you actually seen like images of the limb?
Here we go. There's a pressure vessel. Have you ever actually seen the inside of the limb without all the thermal coatings on the outside, the foil and all that? There's a full-on titanium pressure vessel. There's photos of it.
Yeah.
It was a spacecraft. It's not like this thing was made of tinfoil.
Okay, it was a spaceship, but it was made of tinfoil.
No, it wasn't. You can look at the photos of the pressure vessel. There's actually videos of them building the limb. You can go to the museum in New York. You can actually see the pressure vessel with your own eyes.
Wasn't it gold foil, technically? They claim they put on it?
The outside has captain foil or thermal foil that helps. On the moon, you have extreme temperatures, extreme hots, extreme colds. So you have to protect.
Right, it is made of foil.
They put foil on the outside of the spacecraft. Yeah, and they still do that to this day on modern spacecraft. I mean, just look at any photo of any spacecraft, you'll see that foil.
Foil on the outside?
Yeah, it's thermal foil. It helps reflect the sunlight and insulate. It's a captain foil. You can read all about it.
Is an insulator?
Yeah, it's actually really good insulator. So it has different layers in it. It's like it's a special NASA foil, captain foil, really. You can look up. I could pull up sources about the captain foil. There's all sorts of documentation on it and how good of an insulator it is in spacecraft.
Well, I know that gold is a lot like cast iron in the sense that it's actually a pretty good conductor of heat.
Yeah, like the guy just posted the GIF of the emergency blanket. That's why you use the emergency blanket. It is a good insulator, right?
Yeah, but that guy's not re-entering Earth's atmosphere, so that's...
In space, you have extreme differences in temperature, and it's just it can help ease those differences.
You ever strap something, in the back of your truck and put a tarp on it? You ever done that?
Yeah.
You ever went down the road with a tarp? What happens to the tarp if you don't tie it down perfectly?
It flaps around because you have air drag.
Right. You see like the image that the guy posted with a Swifter dusting it, right? You see how there's like one thing of tape, roughly, I'm assuming 6 inches to a foot from the bottom. It's like holding it down, but there's like those two little flaps.
Yeah, I see that. Yeah.
Yeah, if you do that in a flatbed pickup truck, your tarp is completely destroyed by the time you get there.
So I don't know if you're aware, but there's no atmosphere on the moon.
What about re-entering?
So they didn't re-enter the atmosphere in the limb. They actually disposed of it before they came home, and they re-entered in a capsule that was completely different than the ascent module, which was attached to the limb.
But they got one in New York?
So they have in New York, they have a pressure. So it's really cool. It's actually the first LEM pressure vessel they ever built. And so it's kind of in like a factory display. You can see how they built the LEM. This is the actual.
Didn't Neil have to eject so he didn't die? They crashed the first
So
one.
going back to this foil, you were talking about how it couldn't re-enter the atmosphere. I'm telling you, that thing never had to re-enter the atmosphere. It wasn't designed to re-enter the atmosphere. It was only designed so on ascent. It was encapsulated in a fairing in the rocket.
What would there be if there's no atmosphere? Isn't heat the vibration of the molecules?
You're going to a completely different topic here. I'm talking about the foil that you were just mentioning on the LEM and how it was attached. You had a problem with that, right?
So this was to block the heat, correct?
Yeah, but it had nothing to do with re-entry. That craft did not ever have to re-enter the atmosphere.
Okay.
It was encapsulated during launch through the atmosphere. That's it.
Okay, but it's got gold foil on it, or whatever kind of foil that is.
Yeah, it's captain foil.
In a vacuum. How hot are vacuums normally? They're pretty hot.
When you're in space and you have no atmosphere, the sun's pretty hot in the daytime. Yeah.
So
then it gets really cold at night. On the moon.
So it's hot. Even though there's no molecules to vibrate.
Well, yeah, it acts again like an insulator. The air itself will act like an insulator if you have an atmosphere, but on the moon you don't.
A vacuum is an insulator.
Are you sure
What
about
are you
that?
talking about?
Being the air as an isolator.
I want to get back to the space stuff. That's what I like talking about. I don't
We're
know if
talking about the vacuum of space right now, and you're like, I need to get back to the space.
Yeah. Well, so
in a vacuum,
atmosphere can act as an insulator, right? You have greenhouse effect and all that. You have the ozone layer protecting from the radiation of the sun, and you can have things bouncing, and that's why.
A vacuum is an insulator.
You can also consider their spacesuits, because they had spacesuits as well.
Yeah, but that's a non sequitur. We're talking about the vacuum of space. How it doesn't conduct heat. Because there's no material. Right?
Yes, there is.
There's material in a vacuum. Tell me about this material.
It's dark matter.
He put himself on mute, so he's Googling it. Give him a second.
Oh, no. I'm just letting y'all talk.
Well, you just made a claim, and I'm giving you the opportunity to back up that claim about this material in a vacuum.
Well, I only know the basics. I only know that there is dark matter, and that's it.
Oh, bro. you can't be serious, bro.
Dude,
I'm just saying this as a joke, and you fell for it.
Did you guys see the article today that our atoms, the protons, are actually miniature black holes, and that our atoms are made of tiny black holes in our nuclei of our atoms?
You believe that, Talon?
That's what they just released new information on. What they're deciding, that's what they're starting to figure out.
So let me guess.
That's dealing because your Hubble tension. How you're talking about you having issues with your Hubble tension.
Right.
They're working on that. I saw some new stuff about that. But that's going to be one of the. I think they were. That has to do with the protons being tiny black holes.
I know what you're talking about. Yeah. So let's explain this to the class. Gravity doesn't work at the atomic level, so they're invoking these black holes.
How do you know that?
Bro,
how do you know gravity doesn't work at the atomic level?
Cosmology. Everybody knows.
Absence of evidence is not the evidence of absence, Larry.
Bro, I just gave people something that they can search for themselves. Can you please be quiet while I'm speaking? So, gravity doesn't work below the Planck length. Like, this is a well-known thing. A lot of people know about it. And what they're saying now is to fix that problem, they're saying that there's, black holes in the atom model now. Right, because what do black holes do? They create immense amount of gravity. So now they can say that, oh, well, we solved this problem because we invoked these black holes. But Do you think that they witness black holes at this, subatomic level, Talon?
How do you witness a black hole, Larry?
That's right, you can't, can you? It's black.
No, so that would be a loaded question because that's an impossible thing to do.
Right, so they're just invoking it out of thin air, right?
I think this is going to suck a lot of people
literally
in.
No, see, but there's all because that's what you're missing. It's not even air. It's the everything happening right before the black hole sucks in all light, and you can no longer see the thing that you're saying we need to see. You know that we can see everything right before we can't see anything, right?
So you can't see it, but it has to be there for gravity.
No, I'm talking about all the stuff that you can see until you can't see it.
So tell me about these things that you can see until you can't see.
So, thank you for asking. That's a fucking fantastic question. All the things that you can see means that we can now take what we can see and apply it to the things that we can also see at the atomic level. And so when we're doing things like smashing atoms together and we're catching all this random shit that's coming out of the nuclei of atoms that we're smashing together, the only explanation that's come down with the mathematical maths and what they're starting to theorize, because we're at the cutting edge, this is the cutting edge of research, is that the protons that they're smashing together are tiny black holes. And we're getting the pieces of matter off of the protons that are black holes because they're all probability clouds. Or like, what's Larry? I think there's like some fun. It's like an even more fun word that I couldn't even like
matter.
Because
how do those black holes maintain their stability?
Well, that's what, and so like that's the end of my comprehension of the new information that we.
Well, you said
So why would there ever exist a black hole that is basically galaxies in diameter? How would ever such a thing exist if it's in miniature, holding its place?
Because that's how our atoms. Well, that's how the atoms are able to hold together these tiny little pieces of matter. All these particles are sticking around.
Let me know when you're done, Talon, because I really want to respond to this.
And so, like, and so, like, we've assumed that even though everything's huge and we've got relativity explaining how black holes work and all the gravity, how everything works with gravity, but then we can't. Because it's such a weak force, the smaller you go, the harder it is to even quantify gravity to begin with, because you're getting into quantum mechanics where the matter of mass doesn't even start to become real. And so now they're but now that we have enough information that we're using things with a Large Hadron Collider, we're starting to measure what would be considered black holes at the quantum level.
All right, cite your source so I can take a look at it. So I'm assuming you're done. It's really interesting because, when it comes to an atom, protons, electrons, neutrons, nucleus, there's like enough matter inside of this atom if you compare like marbles in a football stadium. Like the football stadium represents the volume, and the marbles at the 50-yard line and the nosebleeds, and this is like the amount of matter that's there. So when they observe the lack of matter or mass, but they observe these attractive forces, they say, well, where's gravity? How come gravity doesn't work at this level? So what they're doing now is the same thing they did with deep space. Instead of invoking dark matter, they chose black holes. So I guess there's probably a reason for that, but they chose black holes at the subatomic level to create enough gravitation so that they can now get like a unified theory. Because if they just everywhere that these gravitational anomalies exist, they just come up with this theoretical thing like black holes, dark matter, dark energy. So right now, as it sits, before this information is coming out, 96% of the universe is dark matter and dark energy. So if now we're adding black holes, I mean, what is the new amount of material? it would be less than 1%, right? Because if all these black holes are just, if all these atoms are just filled with black holes, well, is there any material at all? That everything would just be completely virtual. Like,
yeah, what goes in hand with this is a black hole void of information in itself? Does it have not any property that would conclude any kind of interaction with all materials?
It has the same properties as a subatomic particle, as far as I understand it. Spin and I'm sorry, but go ahead.
You're good, bro. But yeah, this is really interesting to me that they, went with the thing that gravity has to be there. So there has to be dark matter and black holes because we know that gravity works, which is a presuppositional argument. They presuppose, the speed of light is constant and gravity exists because of the bending and warping of space-time. And these gravitational anomalies, well, there has to be something else going on because we know that gravity works. So we'll just put black holes, dark matter, whatever we have to do to fill the gaps so that we can, say that everything works perfectly. So it's really interesting that they're taking the bullshit from deep space and they're now going to cram it into quantum mechanics. So they're basically making what was an actual science with experiments now a theoretical realm of quantum mechanics. So theoretical astrophysics has a subsection of theoretical quantum mechanics.
That's what unification is. We're trying to unify is quantum and relativity.
Cool theory, bro.
Quantum relativity is just
good
a
luck
pain
with
in the ass.
that.
Like we don't have Einstein sitting around to do the math.
Actually, he couldn't solve his own equation. He had to get the Prussians to solve his equations for him. So
do you think he would be able to solve it now? Like if he had the all the data from the James Webb Telescope, what do you think he would be able to do with that kind of data? Do you think he'd be able to figure it out? I don't think he would. I think it maxed. I think he maxed out at gravity. I think we need somebody smarter than Einstein.
I think if something's not broken, don't fix it, and if it is broken, just throw it the fuck away.
Well, that's what I'm saying. That's exactly right, T-Dubs. Like we're not going to have to throw away the theory of relativity. It's just we need someone smarter to be like, yes, that like all of this is happening, because it's kind of like how like you got to look at it the way that Newton said mass attracts mass, but then Einstein came in and said no, it's the mass warping and bending space and time. But then someone else is going to come along and be like, yeah, it is technically that, but then like it'll be like black holes and fucking atoms or some shit.
And it's a
do something stupid because they'll do the math, and then everybody's math will suddenly start working. Right now it doesn't work. Oh no, we're getting the measurements. Or wait, what is it? It's two different. I put the technical trials for easing the tension, because this is what Larry wants to see, is the easing of the cosmological tension. And so they can only calculate the Hubble parameter following two paths. There's the astrophysical observations of celestial bodies defined as local, i.e. not very far from us. It's possible to calculate the speed at which bodies at different distances are moving away. The expansion and h to the o in this case is calculated by comparing speeds and distances. But then there's the second way to do it is data from the cosmic microwave background, called the CMB, faint and extremely distant radiation dating back to the very early universe. The information we gathered at that.
What's the dating method for light?
It's calculating the universe's expansion rate and the Hubble parameter.
Okay.
So we calculate the expansion rate, not presuppose it.
Oh my god.
In the Hubble parameter.
I think,
and that's how we date light.
Okay, so let me see what. Let me just finish the paragraph. Okay. It says these two sources provided these two sources provided not exactly equal but very close and consistent values of h0. It says h to the 0, it's like a bottom. And at the time, it seemed that the two methods were showing good agreement. Bingo. But then 2013, they realized the numbers didn't add up. the discrepancy emerged might seem small, but then the error bars on both sides are becoming much smaller, and the separation between the two measurements has become large. And so there's a lot more, but I don't want to like bore you. And so that's where the tension is. But it's so now they have to figure out where the errors are in reality based on our measurements. We have to find the measurements that connect the two contradicting measurements. Because is this like, can we all, the way that they said the calculations from the cosmic microwave background, are they kind of saying that like when you look at the Big Bang, the very beginning of the Big Bang is going a certain speed, and then like the very edge of the universe is going a different speed, and they're not adding up?
Yeah, you cannot re-engineer it. It's still just an idea.
So is the universe expanding from the beginning? Yeah, so I can see what the tension means as far as the measurements not adding up.
I mean, if they are off to the tens of millions, then who gives a fuck about their calculations? It's wrong.
Expanding universe, spinning galaxies, a load of rubbish.
So the black hole stuff, I think, is reducing the tension, and so it's drawing. It's like almost like getting in the ballpark, and we're on the right track of
black holes. What light's not?
You know,
how do you come to this
black hole
conclusion?
except light, right?
That's what it says.
I mean,
it says
not
there's
even
a
light.
difference. I'm jumping
Not
ahead.
even
So it
light
says there's a
escapes the
difference.
black hole, right? Why aren't
It
we
says
in
a difference.
constant darkness? We're surrounded by atoms, surrounded by this shit. No light escapes the black hole, right? A load of shit.
Okay, you fail to understand that not all light falls into a black hole. It gets curved around it.
Yeah, but we're surrounded.
It's okay.
But we're surrounded by these. They're just everywhere. These tiny little black holes. They're all around us.
We're made of black holes.
Made of black holes.
That's what we're finding out. We're made of it. Made of black holes.
Oh god.
The mass of an apple is made of black holes. An apple is made of black holes.
Well, get used to hearing this, because I'm going to start saying it a lot more. That sounds like a shady inference.
Like what? Dark energy? Is that the badums going for?
By the way, are we referring to microsingularities when we're saying black holes, like tiny black holes?
Well, yeah, they're trying to use that to reduce the Hubble tension.
Oh, wow. I'm like... I'm sorry, it reminds me of a line in Star Trek Enterprise where Captain Archer's talking to his Vulcan officer, and he says that the Vulcan science suit would, start blaming stuff on black microsingularities left and right if they could.
So it's a review. Like I just put it in I went straight to the journal, and it's a review of possible solutions with new data. So they just got new data, and they just reviewed like what that new data does to like what we dream of our solutions, providing us. Like we're basically like hoping to find data that comports with the math that we think will prove the black holes.
Well, no science,
in our butts.
math.
It's a lot of theory, I understand.
You use science to prove the math. You just got to find it. And then once you find the correct science, like what? Because that's why Einstein's so badass, is because everybody can use his math and to find things in space. And so, like, we can literally reverse engineer the existing. Like, we can just find stuff in space because Einstein was like, shit's going to be right here. If this math, because just follow this math and you'll find everything.
Yeah, we're missing some science here. We need to find some science.
And then we found everything. And then we found all kinds of shit. And we still are. Like right now, they're finding. Like we just found Planet 9. They think there's another planet out there that's hurting a cluster of planets. So they're finding gravitational pulls of a mysterious planet that might be out there.
Towards the sun, like planet Vulcan.
I don't know. Like they said, if it's not an actual planet, there's other options. I just can't remember what those other options are. They said it was like only one. There's one other like celestial like thing that would make it happen with that.
Alan, would you say that all of this goes under science?
Hell yeah.
Nice.
You said we got to find the science afterwards.
By the way, how can we confirm that the pictures they actually provide us that actually are black holes? What if they are not manipulated by, let's say, a toroidal field, for example, that then distort the rest of the image?
It's funny that you said toroidal because that was in the. Let me look up. Let me see now because they said that's what they were literally using to find.
How convenient! Let me pause.
No, I'm serious. That's fine.
That's theory,
let me pause a video for you in order to.
In case y'all didn't know, that's Witset's theory.
Understand what's going on.
They're invoking Witset's theory, bro.
So what they're doing is they're looking for something that kind of toroidal movements through. So they wouldn't ordinarily expect the planet to make this kind of stuff happen, but then.
Why would you use a toroidal field in order to observe something if you know that it's actually not the center of attention? Because the center of attention is distorted by the magnetic field.
Yeah, that's what they're looking at the most ridiculously random fields and seeing if there's any patterns.
This is science for you. Make it more complicated as it should be.
This is just a rough summarization of what I read, and it has to do with the idea that they're looking at these fields and seeing, and they found what could possibly be the gravity exerted by a distant planet on these fields.
You cannot observe gravity.
Observe gravity? What are you talking about? I'm sure you can.
It doesn't matter if you use a device in front of you and try to look at something and try to measure gravity on which you're looking at something. It doesn't matter because you cannot manipulate it. You have to be on par with the object you're observing. You have to be present in order to do something like this.
Don't sleep on what he said, though. It's the gravitational pull of these distant planets that's affecting these toroidal fields that's letting us know that there's black holes there. That's a shady inference, like the deductive reasoning.
Yeah, it sounds for me just I'm trying to measure the light that it's being conveying to me, and by using this toroidal field, this magnetic measurement device that should actually help me determine if gravity is existent or to what degree is existent over there. It's ridiculous.
Well, it's fine. I can retract the word toroidal if that's really a huge issue.
No, the toroidal is the only thing you got right, bro.
What are you talking about? What do you mean I got that right? Are you saying that's what is in this article about Planet 9?
No. The toroidal fields is the only thing that you got right.
What do you mean the only thing I got right?
Bro.
What does that have to do with what I'm talking about?
Toroidal fields, you brought it up.
But that's what I'm saying. I thought that maybe that was a part of it, but then I'm looking at the article and I'm not finding it specifically, so I'm retracting it. So you don't have to explain away.
Okay.
It was actually the gravitational
you see your
pull.
own mistake. Let's.
They called it a
galactic
tide. So yeah, it's because it's a bunch of Milky Way objects. So I don't know because it's not just this one article. Like I'm not super worried about that being the exact thing that they were measuring.
Let me post the other video again.
I swore that word came up. It's just serendipity that you brought that word up because I could have swore that was like. I thought
because it mentions tide.
It reminded me of this article, so I'm still looking for it. I'm trying to think of like what other articles I read today.
Are you in chat right now? Do you see the video I posted? Okay, it takes a few seconds. Do you know what you're looking at?
No, what is that? Some toroidal shit?
No, it has nothing to do with toroidal.
Water. It's just the fluid dynamics.
Yeah, this is basically what we observe when we're looking at stars, for example.
Okay. It's liquid refracting the light.
It appears to be that it's water we are looking at because of the frequency the stars emit.
I mean, that's clearly water, though, right? I mean, it's like the guy's got a cup of water.
Yes, the experiment is water, and so seems to be the star we are observing, that it is also in the same parameter by being in water.
That doesn't make any sense to me. I don't know what you're talking about. Like water.
Okay, are you
the sky?
Have you read the Bible? Do you know what it says?
Do I know what the Bible says?
Dividing the heavens from the waters
the
below and the waters above, for example.
The Bible's a library. That's like saying, do you know what the library says?
No, it's not a library.
What, the Bible? Yes,
Genesis.
it is. It's like
Do you know Genesis?
Fucking books.
A library is considered if you got over 500 books.
It's like a library of the Christian biblical text collection.
Okay, have you read Genesis? Have you read Genesis?
Have I?
Yes. Have you read Genesis?
Not read Genesis, like start to finish.
Okay.
It's like there be light stuff.
Did you
the beginning?
Does the phrase waters above, waters below, or dividing the heavens from the earth or whatever, does that sound familiar?
I've never read that peer review. No, what study is that?
You know,
or he made the firmament.
He just can't say no.
So that doesn't sound familiar to you. Those phrases.
No, I don't know what you're talking about. No,
okay,
no.
okay. Never mind.
Can I ask a question? About that.
Okay. Have a good night.
Yeah,
guys.
yeah.
If water is above, then why is the night sky black?
Oh, I'm not saying it is. I'm just saying that's what the book says. It's an assumption. It's just a
The night sky is black because there isn't enough photons reaching the noble gases to create a plasma.
Exactly, because it's divided.
So why is the sky blue during daytime?
Plasma.
Because it gets ionized through the sun.
What gets ionized? What?
The gases.
The noble gases.
Oh. So nothing to do with water then. Okay.
No. And where should it reflect anyways? If it's a gravitational field that supposedly holds the gases in compared to space vacuum.
Hello, everybody. Space is fake. The Earth is flat.
Based. True, and based, and real.
We're all surrounded by a giant wall of ice. That's why the water doesn't fall out.
That's questionable. But
NASA lies to us. Space is fake.
I agree with most of what you said, but then I disagree with some of what you said.
But the Earth is flat.
Based.
And how would you know that?
Oh, here we go.
Because it looks flat when I walk out my window.
Should you not test it?
Most people use the door.
Nah, I prefer the easy way.
Easy way, huh? Like the Dukes of Hazzard.
Just out of my room.
So I think we're going back to the ground because we've had our heads in the clouds for too long, talking about epistemology and fucking space and black holes. So now that we're on the surface of the ground, any Globers got any evidence for the curvature, the axial rotation?
Nope, because I'm not high enough.
Oh, how many pounds of Lebanese?
I would hope.
Go ahead, bro.
I would hope that NASA had some better images, or like they could fake a better image of a black hole than what the hell we got, man. Like, look at this image that NASA provided for a black hole or supermassive.
Is that Snoop Dogg's blunt?
Where is it? Where did you post it?
There it is in the chat. You'd assume that NASA would be faking something way better than this, right?
Well, how far away is the
Well,
black
it's
hole?
CGI.
How far away is it?
Huh?
How far away is the black hole?
I don't know. No idea.
Not exactly close by, right? Like
Probably
in
not.
miles? Like, how far away is it?
I'd assume. Well, I don't know how far away this black hole is, but I'd assume NASA would have some better images, better fakes than this.
About
Something
1,500
prettier.
light years.
What is that in miles?
Freedom units. Let's use freedom units.
Or we can do kilometers.
Touché.
Like 8.1798 plus 1.5.
So, you guys think we can take pictures of
15
objects?
zeros.
You think we can take pictures of objects that far away?
Yeah.
Oh, that black hole thing is not a picture.
The sun from Earth is 8.3 light minutes.
Oh, wait a minute.
Is it absence
I'm
light?
looking at a picture, and you're saying that it's
Black
not a
hole
picture.
thing? Yeah, like that. Yeah.
What is
so
it?
Me?
It was
I'm saying,
generated
No,
by an algorithm.
B4C.
The black hole
Someone said it
thing was
wasn't a picture.
generated.
Matthew, could you
I
please
said
stop over talking B4C?
it's not B4C. It's bacon.
Whatever.
You know me.
Yeah, I know you. You said it's not a picture. What is it?
It's an image generated by an algorithm.
Algorithms paint pictures now, or images.
Oh, there's a lot of AIs that do it now.
Right. So the
That's
reason
just
that they
another
don't have to provide good fakes is because people with confirmation bias, anchor bias, and sunk cost bias will just eat the shit up, and they won't question anything.
So that's why they make shitty fakes.
Yeah, because you won't question it.
Just needs to be an image with the words NASA somewhere on the page.
So with millions of dollars
Wow.
a day that they get, the 60 million a day,
That-
they can't fake a better image of a black hole. They got to give us algorithms.
They don't need
Don't
to.
need
That's interesting.
to. The dead brains
That's a
just
very
go,
bad
"Oh,
argument.
cool. No matter what it looks like, could look like a fucking crayon drawing, and if it had NASA on it, they'd be like, wow.
Yeah, because most people that go to college think that you can't know anything anyway, so why question anything?
Exactly.
Yeah, that's a very bad argument. Like, this looks bad, therefore it's probably not fake. Because if it was fake, it would look good.
No,
Or if you
that's
have
not
the
my
argument.
argument. Whose argument is that?
I'm not talking to you. I'm talking to denial of reality. I'm saying his argument is bad because that's what he seems to be suggesting. Like, why would NASA fake something so bad like this?
No, I would just.
As if
I'm just
it's
saying.
bad
I would
enough for
assume that they'd have some better fakes out there other than this shit.
But it wouldn't make sense for this to look any better given how they claim to get this image.
Oh, but no, but from the flat Earth point of view, NASA's supposed to be full of shit and CGIing everything.
No, but like,
so this
if
should
they're
have been pretty
Wait a
pretty.
second. But the thing is, by you looking at this image and don't think it looks good and think that's evidence, that's more reason for them to do it. Because then people like you gets even more convinced of it.
Oh, you're not understanding what I'm saying. What I'm saying is flat earthers, or people that deny NASA or whatever, are actually doing what they're doing, believe that they are full of shit and are CGIing things every day and making up false images. So I would say that an image of a black hole or something that they want to persuade people actually exist would be something that looks more realistic or more clear than what we've been given.
All right, time out. You
Especially
guys
when they get millions of dollars a day to do whatever the fuck they want with it.
We heard
right?
you. Okay, we got to stop talking about what each other are talking about, or I'm going to start talking about what y'all are talking about. So, what we're saying is, if someone were to counterfeit something like this, how would you know?
That's what you were talking about. That's not what I was talking about.
Yeah, you're supposed to talk about what you're talking about, and not what the other person is talking about. I make my arguments
I was talking
for me.
about what I was talking about.
No, bro, you were talking about our arguments that they just provide shitty CGI. Then why were
was
you
my
saying
argument?
the shit about $60 million a day?
Because I was
Globe
saying with
don't
$60
say
million
that.
a day, you'd get some better CGI work, wouldn't you?
Would you?
No.
No, not seemingly, because they gave us that, and you seem pretty happy with it.
Yeah, this guy's like an NPC, right? You go to sell him axes, swords, and shields, but he doesn't know that I've got programs where I can create my own axes, swords, and shields, and he's buying them, not realizing that they're counterfeit because I'm modding the program that he works in. And he has no idea. He's just like axes, hammers, swords, and he's just buying it all up, even though they're fucking counterfeit.
How do you know they're counterfeit?
Because I mod games, bro.
Saying, how
the
do you know
fuck
this
out of
image
them
is
games.
counterfeit?
I don't. I'm saying you don't have an original to compare it to. Like if I give you a fake $100 bill, you would pull out an original $100 bill to compare it, or you would have already memorized what an original $100 bill looks like, or you would get a pen and check to see if it's real. You can't do either one of those things with this image. You either accept it on faith, which you have
Can't
the
do that
right
with
to
everything.
do. Yeah, no shit. That's why it's called belief.
Well, it makes them full because they can't do that with everything. Or...
No, it just means that you have a great deal of faith. That's all it means. You trust the government.
Yeah, he got you there.
He really got me, man. I don't usually trust the government in a lot of things, but when it comes to things like NASA, which aren't really that political, and they're just talking about like the moon landing and other stuff like that,
Not political.
Yeah, I trust that.
Really? So
Landing's
like the
unbelievable.
Department of
Seriously?
Defense and NASA working side by side.
And before
That's
you
not
even
political.
get to saying anything, I already said, and other than the moon landing, which were definitely politically motivated, so
I
don't even go there.
I misunderstood.
I know you're playing the role of like I don't know what you're playing the role of, but yeah.
Well, Bacon is reasonable sometimes. I like Bacon. I'm glad that he's here.
I think you mean the role of devil's advocate.
Sometimes, Larry.
Yeah, I said sometimes.
Only when I agree with Larry. That's when I'm being reasonable.
No, you've been reasonable.
As long as
when
you agree with Larry, yeah. And that's with everyone, right? As long as you kiss someone's ass, they're gonna be fine with you.
He's an anti-flat earther, but he's not like a hardcore. I think, right?
Right.
Oh, isn't Larry used to be called Hank?
That's right.
Based, yeah.
Oh, and this Zodiac guy, I'm pretty sure he's a troll.
No, Hank is based 100%.
Hank Hill,
Oh,
I remember that.
You're a troll.
Appreciate that. Yeah, to me, I've been really doing study on other things, and like this portal on my screen that lights up when Bacon speaks, right? I'm realizing that, yeah, we disagree on this guy, but we disagree on these things, but this is a portal to some other consciousness that I get to interact with, and even though we disagree on things, like, that's still pretty fucking cool, even if you think your brain is in a jar.
Is Bacon a 99%er?
I don't know what that means.
What does that mean?
Brain in a jar, like nothing can be known.
No, I don't
100%.
think he is. Hey, Bacon, do you know that you have 2 arms, or do you have high amount of confidence?
Sure, I have 2 arms.
Do you know it?
I think so.
Okay.
100%. Are you? No, that's not
You're
a clear answer.
100% sure.
Is a yes or no answer? Try a yes
I
or
think
no.
I'm 100% sure, but I'm not
That's
sure.
not a
I'm
clear
100%
answer.
sure.
That's not a
That's
clear
like
answer.
60% of the time 100% accurate.
Do you know
60% of the time,
Do you
every
know
time.
100% that you have 2 arms? Is the question.
Yes or no?
Yeah. The fact that he's doubting that
I'm
means he's a
100%.
99%.
I mean, I'm 100% convinced. But if you can
Okay,
come
so
up
he's
with
a
alternative.
99%er. That's fine.
Yeah, he's not sure.
Oh no, I'm 100% confident. I have 2 arms. But
So why did you just say yes?
Wait a minute.
Just say
Confident,
yes.
confident means doubt.
Oh my god.
Right?
If you let me get to the end of what I'm trying to say, you know what I didn't say yes. So if you come up with a very crazy and nonsensical hypothesis in which I don't have 2 arms, but I still feel like I do, I might not be able to refute that logically.
Bro.
So if I can't refute that logically, it doesn't mean I'm taking that
Can we
seriously,
not
obviously.
hop into this again? Can we not do this again?
Yeah, let's
we
move
just
on.
not do this again?
Yeah, we were
let's
talking
already-
about
let's
this
already get
earlier, right? And I'm just going to say this and we'll wrap it up. Confidence means doubt, right? You don't really think of it like
Isn't
that.
that the
but you have
opposite?
to. Right, and why I'm saying this, because if you said that you knew that you had 2 arms, there's no room for doubt. But when you say, I'm highly confident, extremely confident, almost 100% confident.
No, I did say 100% confident. I'm 100% confident.
Larry,
I had
when
2
you
arms.
say that, I think I agree with you on the point that confidence requires a level of doubt. I think that's what it is.
I don't doubt.
The
Like,
term confidence needs some doubt.
Like if I was in a gang, right, and I wanted to like get my brother-in-law to join in, and they were like, "Hey, we want to, get your brother-in-law in." I wouldn't vouch for him. I would say I'm pretty confident he wouldn't roll over on you guys, but I don't know for sure. But like if the gang asked my brother, right now my brother, like I'm 100%, I know he wouldn't roll over on the gang. I would say, yeah, I vouch for him. I know that he wouldn't turn you guys in. Nobody talks, everybody walks.
Yeah, I would say confidence needs some sort of level of doubt for it to be confidence.
The reason I ask
It's
is
not
because
absolute certainty.
it's very common with people. I don't want to frame you here, Bacon, but the kind of flat Earth, anti-flat Earther type people is like they typically have this mindset of nothing can be 100% known, which is a very fundamental aspect of this worldview of globe and stuff like that. Geocentrism.
Well, I mean, if you want to hop into philosophical discussions
wait,
about
let
it, you
me-
can.
Hang on. Like,
Yeah, but he
there
didn't
are
answer yes or no.
always-
That's why he doesn't. He has doubt that he has 2 arms.
It's not that
because
simple.
I didn't say
It's
that.
not that
I said I'm
simple as yes or no.
100% confident. See, if I'm 100% confident, there's no percentage of doubt.
Why didn't you just say yes?
But confidence
I'm not
needs
sure that-
some sort of doubt. What do you not understand about that, B4C?
Not 100%. If you're 100% confident,
If
then
you're
you have
100%
0% doubt.
confident, that just means you 100% believe something. It does not mean that you're 100% like you know this for certain.
All right, well, I know that I got 2 arms because I can do this, right?
Facts.
So
Me too.
I can feel it, I can hear it, I can see it. Like
Me
2
too.
or more senses confirms it. I have firsthand primary knowledge. So if you were to put
Yeah, like
my
if
arms
I'm
in a vice,
confident,
if you were to put me in torture cuffs, right, and you were to make them real fucking tight, I wouldn't doubt it. But if you guys had your arms in handcuffs, you wouldn't be doubting your shit neither. You'd be like, I know that I'm in pain.
Exactly, that's my point. Let me clarify something. So when I say 100% confident, because I'm 100% confident, there's no doubt my head, I have 2 arms. And all those hypotheses that we live in a simulation, the universe was created a second ago, like all those nonsensical, unfalsifiable hypotheses you can come up with, a lot of them are unfalsifiable, which means you can't disprove them. If you can't disprove them,
that's bullshit.
But you're
haven't proven
running.
bullshit.
Okay, since you guys said bullshit, prove to us that we don't live in a simulation. Go ahead.
No, man. No, but you ran a little bit away from
Exactly,
the word.
thank you.
That's
Thank you for
hilarious.
The word no. You didn't. You
those
didn't answer.
unfalsifiable. Let me just finish the whole point I was trying to make. All those unfalsifiable hypotheses, I consider all of them ridiculous, and I don't take none of them seriously. However, they're still unfalsifiable, right? So you can logically conclude they're false.
But do you know that you have 2 arms?
Yeah.
Okay, so it's a yes. Okay, good. Glad we settled
that was a
that.
long conversation.
Let's move on. Let's move on.
We got there, boys.
We're done. We're done. We can move on. We're done.
Yeah. So.
All right. Let's get back to the flat Earth. Yeah. Let's get back to flat Earth.
Feet on the ground. Where's the curvature?
It's definitely in the process of figuring out the accurate path predictions of eclipses.
Oh, that's where we're going. Okay. Go ahead and back up that claim.
I'll post the link of my last prediction that I ran.
Predictions, huh?
Yeah, for April 8th, 2024. I got the totality path and I think I nailed it. I post in chat.
So the claim is eclipses show and demonstrate the Earth is a globe.
No, he asked where's the curvature. I said it's in the process of getting that prediction accurately. So to get that prediction accurately, you had to treat Earth as an ellipsoid, while the Sun and Moon has 2 different spheres, specific distances.
Oh, where's the curvature? Okay.
Where am I?
So you
I modeled Earth as a sphere, so everywhere pretty much.
So you saw the Earth. The process involves the Earth curvature. Not. Never mind. You guys continue. I'm lost.
It's simple. Like you have 3 spheres. One of them emits light, the Sun. The other one blocks light, that's the Moon. The other one gets a shadow, that's the Earth. If you run that scenario and you calculate for all the positions and everywhere where the shadow is being casted on the 3rd wall, which are the coordinates they're being casted and when they're being casted, and what velocity, direction, all that. Once you do that math, that's exactly what has been observed during the eclipse. So
is the shadow is on the Earth or the Moon or this?
The Earth.
Oh, okay. The shadow on the Earth. Okay. And that shows that the Earth is curved because I'm assuming.
It assumes it.
Go ahead.
It assumes the Earth is a sphere, and it gets a good prediction from it.
Oh, so it's not. So it's an inference, you're not directly, proving curvature of the Earth.
Correct. I think
Another
that's
shady inference.
I think it's a strong evidence.
Okay, but you admit it's not direct evidence. I mean, it's not direct. Let's say
measurement of curvature.
No, how should I say this? Let's say it's not direct evidence that the Earth itself has physical curvature.
I think it is.
Okay, so in the observation of the eclipse, you see the shadow of something, right?
Yeah, in that case, the shadow is like the areas in which you can observe either a partial eclipse, that would be the penumbra, or a total eclipse, that would be the umbra. So
Okay,
if within that
yeah.
prediction, you're within the penumbra, you see partial. If you within the umbra, you see a total.
And you saw, and when you're doing this shadow observation, where is the involvement of the Earth curvature?
As I explained to you, I ran a simulation where you have a spherical sun, a spherical moon, and a spherical Earth, and you calculate for where the shadow of the moon is hitting the Earth's surface, and all those positions are how you get the prediction of the umbra and penumbra. So
Why
pretty
does
much.
the penumbra? Go ahead and finish. Sorry.
No, go ahead.
Why does the penumbra start out as a semicircle, and then a full circle, and then end as a semicircle?
Because that's where it's meeting the terminator line. So that first part that was like sunrise, so that straight path of the semicircle, it's actually around where the sun is rising, and at the end of it, that straight path is where the sun's setting. So I don't have the coordinates between those 2 points. So Randry simply drew a straight line on the map because that's where the shadow was not hitting the Earth. It was missing out into space. But that would be around where the sun is either rising or setting. Makes sense.
I got your dad joke too, by the way, Larry. No one else seemed to, dude.
What was it? I'm sorry, I missed it. I made a joke.
Shady inference. I got it.
Oh,
Very
yeah.
funny. Very funny.
Yeah, I didn't do that on purpose, but now that you mention it, it's kind of funny. This right here doesn't show me that the Earth is a globe. This only shows me that a lot of people get to see the partial eclipse, but a very small population get to see the total eclipse.
And not only that, but
when I look at the shadow, I can't see the shadow as determining an object, right? Because the map that you got this projecting on, it isn't even like it's one of the, what is it? What's the map that's Eurocentric?
It's a cylindrical projection.
Yeah, it's not a very good map. So if we could like map this out on something a little better, maybe even some different globes and some different flat maps, that'd be great. I'd love to see a compilation of that.
Yeah, I can plot it on a globe as well.
But yeah, make sure that
but
Africa
not with
is
the
like,
animation.
make sure that Africa is not like the same size as Greenland.
Well, it isn't in that map because that's the equirectangular, not the Mercator. The Mercator is the one that makes Greenland the size of Africa. Let me give you a spherical one then. It won't have the animation because the animation is hard to render in 3D. So I just did a 2D animation of it using just a simple map.
So when can I ask? So let me ask you this: when you observe this in real life, and you see the shadow in real life, you're saying that you're observing direct evidence that the Earth itself is showing curvature by witnessing this shadow?
Yeah, that it is a sphere. Like if where the totality is being seen and when matches this prediction accurately, and as far as I've checked, it does.
And the shadow's on the Earth, right?
Yes.
Okay.
So the shadow is simply like a demarcation on where totality is seen and where partiality is seen. But if those things matches observation, and as I said, as far as I've checked, they do, and I think that's a good indication that my premises were correct when I calculated this prediction. I posted the spherical version of it on the chat.
Okay. But why'd you say it was an inference earlier? If it's direct evidence, you don't need an inference.
Well, inference, if you look it up, it means deductive reasoning. Like you've eliminated some variables. So.
I'll just call it a test. So let's say I wanted to test.
Okay.
If the Earth is a globe, then I should see totality from this location at these timestamps, and I should see partiality at those locations at those timestamps. And
So
if the Earth is not a globe, I should get different. Yeah, and I didn't get different data, so that data was pretty much one-to-one to time and date, and you can check that against a couple of live stream videos where the location is known. Anyway, so
wait. So if the Earth was not a globe, why would you get different data again? One more time.
Oh, it's not. Let me put it a different way. So if you get different data, then the Earth is not a globe, right?
No. I mean, why would you expect to get different data if it was not a globe?
It's not what I said. I said if you get different data, then it's not a globe. Not if it's not a globe, then you get different data. It's slightly different. So a globe expects a certain observation. If your observation doesn't match that, then you falsify the globe. So if the eclipse was 1 hour later, or if it was in a different spot, then that would falsify my assumptions.
Isn't an eclipse just lights in the sky moving?
Sure.
But that's not proof of the Earth.
I didn't say none of this is proof. I said this is strong evidence because it could easily falsify the globe, and it didn't.
Wait, so you don't believe that this proves that the Earth is a globe?
No, I think this is strong evidence.
Oh,
not necessarily proof. Well, some people might call it proof, but that's the
why not? Why?
I don't want to get into that debate, so I'll just call it strong evidence. But I think it's at least strong evidence.
Why not just call it? Okay, whatever. Why? So wait, why? Where's the doubt? Why are you doubting it if it's? Never mind. We don't have to go there.
I mean, if I say I didn't say it was proof, so why would you ask that? I think this is strong evidence.
Okay.
Maybe the same thing would happen on flat Earth. I don't know how, but maybe it would. Which means there's like some possibility that the Earth is flat.
But if it's just lights in the sky moving, you can have that on any. I don't see why. Why would you? Yeah, it doesn't make sense. Let me put it this way: if it's not a globe and you agree that you would get different data, then why not just say it's proof?
I didn't say if it wasn't a globe you get different data. I said if you get different data, then that's not a globe.
Right, but you didn't get different data, so why not just say it's proving what you said?
Because I could potentially get the same data in other Earth shapes. Depending on how.
Oh, I see. So maybe not flat, but like something else besides flat. Okay, so it could be something else besides. I still have lights in the sky. Do you genuinely? Okay, wait. Let me ask you this: do you genuinely believe that the lights in the sky, like the eclipse, are? How should I say this? The lights in the sky are I don't know how to say this. It's like okay. Let me put it this way. If I have a house, right, and I have something on my ceiling, okay, and if I want to know what's on the ground, my first intuition is not to look at the ceiling, it's to look at the ground.
Mm-hmm. Oh, I get it.
But that doesn't mean that I can't look at the ceiling. It just means that it's just kind of bizarre. It's just kind of bizarre. I wouldn't look at the ceiling.
Well, it's not that I won't look at the ceiling. When you're looking to the ceiling, or when you're making observations on Earth's surface,
yeah,
you have some issues. So you have to take into account optics and stuff like that, because you're dealing with line of sight close to the surface, and it's noticeably where you have more, like stuff like weather conditions play the largest role. So you have to account for all that, and that's a bit complicated. Well, some people do this. Some people do work with observations close to the surface. Like there's a compilation that Jesse did with a bunch of those kind of observations. I could post them on the chat, but I think this was posted here a bunch of times. But I take a different approach. So I get rid of all these problems by not using this. I'm using then the lights in the sky because that's also something that relates to the surface. Not as directly, but still relates to the surface.
Okay, so the lights in the sky determine the shape of the... Do you believe... Let me ask you this. Do you believe that lights in the sky determine the shape of the surface?
I wouldn't put it that way. It's not that they determine, but you can derive many conclusions about the Earth's surface based on how the lights in the sky behave.
Okay, but do you know... Well, let me ask you this. When you're using the lights in the sky, are you aware of the unknown... Are you aware of the fact that they are, well, let's say alleged fact, right? That they are within an unknown medium?
Are you referring to like the vacuum of space?
Well, I don't assume there is a vacuum of space, though.
So I guess it's unknown to you.
Well, have you validated that those lights in the sky are in a known medium?
I haven't.
Do you know anyone, or how about this? When you learned about this evidence, that this strong evidence that shows the curvature of the Earth, did the people that showed you that evidence, did they validate that the lights in the sky are in a known medium?
I don't know what people were talking about. These predictions I got, I did it from myself.
Okay. But you never tried. Okay.
Yeah, I'm assuming light travel in straight path, so I'm not accounting for any medium. That's your concern.
Okay. If you were let me put it this way. If you were able to validate the medium, then I think your evidence would be even stronger. Does that make sense?
Of course, yeah. I
Yeah.
think it's already strong enough, but sure, if that would also add strength to the argument, of course.
Yeah,
I
exactly.
wouldn't bother.
And the position as well, right? Sorry, go ahead.
I said I wouldn't bother because it would be very complicated to try to verify the medium that surrounds the stars. And
Well, you just have to go there, right?
Well, easier said than done. And I already think his argument is strong enough.
Yeah, easier said than done. That's right. But that would be a one way to do it, right?
Yeah, that might be a way to do it. As I
Right.
said, I don't think that's necessary. I think I already have enough stuff.
Okay. So why not just say, I don't know why you don't okay, I don't know, maybe you have a different philosophy or something, because if I said it as confident, like if I said, if we got different data, then it's not what I thought it was, I would say it's 100% proof that the Earth is a globe. But you're saying it's actually not proof. So I don't know. Let me put it this way.
Actually, I'm not saying it's not proof.
Okay.
It's not getting into the discussion on whether this would be considered proof. So I'm saying it's at least evidence, possibly proof, but that's up to you, for you to decide.
All right. Let me put it this way. If it's not proof, then let's just move on to the next one, because yeah. If it's not proof, because that's ultimately what we want, right? You know what I mean?
Call you proof, if that's what it takes.
Yeah, I mean, come on. If you asked a flat earther, hey, can you show me proof the Earth is flat? and they were like, yeah, you would want to know what they're going to say, right? you would want to know that, right? Come
Well,
on.
they could easily at least start by falsifying the globe, like.
Yeah. But that would be really compelling. Right? I mean, not compelling. It would be the thing that you actually wanted to hear about. You know what I mean?
Yeah, but as I said, this might very well be proof.
Okay. Yeah, if it's not proof, then we can go to the next one. What? How about this? Is there? If it's not this, what is the proof that the Earth is a globe, in your opinion? Or is there proof that the Earth is a globe? That's a better question. Because if this is just evidence, what else? What's the proof?
I don't see a clear line separating evidence from proof.
Okay, so is what you presented proof?
It might be. It depends on where you draw the line.
How about let me phrase it this question. Let me phrase it like this. What you presented is proof that the Earth is a sphere. True or false?
Sorry, say that again.
Okay. The evidence that you presented is proof that the Earth is a sphere. True or false?
It depends.
No, actually, it can either be. Have you ever heard of the law of identity?
I'm aware.
Okay, what is it?
Well, like X is what X is. It's not what. I don't remember.
What?
Yeah, like
I'm too
I
tired.
saw it with.
I'm too tired. I gotta go. I'm too tired. Sorry.
All right. Here.
Quiet. Anyone here?
Yeah.
Guys, I never guess what I'm doing.
Say again?
I guess you guys are never. Wait, I said. What did I say? That you guys are never gonna guess what I'm doing. Okay, that's what I said. Something that supposedly proves flat Earth.
Oh, okay, sorry, I had to step away. Was that you, B4C?
Okay, I gotta switch my nickname. It's Bacon.
It's Bacon. Is that what it's called? Oh, I got you. I see it now.
No,
It looks
everyone's
like
getting it wrong. I'll just move back to Bacon.
okay, Bacon. I can see it now. Oh, I got you.
I
Yeah,
said
that's
I'm doing
interesting.
something.
Oh yeah.
It's supposed to prove flat Earth.
Yeah, I heard you talking earlier. I like lunar eclipses too. I think that's good evidence for a spherical Earth.
Right.
I always found it interesting when someone will suggest that it's something other than the Earth's shadow on the moon. You know, I don't understand that. Well, I guess if you believe the Earth is flat, you can't say it's the Earth casting the shadow because then it would be over. So.
My God. Okay, so check this out. A surveyor just gave me a bunch of star readings, right? For me to try to figure out where he was. And I noticed that one of the readings weren't tightly agreeing with the other ones. I suspect he made a mistake on that one. So I asked him to double check that one. And there are 18 readings here. The one he checked was actually half a second off. Didn't notice, but he put the wrong digit. So I spotted a half a second error within the measurements. Damn. I'm impressed with that.
Have you ever thought that the Earth was flat yourself or no?
No.
I never have either.
Unfortunately, no. I never had that experience.
I used to hear people joke about it a long time ago, but I never heard anyone talk about it seriously.
Right.
It was more of like a joke, you know. So what do you think about gravity?
I think about gravity. Damn. Not sure.
Well, I don't know about you, but I think it's real.
Oh yeah, yeah. Well, but is it a pseudo force or is it an actual force?
Yeah, I don't know. I'm not sure how you would classify it. I would tend to think that if something is pulling me down towards something, it's got to be some sort of force.
Right.
You know. Otherwise, what is it? What is it pulling or pushing, or if it's not a force? How can it do that? But I don't know. I guess if someone doesn't believe that, they can go to the top of a building and step off and see what happens.
I don't think that's really what the disagreement is.
No.
So the disagreement, I think, is like we all understand things fall.
Sure.
But the globe side would attribute that to mass attracting mass, and the flat Earth side won't. I think the disagreement is, yeah, whether things fall because mass attracts mass, or they fall despite of that.
Sure.
Okay, so let me see how accurate of a coordinates I got here. I got it right. These readings came from an airplane. The Hagerstown Regional Airport in Pennsylvania, Maryland. Near the road. Now, I need the surveyor to confirm that I got it right, or that I got it wrong. So I used. He actually gave me 19 readings, and I used 17 of them. 2 of them they seem to be outliers, so I chopped them off.
Is this what you're talking about with your 2D model, or are you talking about something else? Did you post something in the chat earlier of a globe and it looks like in a cook staff? Is that what you're talking about?
Yeah.
Or are you talking?
Oh, it's related. So I'm talking about celestial navigation right now.
Oh, okay.
Specifically land navigation. So surveyor gave me 19 readings he took with a theodolite, and he challenged me to get his location. So I got an answer, and I asked him if that's correct. I need him to confirm. But he now he's offline. So maybe he went to bed. I hope not.
So what do you think is the best evidence for the globe?
It depends on the person who's arguing. I'd say the best argument for you is the one you understand the best. So for me, that's navigation, celestial navigation. That's what I understand the best.
Jesus look like?
Did you say what Jesus looked like?
Rain, you have a really bad connection. And so do you, Vice.
Man getting bit by an alligator and he screams. Okay, right now.
By the way, Vince, why are you asking the appearance of Jesus? Is there something wrong with my connection? Can anyone hear me well? Because I cannot understand Vince.
Yeah, we hear you.
Okay, so it's not my end. Unless he wasn't talking and is hot mocking.
Wait, what? Are you asking? Are you asking me a question?
Yes, you asked about the appearance of Jesus or something?
When?
I don't know. This is what I heard in the moment you joined.
You heard what?
I
What did
just
you
told you.
hear? Where did you get that out of your ass?
It might have been somebody else.
No, it came from him, but it could
It
be
came from
something else.
me? I don't think it came from me. I haven't said a word since I came in here.
Okay, then don't mind me.
I mean, what are you smoking? Are you smoking something?
No.
I heard it
What
too. I heard
do
it too, but I don't know where
do
it
you have
came
a
from.
question for me?
Why are
Shut
you
up
so
for a minute.
aggressive towards me, bro?
Shut up for a minute, Vince.
You're
I
just
did hear.
yeah,
I
for
heard.
what Jesus?
Shut.
What Jesus? What are you talking about Jesus for?
Shut up. I heard it too, Ripcord. I heard someone say something about the appearance of Jesus. What did Jesus look like, or something? I don't know. I don't know who it came. I didn't see who it came from though. Now Vince is freaking out because this. Stop freaking out, Vince. Settle down.
I mean,
Calm down.
to be honest, I was looking at everyone who was talking, and he was the only one who was talking when I hear that. And I was asking the question after that a minute ago, later. I mean, if he doesn't haven't said anything, then it's fine with me. You know, don't get upset
God.
about this.
Stop. Damn. Y'all need to get a life.
Don't take it personally, bro. Jeez.
Do what? Do
Don't
what?
take it personally. Jeez.
Personally.
Yeah, apparently you did.
No, I'm
because
not.
Okay, then let's drop the topic then.
And why don't y'all cam up anyway? What are y'all hiding?
What are
What do
you
you mean?
hiding?
I'm not hiding anything. Y'all
We know
stay
what
cam. Y'all stay cam down and like you're scared to show your faces.
We know what you're hiding.
I mean, you can see my face on my avatar.
I can't see you right there. I can't look into your eyes.
You know what you're hiding.
What am I hiding? What do you think I'm hiding? Huh? You got balls to get on cam?
Why are you gaping?
I'm vaping because I want to vape. Why do you think?
Oral fixation?
What?
Perhaps.
What? Why don't y'all cam up? What are you scared of? What are you hiding from?
Nobody is hiding from anything. We are just following
Then cam up.
TOS.
Be a man. Be a man. Look me in the eye.
Vince, we don't
What?
come up in here because it caps the room, bro.
Because I'm sorry. Wait. Let me put my speaker up to my ear. What'd you say?
I said we don't come up in here because it caps the room at 25. Plus, if you were to take your trousers off, you could be live in people's homes. Does that make sense?
And were you scared to see somebody naked?
Well, as it's against TOS.
What do you got about seeing somebody naked?
I
As
mean,
it's
we had
against TOS,
this
bro.
here a few times, so it's not uncommon.
Jesus. And I said Jesus there.
As it's against TOS, Vince. We don't allow it.
Were you afraid of the nude body?
They're on YouTube, man.
Is it gonna harm you?
Tell me this, Vince. What's your purpose in the channel, my friend? Are you here to ask questions about flat Earth or bring a topic for
I
debate?
just want to hear the stupidity.
What stupidity? Tell us about the globe if you want to hear about stupidity, my friend.
What?
Tell us about the globe if you want to hear about stupidity.
No, I want to hear the stupidity. It says flat earther. That's what I'm saying. 24/7 flat earth stupidity.
Yeah, it doesn't say stupidity, dude.
That's what I'm describing it.
Oh, that's your so you're trying to call us stupid, is that what you're saying?
I didn't say anything. I said the stupidity. I didn't call you stupid.
Well, so what's the stupidity? What stupidity do you expect?
I don't know. Nobody said anything yet. That's why I'm in here waiting.
Ah, I see. Well,
So
would
you're
you like
expecting
to,
something that isn't there.
would you like to ask about flat Earth, or would you like to try and defend the globe then?
Defend it? I don't have to defend it.
Well, I'm afraid you do because there's no evidence.
You're
There's no
trying
verifiable
to pull a
evidence.
topic out of your ass.
The
Where there
topic's
is
flat
none.
Earth, bro. The topic's flat Earth.
I don't have a topic. I'm listening.
Okay, so the topic is Earth is supposed to be a globe, but we've got evidence that denies and defies that.
Okay. Go ahead. Explain it.
Okay, so the globe's meant to be a certain size, yes?
No, explain it. Why do you need me? I'm just listening.
I need to know you understand what I'm saying, or I'm not going to talk if you're a waste of my time, bro.
You don't need to know where I'm coming from. I'm here to listen. You explain it.
I am, but if you don't, understand, if you don't understand what I'm saying, I'm not going to carry on.
I'm sorry, what?
If you don't understand what I'm saying, I'm not going to carry on, Vince.
What evidence do you have that I don't understand what you're saying?
Well, do you understand about the size of the globe?
What evidence do you have that I don't understand what you're saying?
I'm asking if you understand.
Did I give you any reason for me not to understand what you're talking about?
Yes.
When?
2 seconds ago.
No.
Right now. Right now.
No. No. I'm listening. Go ahead. Defend your flat earth. Explain.
Don't need to defend it.
That's all I said. All I said was explain it.
Certainly. And that's what I'm trying to do. But I need to see if you understand.
Anything. You're not doing anything. You're trying to bring me in a conversation where I'm not in it.
Well, you want me to explain it to you?
No, I want you to explain it to the room. I'm listening.
Why would I explain it to the room if I don't know whether you understand or not?
What evidence do you have that I don't understand?
Do you know how big the globe is?
Don't ask me a question. I'm listening to what you're saying.
Well, there you go.
I'm waiting to hear the explanation of the flat Earth.
You obviously don't understand.
I don't know where you get that from. You haven't said anything.
Because you don't understand, so why should I go further?
Alrighty.
Can I ask you something?
It's up to you. Look, if you can't explain it, then I don't,
I can explain it perfectly.
I don't know what to tell you, buddy. I don't know what to tell you. I don't know how to tell you to explain it.
Well, I can explain it perfectly well, but I don't know if you'll understand it, dude.
I don't know what you want from me.
I need to know you understand.
I can't help you.
I need to know you understand. No one else can tell me that.
I can't help you if you don't understand that I understand.
So do you understand?
What evidence did you have that I don't? I'm telling you to go right ahead. Now, if somebody doesn't understand, they'll say, hold on for a moment. I don't understand. But I didn't ask that question, did I?
No, but you don't seem to know the component part, which is part of the requirement of understanding.
Continue. If you can't, then enough said.
Well, it's quite simple if you understand.
Well, I mean, if you can't understand what I just said, it's fine. It's fine.
Well, are you aware of the dimensions of the globe? You're not aware of the dimensions of the globe.
I'm waiting, buddy. I mean, I can't help you.
Well, I don't know whether you're aware of the dimensions of the globe. There's no point in me telling you the component parts of
I know. Okay.
You finished?
I am finished. I don't have anything to say about what you're I don't know what you're what you have to say about it. That's why I'm listening.
Okay. So the globe is a certain size that we're told. Would you agree that that's correct? No, you wouldn't agree that that's correct. Okay, I'll carry on. The globe,
buddy. I mean, I haven't heard anything yet.
Or maybe I didn't say it loud enough, Vince.
No. I said you want to defend the Earth, that it's flat. I'm waiting for the explanation or your definition or your explanation why it's flat.
And I'm in the process of explaining to you.
I mean, you're just looping around a pole, and I don't know what to tell you, buddy.
Well, if you listen, you'll understand.
I said I'm listening.
Right. Let's see if you can listen. We're told the globe is a certain size, Vince. We use that metric to take us to the moon, allegedly. Right? It's 24,901 miles on its circumference, and it's 3959 on its radius. Now that gives us a mathematic calculation that boils down to a curve rate of 8 inches per mile squared. Now for our viewers' eye height, as we look out to sea, that puts the curve of Earth, the geometric horizon of Earth, where it must curve and begin to drop away, at 1.225 times the square root of the observer's eye height in feet. Now that means if you're sitting in the water at the seaside and your eyes are just above the water, the curve of Earth should start approximately 1.5 miles away, and everything thereafter must curve and begin to drop away. You're told refraction extends this and makes you look further and see flat and level to any kind of distance. Yet it defies the mathematics and the size of the globe that you're living on. We're told refraction does this, 7/6R, which if you trace it back to its origin, you'll discover that it comes from some dude measuring shadows and assuming the size and the transit of Venus. Not physical measurement. It's an assumption, an angular calculation. Your whole globe built on a theology of mathematics and lies. Now, do you understand that, Vince? Or have I wasted my voice?
I've heard you. Yes, I heard you.
No, but did you understand?
Well, I don't agree what you said, but you can continue.
Well, that's fine. You don't need to agree. I'm just asking if you understand, sir.
Well, I can't understand something that doesn't make sense. And
well, if it doesn't make sense, that's not my problem.
It doesn't make sense.
Is it my language? Is it my accent? What part do you not understand?
It's what you're explaining about 1 mile away. No, you can't see a curvature 1 mile away.
Well, you tell me then. According to the mass of the globe,
you think you can see curvature in 1 mile?
1.225, Vince.
No, you can't.
1.225 miles is the square root of the observer's eye height in feet.
Especially on water, you can't, period.
Well, tell me this. If Earth's a globe, water must curve, yes?
Okay. If you take a picture of the planet and you're zoomed in to about 40 miles, which the pictures are, they're about 40 miles long, you're going to have a curvature like that. But if you pull back, that curvature is going to go all where you've got something that is you've got to pull back to see you're not going to see the pictures that you post. You're not going to see that. There's no way you're going to see that. You're not going to see that. It doesn't mathematical. It's just not there.
Well, why do they have calculators?
You're saying, listen, what you're saying. Let's see. Let's take. You're saying that here's these buildings, right? You're saying what you're saying is buildings are going to be built like that, and they're going to be straight, but they're going to be looking like that. No way. I mean, they're straight up from the point there, but the way you're saying it, you're going to have a curvature of the buildings like that. It's not possible.
Exactly.
Not in a 40-mile radius.
Exactly, Vince.
But if you zoom out to the huge planet that we live on,
you zoom out, you go to CGI.
The more it curves.
No.
It's
You go
not
to
up
CGI,
on the
dude.
horizon that you see it. It's the width that you pull back from, facing the Earth. That's where you see the curvature. I'm sorry. I mean, if that's something that y'all can't understand, I don't know how to help you.
Well, why do we have curve calculators?
This planet is so huge.
Why do we have curve
You're not
calculators?
going to see any curvature like that on the surface of this planet. Never.
According to the math.
Never will.
Is the math wrong, Vince?
You can't do it.
Is the math
There's not a camera wide enough to take a picture of the curvature. There's nothing physical or mechanical to view a curvature while on the surface of the planet. There's nothing. It doesn't exist.
So why do we have curve calculators?
Oh my God. Because the curvature they're talking about, you can't see with the naked eye.
Well, not according to the curve calculator. According to that, it should start at 1.22 miles.
You have a straight line like this. The curvature they're talking about, here's a straight line, is that. That's it. That's all you're going to see. And you can't even see that with the naked eye. You take that, and like that, and you put a straight line over it, you'll see this end and this end pulling away from that straight line. But barely pulling away from it.
Okay.
I'm sorry. You take something straight, and that's the way it'll look right there.
Do you know about water levels, Vince? Do you know how a water level works?
Water, you can't measure the surface of the Earth, of the curvature on water. It's not impossible.
Do you know how a water level works?
Oh, I know it, but water doesn't do that. You're talking about it has to do it on a huge surface, and the great water would be, by your method, water would be flowing down like this. It would never stay still. What your theories are, the water would always be running down like this. It's impossible.
It would run off the ball, wouldn't it?
It's impossible. Nothing would float on the earth, on the water, because
That's why it's level.
A boat would be doing this, going like this.
That's why it's level, then.
They would have to. They would be doing this, but on your theory. And
that's why it's level.
Because the curvature is not that small.
But
You're trying to say a curvature is going to be, the Earth is small enough for a curvature to bend on water, and it's just not possible.
Have you done the math? Try doing the math, Vince.
The math doesn't explain that.
It does.
It doesn't. No, it doesn't.
It does, dude.
That's your theory that you think it does, but it doesn't.
No, it's not a theory. That's the math on the numbers. That's how much curve there is.
Calculated for water.
There's 8 inches per meter squared of floor.
It's calculated for the surface of the ground. The hard
water
ground.
would flow off it, wouldn't it, Vince? If it was that. If there was 8 inches per mile squared of curve, water would flow off of it, wouldn't it?
No, it wouldn't. It's not the water that they're talking about.
Yeah, but the water would flow off, Vince.
No,
why isn't the water flowing off?
That's what I'm telling you. It would.
Yeah, but why isn't the water flowing off, man? What's going on?
It's not
level, dude.
Gravity is keeping it straight.
Gravity doesn't hold water, man.
Yes, it does.
Bending if it's straight, dude.
It does. Gravity holds everything down.
Yeah, but if it's straight, why is it not bent then?
Gravity holds everything.
I'd like to see your fish tank that doesn't have walls. That'd be interesting.
I'm sorry, guys. I mean, you're living a fantasy. I mean,
is the ocean straight or bent, Vince?
it says a circle, and translated from Hebrew, that's a sphere. And a sphere
NASA translated from Hebrew is light.
It's three-dimensional.
To deceive.
A circle is it's round.
You're talking about in Isaiah?
That's what they were talking about when in early language.
It doesn't translate to sphere. No, it doesn't.
That's all they could describe a ball was circle. That's all they could describe.
They didn't understand it to be a sphere.
That's all
they didn't understand
that they had of the language.
Didn't think it was a sphere.
The language
didn't think it was a sphere, and they weren't describing it as such.
They couldn't explain.
Cosmological view was of a planar Earth enclosed.
When science came along, we had dimension and
ask a historian. Asking a historian that studies this shit.
Was their definition of a sphere.
Most ancient cultures. Most ancient cultures had the cosmological view of a flat, dimensionless plane enclosed.
Here was the word ball discovered.
It's the circle of the Earth, Vince, not ball. Circle.
Globular body that is played with was in 1205 in Le Mans Brut, or Chronicle of Britain in the phrase, some Heodrian bales wide e and a feldies. The word came from the Middle English bal, inflected as ball e, s, in turn from Old Norse bowler.
There you go. There you go.
What does that prove, dude? What the fuck?
Their language back then, all that's what they meant.
Had a word for ball.
Was a circle.
Talking about the English word.
That's it.
Ball.
That's all it was. I'm sorry.
You're acting like nobody understood what a 3D sphere was before the 1200s.
You don't want to accept it, and there's nothing I can do for you.
Okay, Vince. All right, man. Whatever.
There's nothing I can do.
Thanks for trying, Vince.
It's not me trying. I just can't. I've tried to get you to understand and tried to release yourself from this fantasy, but you won't do it.
Well, thank you. Thank you so much, Vince.
You won't walk outside and enjoy it because you think this fantasy that y'all have is reality, and it's not.
Where's the curve then, Vince? Where's the curve?
Reality we experience isn't real, is it, Vince? It's not real.
I can't help you guys. I really can't. I mean,
why is it not curving way out to sea, Vince? Why can we see too far, bro? What's going on?
I done told you there's nothing on the earth that can record a physical any sight or view of the curvature of the earth. There's nothing.
Okay, so why do we see around the corner of Earth?
Until we have that technology, okay, then y'all are going to be like, oh shit. But the technology is not there, so I don't know what to tell you. You're going to have to get in a rocket ship.
There.
You're going to have to get up on a rocket ship like William Shatner. Why don't you call William Shatner and ask him? He was up in space.
To William. William knows the truth.
Space. He saw the curvature.
He didn't go to space, you idiot.
He was there. Yes, he did.
No, he didn't.
Where did he go then?
Went about 63 miles up.
Okay, that's space.
It's not, man.
Yes, it was weightlessness.
No.
He was in weightlessness. That's space.
Oh dear God!
Is that why he was floating around? He went to space.
Yeah,
you're gonna be weightless if you're in free fall.
Not it's a parabolic flight, bro. All it is, it was free fall, Vince. Parabolic flight, my friend, in a rocket. Come on, Vince.
I don't know what to tell you guys.
Me neither, bro. Why doesn't the water curve? Why doesn't water roll off if Earth's a ball?
What do you want me to tell you? You're delusional. You're living in a fantasy. What? I mean, come on.
Our experience is a fantasy.
Why don't you wake up tomorrow? Why don't you go to sleep tonight? Wake up. Enjoy life. Find some woodworking, crafting, walking around, play some golf, meet people. Get out there, get out in life and enjoy it. You're on here
What you're
24
doing?
hours, 7 days a week. I mean, what?
What you're doing, Vince?
You think I don't have my own 9-hole golf course,
I'm
Vince?
sit in this room and wait. Oh, I gotta wait. I gotta
I
convince
think
the
we
earth is
rather stay
flat.
where we're at because we have been in
You're
the
gonna
same
say,
position
are you in
like
a
you do.
wheelchair? Oh, I'm sorry.
We have
Y'all-
seen the same
Are
things
y'all
you do.
crippled? Are y'all disabled and you can't get up? I'm so sorry. I totally apologize if
Don't
y'all
be
are.
weird, Vince. Don't be weird,
Are
bro. Seriously, don't be weird, man.
Can y'all not walk? I'm so sorry.
Vince, seriously, bro, don't be weird.
You're able to stand up and walk to the bathroom.
Absolutely, sir, yes. Perfectly
Yeah,
able, thank you very much.
Take my advice. Go outside. Do you have a dog? Does any of y'all have pets?
Yeah,
Walk them to the park.
we do.
Meet some. Hey, pussy is awesome.
Well, no, thank you. That's not a topic for this channel.
Why don't y'all meet some girls and go out and
Bro, we're family men. We've got families and children and grandchildren and stuff. Come on now. This isn't the place for that, Vince.
Wow.
You think that we
like the heathens do,
I really don't know what to tell you.
He really looks like he's taking his own advice too, right?
I really don't know what to tell you.
Vince, do you think that we're not people who own businesses, land, we employ other people? Do you think that we don't have our own nine-hole golf courses and such?
I know you're delusional. And I feel bad for you. I really do. I feel bad.
We're delusional. Delusional when we go out into reality and we don't see any curve and we don't experience any motion.
You're not going to see any curves.
Yeah, we're delusional.
You're not going to see any curves. Come on, you can't see that.
I know we're not seeing any curve. We're not feeling any Earth spinning, orbiting. We're delusional, right? We're delusional.
Can you actually view 10,000 miles at once?
No, because we have refraction in a way. We are looking through a potency of magnification through air.
Oh, you can't. You can't see anything.
That's what I'm saying, bro. Are you listening?
The photos that I see that they take in high planes and stuff, there is curvature. Because you, like I said, you take that straight line, right? And you put it on that picture. This end and this end's not going to meet. It's not going to meet.
All right.
It's gonna fall. This end's gonna fall. It'd be just like that, and this end's gonna fall like that. You probably need a microscope to see it, but it's gonna fall. It's not straight.
A microscope.
Exactly.
Oh my
That's
God.
what I'm talking about, where you can't see it with the naked eye. That short of a distance. It's about 40 miles, say. What a picture can take of the Earth in a plane, about 40 miles. That's all you see. You're not looking at the whole fucking planet. What kind of fucking lunatics are you? You think you're seeing the whole fucking planet?
Oh, whoa, this took a turn.
What the fuck? You fucking crazy or something?
We never claimed we're looking at everything.
Looking at the fucking planet. You're looking about 40 miles of a distance. You're not going to see a fucking curvature. Even up in a plane, you're not. Gee whiz. Fucking get out and get a fucking life. Stop being in here and acting like imbeciles.
You doing all right there, man?
I'm doing great. I'm not mad.
No, you don't seem like you're doing incredibly well.
30 calories. Listen.
Is the workout for you? Is that it?
Hey, I'm good.
Be worried about your blood pressure if I were you.
No, hey, I got perfect blood pressure.
Well, People are often dishonest in this server. I think you'll fit right in.
Is get the fuck out of your house, your bedroom, get the fuck away from the computer, and go live life.
I got a great life, man.
You're wasting your life on this flat Earth shit.
I'm not a flat earther.
You can't see a fucking curvature. Get out and do something.
Curvature. What is it you guys say? Welcome to flat Earth.
Go do some woodworking. Woodworking is great. Go build a desk. Go build a table or a chair.
They're flat, aren't they?
Go build a birdhouse. Start out with a birdhouse.
That's got flat sides. We could build them.
Plant a garden somewhere.
If you build the table, better make sure it's flat. Yeah.
Yeah, totally flat. It could be round and flat.
It could be a round table, but it'd still be flat. Yeah, exactly.
Hey Vince, there's a picture in chat for you, bro.
Don't Vince me.
There's a picture in chat for you, Vince.
If I'm gonna go out and do something and change my life, then I'll listen to you.
Yeah, no worries. There's a picture in chat for you. China sent you a picture, dude.
You can't see a curvature.
Yeah, that's right. You can't. China said you can't see it either because it's flat. Yeah.
No.
Welcome to flat Earth.
Okay, guys, it's been great. I love you.
Check the chat, Vince.
I don't necessarily agree with you. I don't agree with you.
No, you agree with China.
See, listen to me. Listen to me. You need to love everybody on the earth, okay? You don't necessarily have to agree with them. But you should love everybody. That's what Jesus says, right? Love thy neighbor. You can't love me and hate your brother, right? I love them. Love people.
Can't love a lie, Vince.
Love people for what they are.
Can't love a lie.
Not necessarily who they are.
You can love people, but you can't love a lie.
The people, who they are, can be assholes. They can be anything they want to be. But what they are, that's what you should love. I love you for what you are, but who you are, you're idiots.
Damn, that's kind of harsh, man. What if I took that personally?
I mean, that's the way it is.
Well, you don't know me. How do you know if I'm an idiot or not?
What? Because you're idiots.
I'm just making these blanket statements. You got nothing to back it up. What makes you think I'm an idiot?
I love you, buddy. I love you. But you're an idiot.
This doesn't sound like love to me, bro.
What? Hey, Vince, what makes you think I'm an idiot? Tell me.
Listen to me. I gotta go. I got some people to meet. Okay. See you later.
What do you think he said to his wife? He's like, I need like 20 minutes, honey. I'm gonna go scream at some people on Discord. I'll be right back. Just give me 20 minutes. I just gotta yell at these guys. 30 minutes, maybe. 30 minutes. No more.
When he was muted 2 hours ago, he came back just as the timeout ran out, and that I'm getting
Holy shit, dude. That was something else, wasn't it?
Wow, I love people. I absolutely love people. See, when they're not harmful,
he made true statements.
Yeah.
There is no curvature to be observed in the distance. We agree on, but he thinks because of the distances of the Earth and the radius and such, it wouldn't be.
There wasn't a lot of neuron activation in that conversation.
I don't know so much. I mean, he also mentioned that if that was the size of things and the Earth was curving, the water would run off.
He said that.
Well, it said that if that's a curve, the water wouldn't stay on it. That's what he was doing with his arms. And then I went later on for gravity, and he went, oh, no, the water goes round the ball with gravity.
Well, that's something. Definitely something.
Intrinsically, we know that water won't stay on a curve. The mind fights to put it on a global scale as gravity. But when you start to think about the dimensions, and he got the dimensions from what I was saying, he's not a stupid man, Vince. I've been listening to him on and off.
Well, I wouldn't go crazy.
And he understands that on these dimensions, there must be curve. That's why he was backpedaling so hard.
Would you say he understands that? Would you?
Yes.
Not the impression I got.
Yeah, exactly. Exactly. Playing stupid is a ruse, sir.
I see. So how's everyone doing tonight?
Very well. How are you?
I'm all right. Anyone got an explanation for this Polaris image that Rick posted?
Rick.
Oh, that again.
Do we have to scroll up or?
I mean, like a tiny bit. It's right there.
Yeah, that thing again. That's not going away, is it? Everybody's going to need this explained to them eventually, though, which is fair.
Okay. Yeah. Yeah, I mean, it has been posted before, you know. Usually the equation of refraction is being let out.
Rick likes to post that one. Angularly, as you move away from Polaris, it drops. It's known across Earth. This is what it does. You get further away from it and it drops angularly. According to the globe, it should drop angularly and you shouldn't be able to see it past the equator, really, by much. But we see it from too far past the equator.
We can see Polaris south of the equator.
Yeah,
I
think
actually
so.
have
There's a document somewhere
video
on it.
about
Yeah.
this that explains it.
Somebody post that.
What is
please.
actually going on?
In that GIF, it puts Polaris on the globe model. It puts Polaris in umpteen different positions, because technically it's infinitely far away, or umpteen light years away. That it looks as if it's in the same position from whatever your angle you're on in the globe. But that picture there of the globe is fallacious, because if you were standing on the equator, you would be looking directly across Earth towards where the North Pole is, not straight up like that. It's designed to make you think that we are being fallacious, that we're being silly and saying wrong stuff. But it uses...
Sorry, I don't quite follow. Could you say that one again?
Right. The direction of view from all the little people on the globe. Yeah.
On the globe, so the right-hand picture.
Yeah.
Okay.
They're all looking up at Polaris, allegedly.
Yeah.
Which is umpteen light years away, and therefore has the same angle in their vision.
Yep.
Yeah? Mm-hmm. Now, the boy on the equator is looking directly straight up. Should he not be looking somewhat across the face of Earth for Polaris at an angle in that?
Like, it says 0 degrees and it should say like -1 degree or something.
Yeah, if he's on the equator looking for Polaris, where should the Polaris... Sorry, this is the right way of saying it. Words elude me because I don't use them much. Where is the correct position for Polaris when sighting it from the equator? Where do you perceive it on Earth in relation to Earth? Is it not just above your optical horizon?
Yes.
Right.
Because it's 0 degrees, basically.
Yeah.
It's essentially on the horizon, yeah.
Can you guys hear me?
Yeah, I can hear
Yeah,
you.
Oh, is there any like flat earthers in here?
Yeah.
Apparently, yeah.
Okay, wait, who's the flat earther?
Oh, there's many of us. We're all shy.
Almost everyone here.
Okay, yeah, I was just sort of in the enterprise of, establishing sound arguments for conclusions. And so I guess my question was just, do you guys have a sound argument that actually establishes the conclusion that the Earth is flat?
Certainly, if you would like to undertake the enterprise of turning down your gain, you're making your mic sound really loud and fuzzy. You're either too close or your gain's too high.
Yeah, your mic's fucked up, bro.
Can you hear me now?
That's better, bro. Yeah, yeah.
Okay, is this loud whatsoever?
Yeah, it sounded like you were eating your mic.
It's still the gain is still quite high, I must say.
Okay, I turn it down. Okay, so do you guys have a sound argument that actually establishes the conclusion that the Earth is flat?
Yeah.
Depends on your question. What you want to know.
Well, I don't know how it's not clear. The question is, do you have a sound argument that establishes the conclusion that the Earth is flat? That's the
Can I
question.
take this one, guys?
It's both observable and experienced as such.
And just to be clear, that's going to be a dichotomous question.
Yeah, let's go at here.
So, Rolodex, if I may. The idea here is the flat Earth is what's called axiomatic. You look around, you see a flat Earth. That's how you always observe it. So it is not the requirement that someone prove the Earth is flat. It is a requirement that someone prove that it's round.
Yeah, none of that's going to be relevant to the question. And just to be clear, I'll restate it again. And that's just that the question is a dichotomous one, right? The answer to the question is either yes or not yes.
The answer would be yes.
Okay, now that you've claimed that you have a sound argument for the proposition that the Earth is flat, I'm just going to be asking you, what is premise 1 of the argument where the conclusion is that the Earth is flat?
If Earth is a globe of the dimensions that we are given, there must be curvature across the surface. This is measurable.
Wait, sorry, say that again. You're like mumbling over that. What did you say? If the Earth is what?
Okay, so if Earth is a globe with the dimensions that we are given, this must be applicable on the surface of Earth. This must be testable. We are given a curvature rate, and Earth must curve at that rate, or there is a problem with the math or the dimensions and figures we're given. Would you agree?
So is the first premise, if the Earth is a globe with what?
With the dimensions and sizes we are given.
Yeah, so if the Earth is a globe with the dimensions and sizes that we're given, then what?
It should be measurable.
Then it must be testable. Okay. Now, what's premise 2? Hello?
Premise 2, I don't know. You could expand on that, or you could go to a different premise.
Yeah, I just want to know premise 2.
Well, basically, I suppose there's no measurable axial rotation or spin of Earth. If we're spinning through space, it must be spinning and it must be rotating. Now, this isn't measurable.
Yeah, so you already gave the if-then statement. So your premise 1 was if Earth is a sphere with plane dimensions, right? And then premise 2, then it should be measurable.
No, that wouldn't be premise 2. That's a confusion.
That's it. Yeah. Well, the confusion.
Premise 2 would just be negating the consequent, which is just to say that it's not testable, or it's not giving the results when we test it. Right? That's the claim.
Formulaically, I suppose so in a sense, but again, formulaically in an argument, this is where I'm tripping up.
Yeah, well, dude, I'm just sort of curious. I just want to lay out a question right on the table. What inference rule do you think that the argument you're employing is actually using?
Sorry, dude, I'll have to turn you up. I can't quite hear you. Hang on, man.
Yeah, so presumably you're employing an argument there. I'm just wondering what inference rule the argument is going to be employing.
Can you explain what an inference rule is?
You don't know what an inference rule is, yet you tried to deliver an argument like a fucking amateur? Am I hearing that correctly? You're just such a fucking amateur that you don't know how to
when you sound like you're about 13 years old, bro.
Which contains an inference rule?
If you can stop spurging out,
piece of shit
this is a conversation.
I just want to clarify that he actually claimed that he was going to deliver a sound argument, right? But according to, well, just hold on, calm down. So yeah, just to be clear, in order for it to be sound, it would have to first be valid.
Yo, Roblox, you seem to have a massive issue with your mic. I think you've eaten the thing again or something. I don't know what's going on, dude. Maybe you want to sort it and then I'll unmute you. How about that? And just so you understand, guys, trying to undermine another's explanation of the reason of flat Earth isn't a win. You're not curving flat Earth back into a ball. You're not making us sound stupid or illegible in argument. So, like, you know, address your attitude, address your approach, and we can have a legible argument as grown-ups. Comprende?
All right, take two.
How's that mic? Fixed?
Yeah, Rolodex, did you fix your mic? Hello?
They seem to be void of voice now for some reason. Maybe 80s mic, maybe there's an issue there. Perhaps they smashed it off the wall. Not a very good thing to do is lose your temper in here and do silly things. It seems to negate your ability to converse correctly.
Let's not jump to conclusions.
Let's hope.
Oh wait, you can hear me now?
Yes, sir.
We do.
Yes.
Yeah. So, do you know what it means for an argument to be sound?
Would you like to explain it so that I do?
So that's going to be a dichotomous question. So the answer is either going to be yes or not yes.
If you could explain it so that I could understand.
So the answer is going to be yes or not yes.
Well, if you could explain it so I could answer correctly.
So the answer is going to be yes or not yes.
Okay, Linda, stop being a fucking douchebag. The gentleman's trying to explain to you. You need to define what the word dichotomous means, because obviously he doesn't understand that. Okay? So stop being a fucking douche.
I actually directly explained what it means for the question to be dichotomist when I said that the answer can only be yes or not yes. Now that I've clarified that and you failed to track that, now old dude...
You're not coming in here to dominate and think you can run the fucking show, man. Shut the fuck up. Sorry.
There it is, my friend. It's out of my hands.
These guys do this every time. Every time.
Yeah.
Well, they sound like they're about 14 years old, so...
Yeah. Sorry, guys. It's out of my hands.
Pretty much what you expect from teenagers, honestly.
They're not interested in having a good faith discussion at all or anything like that. They just want to like nitpick about the like the whole fundamentals of
I don't know. They seem like they really knew what they were talking about to me.
Logical construction arguments, all that. It's just a shit show. Come in.
Seems to be. Quite happy to explain flat earth, guys, as best I can. But don't think you're going to undermine my words by some little smart mouth commentary.
You're not going to find many people more reasonable than old dude to talk about on this subject. Like me, I fucking lose my shit too easily, but old dude's pretty cool, man. Like, and he can hold a good discussion with you if you want to take him up on that offer.
Thanks, mate. I've been smashing microphones and phones off the wall for nearly the best part of a decade involved in this now. I'm past losing my temper, guys. You'll hear anger and temper in me, but that's only because you've upset the process, and I'm trying to speak to you as a human being.
So, now that they're They've left. Would you mind continuing the explanation you were giving me for that Polaris image? I think you were sort of interrupted halfway through, and I'd be happy to listen to the rest.
That's quite all right, my friend. You'll find that's a common thread in this forum. Yeah, basically the guy on the equator's looking at the wrong position. It's fallacious, mate. He should be looking to above north. The pole star should be all the way down to just above north in his eyesight on the equator. But it's not drawn like that, is it? It's drawn at this infinite distance.
It's drawn so he's looking essentially at his local horizon.
I don't know.
And it's also a cartoon. Okay, let's say we neglect the guy on the equator. Just pretend that they didn't draw the 0 degrees one. Let's say it just goes from 90 to 15. What is the discussion on those lines? Because that's really, the equator one is not crucial to the argument in any way.
It isn't.
Sorry?
No, I'm talking out loud. So from 90 to 15, yeah?
Just, neglect the equator one, because, maybe he's looking at the horizon, maybe not, but, we'll take the other ones.
Yeah.
Because that's the bulk of the argument anyway, right?
Yeah, basically, yes. It's drawn fallaciously to make you think that this idea that when we move away from Polaris angularly, it does drop in our vision. It actually does drop in our vision angularly. It's part of celestial navigation. If it didn't drop angularly...
No one is going to argue that Polaris does not drop angularly as you decrease in latitude. I think that's certainly agreed on, yeah.
So, therefore, the entire thing is, to me, null and valid, because it's saying that the flat Earth interpretation of where Polaris is must be wrong.
Yes, that's what it's saying. Why do you think this is not valid?
Because Polaris does drop.
But it drops in both of these images.
Not necessarily. Not as accurately as it should in the representation. If they're really aiming for it, it should be a smaller globe and it should suggest a more infinite Polaris, and it should have a more slightly graded angle to each and every one of them, apart from the guy in the 90 position.
You think that the image is not accurate at representing the globe model?
Yes, in my opinion, yes, it is. Yeah, it's overly. It's suggesting overly that the flat Earth representation is fallacious.
Okay. I think this is an interesting image. So, as you may remember, I think the Earth is a globe, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, no, I'm just making sure, and I'm not trying to bad faith you by pretending to be a flat earther. I didn't know if you remembered who I was.
You're our pet starman. I know who you are.
Yeah, exactly. That's right. Yeah. So I thought this image was in both of these images, the left and the right one. I think they're both interesting. I took the time just a little bit earlier today, and if I share my screen, are you able to see it?
Yeah, probably yes. Yeah.
Here, let me pull something up here. Yeah, let's see. All right, can you see this?
Mm-hmm. Yep.
Yes.
So this is what we observe. So this is 1 degree per 60 nautical miles. This is not making any assumptions about the Earth, the globe, whatever. It's just if you go 60 miles, Polaris decreases by 1 degree. So in this case, it's a flat plane, right?
Wait. Before you continue, what are we looking at? What are those lines referring to?
Okay, so the x-axis
looking through air.
This is just geometry, right?
Yeah, if those lines are not pointing to something that actually represents something, then those lines are fictionary.
Well, these are just lines on a graph.
But that zoomed in, I can't see the bottom of the graph. What distance is the bottom of the graph over?
Well, it goes on for a bit.
Okay. Yeah, that's
so
cool.
if I zoom all the way out, it looks like that.
That's it. Yes. That's it. Perfectly. Okay. Yes. Aye.
Yeah. So this is trying to match, roughly, right? I mean, I am no way saying this is like a perfect representation or anything, but anyone can do this. It's well known that as you go to lower latitudes, every 60 miles, Polaris dips by 1 degree, roughly. Yes. Yeah. I mean, that's just a fact, right? And people have observed this for a very, very, very long time. I don't mean to be some like exact arbiter of the perfect numbers. It may be about 60 miles and it may be about 1 degree, but you know what I mean, right? I mean, that's
yeah, we do, because we argue all the time out here, and it's one of the things that we need to nail down, because a lot of people say that the 8 inches per mile squared thing is totally fallacious, that it's this 1 degree per 60 miles or 66 or whatever it is.
So this right here is 1 degree per 60 miles.
Yeah,
that's what I've plotted here, and obviously because it's it's a graph, it is exactly 1 degree for exactly 60 miles, but that's essentially what we observe. So it's good enough to start the discussion, right?
Yeah.
So this is intended to represent the left-hand panel in the image that Rick posted, right?
Yeah.
So how do we feel about this?
I like it. Yeah, I do like it. If I'm not exactly zoomed in on it, and I can't really see, but I get what it's suggesting.
I can zoom in a little bit better here, if that's
so. Like, you see that? To me, that looks like Polaris is the same height at all these different readings. Should Polaris not be dropping down in effect, and these lines should be crossing? You know what I mean?
So, intersecting, you mean?
Yes.
Yeah. Well, so I have drawn these lines all the way to the y-axis, so we can see what happens at the end here. So the lines, in fact, do not intersect at the same point.
Yeah. I've got you, bro. Thank you. That's the part that I meant. Yeah.
Okay. So, and this is what is sort of attempted to be illustrated by the left-hand figure. This is a little bit more rigorous, and I can show you the equations for these lines if you're interested. But it's just 1 degree, right? Per 60 miles. And so what we can see is that if you displace by 60 miles and the star drops by 1 degree, then the observers do not agree on where it is, right?
Yes.
That's the problem. And then I did the right-hand panel as well. So this is the Earth actually to scale. So you can see the equations here. This calculator handles large numbers perfectly fine. So this is actually a circle that is the radius of the Earth. So it's very, very large, right? And I have drawn lines that point at a single point. So these lines start from the surface of the Earth, and they go all the way to a single point at the distance that Polaris is claimed to be.
Okay. Can you zoom out that far?
I can. It will take me a second, but we can't actually zoom out that far. I think I've played around with this.
Yeah, and doesn't make any difference.
Yeah, it's fine. But so they all meet at the same point up here. But I mean, by definition, that's how I define the lines to be, right? It is the line connecting the point on the Earth's surface to the point where Polaris is.
Can you zoom in?
Actually, the point where they align is actually the point where they say Polaris is from distance.
That's right.
Okay.
So this is a 2 scale, and again, I can zoom out again. It's very, 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 very large, right?
Yeah.
It is a 2 scale, like all the numbers are as claimed model, and so here is the Earth, and here are observers on the Earth, and these lines are constructed tangent to the surface, so they are defined by the local horizon, by the tangent line to the circle.
Yeah.
And then you can see that there is in fact no deviation, right? They all look like they're pointing exactly the same place in this scale. And in fact, even if you zoom out quite a ways, they look like they're parallel, but they're not, in fact. So while the image Rick posted is a cartoon, if you put these things in the graphing calculator, they appear to be correct. And so it would seem to me that it is worth discussing. Does that make sense?
Yeah, absolutely, mate. And thank you for doing that. That's helped me a lot. I did have it conceptualized as that, But now that I see it, it's helped me a lot more. But if somebody out there in GIF land would like to make that into an automated GIF,
I can post the link.
That would be phenomenal.
Because they're just.
That would be great. But yeah, again,
yeah, and this is not a perfect. It's not intended to be like a perfect mirror of reality. The circle is perfectly spherical. The observer lines are perfectly tangent, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. But it is certainly the basic simplified, claim.
Yeah. But I want to go back to something that you said about the discrepancy on the flat Earth version of it.
Yeah.
Where people say that Polaris doesn't seem to be in the same place.
Right.
To me, looking at Polaris, it'll be at a certain angle, but yet to someone in, say, the south of France or down, further than that, but on a parallel with me, it'll be lower. Is
on
that
a parallel longitude, you're saying?
I'm sorry, it'll be higher or whatever. Yes, aye. Yeah.
Well, parallel should be, Polaris should be the same elevation at any longitude.
But different latitudes.
Different latitudes, yeah, it should definitely be lower.
Yeah, so but people say there's an issue with the left-hand picture because of that. People don't understand that.
What do you mean?
Well, they say that that's a discrepancy, that the further away... We're saying that the further away you move from Polaris, it drops angularly. But they're saying, no, that's rubbish because it's infinitely miles away. It doesn't drop.
Well, the problem, it does drop relative to the observer's horizon. And that was in both images that I created, or graphs, whatever you want to call them, but plots.
Yeah.
It did change and again, the hopefully the behavior of Polaris as you decrease in latitude is understood, right? I mean, this is something we can all observe. It gets closer to the horizon as you get closer to the equator. That's just a fact, right?
And can I just make sure that you're not a flat earther, you're not some kind of plant saying this?
This is not at all contradictory to the globe Earth. In fact, I think it's contradictory to the flat Earth.
Hang on. It's contradictory to the flat Earth that it drops when you remove yourself from it.
It drops when you get lower in latitude, yes.
Yeah, you go further away and it drops. Yes. How's that contradictory to flat Earth?
The fact that the elevation angle decreases is not contradictory to the flat Earth. The thing that contradicts the flat Earth, or perhaps contradict is a strong word, but the thing that is not consistent with the flat Earth is the fact that observers do not agree on the location of the object. Yeah.
Angles, right? But how are you determining where it should be on the flat Earth?
I am simply taking the observations that we agree on, that every 60 miles you go towards the equator, it drops by 1 degree.
Okay.
Yeah, on a flat Earth.
I want everyone to watch this video I posted right now. So we are on one level.
Yep, 2 seconds.
I don't really want to watch a 2-minute video. I'm here to chat with you guys. If you want to explain it to me, I'm happy to listen.
Yeah, it is. It has to do with the topic we are talking about right now.
Well, that's great. Do you want to explain it to me?
Yeah, if you watch it,
I don't really feel like watching it.
I cannot explain it as well as he does. So
I believe in you.
I just said I'm not capable of. So that's why I'm pointing to a source that can do better than me.
All right, I watched the video.
All right. So, what is your conclusion?
I do not understand how this explains the elevation angles.
Fair point.
Thanks, Ripcord. That's getting stolen. Where did you get that, dude? Did you do that?
No, I did not do that.
Yeah, I like that. I really do. Dave Weiss is working on stuff like this as well.
I mean, the reason I posted this is also when we look at Polaris and people we have here in chat who also are living in Australia, for example, who are witnessing a star that is also not moving, right? So I'm considering, okay, maybe it's just a reflection of Polaris on their end, you know?
Yep.
Hold on, I still haven't had an answer to my question.
Sorry, bro. What was it?
I don't understand how the inconsistency in the elevation angles is explained on a flat Earth. That video did not answer my question.
So,
it's okay. Okay, you have
or perhaps it did, and I'd merely misunderstood it. So I'd be happy for an explanation.
Yeah, if you look through a medium in a straight line or in on a horizontal line, right? You have a potency of the element you're looking through, right? So it's exponential. Let's say water or air or whatever, you know.
So talk about refractive index.
Yes, exactly. So as you have to take in consideration the density, the elevation angle that goes with the density you're looking at. So if you're looking, let's say, to a 45-degree angle, you have a different kind of density, and therefore the refraction index is also, to a certain degree, very much different as if you're looking on a horizontal plane.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, that's true.
And so is if you're looking at a 90-degree angle, which is very much not potent at all because you can't see very clearly what's above you.
You mean like on the horizon or straight up?
Oh, straight up, 90 degrees.
Okay, yeah, the zenith. Okay, yeah.
So in order to okay, let me gather my thought again. What was the question? Initial?
Why do the lines of sight of observers on a flat Earth not agree on where Polaris is, as compared to a globe Earth where everyone agrees on where it is? All observers.
Yeah, I mean, it only applies to on the equator, you know. But for us, it's the same thing. We see the same thing that the globers see, basically, on the equator until it reaches
well, let me just
0
do you
degrees,
understand
until we cannot
the problem?
See. Yeah, the problem lies in the refraction index that applies
that would be a solution, right?
Applies to the medium we are looking to, which is the North Star. So any point beyond this, of course, we would agree we cannot see the Polaris star again because of the refraction index, because the refraction index is so high that it bends the light further down.
Mm-hmm. What I'm saying is, do you understand the intersecting lines, why that is a problem for a flat Earth model? I can share my screen again and demonstrate if you'd like.
No, in terms of the distance that it's claimed Polaris is at, right?
No, nothing about a claimed distance, no. I'm talking about the flat Earth model observations.
Okay, yeah, let's share the screen again.
Yeah, it's no problem. Okay, so it should be pretty straightforward. I'm sharing. Let me know when you see it.
Okay.
Okay, so I've turned off all the lines, right? So right now we just have this orange line. You see this orange line?
Yes.
Okay, so this would represent somebody standing at the North Pole and looking straight up, right? And that's where they'll see Polaris, yeah? This makes sense so far?
Yeah.
So somebody's at the North Pole, they look directly over their head, they see Polaris, as we know happens and as is expecting. And then if you go to somebody who's like 10 degrees below the North Pole, they'll see Polaris, so that's 600 miles. They'll see Polaris 10 degrees. So this angle here is 10 degrees, which I can prove
would
to you if you
be
want, but
roughly
it is by
about
definition.
Greenland or something like that.
Yeah, right. So if you go 10 degrees latitude south, 600 nautical miles south, Polaris is now 10 degrees below 90, right? 10 degrees below zenith. Does it make sense so far? So if the person at the North Pole is looking straight up at Polaris, this guy over here, right? This guy's looking straight up at Polaris. He sees it. He can reasonably say Polaris lies somewhere on this line, right?
Yep.
He has no idea how far, obviously, right? But he's like, I'm pointing at it, so it's that direction, right? And that's fair enough. That's not crazy, right?
No, that's fine.
I'm just making sure we're on the same page going forward.
Yeah.
So this guy on the North Pole, he points straight up and he says, I have no idea how far away Polaris is, but it's somewhere along the line that I'm pointing, right? Okay. So this guy can say the same thing. He can be like, well, I'm pointing at Polaris. It's 10 degrees below the zenith. I don't know how far it is, but it is somewhere along the line that I'm pointing at, right?
Yeah.
Same idea. So if these two people are pointing at the same object, it's here, right?
Yeah, I mean, but by what do you determine the distance?
Well, I'm not trying to make a measurement of the distance. I'm simply saying that if it lies along one line and it lies along another line, and those lines intersect, then that's the position of the object, right?
Yeah, true.
So the problem is that if you go another 10 degrees, your line does not intersect at the same place.
Yeah, this is where the refraction index takes place.
So explain to me how refraction solves this. Because that's what I don't understand.
This is a potency issue by which it has not been done yet. Nobody has been done the refraction index by determining how much meters or miles determines the magnification that takes place to the measuring of what you're looking at. This is why I previously established, if you know the horizon potential of the medium you're looking through, for example, of the potency, that you know the difference between different
So I have some thoughts.
Are happening, yes.
I have some thoughts on refraction, but before I get there, can we agree that this does need some sort of solution, whatever that may be, refraction or something else? But if this is not resolved, or perhaps a better way of saying it is, if you could somehow prove, and I'm not claiming that you can, but if you could somehow prove that these line of sights were correct, then this would be a problem for flat Earth. I'm not claiming you can prove that. It's just I'm making sure we have the same footing here. This needs to be resolved, right? You should be pointing at the same place. Maybe you're not for reasons of refraction, but you should be, right? There must be some reason you're not. And that reason is either something like refraction or the fact that the Earth is a globe. Can we agree on that much?
Yeah.
I'm not disallowing refraction. I mean, if you have some sort of refraction explanation that works on a flat Earth, then that's fine. But
yeah,
it needs to be resolved, right? Clearly there is some sort of.
I know that refraction definitely takes place, at a certain degree.
Refraction does take place. Bent. So let's discuss that. So as you may have heard, I'm an astronomer, right? That's what I do in real life.
Okay.
You ever heard the concept of air mass?
I would assume it's the same what we are talking about right now.
It is very similar. So air mass, I'll just for you here, in astronomy is just a measurement of how much refraction is happening at a certain elevation angle.
Yeah,
right?
yeah, okay. It's definitely what I'm talking
Yeah,
about.
yeah, it's definitely what you're talking about. And so the reason I bring this up is because, well, first of all, this is the word that I'm used to using as an astronomer, but also I'd like to mention that this is important to me as an astronomer, right? This matters. And you already brought it up, I think, a little bit earlier. The reason that this matters is because observing stars, or the luminaries, whatever they may be, as an astronomer, when I want to take a measurement of a star, well, where do you think? What is the best place on the sky for me to do that? If I could put a star anywhere, where would I want to put it?
90 degrees.
Exactly. Yes, it's at the zenith. Yes, you're completely right. And so, we when we astronomers are making these measurements, we try to time it so that we're looking at the star when it's at its highest possible elevation, right? As close to the zenith as possible, because we're looking through the least amount of atmosphere, right? So we agree on this as well. This is pretty straightforward, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, if you look up, you're looking through less air, and whatever you're looking at, space or the firmament or whatever, right? That doesn't really matter. The point is, if you're looking up, you're looking at less. If you're looking down close to the horizon, you're looking at much more, right? Okay.
Mm-hmm.
The problem.
Excuse me. Once again. So, listen, I studied physics in university. So what you're talking about is partially correct. So let's say, just like to simplify it for you, if you are like looking at something, let's say above water, right? There's a fish below you. So if the surface of the water is perfectly flat, so you are looking through it 90 degrees, yeah, then you are looking, there's no refraction happening. But if there is a wave and slight wave like crossing your vision line or your sight line, then there is a refraction happening. So how, as an astronomer yourself, how do you guarantee that what you are looking through, the air mass, there's no refraction happening in any way possible?
I am not guaranteeing that there's no refraction. What I'm saying is that on average, you will have the least atmospheric interference at the zenith.
Yeah, but the refraction is...
This is not a refraction argument. This is a geometry argument. On a sphere or on a flat Earth, when you look straight up, you'll be looking through the least amount of atmosphere. That's it. That's all I'm saying. It's not particularly crazy. I'm not talking about any complicated corrections. I'm not talking about refraction. This is a geometric argument. There is less air when you look straight up. On a flat Earth or a globe, it's the same.
Yeah, but it doesn't eliminate any refraction completely.
I'm not trying to. I didn't say that.
Yeah, but what I'm saying basically is the example you are discussing about the Polaris basically being 90 degrees and how the lines don't cross at the same point is because of refraction. As you said, like the air mass you are looking through is varying depending on which latitude you are on. So if you use straight lines, it will show up on the drawing as you are as those people are looking at different star. But in fact, if you use if you start using arcs to compensate, it wouldn't be accurate arcs because we don't have a constant of the refraction in the air mass we are looking through. But if we start using arcs, we don't
understanding how much refraction is happening in air mass is very important.
Yeah, but we don't have a constant. It's always changing.
Not a constant, no, but we have models of plane parallel atmospheric transfer. But this is not what I was going to discuss, if I may finish my thought.
Go ahead.
But what is your stance on the Earth? I'm just curious. Round or flat?
I'm a flat earther. I'm flat earther for many years now.
Okay, so what I'm trying to discuss here, so I'm sure you agree with him that there must be some sort of correction happening, or otherwise there is a problem. These lines, if there were no atmosphere, they should be meeting at the same point. You need some sort of correction to make it so that, explain this, right? Refraction isn't one idea. Let me ask you again, Ripcord. As I go closer to the equator, what is the behavior of Polaris in terms of elevation angles? We covered this earlier, but I just want to make sure we're on the same page.
Yeah, it goes basically to zero.
Well, yeah, but what is... Yeah, yeah, exactly. And as people have known for many, many, many years, right, it's about 1 degree per 60 nautical miles, right?
Yeah.
And it's 1 degree per 60 nautical miles in Greenland, and it is 1 degree per 60 nautical miles in Florida, right?
Yeah.
The problem is that air mass, and this is not some special astronomy thing, this is just the geometric argument, so maybe I won't even call it air mass. The problem is that as something gets closer and closer to the horizon, the additional atmosphere that you are looking at it through in the flat Earth or the globe Earth is not linear, right? So if we find air mass as a function of zenith angle, it is exponential. And so
Yeah,
if
exactly.
refraction is causing Polaris to deviate from its position, it should be deviating in a non-linear way. But it stays 1 degree per 60 nautical miles all the way down to the equator, despite the amount of atmosphere between you and the star increasing exponentially closer to the equator. So it does not seem to me that refraction is an adequate explanation for the behavior. Does that make sense?
Yes, it does.
Thank you.
So, where do we end up in this?
We have an explanation that, or like an observation that makes perfect sense on a globe Earth and does not appear to make sense on a flat Earth.
Well, from my standpoint, I explained it in my ways, but we agreed on every single point, including yours. So, in some way or form, it does.
It doesn't make sense on a flat. Maybe I'll restate the last part then.
Maybe you have heard different people say other things than me. It could be.
Well, let me just restate my last point, right? Because Polaris, as it gets closer to the horizon, there is exponentially more atmosphere between you and the light, whatever it may be, then you would expect the refraction component, if it were significant, to get exponentially stronger. But the position continues to change by 1 degree per 60 nautical miles, all the way from the North Pole to the equator. And so it does not seem to me that there is an explanation in the flat Earth model or idea or whatever for why those lines don't intersect. Certainly refraction can change the apparent position of some objects, but it needs to be a function of how much air you're looking through. We know that things close to the horizon get really wavy and weird because the more air you look through, the more refraction you have. But we do not see the position change more and more and more per, X number of miles as you get closer to the equator. So the refraction cannot be causing this deviation from apparent position.
Okay, then we need to know who made this experiment and how he measured
This is
it.
not an experiment. This is just an observation.
So the person who observed it by his height and such, he just made the measurements and.
What height? You're talking about the elevation angle of Polaris?
No, observer's height towards the object he was looking at, which is Polaris. So
Sorry,
I am assuming someone has made the experiment by going to the North Pole or at least near it, and making observations.
I mean, the position of Polaris as you change your latitude is very well understood and has been for many, many hundreds of years. This is not a contentious subject, and I think flat earthers and globers can agree on this. It's a fact. Welcome to make the observations for yourself.
Yeah, I mean, to be honest, this is pretty new to me, regardless of if I understand it.
How about this other guy, Komuri, who stepped in with his degree in physics? What do you think about what I said?
Listen, so the funny part, what you're talking about, so when we say Earth is flat, based upon observations and experimentations, right, and measurements, even if we can't explain whatsoever up there, it doesn't defy or like change the fact that the measurement we've took or the observations we've done on Earth are like showing us, or like showing us evidently that the Earth is flat. It's not a globe. We can't like see the curvature happening. There's like many things about the horizon that is not adding up. So for you to result, listen, even though this is like your field and physics doesn't go into astronomy that much, so the fact we're speaking about, or the point of conjunction, is the shape of the Earth. So people usually say, what about this satellite? What about those planets? We don't care about those. Even if we fail 100% to explain them, it doesn't change the fact that Earth is flat. Do you understand that? Based
So
upon
what you
the
are saying
observations.
is that you have no way to explain this observation, but it does not change your opinion.
No, it can be anything. So Polaris or any like celestial objects, all those luminaries can happen. Like many things can affect the observation of why we are seeing them like that, and you are assuming. So when as an astronomer yourself, believing in the globe Earth, you assume that Polaris is like billions or whatever light years away, right? Or kilometers or miles, right? Where as flat earthers, based on triangulation, I have done this like observation myself, and many others have done it. And please do it yourself and tell me what are the angles you see the Polaris at, and the altitude that based upon the observation. So when I have done it, and many others done it, it's about like 4,800 kilometers above Earth. So now draw that in your model, right, or on the application you're using, and see if that changed anything.
Do you understand the fundamental problem that I brought up originally?
What's the question?
Why can observers on a flat Earth not agree on the position of Polaris?
How?
We already said like refraction.
But we've shown that refraction cannot be causing this.
Well, I asked you about like you are assuming there's like a refractive index or like a constant rate of refraction, but we don't have it. So in water, for example,
are you saying that air mass has been measured incorrectly?
No, the refraction. So basically, the air mass, the density of the air mass is like varying and changing. There's air current. There's like so much in air pressure. Exactly. There's humidity. So much in effect. The air temperature.
True. Air mass changes all the time. That what separates a good night in astronomy from a bad night in astronomy.
Yeah,
yet the angle to Polaris does not change.
One second.
So I'm guessing what
air temperature
is saying is that the model you're conveying to us is based on non-observant calculations and a constant, basically.
What I'm saying, basically,
interpreting variables, including variables.
Yeah, it's very like simple model. It doesn't take in account other things. And for example, to mention one thing, which is like it's weird how it acts. For example, sound in water. It depending on the what is it? Remind me. The
salinity.
Not only salinity. There's something else I'm looking for. 1 second. So basically, maybe you have an idea of it. Sometimes, depending on the depth, the depth of the water, the sound traveling through, the propagation of the sound varies. Sometimes it just like travels in horizontal line and start bouncing on certain depth, and this is known to submariners. It's weird, like if you like just like bring your application or like whatever app you have and start drawing lines, you wouldn't draw them correctly. because you are not adding up or like accounting for this like phenomena happening with the sound propagation in water based upon the water pressure, salinity, and many other things. So the same thing is applying because water is fluid and air is fluid. So this is what I'm talking about. Once you fully take account for all things, maybe it will start make sense. And not only that, as I explained, also we don't agree on the size of Polaris. We don't agree on the altitude of Polaris above Earth, and many other things.
I'm happy to take many things into account. Like you claim to, I have a degree in physics. The problem is that what you've done is you've just brought up a bunch of things, some of which may be true, as a sort of, I don't know, smoke screen. Well, this is this, and, you know, different medium acts weird, whatever. But this is not addressing my point. You have to say something like, well, I think that because air is so turbulent, and because the refractive index of air is dependent on so many factors, like temperature and pressure and humidity, whatever, that the position to Polaris can be reconciled on a flat Earth because we could be so unsure of where we're looking along that line of sight that it puts it back. But when you make a statement like that, it has testable features, right? You can say, okay, well, if it is true that the star's position is not, or where its apparent position is so far from its true position, then you would expect it to be changing with all of these factors, right? If two people, like one at the North, three people, one at the North Pole, one at 45 degrees, one at 90 degrees latitude, if they all disagree on the position of Polaris by so much, only because of this chaotic, turbulent nature of air, right? This is a serious disagreement. Many, many tens of degrees of disagreement on where this object is. And if it is true that there is something that is disrupting this measurement by so much, how come the measurements night to night are so consistent? How come it is not jumping around all over the place, right?
That's why
you're invoking serious discrepancies.
Who measured it?
Who measured what?
The calculation from the globe Earth. The lines
Which calculation?
The lines that align towards Polaris.
The elevation angles to Polaris?
Yes.
I mean, tens of thousands of people have measured that for the last several hundred years.
Yeah,
but also
why we don't agree with this.
Yeah, listen, as I said, I didn't go into astronomy at all. I didn't measure all those like.
Well, that's okay. I double majored in physics and astrophysics.
Distances or like angles to stars, like so. For me to just like discuss it with you, I'm just taking your like measurements if you have actually done it yourself, right? And it will be like secondhand witness. This is like what you have done until I do it myself and verify it for myself, right? Like it will require time. And
so you do not believe that Polaris deviates by
like
1 degree per 60 nautical miles?
You know, in physics, like we have to like observe it for ourselves, repeat it, and then it's physics, right? Other than that, then we have nothing. So you have done it.
That is not true.
I haven't done it yet.
There's nothing personal about physics. You do not have to observe it for yourself.
No, when you do experimentation in lab, trying to repeat what other have found, you are not repeating it for yourself, for your person. You are just like verifying their data, right? So yes. I haven't done it yet. That's why I'm saying
you haven't done what you're talking about. I just want to be clear. You're talking about the elevation angle to Polaris changing with latitude.
Yes.
Is that the measurement you're talking about? Okay. So it is completely fine if you're saying, well, until I do that myself, I don't believe it. But this is not some brand new measurement. This is an extraordinarily well-known and well-understood fact between quite literally tens of thousands of people going back hundreds of years. This behavior is at the heart of celestial navigation. It is well understood. Now, you can say, well, unless I do it myself, I don't believe it. But that essentially locks you out of almost everything.
So same thing can be said about the shape of the Earth, right? Saying, yeah, well, this is like well known but this is not how science works, right? You have to actually experiment
it's not
with it.
exactly
You have
the
to
same,
actually
because
observe
a
it.
discussion on the shape of the Earth being well known, it's easy to say, well, people are just told what the shape of the Earth is. I'm not talking about people who have been told how Polaris behaves. I'm talking about many, many, many people going back hundreds and hundreds of years who have made those observations with instruments themselves and all agreed on the behavior of Polaris. That is not the same as the curvature of the Earth, right?
Okay,
those are not the same argument. Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. No problem. So when you start to have problem as like someone who studied physics and know how pressure work, right? You can't have pressure without a container, without fixed volume, right? And then basically what I'm saying, when you have globe Earth next to the vacuum of space and claim that gravity actually have an effect on like holding on the air and causing pressure to happen. This is nonsensical. We can't do it in lab whatsoever. You can't use I don't know of any experiment where they use like any kind of force or anything to just hold on pressure without a container in physics. If you know, in any lab, anywhere, anyhow, if you know of anything like that, please tell me, then we can discuss it. But so far, you are believing that...
I do know of such an experiment.
Okay, name one, go ahead.
You asked for any sort of force. Obviously, the claim of gravity is essentially impossible to test at that scale in a lab. However, if you take gas and put it in a centrifuge, you can show that it can be contained by the rotation of the centrifuge.
Yeah, have you done that with the total vacuum in the chamber? So you achieve the pressure with the vacuum surrounding it, and you have the centrifuge like doing its thing where the chamber is under vacuum, right? Is that the condition of the test?
I believe most centrifuges operate in a vacuum these days, but let me ask you a question. What reason do you have to believe that experiment, so this is not gravity we're talking about here, right? This is just rotational acceleration.
Centrifuge, yeah.
Yeah. What reason do you have to believe that could not contain the gas? You, I'm sure, as a physicist or someone with a degree in physics, you understand the velocity that the individual gas particles have, right? Where does that come from?
I lost the last part. Can you repeat it?
That's okay. Individual gas particles have a velocity, right, within the gas. Where does that velocity come from?
I don't understand your question. What do you mean, where does the velocity come from? So
there's a poor way of phrasing it. How can we measure that velocity?
You mean about like the atoms, molecules of the air?
Individual gas molecules, yes, they have a temperature.
Yeah, it's always in test temperature. It's always in
exactly.
motion. So
and you can do the math, the physics, if you will, and you can find the velocity distribution, right? The Maxwell-Boltzmann distribution, the distribution of velocities that these gas particles will have, right? Depending on the temperature. Yes.
Yeah.
And so if the centrifuge were spinning at such a speed that the acceleration at any given point was sufficient to overcome the velocity of the highest temperature, in the Boltzmann tail, the highest temperature particle of gas, why would you believe that the gas could not be contained by such an acceleration? What reason would you have to doubt this?
So, because this is like assumption, it has to be tested. So when you told me about this, the centrifuge, right? When you
so you doubt it only on the grounds that it has not been tested.
Yeah, this is
that's fine. I'm just asking. I was looking for an answer. You say,
if you have it,
even if it's incredibly reasonable and makes perfect sense, you will not believe it until it has been tested. That's fine. I'm just making sure I understand.
Yeah. Yes.
Okay.
So that's
but
why
it
I
does
asked,
seem reasonable, right?
Say again?
I do. I have a paper. I can go dig it up a little bit later. I'll DM you. But it does seem reasonable, right? That this could contain the gas. I'm not asking you to believe it, that it has been done until I send you the paper. I'm simply asking you if it seems reasonable. Like if I tell you that I went outside yesterday and the sky was purple, you would not believe me. If I tell you that this gas centrifuge can contain the gas, do you have a reason not to believe me? I'm not asking you to believe me. I'm asking if you find it a reasonable idea. Like if you conducted this experiment, what might you think would happen, right? You have a hypothesis. You might say, I expect this to happen. What would you expect to happen? Again, I'm not asking if you believe it necessarily. I'm just asking what you would expect to happen in such an experiment. Okay.
Yeah, I have like thought of it before. That's why I asked you, and it's nice you brought it up. So I would assume it will contain the gas, but until it's actually experimented,
that's totally fine. Yeah, that's fine.
Yeah.
Okay. I understand, and I will accept that you will not believe it until it is demonstrated. That's totally fine. As I appreciate you saying that your initial thought is that it would contain the gas. That's reasonable. I think we can agree on that.
Yeah, and by the way, so we can also agree that this like centrifuge, centrifugal force happening, exerted on the, whatever, being tested, like let's say air or fluid, any fluid basically, right?
Yeah.
So it doesn't apply to the globe Earth where it's like spinning.
No, of course. It's No, you simply asked me if there's any experiment where an acceleration can contain a gas. That was your question, and so I brought this.
No, that wasn't my question. My question was, can we have a pressure without a container? And you said then you brought up this, right? Under like centrifuge, yes, we can have it, but it doesn't apply to the atmospheric pressure.
I agree that it is not an analogy, but it does an answer to your question, right? Can we show pressure without a container? Yeah, we can.
Then let me rephrase. Sure, let me rephrase. I made a mistake. So basically, yes, we can, but like I'm asking the atmospheric pressure. Can we maintain like atmospheric pressure without a container?
Without spinning.
And without centrifuge. Yeah.
Yes, that's fine. It's a separate question. Yeah.
Yes. Because
and
like,
of course,
it has
you
to
would
be...
know that I cannot imagine an experiment that would test that. Other than, of course, the one that we're living in. But that's a logical fallacy, so...
Yeah, simply my thought process. If it's real, we should like be able to achieve it somehow, right?
Really?
But
interesting.
If we can't like repeat it in lab, then maybe something wrong. And in physics, and in science, people usually assume something until they actually try to repeat it and have assumptions and hypotheses about it. It's always like they get surprised or discover something else. And
that's interesting.
So,
I mean, science is far from perfect. We can talk about that later.
Yeah.
But it is very, very interesting to me. I want to get on that statement that you said. So you think that if we cannot devise an experiment to test something in a lab, then that in and of itself, our failure to devise such an experiment, is reason to doubt its existence. I understand requiring an experiment and a demonstration to actually believe something. That is whatever. It's fine. That's neither here nor there. But it's interesting to me that the fact that we cannot think of such an experiment means to you that it cannot be real.
So
can you elaborate on that?
No, not necessarily. This is not what I said. So trying to understand something happening in nature, right? Based upon observations. If we start having assumptions, right? And if all of those assumptions don't lead us to observing or repeating the same observation we are seeing in nature, then there's something wrong. Maybe so. For example, for you think you are living on a globe Earth, and gravity is responsible for maintaining the air pressure and what have you, right? All those things, but. Sure. For me, as a flat earther, basically, and also someone who's religious, it's simply explained that this air mass is trapped, is contained by the firmament above mentioned in the holy books, and also the ground and the sea, the earth and the sea below. So it's perfectly contained. It makes sense, and the variation we have in the density of the air column. Perfectly explained, and we can observe it in nature, in lab, and we can repeat it as well. But when you start saying no, actually it's a globe Earth, it has gravity responsible for blah blah blah, then we can't repeat it in lab. And when we add to that actually we can't measure the curvature of the Earth, then yeah, we have a problem.
Well, That's interesting. So again, I'm just trying to make sure that I understand what you're saying. The fact that we cannot repeat it in a lab, well, that's actually not exactly true. The fact that we cannot devise an experiment to test it, right? That's really the issue. That in and of itself is reason to be skeptical, you're saying, of the fact that it exists?
Yeah, that it is the case, like as they are like teaching people in school.
Because you can think of many such things throughout history that were at one point impossible to prove and then became provable later through more advanced methodology. Should people, before that methodology was invented, have doubted the very existence of such a thing? Now, I completely understand what you're saying, that you require, demonstration to believe it. That is fine. But there's a difference between believing and considering it plausible. Can we agree on that as well?
Yeah, sure.
So you can say, I don't believe in that, I don't consider it proven to my satisfaction, but I do think it's plausible, right? Those things can coexist, right? There's no contradiction, not for gravity necessarily, right? But generally speaking, those two opinions can coexist, right?
Say the last part, sorry. I got distracted.
So you can have, so about something, I'm not saying gravity in particular, but about something, you can say, I don't consider it proven to my satisfaction, I don't believe in it, but I do think it's plausible. If it were proven, I wouldn't be shocked or something, and I think we should go investigate it, right? You can have those two opinions without contradiction, right? So my question is, we cannot devise an experiment to prove gravity in a lab. No argument there, it's challenging. Although there are some experiments that are certainly,
it depends on which gravity you're talking about.
But anyway, but the point is, how do you make the jump from that to saying, I don't even consider it plausible? I don't even consider it a possibility, right?
I didn't say...
Before people detected ultraviolet and infrared light outside the optical spectrum, should they have completely dismissed the possibility that they existed because they did not have the accurate, sufficient chemistry to make those instruments or those measurements with prisms, right? Or should they have said, well, I certainly can't prove it, so I'm not going to believe it, but it's worth looking into, and it's certainly possible that the spectrum from a prism extends beyond the visible range.
Okay, then let me ask you this. So I agree with you. We don't know everything in science now, and it's like still under development, right? Under like research, under like study. Fine. But would you think like maybe sometime in the future, someone would come out and say, hey, listen, we have been doing it all wrong. And hydrogen atoms do not exist. It's something else. Would you think it's plausible?
I don't think it's plausible, but I would not rule out the possibility. Certainly there is some precedent for that. It has happened before, right? They would have to have a very good explanation that accounted for all the current phenomena. But if it was consistent and had testable features that proved to be correct, then yeah, it's no problem with that.
Yeah, but don't you agree with me that for someone to do something like that, to like suddenly flip everything upside down, for something we have like fundamental understanding of, like the atoms, now we are like we are starting to observe them, right? And all the experimentation in physics and chemistry, it's actually supporting those like all those like studies and discoveries.
You got to be
right,
careful.
about the
A lot of
atoms.
people around here don't believe in that kind of physics, but yes, I agree.
Yeah, exactly. So for someone to actually claim it's not hydrogen, it's not nitrogen, it's something else, they have to actually destroy a lot of things before, not like simple things.
Hey, Timbo, you're hot mic and bud. I don't know if you can hear us. I mean, yes, if you want to change the paradigm, but I'm not quite sure I understand how this is relevant to what we're talking about.
Yeah, so we are talking about, because it's relevant because when you are talking about air pressure, now we are like, especially like in physics and in engineering, we are experts like nowadays in what we have and what we have achieved, experts in manipulating pressure and dealing with it and benefiting from it, like in all those like different
we certainly
applications. Yeah, for someone to come and claim, well, we still can't explain why we have pressure in the like globe Earth, and we blame it on the gravity, is like a bit silly.
Sorry, I don't quite follow you.
Yeah. So again, so with all this like understanding about like fluid motion, pressure, what have you, like all those like studies and like discoveries and the science of fluids, basically, we have like very good understanding, and we can manipulate them, and we have benefited from this.
Yeah, I agree with all that. Yeah.
Yeah. So when we start talking about the atmospheric pressure around the Earth and what's the cause of it, then we start like having problem, right? And
Well, no.
that's
So that may be where you lost me. Why do we have a problem?
Because we like as I asked before, can we do it in lab? Can we try to repeat it? Because like, listen, if you want me to like demonstrate pressure, air pressure in lab now, easily done in a container, right?
Sure.
So
Yes.
it's just like, yeah. So, but like when as a flat earther, we say, yeah, this is the exact thing happening in nature with the air around us. It's being trapped. It's being contained by the roof above us and the earth below us. So easily explained. But when you start going to the globe Earth, you can't explain it this way. You have to come up with something else. So as you said yourself, gravity isn't according to you. I don't believe in gravity, but according to you, haven't been like explained well yet. So maybe correct me if you're wrong. Maybe you're saying. Yeah. So why like disregard what we have now for something like yet to be discovered according to you?
Well, that's not exactly true, right? I mean, certainly the fundamental, description of gravity as a force is quite challenging, and that's a problem that I will leave for the field theorists because I have no interest in theoretical cosmology or anything like that. But it is certainly in the globe model, well understood on the scale of planets, right? In the globe model. And so it's not fair at all to say, well, gravity is some sort of mystery and we merely invoke it to explain the atmosphere. The atmospheric pressure is not gravity was not created to understand atmospheric pressure. Gravity was created to explain the motions of the stars and planets in the sky. And then after the fact, if you go and apply it to atmospheric pressure, it makes perfect sense. There's no contradiction there. But my real question is how you go from saying, I can't prove this in a lab, so therefore I won't even consider it, right? You understand, as if you are someone who has studied this, right? You understand that the description of gravity in the globe model is fundamentally challenging to test, right? If gravity is how we say it is. Not saying that, you believe that or anything, right? Just if gravity works how it is described in the globe model, it's very, very, very challenging to use that to create gas pressure in a lab, just by its very nature, right? But the fact that something is challenging to test does not mean that it is not true, right? It certainly can mean that until it's tested, you won't believe it, and that's fine.
Eggs.
Timbo, are you here?
Oh, sorry, man. I didn't know.
Hot necking.
Yeah, sorry.
No worries.
That's all right.
No worries.
Anyway, yeah. So you can say again that you don't believe it until it's proven, and I'm not going to argue with you on that. But I don't understand how you can say, well, I'm not even going to consider it, because there is a great deal of evidence for it. Take, for example, the analogy that I used earlier, right? With, take a prism, run sunlight through it. If you hold your hand off to the end of the red side of the prism, of course, your hand will warm up, or a thermometer, right? It'll warm up. But you may not consider that proof until they developed the silver chemistry required to show the photosensitivity to infrared light. Right, and I have no problem with that. If you say, "Well, I need you to prove it," in some quantitative way with, silver chloride, or maybe you want to, maybe if the contention was that light goes off both ends of the spectrum, you need to wait until I think it was the early 1800s for ultraviolet sensitive chemistry. And you're saying, "Well, maybe the infrared is interesting, but I really won't believe that ultraviolet side until you can prove it." That's fine. But the point is that there is reason to think that it may work. And so I will have no problem with you saying, I don't believe it until it's proven. What I don't understand is you saying, it cannot be. It's not possible that it can be the solution, right?
Yeah, and I understand why you don't understand me. So basically, when you haven't researched, let me ask you before that, how serious are you to change your mind? How educated or researched are you on flat Earth?
I don't know how to answer that. I would say medium.
So, what would make you change your mind?
What would make me change my mind would be a cohesive model that had predictive power and could explain the variety of phenomena we see in the natural world with a single explanation, right? Say, if things work like this, then you expect to see this, this, and this as a consequence of that, and you go see it. The biggest problem that I have with flat Earth, other than the many inconsistencies in certain things, is that all of the explanations are individual explanations. You have this phenomena, which is explained some way by the globe, and this phenomena, which is explained some other way by the flat Earth. But then you go to another thing, and the globe has the same underlying explanation, but the flat Earth explanation is totally different. They're not cohesive.
Yeah, but like again, when we say flat Earth, we are talking about the shape of the Earth. So for some, like if we want to actually verify that, why are you always going? I know, like you studied astronomy, but like, don't you think we have other ways while staying on the ground to verify whether Earth is flat or not?
Well, as you say, I am an astronomer, so I'm quite attached to the sky. That's certainly where I will start. Does it make the most sense to start there? I don't know, but it's my favorite thing, so that's what I'll talk about. That's just a personal bias. I have to go in just a couple minutes here. It's getting pretty late.
Okay.
But I appreciate the discussion tonight. Thank you.
Thank you as well. But basically, next time, like, come up with a better argument when you are trying to I don't know if you are trying to debunk like flat Earth or not, but basically,
I'm not here to change anyone's mind. I'm simply here to discuss things. That's all. I don't have an agenda here. I just like to talk about it. I think it's interesting as a topic. That's all.
Yeah, fine. So with like all those at least the last 10 years, the flat earthers have been like achieving more and more in doing some observations like on long distances to verify all those or basically look for the curvature of the Earth, right? And we haven't been, for example, if anyone now prove to us this is how prove to us the curvature of the Earth, then yeah, it's a globe, right? And it has to add up to the diameter of the Earth. That this science now and how they teach it in school, right? The diameter of the globe Earth. But even when we go for the observations, it doesn't add up to that number. We start seeing or the numbers show us well, Earth isn't the diameter they claimed it is. It's much, much, much larger, which is weird, right? Because all those orbital mechanics, all this space race or achievements, all those rockets, satellite wouldn't suddenly work if the diameter of the Earth isn't correct. So, and yet I ask you to actually go observe, do some observations, use the calculators and even Google Earth, pick a point, go somewhere like lake, water canal, depending on where you live, and make a observation and see and try to explain whether the numbers we know add up to that and agrees with what you are seeing or not. This is the only way to understand where we are coming from.
That is fair if my primary interest were seeking the shape of the Earth. But I have, personal reasons. I have no real doubt, right? So I'm an astronomer. That's what I do. And everything that I study works exactly how it's supposed to. I look at protoplanets. I can see the little planets revolving around the disks, things like this. And it all works. And until I have any reason to doubt that, that's my primary interest, right? It's not important to me to seek out the shape of the Earth because to my standard, I consider it proven. And my work, to me personally, bears that out.
Yeah, at the side chat, I asked you to save
I really
this.
I really must go now.
No problem. Go ahead.
I will see you later, though. Thank you for the discussion. I appreciate it.
Thank you.
So, Murray, do you think the reason we don't agree with you is because we don't know what you know?
No, I didn't ever say that.
Well, you said you said he should go out and look, right? Why would you say that?
Which he haven't yet.
I know. Why would you suggest he go look? What do you think he's going to see?
Things being seen where they shouldn't be seen.
So you think he's going to see something that he hasn't seen already, is what you're saying?
No, things that are like or should be obscured by the so-called curvature, yet visible.
And who determines what should be obscured by curvature?
This should have been like established long time ago. So who
says it should?
The numbers, like if you look in the side chat, this is like taken from the globe earthers like yourself, right? And you should agree with it. You can't like run away from it. This is like what. Yeah. So in the side chat, do you agree with those numbers?
Yes.
Yeah. So we don't see them in real life.
Yes, we do.
How? Where?
Everywhere.
Be specific. Have you actually, Scott? I have seen you debating or like discussing this with many flat earthers before, and and all those years, by the way, I know you like at least 3 years now or something. Not know you personally, but like I have like listened to you talking about flat earth, and
Where have you heard me for 3 years?
Talking about flat earth.
Where?
In this server and maybe the other server.
This server has not existed for 3 years. This has been around for like 3 or 6 months, maybe 8 months now.
No, actually, it is.
No, I've only been the 24/7 here has only been around for about 8 months, but it doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. Let's move on.
No problem.
So you understand that our model though includes refraction, right?
Excuse me, I would say I wouldn't. I just finished the discussion. I don't want to open a new one.
Well,
I'll leave it for someone else.
Yeah, but if you're saying that we shouldn't see this, you should be saying we shouldn't see it according to our model. But our model
should
includes
be
refraction.
a hump of earth in the way. Yeah.
Yeah.
No.
Go ahead.
That's not what we're saying you should see.
Yes, it is. Yes, it is. Because you have a fucking radius to the earth. Unless you're going to say that refraction causes it to be flat.
Refraction does cause light to bend around the curve, yes. That's what we say.
When you said to Komari before that we see this all around us all the time, what is that? What do you see all around you all the time, these numbers? He asked you specifically about the numbers, and you said, I see it all the time.
Well, where they see it is when they put things in orbit.
No. Where? You see it all the time? Where?
Well, I see it every day when I go to work, and I can't see San Francisco.
That's not the numbers that you don't see those numbers.
Well, I see numbers that fit right in that model right there, yeah.
Do you? So every time you look at the horizon, it is where it's supposed to be?
It is where it's supposed to be according to our understanding of it, yeah.
Okay, so before you were saying it refracts to look flat, but now you're saying it is where it's supposed to be when you look at it.
That's the same thing. Where it's supposed to be includes refraction. No, no.
You said
where?
You said the numbers that I see are what I see around me all day. Then you said, I see it when I go to work. The horizon is always in the place it should be. But you were saying to Komari that it's not in the place where it should be because of refraction. Which one is it?
That. Neither. I didn't say that.
You did.
You twisted my
you did.
No. I never.
You know what you fucking said. You know what you said.
Where it should be includes refraction. And so you can only determine where you should only determine where it should be
when you're on
when you
your
take
way
into
to
account
when you're on
refraction.
your way to work. You're on your way to work. You're sitting in the car and you go, "Oh, I see the horizon there at about 20 miles," but it's not really there because of refraction at this rate. So I see it here. Oh, that works perfectly for my globe. That's retarded, man. You thought you could jump in, grab Co Murray. You thought you could push him around a bit, yeah? You fucking moron. You talk shit. You lie out of your ass every fucking day, and I'm sick to death of hearing your fucking conniving voice. You're an absolute cunt, mate. You're a fucking cunt. That's what you are.
I agree with you.
Yeah, I agree as well with Timbo.
Why are you so
That's why,
upset today,
Scott,
man?
that's why, Scott, I refrain from talking with you because you are a waste of time. I have seen people like actually crushing you on this, and yet you haven't changed a bit.
Yeah, all he's gonna do.
You're a dishonest fucking asshole. That's what you
Yeah,
are.
all he's gonna do.
I've never had any need to lie here.
All he's gonna do is tell you that everything is refraction and it's a globe and you're wrong, and that's it. So he's a waste of time because we know that you can't see on the backside of a mountain. We know that. We're not stupid. We're not children believing in Santa Claus here. But globers, they are. They are children that believe you can see the backside of a mountain by magical fairy words like refraction. And the crazy thing is this is like refraction is a real thing, but they like grotesquely use it to justify an argument that has been destroyed, annihilated, and that argument is we are seeing farther than their geometric horizon. So their mathematics got blown out the water, and they thought they could just use words to replace the mathematics because it makes sense to them in their brains. But they're wrong, and they're always going to be wrong. He just won't. He just won't let it be that. He's stuck. Just leave him alone.
You done?
Yeah, I am done actually. Yeah.
You want to explain how ships go over the horizon now?
I have a news flash for you. They don't go over anything.
You want to explain why it looks like they do then?
Yeah, we do that every day, and if you want to hear it again,
But you have never done that. Not once.
Just stick around, dude. I've been through that bullshit argument many times, Scott. If you've never heard it out of my words, you've heard it out of at least 50 other people's mouths in this room alone.
Yep,
and
I've heard you spout gibberish. That makes no sense to anybody.
Right, gibberish are words that don't make sense, that are incomprehensible. But
that's what you gotta say about the horizon.
If you can't grasp the words that I speak when I'm talking about the horizon, that's a you problem, not a me problem. Because other people understand it. Isn't that interesting?
No, they don't. Nobody understands what you say, Apocryphon. Nobody.
Yeah. More lies.
You think you can find one person who can say what you believe?
This is why you get ignored, and this is why people don't even want to engage with you, because you are disingenuous, and you're just a piece of crap. And if you're gonna lie and say no one understands what you're saying, okay, so then let me just say it real quick, and we could pick anybody. I'll let you pick somebody in the room, and then just ask him, Scott, did you understand what he said? All right, does that sound fair? Let's begin.
Sure.
Okay.
Explain what's going on the horizon.
So let me start by saying nothing's going over anything. That's sentence number one. Nothing's going over anything. What's actually happening is that the boat itself is getting further away from you. So optically, as it's squishing down to that vanishing point that it eventually will reach, it will start disappearing because of the optical phenomenons that start to happen, which are part of refraction, mirroring, miraging sometimes, looming sometimes, all these cool, crazy, amazing realities that we live in. And what happens is the object itself, in this case, the boat, will look like it's starting to disappear from the bottom, but what that really is that the way optics works, Scott, is that there's going to be this like reflection of it on the surface. If you're even able to see that, it would be awesome, if you can, but typically it's just a blur, and then that blur ends up making it look like the water is now blocking it, and the further away it goes, the more that blur happens, and then that blur even looks like it's rising, but it's not rising, Scott. It's not rising, Scott. It's actually an optical phenomenon. Nothing's raising or lowering here, Scott, and nothing's going over. It's just merely going away from you. And then eventually that boat is going to be so far away, you will not be able to resolve it anymore. Your eyes will not be able to make it out anymore. And it could look like it disappeared and vanished. Now, here's the cool thing is if you have a camera or binoculars or a telescope or whatever, you can zoom in. And then according to that camera or telescope or binoculars capabilities, you're going to watch that same process happen again until it's no longer resolvable. But before you jump and say, you can't bring back a boat behind body of water that's showing halfway sinking. Okay, before you go there, let me explain, Scott. Sometimes when it's not a nice, beautiful, clear day to where you can see the boat just vanish out of how far you can see it, what actually happens sometimes, Scott, is that the water will refract to where it does look like it's higher in position, and now that boat is behind this optical phenomenon. And you were right. You can't zoom in and bring back the bottom of that boat, because no matter how much you zoom in, the water's so refracted optically. Again, it didn't go higher, it didn't raise lower. We have plenty of videos, Scott, that shows entire houses and trees in the foreground disappearing simply because optically the water looks like it's going up higher and blocking out the cove behind it. Amazing. It's cool the way it works. Optics though, Scott, nothing's physically going up. But then again, sometimes, Scott, it is an optical physical character of water sometimes, so because waves could block it out as well, or a swell could block it out, and even sometimes tides can block out things. But again, it's an optical phenomenon. So the rising of the water in those three different ways that I explained it can make you think that the boat is now going behind a body of water, but it's not. Remember, it's still on the water and it's still just going away from you, Scott. Okay, I think I've said enough, and I think I was trying to talk as if I was talking to my youngest child, like just making it real simple. Now, Scott, go ahead and pick somebody and ask them if they understood everything I said, and if they didn't, I'd like to know what they didn't understand. Go ahead.
Okay, anybody want to volunteer to be asked?
They don't even want to talk about it. It's childish. It's stupid. I'm pretty sure even you understood what I said.
So nobody wants to step up, huh?
How about
no, I have no problem stepping up. He was like clearly explanatory.
Was it
everything.
gibberish? Was it gibberish?
No.
Okay.
I heard like.
Okay. From what he said.
Now, Scott.
From what he said, when should boats start to disappear over the horizon?
Wait, Scott.
Flat earther faggots.
Wait, Scott. Before you start, let me ask you: did I sound like gibberish to you right now?
Yeah, you did. You said nothing.
Okay, got it.
You said optics, this, refraction, that, but you gave no specifics.
Is anyone in here an actual legit flat earther?
Yeah, me. I am.
Yeah, you should all kill yourselves.
Wow,
Hey,
it's a ban on TOS,
Literally all of you.
Yeah, that's a ban, bro.
Do you have an actual argument, though?
That's racist against me.
Yeah, he's not running away. I got him.
Who the fuck is that? Is that Justin Bieber?
Fuck, I don't hear that.
Oh, wow. It's a southern Justin Bieber. He looks like he's more country Justin Bieber.
Yeah, brother.
So
that's a compliment, though.
From the model, from the understanding of optics and refraction, all the stuff that Apocryphon just dropped on y'all, when should boats start to disappear from bottom up?
Never, unless they capsize. Got you there.
Anybody know? He just
Yeah,
explained it all to you. When should boats start to disappear bottom up?
Alright, so Mr. Beers, you're gonna have to take your camera off, dude. You limit the room to 25. Can you do that for me, please? I mean, I appreciate you're a good-looking fellow, but just take you.
It's just because of TOS, it's not against you or something.
No, it's because it limits the room to 25 people for
I joined this land, so
Yeah, if they had it, like if Discord had it to where it didn't cut off and limit the room, like that'd be cool. Then people could go on camera all the time if they wanted to. But because they limit it kind of they don't. It's better that people don't go on the camera. Does that make sense?
yeah, fucking Discord dog.
Don't blame us,
I'm blaming Discord.
Yeah.
Yeah. I think we're gonna start a riot. I think.
How come I can't hear him?
And Scott, just let you know.
Oh, I got him down to 0 for some reason.
When it starts to disappear, that actually changes. And because Scott, you would think that should raise a red flag in your own mindset, because the fact that the time or distance or both, however you want to look at it, that a boat will actually start to appear as if it's disappearing from the bottom up. The fact that the conditions of that day or night is what is what would determine that. Like that should raise a red flag for you as a baller, even as a glober. I don't like calling you a baller. As a glober, that should raise a red flag, because if one day it's less and then another day it's more, that's required for it to disappear. Then in your world, where you think it's a mathematical, geometric horizon, well, then that means the Earth is growing or shrinking, because that is what logically you would think. If the boat's disappearing when it's a mile away, and then the next day it's disappearing when it's 5 miles away, well, then in your paradigm, if it's going over the curve of water, then that means the circumference of the world is big one day and small the other. I mean, just logically in your cartoon world. But that's not the case, though. Now, is it?
It's not the case in my model either. So,
nope. No, are you saying that the point of where a boat disappears bottom up, one day it could be a certain distance and another day it could be another distance? Are you disagreeing with that?
No, that's true.
Okay. With that logic, then, if it disappeared at 3 miles away and you said, yeah, that's because it's a geometric horizon and this is my elevation.
I wouldn't say that, though.
Oh, why wouldn't you, though?
Because that's stupid.
I
don't say stupid things. No, geometry has nothing to do with it.
Okay, so
it's all about visibility. It's all about visibility and light rays.
Okay,
that's how we see things. We see things via light rays.
Okay, so remind me why the boat disappearing behind the geometric horizon before the black swan images and videos, why was that the argument for Globers, years ago?
I have no idea what other people are saying.
No,
I
but
care.
why?
I was there.
But why?
I don't care.
I remember that shit.
I don't care
Yeah.
what people are saying.
Yeah, you
why
do.
would you?
I have what I'm saying. I'll defend what I'm
I
saying.
don't care what you say. You don't get to bring your own worldview to the party, sir. There's one globe that we're supposed to believe in. So yes,
I agree.
Oh, we don't care what you say. The fuck?
So that Scott, I'm not asking if you say that or not. I'm asking, why do you think that used to be the argument and now it's no longer the argument?
Stupid.
What say you?
Well, first of all, I don't believe you because I've heard you misrepresent my argument about 50 times now. And if you were going to tell someone something about what I said when I'm not here, I guarantee you get it wrong. And so I'm guessing you got their argument wrong too.
So you're telling me
I'm not going to address your misrepresentation of their argument.
Okay. So let me say this real quick. So you're going to tell me you're not going to believe me that what I'm saying is true in regards to years ago, the geometric horizon was one of the main arguments for the globe. You're telling me right now you don't believe me that was one of the main arguments. That's what you're saying?
I have never in the 2 years or something that I've heard you talk get a globe Earth argument correct. You've never got one right.
Wow. So you're trying to now discredit me as a person.
Nothing to do with discrediting you.
No, you definitely are. You're trying to say that I don't get anything correct. Okay,
No, you don't get the argument correct. You don't get our argument correct.
So the argument before was that there was a geometric horizon. You're saying that's incorrect, right?
I'm saying you misunderstood what they said.
You're saying I okay. So tell me what I misunderstood. Go ahead.
I have no idea. I wasn't there for the conversations.
Okay, so I'm telling you that they used to, maybe not you, Scott, because you just said I don't say stupid things like that, and I would agree that that was a stupid thing they used to say. But they used to say, Scott, that we know it's a globe because that when a boat goes far away from you, it disappears from the bottom up because it's going over the horizon, and that was measurable. Oh yeah, you want to disagree with that?
Got the word geometric right there, which is why you were correct. When the next time you say it and you want to add back geometric, you will be incorrect again.
No, wait, hold on. I see what just happened. I literally ended with because it was geometrical, and as I was saying geometrical, you started talking. So you probably overtalked me.
I thought you were done.
Ending with geometric. Well, I'm just. It's okay. I accept your apology, but I ended it with saying, and the reason why they would say that was going over because it was geometrical, where it was a physical place where the boat would go over.
We agree. It's a physical place. Yes, this is correct.
Even though it's apparent where the sky meets
physical is apparent, yes.
Okay. So you're on the same boat with them then. Pun intended.
No.
You're not. Okay. Though. Okay. So you're saying now we don't calculate where the horizon is anymore. That's what you're saying?
Nobody ever really did. That's a you thing.
No, they used to.
Some flat earthers did.
That's where you're wrong. That's what. Maybe you're late to the game, and maybe and look it makes sense that you don't think that way because they don't talk that way no more. And Scott, I'm going to fill you in a little secret. The reason why they stopped arguing that is because they got destroyed by their own words once we started bringing up the fact that, hey, this photo right here and this video right here is at this many miles and this many miles and this many miles. Yeah, they had to back away from that whole mathematical, horizon real quick. But interesting though, you guys still have a mathematical horizon. You would have to in your paradigm. Would you agree to that? Yes or no?
I know. No, mathematics and reality is a loose correlation, especially when it comes to vision.
Okay. All right. So this is okay. So I want this to be
When
recorded and clipped.
we look at the fish in the water, we know the fish is not where it appears to be. I mean, and
Very,
where's the
very
fish
true.
really? It's not where it looks like. Yes.
Very true. And you know what? Also, with what you just
same with atmosphere. Sometimes it's not as drastic as the water.
Same
and the
same
fish.
with the moon, the stars, and the sun. They're not in their actual position. Would you agree? Yes or no?
I think it always matters in the specifics. How far off the original actual position are they?
Well, but it's not about how far off. It's just that they are off.
How far? That's everything. And this is where you guys always lose the plot, because it's always about how far off.
Okay. You're it's always about how far off.
Yes.
Okay. So here's the thing. How far off are those fish?
Several degrees. It can be up to like 30 degrees. I've seen it. Yeah.
Oh, okay. So just depending, right? It just depends. Okay. How far are the stars and the moon and the sun?
How far off angularly are they? When they're right above our heads, almost nothing.
Okay.
Not even arc second.
So when the fish is right below you, it's almost nothing.
If you're looking directly down at the fish, it's almost nothing also, yes.
Okay. Now when the fish is away from you, it's a little off, right?
When you're looking, when your light hits at an angle to the water,
okay.
Yeah.
So
It'll be
then
much more off.
Okay, so then when the things in the sky are not directly above you, is it possible that they can be a little off?
They are a little off when they're down lower to the horizon. We know that.
Okay. So how about when they're up off of the horizon?
They're off less.
Okay. So here's what's interesting. I'm glad you said that, by the way, because there's this meme that's going.
How much are we talking about right now? How much are we think we're talking at the horizon?
Just off. I don't care how much. I just know.
I know that, and this is your problem. None of you guys care how much.
The reason why. But here's
why you guys don't understand anything.
Well, here's the point, though, Scott.
Because you don't know the math. You don't care about the math.
So you just said it doesn't matter about the math to the horizon. But that's a whole other story. But here's the point, though, that I'm trying to make, Scott, is that the fact that it's off, I would imagine that that's probably because the waters above, as the waters are below, right? So the waters above, putting the celestial bodies in the firmament behind the water. This is probably why some people that zoom in on the moon and record it and put it on TikTok and live stream it. Every now and then you see this really cool wave. It's really weird. I don't know if you see that or not, if you've seen that. But anyway, obviously they're behind or in something. It's not Speculation Sunday, so maybe I shouldn't go down that road. But definitely they are off to where we're seeing them. I'm not saying how far off. I'm just saying they're off. But the reason why I'm saying all this, because there's a meme that's going around and they're showing somebody standing on a flat earth, right, with a straight ground, and at different positions there's people standing, and all of their lines that they're drawing to the thing in the sky, they don't make sense because they're not lining up, right? All these sticks are pointing at different things. But then they say, but if it's on a ball, all those lines are straight, and that's because that object is coming at them parallel, to one another. So then it makes sense on a ball. If you roll the ball, all those lines are straight, and then it makes sense why everyone's seeing the sun or the moon or whatever they're looking at a certain angle. But I'm glad you said that. You admitted that, well, they're off in the sky, just depending on how you see it. And I thank you for that, because that's the explanation. And I try to tell people when I get in that stupid argument with them, they're like, oh, everyone's standing on the ground. They're looking at a thing and it's all different and it's off and you can angle it. But you know what makes it straight? When it's a ball and everyone's, and they run a victory lap. But you just proved to me, you proved my point at least. And at least you understand that the things in the sky from one position to someone way far on a whole nother state, they're going to see the same object, but at a different angle. So thank you.
How much different angle?
I don't know how much. I don't know the math. Remember, I'm just a stupid flurfer. Remember?
I know.
Yeah,
And that's your problem.
But the point is,
You
it's
guys don't
off.
want to learn the math.
That's
You guys
all
don't want
that
to
matters.
understand.
That's all that matters is that we can at
I
least
know.
agree it's off.
And that's what helps you sleep at night, right?
And you know what helps me sleep at night? Knowing that the world's not spinning and hurling through an infinite vacuum of space.
Why would that bother you? If it were, why would it bother you?
That's what makes me feel great. Because you know what that does?
Why would that bother you?
Want to know why? Because then I know for a fact that we're not a tiny speck of dust in a great grand 14 billion light year across vast emptiness, void of God.
There's the real reason that you believe in the flat Earth. That's the real reason, right?
Well, the real reason.
It has nothing to do with observations, does it?
The real reason is the real reason is because it's observed and measured. And our senses are telling us it's stationary. That's the real reason. Scott.
You were so close, Apocryphon.
When did you feel? When did you feel it?
You know the
when
real
did you
reason,
feel it spinning? When did you feel it spinning? Do you feel it spinning?
No one feels it spinning.
Maybe because you drink every night. I mean, I used to drink all the time too.
Nobody expects to feel it spinning. We do not feel constant acceleration.
No one's ever feeling. Hey, I'll tell you what. You're saying it's not accelerating, but there's times when it does have to speed up, does it not?
It's a constant acceleration.
Okay. So then let me ask you this: when it wobbles, right? Because it's supposed to apparently it wobbles 4 different ways. Apparently, how do you do that? By the way, how does a ball wobble 4 different ways at once and still no one feels it wobbling at all? Just please explain the wobble to me. Do you even know that the Earth wobbles? You're paradigm.
You don't have any sense of scale.
You know what's crazy, Apocryphon?
Because you don't do the numbers.
You'll talk to globe earthers and they'll be like, "You made that up. Wobbling? That's not true."
How fast does it wobble?
Let's see what Scott has to say. Go ahead, Scott. What do you got, buddy?
Tell me how fast it wobbles.
No. Does it wobble at all?
Tell me how much it wobbles.
It doesn't 0.
See, this is what you guys hear wobble and you just think it's wobbling back and forth just willy-nilly.
Hey, Scott, let me ask something. What is a wobble? In your definition.
Wobble.
In your understanding,
I guess what you mean is the axis is moving.
Okay.
Oh.
Okay. Now if the axis moved, okay, it moves in one direction, and then a wobble would make it mean that it moves back to the opposite direction, which would create a wobble. Would you agree to that? Yes or no?
One more time? Sorry.
Okay, no problem. Would you agree that when the word is used as wobble, right? Let's say you're going to walk down the street and they say, "Hey, stop wobbling." Would you agree that that word, by definition, means that you go to one side and then back to the other side?
Yes, that's what it means. Yes.
Okay. So now, with that in mind, now let's try to put on our thinking cap, Scott, just real quick. Let's think logically, okay? Now, if the Earth is rotating and then it's apparently measured that it wobbles, so with that wobbling, wouldn't that constitute a change in its rotation, which would then mean that we would feel that a quote unquote acceleration of us, not maybe necessarily when we first initially moved to one side, but then when we jerk back, which would constitute the wobble, when we move back to the position, wouldn't you agree that that would change, even if it was ever so slightly, but it would still change? I mean, apparently it's measured, so technically there is a form of acceleration if it's measured. Yes or no? Because it had to there had to be a change in it for it to be measured. Yes or no?
We don't jerk back.
Okay. So it's a smooth transition back. It's not a jerk, but it's definitely a motion back. right?
You have an idea how slow that is, this transition.
Okay. So even if
You
it's
don't, do
really
you?
slow, hold on. Even if it's
You don't have
really
any idea how slow it is, do you?
Hey, Scott. Even if it's really slow, is it still a difference than what it was originally at, which would constitute a change of speed, and then it would be an actual acceleration that wasn't necessarily constant because it would have changed, right? Like kind of like if you're in a car and then you change direction, you would feel that. Even if you went like really slow, it would be measured that there's a change, right? Someone could feel that, right?
You just cannot wrap your head around how slow this changes, can you?
Oh, that's right. 1,000 miles is so slow, and
So how slow is it then?
Yeah, 0.
I think the wobble takes place over the course of years, maybe even decades or centuries. I don't even know.
Oh, really?
Oh, very convenient.
Yeah. Oh, I don't know. Just somewhere.
I don't know.
somehow.
I mean, the 15 degrees is measured by seasons, meaning
He's the one who brought
year.
it up. He's not talking. He's not talking about the seasons. He's talking about there's a slight wobble of the axis, which makes us not necessarily point to the North Star.
Definite answer to that. So
well,
you measured multiple kinds of.
Apocryphon is the one who is talking about this wobble thing.
Yeah, what
and
wobble?
If he wants to talk about it, you need to bring in the actual wobble. You need to bring us a number so we can talk about it.
There's nothing wobbling, sir. You old fart. And your answer was, I don't know. It's wobbling somewhere, somehow, some way. Cool.
Right.
Well,
nice one, dude.
My original
loser.
My position is the reason you guys don't understand it is because you don't think in terms of numbers.
The Seiko server, and they were like, "What wobble? You made that up."
Yeah,
That's great. That's almost better than what they said.
You know what's funny is
you guys don't care about the numbers at all.
No, we don't care. Yeah, you're right. You're right.
You know what's funny is that what they say that causes the wobble is because it's because the weight is unevenly distributed because it's an oblate spheroid, not a perfect ball. So because it's like uneven and like not perfect, it has a slight wobble to it while it's spinning. So this whole like it takes 15 years to wobble. Like, dude, you would think logically now, going back to it again, logically, you would think every rotation would have a wobble because every rotation it's an uneven, how would you say it? Like the mass isn't evenly distributed. So in one cycle, one spin, one revolution, it would have a whoop, like a little. It's not just 15 years later, but I'm gonna actually go look into how long it takes.
There you go again, misrepresenting what the other people are saying.
Oh, what are the people saying? Tell me.
I have no idea, but it's not that.
Okay. Yeah, you mentioned also math.
Yeah, I guarantee you it's not that.
I
understand enough about reality.
Multiple kinds of. Kinds of
years.
I
just said that.
Okay, so check this out.
No way you just said that.
So check this out, guys. So check this out.
That's crazy you just said that.
Check this out. He said it's every 15 years or so, and then claimed that I'm misrepresenting it. Here's the answer. When the Earth rotates on its spin axis, an imaginary line, this is by NASA, by an imaginary line that passes through the north and south poles, it drifts and wobbles. This spin axis movements are called polar motion in scientific parlance. NASA scientists have computed that the measurements for the 20th century show that the spin axis drifted about 4 inches per year. So it's every year. It's wobbling. Not every 15 years. Over the course of a century.
No, it drifts. That's not a wobble.
It's oh.
No, the wobble is when it drifts back. The wobble is when it drifts back.
Okay.
A drift is not a wobble. Get it straight.
Got you.
Get it straight.
So this is what you. Okay, so think about this logically. Okay, so they want you to believe that an oblate spheroid that makes one revolution per day. Okay, the axis of that as you said, Scott, you said it's drifting for that century, right? It's drifting, and the wobble isn't until it starts to move back. But now let's think of this logically, though. Okay, if you're saying that it takes 100 years for it to,
I don't know what it takes.
well, according to them, it says a century. Over the course of a century, that becomes more than 11 yards.
Okay.
That's what it says.
Okay.
So you said 15 years, though. But that's okay. You're not misrepresenting. Don't worry. You just didn't know. I didn't either. So check it out. But here's what's weird to me, though. Imagine this perfect system that you believe in, the paradigm in the heliocentric model. Now, this uneven distributed weight of mass, because it's oblate, it takes 100 years for it to recognize that it's unevenly distributed mass. Isn't that weird to you? Because wouldn't you think, now just go down the road with me here, Scott. Wouldn't you think logically that if you had a sphere that was unevenly balanced because it was clumps on it, wouldn't you think that every revolution would cause it to wobble? Kind of like a out of alignment tire, right? Like, think about it like that. Let's try to bring it to reality, Scott. If you had a tire out of alignment, one revolution, you'd be able to say, "Oh shit, something's wrong here. The weight is not distributed right." You know those little things they put on the rim and they tap with a hammer, and the little metal things that go on the rim. You know how they balance a tire, Scott? And they have that little metal thing, that clip, and they move it over and they spin it, and then they could actually balance it with that little tapping on that metal. You know that's how they actually balance tires, Scott? So you might not know that, but anyways, so when they're balancing a tire, one revolution, and they can tell how out of, how out of what's the word I'm looking for? How out of balance it is, because the weight isn't evenly distributed to make that revolution smooth. So what they'll do is they'll tap that until it's balanced, right? And then you won't feel that wobbling of the tire. But you want us to believe, Scott, just because your paradigm tells you that the axis is moving every 4 inches a year, and for a century, it's then finally going to wobble the opposite direction after it's. How does that make sense to you? Please explain, Scott. How does that make sense to you?
Well, I can see why it doesn't make sense to you, because you got it all wrong. But
okay, correct me, please. Go ahead.
Why would the fact that it's oblate put it out of balance?
Why? How does it take a wobble to happen 100 years if after one rotation of a unbalanced rock? Why does it? How does it take 100 years? Why can't it just take one revolution?
What makes you think it's unbalanced?
Because they literally said that's why it drifts 4 inches per year, because the weight is unevenly distributed, because it's an oblate spheroid. I'm not saying this. This is your paradigm, Scott. I personally don't believe this is total bullshit, Scott. I'm trying to ask you, how do you believe
so they all just made it up?
Wow, Scott. He's being a weasel, Apocryphon. He's not
gonna.
He doesn't know. He doesn't know.
Why would I know these things? Why would I know these things?
You don't know. You don't know. Exactly.
But you just told me was wrong. Hold on.
He is wrong. He was wrong.
He was wrong.
So are you.
He said everything that he said was wrong. And then when questioned on that, you to point out how it was wrong, you can't. This is something you do an awful lot of, Scott. You say, "Nuh-uh, flat earther, you're wrong because you're a flat earther," and you just don't understand. And when pressed on that, you can't answer the simple question. Educate this man.
He says it wobbled every day. That's what he first said.
It's not his claim.
And he was wrong on that, wasn't he?
It's not his claim, dummy.
It doesn't wobble. It was his claim.
Okay.
It's wobbling, you idiot.
It was his claim.
No flat earther thinks Earth wobbles, dummy.
Yeah,
One says that we said it wobbled every day. No one says that.
I'm saying it doesn't move at all. I'm saying that in your paradigm,
stupid.
It's moving. It is literally moving. Now you said,
okay, what is it moving in relation to?
Okay, apparently it's position on the axis. Apparently it's the position on the axis.
And how do we know what the position of the axis is?
Apparently it's because they're looking at an object in the sky, and they're saying that the degree of how they're calculating it from that position, which is very interesting, by the way, because who's at the North Pole underneath it directly? Because I personally have never seen any video from someone directly at the North Pole. That's pretty cool. That I think, by the way, side note, I think we should be more focused on the North Pole instead of Antarctica, going to the South Pole, because I think that's going to be more. Anyways, go ahead. I answered your question. Now continue. North Pole, that angle. That's how.
Scott doesn't know.
So how does 11 yards over a century, you said, or whatever? How long was it over a century? 11 yards, right?
Yeah, that's what he said.
And how does that play into its relation to the North, to the Polaris?
I don't. This is your paradigm, Scott. All I'm trying to point out to you is, why isn't there? Because this Earth is oblate this is your paradigm. I don't believe this. Because it's an oblate spheroid, and the weight is unevenly distributed around it. I'm saying, in one revolution of it, in one day, there should be an unbalanced rotation, which would cause it to move not just the 4 inches per year off, but every day it should be off. And now, if you're saying that the wobble, quote unquote, doesn't take into effect until 100 years later, well, at least your paradigm says that, I'm telling you, what the fuck does that mean? Because
I don't know.
Okay.
I've never studied this stuff.
Yeah, facts. He doesn't know shit.
I know the sun drops below 0 degrees elevation every day.
You don't know. You don't know that.
I do. Seen it. My own eyes.
Did you ever?
The sun's above you. Imagine thinking the sun goes below your feet. That's crazy.
You don't have to imagine.
That's what you're doing.
See it every day.
You don't see that. What?
You just seem to have a reason to deny it.
No,
I don't know what that is.
Sir, imagine thinking that there's so the sky is above you, right?
Every one of us sees the sun arc over our heads. Every one of us, every day.
Hold on, dude.
Okay. All right.
So the sky's above you, but you think that there's sky below you. And then the sun continues to go down, right? Below the ground.
That's true. No, not below the ground. Not below.
Yeah, no, wait. You're standing on the ground. And do you think there's a point when the sun goes below the ground that you stand on?
No.
No, you do. You can't say that.
Yeah, you do. I do.
Scott,
tell me what I believe.
If you were to point down to the ground, Scott, what's under there? Right? There's a core, supposedly.
Mm-hmm.
Then there's another side of the earth. Right?
Mm-hmm.
And then there's a sky.
Yes.
Right? Okay, so you do think there's sky under the ground, retard?
No, our down stops at the middle of the earth, and then you're going back up again.
Yeah, I just exposed you. Yes, you do think there's sky under the ground.
Retard. You get the trophy today.
And therefore, you think the sun goes under the ground.
No.
Yeah, you do. Yeah.
Under the ground is the sun of the earth.
Let's go through it again. You're standing on the ground.
Why?
What's underneath the ground? There's supposedly a core, and below that is what? More ground, and then more sky. And what's in that sky sometimes? The sun. So you think the sun is underneath your feet? Retard. So you've been exposed, Scott. Then I will yield the floor.
Fucking children, man.
Yeah, no, not a children. No.
You're a fucking child.
I think you understand that the sky's above you.
You are a fucking child.
Yeah. Be mad. The sky's above you.
I'm not mad. I'm just pointing out the fact. You're a fucking child.
That's not a rebuttal. You're an old retard. So the sky's above you.
Fucking child.
Yeah. Be mad. Be triggered. The sky's in above you, right? The sun is in the sky, but you think there's sky under the ground. That's retarded.
I'm gonna go out on a limb, even though I just joined. I'm sure that's not the point Scott's making.
You'd be right.
You just joined.
I know, and I'm positive that the point Scott's trying to make is not that the sun is in the ground, my guy.
Wait.
That's why he's calling you a child, because it's such a childish response.
Wait a second.
No, I'm in the middle of talking. Creation, fuck off. Shut up for a second.
Get my point correct. I didn't say.
I don't care. Let me finish and then respond.
No, I'm not going to let you finish because I didn't say this.
Because you like just interrupting people consistently.
No. I made it very clear that I did not say the sun was in the ground.
That's what you just said. It's literally what you just said.
No, you could ask Scott that. I did not say that, sir. I made it very, very clear what I did say. I said the sun was in the sky, right? I didn't say it was in the ground.
No, dumbass. I literally. Okay, God, you really don't ever listen either. You also not only do you interrupt, you also don't listen. I said, and I joined.
You not listening
30 seconds later. Again, just keep talking over me, bro. Whatever.
Yes.
So I joined within 30 seconds. Yeah, I know. And I said to you, do you really think that the point that Scott is trying to make is that the sun is in the ground?
I don't care.
Because that's what you're the one saying that's the point he's giving off, and it's obviously not that. Obviously, this point is not that the sun is in the ground. So why don't you actually respond to whatever the real point he was making was?
Bro, how are you jumping in and at least you're not addressing
because it's obvious to everybody that Scott's point wasn't that the sun is in the ground.
What his point is. You just got here, retard.
I don't need to. I know it's not that the sun is inside the ground.
I didn't even say that.
Yes, you did. You said to Scott that you think the sun is in the ground. Fucking retard. Go back into the fucking stream and look, Creation. Go back into the fucking stream and look.
I literally did not say that. Can someone mute him, please, for a second? Like, I made it very clear. I said, on the globe, you're standing on the ground, and then below the ground is a core, supposedly. And then there's more ground where someone else is standing on. And then there's a sky below that. And the sun is in that sky. Dumb fuck. Did nobody say the sun was in the ground, you fucking retard?
You did. I joined and you said, haha, you think the sun is in the ground?
No, I didn't say that. I said it's below. I said you think the sun is below your feet. Under the ground, not in the ground. Why would I say that? Why would I say the sun goes inside the earth?
That was why I was saying that that's obviously not Scott's fucking point. Go back. How about you shut the fuck up for 5 seconds?
Clearly recorded. It's actually recorded. So the fact that your takeaway was I said the sun was inside the ground is fucking retarded, dude. Actually, dumb fuck. And that
I didn't say that's what you said. I said that's obviously not.
I said.
Yeah, bro, because you were making fun of Scott saying his point is that the sun is inside the ground, and literally the only thing I've said so far is that that's obviously not Scott's point. Oh, so you're just gonna mute him? Ah, thank you for finally actually doing your fucking jobs, mods. Jesus Christ.
Nah. So listen.
Yeah.
You jumped in without knowing any context and said that I said the sun was in the ground.
I didn't say.
I never said the sun was in the ground, sir. That's crazy. You at least should not understand some context before jumping in and accusing people of crazy shit. Scott,
you're literally stupid for doing this.
Wait, let's ask Scott. Did I say the sun was in the ground, Scott? Come on, man. You're gonna go quiet now. Of course. No one ever said that. And I'll pull up the YouTube as well if I have to. Crazy. This dude jumped in with zero context. So you're saying this is in the ground? No. Not once have I ever. Why would anyone say that? What the
I love how you're continuing to misrepresent what I said. I joined.
Yeah. Now you know how
Interrupt me again. Interrupt me again, buddy.
Yes, so now you know exactly how it feels.
No. Listen, you were laughing at Scott, trying to say that this point that Scott was making And you're quoting and saying, huh, you think the sun goes in the ground, my guy? Fucking retard.
No,
and then I joined after you said that, and the first thing out of my mouth, interrupt me again. The first thing I came out of my mouth was creation. There's no way you actually believe that Scott's point is that the sun is in the ground.
That's fine. I also never said that. So you should at least rewind the YouTube and listen to what I actually said. And Scott could clear this up because I made it very clear that I'll say it again, right? If the earth is a globe, you're standing on the ground. Below that ground is supposedly a core. And then below that is another person potentially standing antipodal to you, which would have a sky above him, which would then have the sun above that, which would make the sun below you. I never once said the sun goes inside the earth or in the ground or under.
And I never said that was your contention, my guy. Can you fucking listen?
You actually just, is anyone in this panel that can concur? This guy just said that my point was saying, well, you're saying that's you're going against Scott, saying, well, or sorry, you're saying that I'm going against Scott.
Nope.
And saying that his point is, you're trying to say, like, his point isn't that the sun goes in the ground, but I never said that.
Yes, you did. That was the first thing that you said when I joined, and I heard you say you think the sun. You literally said it in a sarcastic tone as well. You were like, you think the sun goes in the.
I never said that. I made it very, very, very clear. Under the ground, aka, what do you like? Do you not understand how someone could be antipodal to you on the globe? That there would be a sky below you currently? How are you not getting this? No one thinks that the sun goes inside the earth. So you're jumping in saying, well, you're saying that the sun doesn't go in the earth. Yeah, I know. I never said that.
Yeah. Hey, creation. I checked the YouTube. You said it goes under the ground. Like, you were absolutely right. He's wrong. He's just not accepting it. I think he heard you say in, but on the YouTube replay, you said under. That dude's proven wrong. Just keep him muted. He's just loud and obnoxious. Good job,
I appreciate that. Scott, I would also be appreciative if you jumped in and like, you know what I said, and he's been quiet this whole ass time. But we know how these guys are. They have like this sister uberalis. It's kind of how women are. No offense, but they like kind of protect each other. You know what I mean? They won't call each other out. Oh shit!
Okay.
What'd she say? What'd she say?
I take full offense.
Yeah, be offended. Be offended. But you know exactly what I'm talking about. This sister uberalis, right? Globers have the same shit. This global uberalis, right? Scott's been on mute this whole time, letting this guy get cooked. Scott knows exactly what I said, and he's like, he's not gonna correct this other dude. He's been on mute.
I actually came in at the same time as like 1 minute before Chupacabra, whatever his name's. But I will unmute him. The only thing I ask from you, dude, is can you stop screaming, because especially on YouTube, it's extra loud, and just use your inside voice. Okay, we can all hear you.
That was for you, Chupacabra, bro. Like, you just joined.
Where can I find the stream again? Okay, it's not loading for me. Is there another way to find it?
YouTube, 24/7 Flat Earth on YouTube. It'll come right up. I think also someone dropped a link in the chat. Anyway, yeah, you should definitely rewind that because you were way off, dude.
Yeah, I'm going to.
Way the hell off. Oh, good. And we need a concession when you're done too, by the way.
Sure.
Oh, great. Yeah, we definitely need that.
I mean, it happens. Like, he misheard you, but see, that's kind of what happens. Sometimes you mishear someone, it triggers you, you go off, and then there's so much
ego and arrogant sometimes. You're just not willing to listen to the person telling you, dude, I did not say that. No, I know what I heard, blah, blah, blah. Hey, good thing it's recorded. I went back, I deafened the hear because he was so loud in my ears. I had to hit deafen. I went back, I checked it. You say you believe the sun's under the ground, you're retarded. And I mean, it's exactly what you said, verbatim. So
yeah. I mean, but the fact that they have severe flat earthers can't be right syndrome so bad, he actually believes that I believe the sun goes in the ground.
I know.
It's so bad. It's so frustrating. It's like the fact that you actually think that I thought that is so dumb. That makes you look bad. And he's on deafen, but that makes them look retarded. That you think that I thought the sun goes in the ground. Nobody thinks that. Like, are you stupid? Oh my god. And Scott's been on mute this whole time, and he knows damn well what I said. He could have jumped in at any point and been like, "Hey, Jupiter,
he's not going to.
Retarded."
Yeah,
but instead, he's got Sister Borealis. He's on mute.
Yeah, no, he won't. That's just how he is, bro. Like, he knew that he was wrong.
Wow, I'm so right. It's actually hilarious.
Oh, really?
Yeah, Creation. I just went back and listened. You spent 5 minutes telling Scott what his point is, even though he kept going over and over and over saying, no, that's not what I think. No, that's not what I mean. You're a child to keep saying that that's what I think it means. And then I join in, and then you say, and I'm going to quote on, let me re-listen so I can quote you exactly.
I heard it. He said, you believe the sun's under the ground. I heard it. And he says, you're fucking retarded.
Yeah, no, I'm not saying that. I'm not trying to force
you said, quote, you think the sky goes under the ground, fucking retard. And then my response is, I'm going to go out on a limb here and say, even though I just joined, I don't think Scott's point is that the sun goes under the ground.
Yeah, that's fine. I'm not saying that that's what his point was. I'm just
no, shut up. Now you're actually lying, because in the fucking video, multiple times, you literally say to him that that's what he thinks when he says no.
Yeah, that is what he thinks. And you think that too. And you're also yelling again, which is crazy. But no, he does think that. You think that. Everyone who believes in the globe thinks that. I don't care whether that's his point or not. I'm just mocking you retards for thinking that. Stay mad, I guess. Like, whether that's his point or not is fine. He can have.
So how about you concede that you actually? So you're just bad faith then?
No, hold on. To be fair,
because no.
To be fair, you're yelling again. You're yelling. To be fair, let's be fair. When you jumped in, you criticized me for saying that the sun was in the ground. My contention was, I never said that. We need a concession. I did never once say the sun was inside the earth or in the ground, which is what you jumped in and started yelling at me for. You never heard me say that. Not once. Thanks. And we'll move on too. Because, I mean, I think Lulu's done with you. You're yelling again. Why are you yelling? Like, bro.
Dude, I'm not the one muting him, but he keeps doing it and whatever. So can we get back to like a different conversation? Because he's never. I've listened to this guy a few times, even though I don't speak up. He doesn't concede to anything, so it's just going to be a waste of time.
All right, fair. This is the first time this is the first day I've interacted with Chupacabra. This is like round 2 for me. But the fact that you said I said the earth was inside the ground is crazy. We'll move on. But Scott, man, how are you not going to jump in, bro? Damn, you just going to let your boy get slaughtered like that? Holy. It's fine. Fuck him.
Yeah, we should try to talk to new Globers. Anybody in the house that wants to speak up and, tell us about any proofs, any evidence for globe, please go ahead.
Have we spoke to Q338 before? Is he with us or what's up, Q?
I don't know, dude. I just got here.
I mean, you didn't have to have the answer, Lou. I'm just asking the panel.
Wait, Creation, are you a flat earther?
Maybe.
Damn. My condolences.
I mean, do you think the sun's under the ground too?
What do you mean under the ground? From my perspective,
Explained
or
it so clearly. Like, bro, come on. What do you mean? What do I mean? I just made it painfully clear because this retard thought I meant it was inside the earth. So you didn't hear me?
oh, I heard that whole thing, unfortunately.
Oh, so why are you asking what I mean then?
Then yes, the answer is yes.
Okay. So my condolences, bro. My condolences, man.
Hilarious.
Incredible. Bro, they make fun of flat earthers, bro. You'll like people will say flat earthers are stupid. Well, let's look at the difference between what we think and what y'all think. All right. So you think that the sun is under the ground.
Yes.
And we think
sometimes
it's just simply above you, always in the sky, always. So
also in the nighttime?
Imagine flat earthers said the sun goes under the earth. You'd be like, that's so dumb. You're dumb. Right?
No,
Would
not
that
right.
Yeah, no. I think if we did say that, you'd be like, that's the stupidest thing.
Well, you think wrong.
Okay. Well, secondly, you guys, I would imagine you're in a building right now of some sort, a house, apartment, flat, whatever. You think that building's moving, and we don't. So
Moving what? Like it doesn't move on the ground. It's anchored on the ground. So no.
Yeah, duh. Do you really dude, I can't do it. I can't do it, bro.
No, that's obvious. You're not able. That's correct.
AT, hold on. Did you really think that you're doing what the last guy did? Did you think for a moment that I actually was talking about buildings moving independently on their own across the ground? Really, bro? That's your rebuttal. You're not moving on the ground. That's not what I said.
Are you
or that's not what I implied. The fact that you thought that's what I implied is crazy.
Yes. It's not crazy.
Why would
know
you
why?
think that's what I said? Yes, it is crazy.
Because a building,
actually
right?
think wait.
A building.
It's
wait, you just want to talk because I can wait. You can just get it all out.
You're about to justify this? No, I did not ask you if buildings are moving on their own, like across the ground. Is your house tiptoeing down the street? That's not what I asked you. Holy shit. The fact that that's what you're arguing against is like bricked. I'm asking you if the building that you're in, which is attached to the earth, which is supposed to be moving, spinning, rotating, traveling through a galaxy, is the building you're in moving? I'm not asking you if it
Then
tiptoed down
everything
the
is
street.
moving.
Holy fuck.
Your language is just very poor about it. It's okay. You can work with that.
Whatever.
How about
language is poor, but you thought I asked you if the house was tiptoeing down the street.
You did ask me that.
I did never ask you that.
You literally did.
Never once have I ever asked someone that, because obviously I don't think that buildings move independently of the ground.
Then you should specify and say, do you think Earth is moving, not the building, right? So that is what you asked. Yes, you are incorrect.
You're doing what the last guy did when I said, well, you think the sun's under the ground. He jumped in, well, I heard sun and ground, and I'm going to put them together, and that means you think the sun's in the ground. When I said buildings move, that doesn't mean they move independently of the ground. They would be moving
Then
with the
why
earth.
would you single them out as an independent thing and ask me, why does the building you're in, does that move? Why would you make it independent?
I'll explain. I will explain.
Go ahead.
Because we're talking about the differences between what flat earthers think and what globe earthers think. And people will try to make fun of flat earthers for what they think. But if you compare side by side what the two of us think, clearly you guys have the way more retarded ideas. AKA the sun goes under the ground, AKA buildings move, etc. You can't
Buildings
say
don't move. That's like fallacious. You're doing it
okay,
again.
okay, but hold on though. Yeah, look at it. Hold on.
Everything moves, therefore buildings move.
Hey, creation.
So this is why your take is wrong, right? Because
It's
when you
not
say
wrong.
movement,
You agreed with me
try
already.
not to
You
cut me
said
off. You're a grown
everything
man,
moves.
right? You don't have to yell at your computer.
You're already wrong. You already agreed with me. You said everything moves, AKA buildings, trees, you right now. So you can't say, you can't not say
movement is relative, right?
That's fine. You agree with me. Thanks.
No,
Everything
is
moves.
it? I'm asking you. Movement is relative, right or not right?
I'm glad you agree. You said everything moves.
I'm asking you a question.
Apocryphon got it.
Yeah. Let me ask him real quick. Hey, check this out. Just real quick, At. So when he said you think, that you're sitting in a house that you think is moving, what he means by that is, I know you know. First of all, I know you know what he means. You're just kind of being weird about it, but imagine like you build a house on a large rocket, and then someone tells you like, "Hey, I'm gonna light this," and then your rocket takes off, right, just into the sky. Wouldn't you agree that technically your house is moving, right? Even though you're just like chilling in your house, I'm just staying right here on the. But in your paradigm, if the whole Earth is hurling through space at over 1 million miles an hour, then you technically are moving. Like right now, as you're talking, we're moving in your paradigm. Yes or no?
How do I even yes or no? Yes, the answer is yes.
Yeah,
Okay.
Then know
Well, there
what it
you go.
means. I'm just saying the reason why I had a problem with the question is because if you say it's a car moving, our car can move while the Earth is moving, right? So the
Yes.
object in itself will move also, right?
What? Dude, the
A
fact
building.
that you actually thought buildings were just moving like a car.
Try not to spark out. You're a grown man, right? So a car
I'm not
can move
but wouldn't that be
while the
you?
Earth is moving. You could also have a car standing still and the Earth would be moving, but people wouldn't colloquially say, "Is the car moving?" Yes, it is. No, it would be standing still. It would be parked, right? And so, in the same way, if you're asking, "Is a car moving?" I would say no. And you can't just try to segue that into, well, if you think the whole thing is moving, then the car is also. No, because when we talk relatively, the car would be standing still on Earth in comparison, in relation to all the other
I
things.
really appreciate
So
that. I
don't
really
think
appreciate the like lecture to 5-year-olds. Everyone understands what you're saying very
and
clearly. It's
your language was poor, as
no,
I
I
said.
don't care whether you didn't understand it or not. You do understand what I'm saying, and you already agreed with me. So you said the car was parked, right? But you already agreed that since the Earth is moving through a galaxy and rotating and traveling, whatever, everything's moving. So yes, you would say a parked car is moving.
No, I wouldn't, because
You
colloquially
already
we don't talk. No,
did!
listen. Colloquially, the way language works
I get
is
it.
there
I
is
get it.
both
You
there's both
understand
on
what
a micro
brother,
level in your own
I get
surroundings
it.
and on a
I
macro level.
understand that
And if
part. You
you're
don't have to
asking
explain
a
it.
micro level
You
question and
understand.
you extrapolate that to a macro level, then it's inconsistent. That's why you're
Brother,
inconsistent. Your
I
language is
get it.
poor.
I
No, you
understand.
don't get it.
Can I
You
try?
do not get it.
AT, I just wanna just real quick, like, brother.
It's funny you call people retarded of all,
I
like
get
in here.
okay, brother. Like what you're like going on a rant to say things that everyone already understands. Clearly, I'm not referring to a building moving independently on its own. It would be moving with an Earth that's moving. So a
Listen,
parked
you
car not is
cannot, with a straight face,
hold
tell me that in your
on,
everyday life you
1
say
second,
parked
1
cars are
second.
moving. It
No,
does
I
not happen.
obviously brother, hold on. We don't think the Earth moves at fucking all, but you do. And I'm just like I'm calling you guys out because you have to say that a parked car is moving. You have to say that. You already did. AT. You can't say no, you already did. The fuck? I'm
No,
not
I
saying
didn't. I didn't say that
obviously if it's
because
parked,
when
it's
you
not
talk
moving on its
about
own.
when you
Wait,
talk
just
about
1 second.
small
I get you don't have
objects,
to explain.
not
You
1
don't have to explain
second. You keep cutting
relativity.
me off, man.
But you don't
You
have
have
to
a very
explain
bad
things we
habit.
already understand.
Actually, you are cutting
You're trying to explain
patient
relativity to us, but we clearly understand that a parked car is not moving on its own. We get that. You don't have to explain that to us. But what I'm trying to tell you is that since it's connected to the Earth, which you think is moving, you have to say it's objectively everything's moving, which you already said. I can't sit here and let you take that statement back because you were right. Everything would be moving with the Earth. That is correct. Can't anybody say anything against that? Who
Yes,
believes
because you
the
can
world?
dissect
Yes,
it
I
into
know.
two
You can't
things.
sit here.
There's a
We're not
micro
going to let
level
you
and a
go
macro
against
level, and you can't fathom that there are two things going on. And it's I don't know,
I
it's
just
so apparent that
granted
you
that
have
to
this
you already.
disconnect.
I granted that to you, right? It's not a disconnect. It's not a misunderstanding. I granted you that already.
Fine. And then you should really ask, instead of a car or a house or a building, you should really ask, is the earth moving, right?
Listen.
Yes, because
you're
you're being
missing the whole
disingenuous
point.
with the question.
You're missing the point.
No, there is no point.
So you've missed my point. Which I made very clear. You guys just jump in at random times because you hear things that trigger you or you're bothered by, and you feel the need to jump in, like
Who
Chupacabra.
sounds the most triggered here? You who can't listen and
Because
have
you're
to
not
cut me off like you're doing right now, or
the
me
fact that
waiting
you're like,
my
yeah,
turn and
buildings
saying
won't
my
move.
take?
And
Who
you said
seems
that
more triggered?
already. Okay, I'm upset because
Yes,
I'm
you
hot.
are.
I'm tight right now because you jumped in to say no buildings don't move.
No, you asked
But
me.
everything moves.
I didn't
It's
jump
like,
in.
yeah,
You asked
no,
me.
you're flip flopping at this point. It's the
How is that
cognitive.
flip? You literally asked me a question. I just said it's a bad question because if you want to talk about Earth at a macro level, then you should say, is Earth moving, not a car or a house? Because when you invoke smaller objects, you're invoking micro level, micro
That's
level,
cool.
and at that point they aren't moving. No.
That's fine.
So
But you
that's why
already
I'm
said that.
saying your question is bad. It's badly worded. Poor
It was
language.
intentionally. It's the question's intentional, right? When you say I asked the buildings question on
It's
purpose.
intentionally disingenuous then.
No. I think a genuine, honest person who believes in the globe will say exactly what you said, that everything moves. They wouldn't have a problem with what I said, but it's triggering to you because it sounds stupid, doesn't it? That's exactly why I asked.
You sound stupid.
Hold on. That was exactly what my point was, to highlight the difference between what flat earthers think and what globe earthers think, and show them that
Did a poor
what
job.
you hold on, you're already cutting me off. What you guys think is stupid. You think buildings move and we don't. That's why I phrased it like that. I've been phrasing like that for, I don't know, 2 years now, and I've got
I
so
don't think
many.
building moves.
Hold on. Yes, you do. I've got so much gold
Everything moves.
content. Hold on. Exactly, aka buildings, which will be part of everything.
No,
Holy
because buildings are a unit, right? And they're
Wait. So we say everything moves. We're excluding buildings?
No. Okay, so here's the thing, right? This is like having a treadmill and you walking,
Yo,
right?
what
Are
the
you
fuck?
moving or not? Right?
Oh, man.
If you're walking, you are. Hey,
Wait,
I have a
but you're
question.
not
AT,
going
are you
anywhere.
about to make my point for me, bro? Go ahead,
No,
man.
there is no point to be made. You have
Well, you're about to make my
bad
point for
language
me.
and bad logic. So like you're
It's
not
not
good
bad
any longer.
logic. You already agreed with me. Everything moves, sir. Try and take that back. Good
This
luck.
is why I disagree with you. I
You
hope you
can't
listen.
disagree with me. You
Okay,
don't.
so
You
instead of
already
saying that I
agreed.
can't do something, try to make me
You already
make my
did.
point and listen.
We're live
Okay?
on YouTube. You said everything moves,
Like
aka buildings.
20
Oh my
viewers. Wow, that's great.
Doesn't matter how many people said it. It's recorded. You saying everything moves. The fact that you're trying to deflect by saying how many people are watching, it's completely irrelevant.
I don't know how you can misunderstand what I say.
No,
I
it's
literally do not.
misunderstanding, sir. Nah, we're not gonna play that game. It would literally be you misunderstanding what I said, because when I say buildings move, clearly I did not refer to a building tiptoeing down the street, which is exactly what you're trying to rebuttal. You're saying, well, buildings don't tiptoe down the street, which isn't what I'm saying, retard. I'm saying that if the Earth is a globe, it's connected to the ground, the building, which is rotating and traveling through a galaxy, etc. So everything moves, which is exactly what you already
I
said
don't know
live
why
on.
you're repeating yourself.
It's live on YouTube.
I have a quick question. You guys are kind of going around and around. It's funny, it's entertaining, but I do have a question. How fast do you believe we are moving right now?
I don't know. There's probably a number.
Wait, so if you're in a building, is it going 0 miles per hour? Or is it traveling with the Earth? If you're in a building right now, is it
Whoever
going?
did that soundboard was perfect on.
Yeah, who do you think? Anyway, but AT. So you're in a building right now. Are you going 0 miles per hour, or are you going along with the Earth?
Both.
Oh, see, dude.
So you do think buildings move?
We need to make a game. We need to make a game show.
This is some
that's
monkey behavior.
like the funny things that Globers say or something like that. So
Yeah,
you think
I mean,
you
put it this way: there is a reason why people make fun of you,
yes,
and there's
facts. I
an
have so
apparent
many
why.
screenshots of people saying that buildings move. I have so many screenshots. Like, it's not funny. I've been doing this for a long time, dude. You can, you're saying like, well, you're phrasing it wrong. No, dude, I've been doing this for the longest. You're you're late to the party, man.
so
I'm
let me
concerned
just
for your mental well-being if you've
so
been
let me
doing this
just
for this long.
Oh,
You're
you
still this
think
bad
sir, you
phrasing
think
your
buildings
language.
move. Wait,
so
but
let me
you
just
think buildings move. Regardless of my language, you're the one who thinks buildings move.
No, I don't.
and
I
Yes,
don't
you
think that
do.
they move. I think
You
Earth
already
moves.
say that.
No, I
You said
don't.
everything's moving. So it's everything except for buildings,
Let
right?
the city come to me.
Listen,
Oh
I'm
my
saying
God.
parked cars, buildings, and things
Smooth
standing
with the earth.
still are
Smooth
not
with the earth.
moving.
Are
But
do you
with
if
want
the
the
to know
earth.
Earth is
why?
moving, if you
Do
talk
you
on a
want
With the
macro
earth.
here?
level, then everything moves. But you can't say, well,
Hey,
because
everything
on a
moves. Yeah,
macro
thanks.
level,
Yeah, thanks. Yeah,
and
got
then
you.
Okay.
dissect that and say, well, on a micro level, they also move. So I think your language is wrong.
Well,
That's all
no,
I'm
I'm
saying.
not saying on a micro level they're moving, sir. I'm not saying that.
Then
Again, I
why
made
would
it
you
clear.
specify an
Hold on.
object on a
I
micro
made it
level?
clear.
Is my
Sir,
whole
I made it.
contention.
I
Like, you
made
should
it
just
clear.
ask. No, you
No,
didn't.
you
Very
already.
unclear.
No, it is clear because you got it. You said everything moves twice now at this point. I'm not saying on a micro level your house is tiptoeing down the street. I made that super clear.
I know, but then I'm asking you
So
to,
why are
instead
you,
of
why are
saying
you
a
pushing
house,
back?
say Earth. Why
I'll
not
say
do
what I
that?
want. I'll say what I want because it highlights your guys' retarded ideas. You have to say that buildings move, and we don't think that.
Yeah, it's so
So
like
how is it retarded then? Let's go with that. Let's just
If you
ignore
think
this
buildings,
because I don't agree with you. I think your
okay,
language is bad.
I'll tell you. I'll
How
tell
is
you.
that retarded?
Well, the reason why you've been rejecting it this whole time, you don't like how it sounds, do you? You're like, well, I don't like that.
Because it's an
You gotta
improper use of language.
like you don't like
So,
how it sounds. That's
creation
why.
bear.
It's not about
Creation bear.
liking. Your language
Creation
is
bear.
incorrect. But okay, go
Not
on. Why is it
incorrect.
retarded?
Creation bear. It's an improper use of language. Let me give you an example. You have cars in a seat, right? And for example, a backbench. Now, you would say, let's say someone says the back seat does not move. Does that mean that the car can't move move around and drive around without ripping those back seats out? Or does it mean that those back seats are fixed in the car and you would still not say that those back seats move when you're in the car?
Don't fucking explain relativity to me. I understand that. I'm phrasing it like that on purpose. I explained it already to you. I don't care what. I know you don't like it. That's why I've intentionally phrased it like that.
Yeah, but he's reasoning that he doesn't like it because it's improper,
AK,
though, because it does not reflect
like
how you
that
would
on purpose,
how you would use those words. It doesn't reflect how you would use those words commonly, and that is why it sounds strange.
Well
It's
said,
like
AK.
that on
I
purpose.
agree.
I phrased it like that intentionally to trigger this reaction from you folks. The fact that you think you need to explain relativity to me is insane.
This is kind of like that meme with the guy being retarded and being like, I was just acting retarded, but everybody thinks he's retarded. This is you.
But let me point something out though. But let me.
Damn, the mutes are coming out. But no, we understand relativity.
Please,
Go ahead.
guys, hold on. I literally, please, one at a time. It's hard to hear 4 people talking at the same time. Okay. Thank you.
All right, yeah. So that was probably mostly me, but like, guys, we understand relativity. Please don't explain it to us like we've never heard it before. So, well, if you're in a car, you're technically not moving, but the car's like, we get that part already. I actually am phrasing it like that on purpose to trigger this exact reaction. I've been doing this for a long time, guys. We're in our season 9 at this point. The fact that you're like, well, I don't like the way it sounds. I know you don't. That's why I phrased it like that.
So in essence, you're saying you're being imprecise and trolling with your language in order to try to get a reaction because you know that your language is improper, and then that sort of gives you a victory in your own head. That's
No,
very
that's
weird.
the definition of trolling, by the way. You're purposely phrasing something in a way that is not proper in order to get a reaction out of
He
someone.
asked me a question, AK. I want to answer it.
He didn't ask a question. He was stating that you're trolling.
So you asked yourself your own question.
And I was clarifying how that's the definition of trolling.
So, AT, was that a question for me, or you just answered your own question?
It's a statement. Not everything is a question.
So you did ask. So you mean to do this, and this? Oh, blah 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 blah. That was so. You asked me a question.
No, it's an assertion of what happened. Literally, what happened is you trolled, and you think that somehow is a good thing, or it gave you a victory in your own head.
Listen, that's not what happened, sir. Let me explain. I've spoken to a lot of people about this whole moving buildings thing, right? An honest, genuine person who believes in the globe will, no hesitation, will say, yes, I do think that buildings move, regardless of how ridiculous that sounds, because I think that the Earth is rotating, traveling through a galaxy, etc. I have screenshot after screenshot after screenshot of this exact conversation being had. The reason why I phrase it like this is to make it sound funny, yes, but it's just highlighting the differences between what globe earthers and flat earthers think.
Why not just say, if what you're after is Earth movement, why not just ask, do you think the Earth moves, and then go from there?
I made it clear why I phrased it like that, so just move on.
The troll.
No, it's not.
Yes.
I'll say it again.
You wanted to get a reaction out of it. You wanted to trigger people. You literally said that. That is the definition of trolling.
AKA, or whatever your name is.
He doesn't get it, AK.
I said this because this is stemming from our conversation earlier. When someone jumped in